feel comfortable going out really early for a situation, because look at Sally. Remember Sally last year in 2020? Okay, here we go. Central Louisiana. Oh, New Orleans. Oh, Biloxi. All of a sudden it winds up, flooding Pensacola. And I was like, you know what? I don't think they wanted me to send me to New Orleans. And I said, I don't really think it's going that far west. Everything's trending east. But they're like, Jim, we need you in New Orleans. All right. So I went. And sure enough, we wound back up in Pensacola. But, I do have a say in it, and I do appreciate that.
And last from Lynn Mold, she wants to know what you are most proud of.
One of the things I'm most proud of is the fact that early on in my career, leaving home, and really, I come from two adopted parents that just loved me to death. For all four of us were adopted. That's another story. But I talk to my mom every day, and to have my parents be able to watch me on television and keep that connection. That's probably one of the things I'm most proud of.
I thought it was going to be when Anthony Soprano turned you on one of the episodes of Sopranos. I thought maybe that would make you proud.
Dude, that is a close second. I cannot lie. I was watching it myself. And all of a sudden my phone was just like blighting. I was just blowing up everywhere.
I'm a huge lover of high winds, so long as people aren't losing life and property. What's the strongest wind gust, can be a guesstimate, that you've experienced in your career?
I'm going to say 90 to 100. With Isaac in New Orleans, when we were between on Canal Street, between those buildings. That's the same wind that pushed those dumpsters out into the street, which people thought we staged out there. Anyway, but I'm going to say 90 to 100. And it's enough to blow you right off your feet. No question.
We talked about you being out in the field earlier. If you could ever groin check that guy at the College of Charleston again, would you do it?
Yeah, but I wouldn't miss next time. If you guys know anything about the target, I missed the target because if you hit the target, nobody's getting up and moving. Right? Okay.
We just considered you a Kung Fu master after that. So
your followers know you spend a lot of time in Georgia, and specifically the Blue Ridge Mountains of Georgia.
Yeah.
Georgia. I've been there a few times myself. It's a great place to be. What's some of your favorite activities to do in that part of the state?
I always had like a place to go on the river where I detoxed from storms and things like that. And, that's what I brought my kids up doing. And, we always floated down the river and sat in the river and just enjoyed the weather in North Georgia. Because, guys, this is the same mountain chain I grew up in. It's just the southern part of it, right? It's Vermont to North Georgia. It's the same mountain chain. So I always wanted to be on the lake. And one of my very good friends, unfortunately, he's passed away, was always a big water lover and being on the water with watercraft and things like that. So I just kind of took a leap of faith and said, I want to get a boat. I want to get some jet skis and get out on the water. And I love just being out on the water, whether it's paddleboarding or being on the boat or being on the jet skis. I just love it. So anything out on the water.
What is a place that you really get excited when you're going to be covering a storm there? And what things do you do in that spot when you're there?
Favorite weather event to cover is snow, because typically if people do what they're supposed to do, nobody gets hurt, right? So Boston, I love going to Boston. I love going to Eastern New England. The North End, we'll get our coverage done. We'll hopefully get an evening meal at the North End in Boston and enjoy. Sometimes I'll see Fisher or Mish Michaels, or I'll get to catch Harvey Leonard on television. That's where I grew up. A lot of friends up there, and it's definitely New England.
I had to ask that because we recently taped with Mark Sutta, the hurricane chaser, and I asked him that question. He said, "I just go to chain places because I never have time to get excited about going anywhere." I was wondering if it was like that for you too.
You know what? It used to be, because sometimes we would have to do double duties, but now they kind of want us to be married to our shift. So since I'm on in the mornings, they want me on in the mornings. Like Tevin's on in the evenings now, and Chris Warren and Jackie, if they're out in the field, they're going to want them on their show. So it's gone from just doing live shots every half hour to now anchoring our shows from the field. So, it's a lot different going on every half hour and splitting the shifts than doing 4 to 6 hours straight, actually anchoring a show in the morning. It's a little bit more exhausting. So they play it that way now, and that's fine. That's all good.
Jim, you have been very gracious with your time with us over the past several years, and I can't believe it has taken us this long to ask, what is the story with the cars and the footballs behind you?
Oh my gosh. Yeah. The footballs, there used to be this thing in Atlanta called the Super Show, which was everything to do with sports, everything. And so a lot of my collectibles in sports have come from that. So, Tony Dorsett's, we got, what's his name? Taylor from the Giants. I can't remember his first name, who I met a couple of times. He's awesome. They even made me sign one. The cars are actually, they've got Yankees on them. All right. You guys see that? These are all cars that have had, Yankees have sponsored at some point. I love dragsters. I love any, I just love dragsters, watching dragsters. So that's really it. I just thought diecast was cool. So that's pretty much the story.
I know Tim Buckley and Jack Kendrick was wanting to know about that. So a lot of people was curious about that. So I'm going to kind of piggyback off that, Jim, and ask you, do you play any sports? And you just kind of talked a little bit throughout the show about baseball and football and racing and stuff. So do you play any sports, and what's your favorite sports to watch and favorite teams?
When I can, I like to get into the golf. I still love to ski. Like I said, a lot of times on the watercraft these days. I loved softball. I used to play a lot of competitive softball, but this little thing called the rotator cuff doesn't work very well anymore. If there's something I can do to get back into that, I totally would. Is it an operation or what? I have to think about that. But I'd love to play again before I can't really play anymore. So yeah, and plus, I just love being outside, walking, running, doing a little time in the gym. Not as much as I used to, but just got to stay in shape, man.
A huge Yankees fan. Who else?
Huge Yankees fan. Ridiculous. This lockout is not making me happy. All right. Hopefully by the time you guys show this show, it's over.
Where's the best barbecue you've ever had?
Oh my God, dude. That's a great question. All right. So every October, God bless Jack Daniels. God bless Jack Daniels. They asked me to come judge the Invitational. All right. So this is the best of the best. There are foreign countries represented in this. You have to have won some contest in the United States to be a participant in this. So the best barbecue, the best brisket, best ribs, the best desserts I've ever had in my entire life are at this Jack Daniels Invitational, which occurs every year up there in beautiful Lynchburg, Tennessee. And saying that I can't even eat other barbecue now. I can't. Wow. It's otherworldly.
Christian, I want to know: are you team vinegar or team tomato?
Oh gosh, it's got to be tomato based. I mean, it's got to be tomato.
My vinegar heart there kind of hurts.
Oh, did I hurt you there? I'm sorry.
Wait a little while.
When was the last time you hand analyzed a weather map?
You know what's fun? Every once in a while, you'll see a tweet where I've taken the GR Earth and I've kind of outlined so not hand analyzed. I know what you're talking about, with isobaric analysis, but basically the 80-degree temperature line or the 70-degree isodrosotherm, if that, you know what I mean, the line of dew point. So I'll do that a lot of times in the summer. Sometimes in the winter, like look at how far the cold air reaches into the south. All these temperatures are below 32. So yeah, I get a little bit of that action. But in terms of true sit down, isobaric analysis, you know who the best is at that is Carbon. Greg Carbon. Mm-hmm. I mean, he's got the colored pencils. He's the best. He still does.
Jim, as of this recording, it's December 7th. So as I'm closing out here, It's been 1,093 days since you visited us in Boone, North Carolina with the big snowstorm. That was the last snow event that we've had, big snow event we've had in all of North Carolina, honestly. So we hope that we see you back here real soon. You said you like to come back and see snow. So we hope that you'll be in our neck of the woods real soon. So when you guys are hearing this podcast, it's probably going to be 1,093 plus a day since we've had that big snowfall, but we can't wait to have you back here in the Carolinas covering some snowfall.
Any reason to bring back the Boone stick, and I'm there. I'm there.
We're ready for it. We are ready to have you back. We're welcome. We're ready for open arms to have you back covering some snow. So, Jim, thank you so much for joining us. We can follow you on Twitter and Facebook and Instagram, and be sure to check Jim out on the Weather Channel. From all of us here, Jim, Merry Christmas. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, Merry Christmas, guys. Happy New Year.
And thank you all for watching the Carolina Weather Group. We'll see you back next year, 2022, with an all-new episode.
When we found ourselves doing severe weather coverage for Brunswick, Columbus counties, along the coastal areas of North Carolina, just outside the Wilmington area, what we didn't know until after the fact was that we were tracking a EF3 tornado. This is a absolute monster of a tornado that impacted that area and unfortunately did result in some deaths, 2 or 3 if I'm not mistaken, as well as 10 injuries. We got some new video today when North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper visited the communities hardest hit, and I want to allow the panel some time to talk about this, because this in and of itself would be a very big news story for us here in the Carolinas and on this show. And it's just yet, unfortunately, another piece of a very busy weather week that has been playing out. But you can see here the communities still trying to clean up after this storm rolled on through. Let me pop up again for you if I can, and I'm going to ask our group to kind of weigh in and on it well too. Is, we look at radar scope imagery from that night. You can see it there on the right hand side of your screen, the velocity, the measuring of the winds in the atmosphere circling here where the tornado crosses Highway 17, where some of this video was captured just outside Ocean Isle, and then continues for about 25 miles, going 45, 50 miles an hour at times, almost trying to outrun the polygon. The Weather Service working very hard to keep this very fast-moving supercell inside that tornado-warned polygon to try to give people as much lead time as possible. Brad, let me bring you back in. I know you had just finished the 11 o'clock news, but I saw you tweeting about this. What were you thinking at 11:45 at night when you were looking at this on radar?
So I had seen that storm offshore and the special marine warning because I was impressed with the signature, but wasn't thinking much about it. Went on to finishing up some emails, and I have all alerts turned on for North and South Carolina. So I heard the tornado warning pop up on my computer, and I looked down and I was like, "Holy cow!" Right away, I was like, I could see the debris signature, and I knew it was bad. And then immediately, with some of my emergency manager contacts, started getting messages about some serious damage and, requests for search and rescue crews. So I knew it was pretty bad. And when I looked quickly at the map, I knew that area quite well. I actually played that golf course several times. Tiger's Eyes right there, Ocean Isle. It's a beautiful area. So I'm very familiar with that. And I knew, hearing the damage reports, those weren't small homes. Those were well-built, I wouldn't say mansions. Those are nice houses. So for those to be leveled and destroyed, I knew it was a significant hurricane tornado. I'm thinking of hurricane because that area was hurt by Isaias as well, almost the exact same location. But what was interesting is, it was EF3. That's the only second EF3 I could find in the database in the month of February in North Carolina's history. The other one was in 1971. So EF3 tornado in the month of February is incredibly rare for North Carolina, and in that area, period, any time of the year.
Brad,
I have to echo. I was going to say I was asleep when this happened. When I woke up in the morning, I saw your text in our internal chat. But along with Brad, I've played golf at this golf course that actually got hit, and vacation, there a lot. And like Brad said, it's a well-built community. I mean, these homes were well built, and to see the video of just some of these just being completely demolished just shows you the sheer size and strength of this tornado. And it was a nocturnal tornado again, at 11:45 on a February evening, something you just don't really anticipate. So the loss of life is never good. And just our thoughts and prayers go out to those folks. But just seeing some of the damage out there, you could tell it was a pretty massive tornado.
Yeah, I'm like you, Scotty. I slept through this too. And the very next morning, I woke up and saw that there had been a big tornado from browsing through Twitter, and so I went and downloaded the radar scans from the archive and went to look at what the radar looked like. And when I saw that debris signature, I thought, "Oh my God, that had to have been a really bad tornado." Debris was lofted up to something like 22,000 feet. Is that right?
22, 25. It was up there. It got sucked right up into the updraft. It was pretty impressive.
Right. Yeah. When you see debris lofted that high, you're dealing with a pretty substantial tornado, and in this case, at EF3. And that's what it looked like. It could have been just looking at the radar.
Yeah. That's a tough warning scenario. The Weather Service, did the best job they could, but nocturnal, February, I think that these coastal communities have it tough because I was talking to another group about this today. The special marine warnings, we're talking about water spouts and rotation. But who on the coast is looking at special marine warnings off the coast? If that was a polygon for a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning to a county to your south and east, you're probably a little bit more aware. But when they're special marine warnings, you're probably not even thinking twice about it.
Right. And even if there is a water spout, you think, oh, well, it's going to last 100 yards inland at most. But this is a little different. This was, I think this was supercellular in nature. And when you get that kind of situation, you get a water spout from that. It's going to keep going inland and a long way sometimes.
I remember when we were streaming this, just looking at it going, this is textbook. You could see the hook echo. You could see it on velocity, 160 mile per hour winds. Christian Morgan, WFMY in Greensboro. I want to ask you for your advice for folks who hopefully never find themselves in this situation. But if you find yourself in any tornado polygon, what do you do, especially if it's midnight?
Yeah, guys, I was kind of watching this all unfold, kind of like Frank said. I just happened to log on to Twitter to just kind of see what folks were saying and kind of check out some different things about our upcoming storm this week. And I noticed all of these radar scans and started to notice and realize that we were dealing with something pretty serious down in the coastal region of North Carolina there. And what I was saying on Twitter, I wasn't an active meteorologist following along in those areas, but I was saying, if you have family and you have friends that in this area, who cares if you got to wake them up? Call them until they wake up and let them know what is going on, that they have to find somewhere safe to get. And really, in this situation, we say it all the time and it kind of gets drowned out and people kind of put it in the back of their minds. But really, you got to find that most inner room in your home. If you have a basement, that's the safest thing to do, away from doors and windows. And people say, well, I'm in the next room over. Is that okay? And I'm in the closet in the bedroom that, has windows in it. No, it's not okay. Because especially in a situation like this with such a dangerous tornado, I mean, we see picture after picture after picture of whether it's branches or whether it's beams from houses flying around. They can pierce right through walls and right through doors, and they can come into those rooms and into those areas. So the most inner room in your home, away from doors and windows. If you have a basement, that's the best. And one thing that we always try to say on the air in a tornado warning situation is take shoes with you, take a helmet with you. And people think that sounds crazy at first, but if something comes through the door or something comes through the wall, if you've got a helmet on, just like riding a bike, if you fall off and you have a helmet on, you're going to be that much more protected. And shoes, people say, well, I'm in the home. Well, if you have debris in the next room over and you come out to survey that once things are over, there's no telling what you could step on. So a helmet, glasses, safety goggles, shoes, if you have those things and take them with you, you're that much more prepared and that much more ready in a situation like that.
Hey, Christian, I think you guys did the story today. Wasn't there someone whose home was damaged by the ice storm and went down to their beach house because of the damage and then was impacted by the tornado?
Yeah, that is a series of really bad luck. They left here, their home was damaged on Saturday with the ice. And so they went to their beach house. I think actually I think they left earlier this week to kind of get away while crews were cleaning up their yard, and then found themselves in that situation the other night. And it's like, what do you do at that point? And I think, if I remember right, I didn't watch the story in full detail yet, but if I remember right, I still think some of the family was either en route or was going to be traveling down to the beach house later. And so they had a really hard time getting in contact with those folks. And that, of course, is scary in itself when you're in one place going somewhere to be safe and your other family and your other party there knows what's happening and they can't get a hold of you. It's really, really sad.
That is absolutely incredible. That story had
another thing worth mentioning.
Go ahead, Frank.
Yeah, another thing worth mentioning with all the Christian said earlier, do these things that you can do in advance. Decide where to go when the sky's blue. Make the plans on that day. Share them with your family. Make sure everyone knows where to go, so that when the tornado warning is issued, you can just do that and not have to think about what to do. You just do what you've decided to do, and it saves you time. That way, if you don't get a lot of lead time, and sometimes you don't, then you know what to do and you can do it and get there faster, and having less lead time matters less.
Yeah, that lead time is so critical, and the Weather Service does as best of a job as they can, and it's frankly a really good job, and it's improving each and every year to give people more and more lead time. But, an excellent amount of lead time is, 7, 8, 9, 10 minutes, and in this case, it might have been even less because of how fast this cell was moving.
Yeah. And another thing, I'm just reviewing the radar again right now, and I just noticed why this was kind of sneaky. I understand why it is. The radar near Charlotte, it looks like it has some obstructions to the radar beam to the southwest. And that was clouding what was going on with this storm. And it made it that much more difficult for the Weather Service to warn, because it was kind of in a dead spot for radar. And it just approached from the southwest, and the thing was over Sunset Beach before they realized what was going on, I think.
Yeah, I'll just do a shameless plug here. If you're interested in this, we're going to do a show with this with Gannon Medwick. He had a really good write-up today about the situation. So, a lot of weird things going on at that time. So sorry about that shameless plug, James. Back to you.
No, I'm glad you actually. That's more late breaking news, because I know you had reached out to him there at WECT to find out if he would come on and talk to us. So I think those are all valid points. And Frank brought something up that I think in hindsight more people are learning about. I think the folks in that area may have already known about it. So I think there is some hindsight review analysis going on. I will say one of the things that I think was a silver lining saving grace is that this supercell, this tornado, passed just to the side of the radar. If it had gone over the radar, we could have lost eyes on the whole cell for the rest of the night, which I think would have introduced a whole other level of an issue. Certainly.
Yeah, just under 3 miles. If it had been just under 3 miles farther east.
Yeah. So we mentioned that Governor Roy Cooper went down to survey the damage today and to meet with folks who were impacted by this tornado firsthand. And amongst some of the video that was fed back, we have about 2 or 3 minutes here where the governor is talking to 2 homeowners who were inside of their home when this tornado approached. You're going to hear them talk about the amount of lead time they had, or what frankly was a very small amount of awareness and lead time for them by the time they realized something was wrong, and what position that left them in, and how they ultimately rode this storm out inside of their home. It's a miracle. It's miraculous. It's heartbreaking. It's inspirational. It's a whole palette of emotions. Now, because of the ongoing coronavirus pandemic, the microphones are a little bit further away than they would be ideally. And I'm letting you know that because the first rule of broadcast is always good audio. And you can hear them here, but especially if you're listening on our podcast, I want you to just stick this out with us and take a listen to the conversation the governor is having here with these homeowners. It's an incredible story.
They won't invade your space here, but I thought I'd just come over and just see things. Yeah. How are you? Doing okay. How are you guys doing? We're alive. The fact that we're alive is a big positive. I know that's something to be thankful for these days. Yep. So we're thinking about you, and hope that everything can be put back together. So sorry about the loss of life here. It's tragic.
That's our greatest fortune. If that was not.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
I'm James Brierton, and welcome to the Carolina WeatherNet, powered by the best of the Carolina Weather Group for you, the Carolina weather fan. I wanted to personally welcome you in and give you a tour. The best of our weekly show, the Carolina Weather Group, will be featured right here in this main window, featuring newsmaker interviews from the fields of science, weather, technology, and more for the Carolinas and beyond. And you can always find episode information in the blue bar down below. But even if this isn't a taped replay, you will get continuously updated weather information across the Carolinas on the left side of your screen. Skycams, radar, current conditions, forecast, and more will appear there. And also at 25 and 55 minutes past every hour when we take an extended look at the detailed forecast across both North and South Carolina. And if there's ever a severe weather bulletin from the National Weather Service, it will appear at the bottom of the screen in red. And of course, if the weather warrants, we will interrupt the loop to bring you live severe weather information right here on the Carolina WeatherNet. This is built for you to hang out as long as you would like. Watch it for free any place you watch YouTube, from your smartphone to your smart TV. We are so glad you are here, and we hope that you will like, subscribe, and hit that bell to become a Carolina weather fan. Enjoy.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
So is this your house?
Yeah.
And so were you guys home?
Oh, yeah. We were in this under the curtain.
So what happened? How did you guys, where were you?
I was in bed, and I heard the hail, and at that point I said, it's time to get up. And by the time I turned my back, the doors came in and hit me in the back and knocked me down to the sofa, to the bed. And that's probably the only thing that helped me survive, being knocked down. So, oh yeah, well, you heard the hail. The amount of time between the hail hitting and the noise of the wind was instantaneous. There was no
I couldn't tell you what to say. I was on the living room sofa, and as soon as the hail cracked the first piece of glass, I ducked, and the whole back of the house flew in. And I went for a ride. Fortunately.
So how far were you carried? Where were you?
I was in the great room. The entire back of the house flew in. This wall here, I'm on the other side of it. Buried under everything else. And I'm sure the only thing that saved my life is our porch furniture is teak. And then one chair blew in on me like a TP-10. So everything falling and throwing landed on that and not directly on me. And I swear that's the only reason I'm here.
That is amazing. Were either of you injured?
Minor
scratches.
I had to get a couple of stitches. But considering, no is the answer. Bumps and bruises by comparison.
Well, you have an amazing attitude about all of this. It's got to be devastating to lose your home like this.
It's devastating, but you got to maintain a positive attitude. So
we're here. We have something to deal with. There are others across the street and across the golf course that don't have that good fortune.
Do you have a place to stay?
We do.
Yes. The neighbors here are families. The generous, phenomenal offers have been endless. So.
Yeah, we have a place to stay. There are several people that had empty homes because they're not full-time residents. They offered the homes to us. I've had offers from New Jersey to Florida to help. So we've been fortunate.
Absolutely an incredible story. Those folks, as they expressed, lucky to be alive. Again, 2 fatalities, 10 injuries, and as you can see, multiple homes damaged by this EF3 tornado there in Brunswick County, North Carolina. We will have more, as Scotty mentioned, on future shows here in the Carolina Weather Group, talking more about an event that is clearly going to be now marked on our calendars and our history books. 160 mile-per-hour winds. That is practically unheard of in this part of the country.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening. We are joined by ABC 3340 in Birmingham, Alabama, Chief Meteorologist James Spann.
When we watch a lot of your severe weather coverage online, I think a lot of us do that, and other people who are fellow weather nerds do. One of the things that you're known for is referencing community locations, street corners, landmarks, businesses. And I'm hearing it in our conversation with you thus far, too. So here's my question for you. And humor me, because I can look up dates and figures, but I'd rather hear the story from you. How long have you lived in Birmingham, and what did you do to ingrain yourself so well in that community?
I'm just old as dirt. That's part of the deal. I mean, come on, so I came to Birmingham Television. This is embarrassing. In September of 1979, the week of Hurricane Frederick. So that's how long I've been in this market. Now, having said that, I was transferred to Dallas back in the mid 80s. I was called in the front office one day on a Friday. And you know what happens when they call you in the front office on a Friday? You're typically about to be fired.
It's never good.
No, but instead of firing me, they transferred me. They said, you're doing a great job, and we want you in the biggest station the company owns. It's the CBS affiliate in Dallas, and you start Monday. So I spent some time away in Dallas, but I'm from here. You know, my equity is here. I was born here. I'll die here. I'll be buried here. So I served them, and I did the best I can for them for several years, but I wanted to come back. My wife wanted to come back, and we had the opportunity to do that. So apart from being in Dallas for a while, I've been here since the late 1970s. And here's the trick, and I tell interns this all the time. You cannot be successful in communicating weather, especially during life-threatening weather, unless you understand the people, the culture, and the geography of the market. You can't just stay there for 6 months and be good at it. I sucked in Dallas because I didn't understand the market. I competed against the legendary Harold Taft, the world's greatest weatherman on the NBC channel. I competed against Troy Dungan on Channel 8, and people from Texas would know them that are older. But they had the equity, that they understood the market. So, but here's the trick. Speaking in schools every day. Now, we're in this weird COVID deal where all my school programs are on Zoom calls, which is just really lame, but, it beats nothing. But forget COVID. During normal times, I'm in a school every single day during the school year, sometimes 2 schools. And here's the trick. Drive the roads less traveled. All you see on the interstate is interstate. Get off the stinking interstate and drive the roads where people live. And if you do it consistently and do it over a series of years, you will have mental images of all these places that you visited and all of these roads and intersections and businesses. And you can use that. That is useless information except when there are tornadoes flying, because you start to use those landmarks, then people can understand that. Here's the Weather Service warning. We have a possible tornado 14 miles southwest of Clanton moving northeast. What does that mean? I don't even know what that means. And I've been here forever. But if you say on television, the circulation center is near Jim's Pit Barbecue, everybody in Billingsley, Alabama knows where Jim's Pit Barbecue is. And they can relate to that and they can understand that. Jim Bird's Farm in Forkland, Alabama. They know where Jim Bird's Farm is, but they don't know, 8 miles northeast of Demopolis. So that is a major part of communicating information during severe weather. And here's the other thing, guys. We've learned this through social sciences. People cannot find their house on a map. What do we show on TV? What do you guys show on your blogs and all your products you put out? Maps?
Maps, and more maps.
So for most people, it's Russian. They can't read that. They don't even know what it means. So it's like, you post this map, you work really hard on it. You think any third grader can understand this. What's the first 87 questions on FaceBag? What about my hometown? Because they can't understand that map. And so during life-threatening weather, that map that's on TV, if there's a radar map behind me, that's a bunch of gibberish. I've got to talk to them in terms of the language and the geography locations they can understand. I can't fix geography literacy. I can't do that. But we can sure get around it on television by using landmarks. So the trick is being in a school every day. I've heard some TV people, I visited 2 schools last month. What are you talking about? You ought to be in 2 schools every day. What's the matter with you? And then they'll say, well, I don't have time to do that. Yes, you do. You do. You make time for the things that are important to you. And you got time to do 2 schools a day? Come on, man. I'm doing it and I'm old as dirt. I mean, come on. So speaking
I'll give you credit. I bet you've taught more people geography than you might realize.
I try.
I just want to know what you do with all those cakes those schools give you.
Man, if I got into that stuff, I would... At my age, it's not good. So I will nibble on it and pass it. But we've not had a cake in this building in a year, which is unbelievably weird.
That's a newsroom without food.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, and of course, most of the people aren't even working here. I was working at home for a long time. They brought me back because the tornado season's here, but we're just living in weird times, guys. Weird times.
You speak of working from home, and the only other person I know who has a great setup is Brad Panovich. You and Brad have this great home studio. What has it been like this past year working in a COVID environment?
Well, we had to figure out messaging last year. Let's go back a year. March, the spring tornado season starts to peak. We had some pretty big tornado days last year. The Easter tornado outbreak was huge. And everybody was scared to death. Nobody knew what this COVID deal was. This is, pandemics. You don't really have a book on how to deal with that. And people were afraid. And understand, guys, where I am, a lot of people away from municipalities, where do they live? Trailers. And again, I guarantee you some hater is going to say, oh, you shouldn't be saying that word trailer. You're a bigot. Somebody called me a bigot for saying that on the air the other day. Well, you go down to the Dollar General and ask people where they live. What do they talk about? Their trailer. I have to use language that people use. But most people live in mobile homes. And so people in mobile homes, where do they go during a tornado warning? A community shelter. You guys ever been in one of these things? You guys don't get out much, do you? I mean, you guys are a bunch of city slickers on here. I need to get you in a tornado shelter, a community tornado shelter in East Aboga, Alabama. All right. It's not a really pleasant place. It smells funky in there. people are close. People are in your space. You got dogs, you got people with BO. I mean, it's just not a good situation here. And so, but people were afraid to get in these community shelters because you're not social distancing. And what am I going to be killed by this virus, or am I going to be killed by the tornado? Which way do I want to die? And that's what people were thinking last year. And so we work with the Alabama Department of Public Health. And again, it kind of goes back to this, hospital position I have as a volunteer. We got to come up with a statement here, not from me, but from physicians, clinicians that can explain the situation and explain the prioritization here for people. And they did. That was the first thing we had to overcome. And we had the same problem with the hurricane season. Goodness gracious. It was nonstop with hurricanes down here. And again, the messaging was clear on what people need to do about COVID and sheltering and evacuating. And we figured that out. And then you had to figure out how to work from home. But I got a green wall. I mean, you guys don't have green walls at your house. I got a puke green wall in my office. It's awesome. You have to have a loving wife, because that does not fit into anybody's home decor to have a chroma key wall in your office. But I'm already set up to do that because I do a segment on the morning show from my house every day. I've been doing that for years. So I was good to go on that. That was easy. But having to adjust to these online school programs, it's just weird. You give me third graders in a gym, I'll light them up like a Christmas tree. Those are my people. They think I'm funny. I mean, I would teach third grade science if I didn't do this. But on a Zoom call, you see them, they're eating their Fruit Loops and, picking their nose and sleeping. And it's just like, come on, man. You can't control the crowd like you can in a gymnasium, but you learn to live with it. We've adjusted and we've gotten through this thing okay. And we're going to be back in here again. I'm back, and hopefully everybody. The one thing I hate, though, guys, the intern program. It's shut down, and I hate that. These wonderful, brilliant college kids that are so much smarter than I am. I love to surround myself with smart people. And the intern program is shut down. So, until things normalize, I don't have that. And I hate that, because there are a lot of really good kids that need a good intern slot right now. So
that's how I broke into broadcasting, was internship.
Yeah.
James, when we had Ryan Vaughn on the show after his tornado a year ago, one of the first in the pandemic era that he was trying to track this from home.
Yeah.
He credited.
I watched him on the air, by the way. He was great. It
was incredible. He credited your inspiration for weather cameras, making all the difference in their market and in the industry. So,
well, Ryan's a smart guy. He was going to figure this out on his own. He didn't need me to help, but he's on it. If you gave me a $200,000, just a windfall to spend in weather, what type of equipment would you go buy? Would you go buy your own C-band radar? What would you do with it? I would spend every cent on cameras, because that's what makes the difference during severe weather coverage. And again, down here, most tornadoes are rain wrapped. They happen at night, but I'm telling you, you got to have cameras everywhere. And, they're expensive to maintain. They go down. It's a pain in the rear end, but I would rather spend monies on cameras than radar. And we know that. And again, I see a lot of really good TV guys, but you know what they'll do? They'll spend 8 hours on radar, and they don't even stand on the chroma key wall. They'll stand over there in the equipment area, running the equipment, and all you see on the screen is just radar with no human interaction. And I'll say this, we have learned through social science studies, you've got to be on camera. And I'm not necessarily the kind of guy that needs to be on camera. I mean, I am not a looker here, okay? I'm not one of these guys in San Diego and Los Angeles, the blow-dried boob guys with the big hair and the pocket square and the white teeth and the $10,000 suits. That's not me. I'm just an old guy from Greenville. But at the same time, they read your body language. They read your eye contact. They read the way that you're dressed. They will just they see your countenance, and it's hard to describe. But if you're not on camera, all of that's gone, and you've lost a lot of your effective communication skill. So the first thing we have to do is be on camera. But while you're on camera, what do? You got those cameras. You get off that radar. And again, it's so easy to get so excited about it. Now you got, dual polarization radar. Ooh, we can see tornado debris. And that's an amazing tool. We never thought that product would be that good. But people just don't see that. But if you can show them a live video of something on camera, they'll do something about it. So cameras are a big deal to me. And Ryan was brilliant that day. He was just incredible.
The question I have for you is that you've mentioned that you have some concerns about the risk levels in the SPC outlooks. And I'm with you on that. I don't think we're the only ones who'd like to see some improvements to help communicate the risk level a little better. So suppose you were a part of a committee that was assigned to improve that system. Which direction would you try to steer that discussion?
Number one, the word slight's gone. It's out of here. Gone. Because when people hear the word slight, they think nothing's going to happen. Where if you do a study, most of the tornadoes in my state occur on slight risk days. So that in itself is a big problem. So that word has just got to go. I would toss that. And I'm not so, again, this is more of a Kim Cloco McLean question. This is a social science question. Obviously, high needs to stay. We all know what that means, high. Enhance needs to be right under high. I know that. High and enhance, that needs to be 5 and 4. Beyond that, we can all argue what the words need to be. Some people like the word extreme. That's okay. But I don't know the right answer to that. But again, I go back to the fact that we've got to be standardized. We have to be standardized. We've got to do this together. And I'll be honest with you guys, and I've got a problem because you've got my local National Weather Service office, and I love these guys. Kevin Laws, it is like the smartest guy I know, the brother I never had, the younger brother, he's brilliant. But by golly, their outlooks don't match SPC's outlooks. So here you got the Weather Service in Birmingham with this set of graphics and colors and boundaries, and this Storm Prediction Center has a different set of boundaries. And I'm thinking, how am I supposed to message this? This is NOAA. This is the Weather Service, and they can't even coordinate within the same organization. And again, Rich Thompson, John Hart, these are our Army Rangers, our Navy SEALs. They are brilliant men and women that work out there, like Kevin Laws here. But I've got to get them on the same page. I need to get us in a padded room where we're going to lock the door and throw away the keys, and we're all going to agree, friends, to use the same colors and words, and we're going to coordinate. Guess what? We can really use some communication here. And here's another. I'm going to chase a rabbit. The National Weather Service chat is a disaster, total disaster. Guess what the Weather Service in Birmingham used last Wednesday? I probably shouldn't be saying this because I might get them in trouble.
Uh-oh.
Slack. We were using Slack between the integrated warning team. Broadcast meteorologists, emergency managers, first responders, the Weather Service. It is an amazingly modern, stable, robust platform that is built for what we need to do. You can share images and video. It is an amazing platform. But I got a message from the MIC down here. Guess what he said we're going to be doing this week? Back to Weather Service chat. Because some, jamoke, got his pants in a wad. The Weather Service chat goes down all the time. It's not reliable. That is an urgent way of coordinating and communicating. And that I don't understand that. But, somebody got in trouble, I guess. So I'm probably getting somebody in trouble here. But goodness, we've got to fix that. But back to your question, it goes to coordination and communication. And I think we all ought to be on Slack, everybody in the weather enterprise or some platform like that that's modern and stable so we can communicate. We
love Slack. We've got warnings that come into Slack. We talk about the show during Slack. We do everything in Slack.
Yeah, and you guys know.
Amen to that. Every one of us that's in the weather enterprise should be able to access the conversation that's going on and be able to contribute as long as they're behaving.
Yeah, and so what happens, like let's say we got a big day Thursday. Everybody's going to get into this Birmingham room, BMX, because that's where the action is. You got a big moderate risk or a high risk or something. Everybody's in there. What does it do? It crashes. It just goes down. And, and they won't even let them use Slack as a backup, I think now. It's just like off the table. And I'm thinking, guys, we are here to mitigate loss of life. We're not here to make, some guy's feelings feel good up in NOAA headquarters. And I regret that. But part of this communication thing and getting our messaging coordinated, it's that. We have a collaboration chat. I don't know if anybody does this. We have a collaboration chat between the Weather Service, MIC, SU, and WCM, and the chief meteorologist in the CWA. And that's it. That's all that's on there. And before big events, guess what we do? We go on there and we talk. This is prior to a winter storm, prior to a hurricane, prior to a severe weather event. And we coordinate and we exchange ideas. We have input to the Weather Service and what they do. And we come up with a plan together. And so we're on the same page. We communicate it differently. We all do. There's some people that think I'm a jabroni. They're not going to watch me. They're going to watch the other guy. That's fine. But they're going to get the same message from the other guy. And so I wish everybody would do that. And that's where the Weather Service and Storm Prediction Center need to be, this collaboration kind of thing. We're all kind of working toward the same goal here.
The multi-level approach that we have toward the outlooks from SPC, do you think that would be something that would be valuable to add to the warning process as well? Like, for example, have multiple levels of severe thunderstorm warnings, like code yellow, orange, red, where one would be the ordinary severe thunderstorm warning that we have today. In orange, you see hurricane force winds, and then the highest level would be something really epic, like the derecho that hit Iowa back a year ago. What do you think about that kind of idea? It's a discussion that I've wanted to see happen.
It's a good discussion, and I think there might be a different answer in different markets. What works here might not work somewhere else. But in my opinion, if we start going to a multi-tiered warning system, people are really going to get confused. As it is now, and I question this and I wonder about it. I think it's okay, but have we gone the wrong way with these tornado emergencies? Where now, if it's not a tornado emergency, it's not a big deal. It's just a tornado warning. And people don't do anything. And so I think we have a two-tiered system now with tornadoes and severe thunderstorms and flash floods. There's a flash flood emergency. You can issue a severe thunderstorm emergency, I think, if you've got a derecho or some big, really high-impact, widespread wind damage type event. So in a way, we have a two-tiered system, and I wouldn't want to go past that. But I do worry about that. I do hear from time to time. So in fact, somebody said to me the other day, last Wednesday, we had 25 tornadoes. We were on the air for a long time. They said, well, you never called a tornado emergency. So I didn't think much of it. And these guys were in the path of an EF2 tornado, and they didn't do anything because I didn't say tornado emergency, because we were showing debris being lofted. That technically is a confirmed tornado now. And so I just wonder if that is a can of worms that we've opened up that we need to address. I don't know. But in fact, I need to, with this next thing, I'm going to mention that on the air. When you're on TV for, 10 hours, when you get a little break, you can talk about stuff like that. But thank goodness the tornado lifted before it got to his house, but he really was not going to do anything because I did not say tornado emergency. So to me, we have a two-tiered system now.
So James, I actually started following you on Twitter a few weeks before April 27th. And the one thing that I noticed is that you were a big Mac nut. I am a big Mac nut. What got you into the apple orchard, so to speak? Why, because there's so many, I get so much grief from all of, from everybody. It's like, why are you, why aren't you on Linux? Why aren't you, every GRs and Windows? So what got you into the Mac side of things?
I spoke at a conference one time with Mike Gibson. Y'all know Mike Gibson? You ought to have him on the show here. I love Mike, But I said, Mike, when are you going to port this stuff over to mobile and into Macs? He's never going to do it. But I lost, to make a long story short, I lost a project. It was a video project for a TV station I've been working on for 5 days to the blue screen of death. Some of it was my fault because I didn't back it up right. But I was heartbroken. I mean, I was literally physically crushed. The pain is still there today. This was in the spring of 2006. And a friend of mine said, all right, let me help you. And he took me down and showed me his apple orchard, his gear. Mm-hmm. And I've always been kind of an outlier. And back in those days, you're kind of an outlier if you went with the Apple products. And because I was an OS, this is how old I am. I was an OS2 guy. This is before you guys were born. OS2 was the competing operating system with Windows, the GUI back in the 90s. But, it's kind of based on Linux and it's stable. And I said, all right, I'm all in. So in 06, and I got to be buddies with, Tim Cook. We were email buddies. He was under Jobs for a long time. And Tim is from Robertsdale, Alabama, down here in Baldwin County, and an Auburn guy. And, he said right after April 27th, they're going to step in and financially, help folks down here. And he's just been great. So, and again, it's mainly just the fact that it works. Guys, I am busy. I am the southeastern distributor of busy. I don't know about you guys. My struggle is time management. I'm sleeping 3 hours a night. That's not good. And every second counts. Time is precious. Everybody in the world has 24 hours in a day. How you spend it determines who you are. and I struggle with it. And if I spend an hour a day on computer problems, I ain't got time for that. I just needed to work. And the minute this Apple stuff doesn't work, I'm going to something else. Yeah. So it's not necessarily loyalty to Apple. It's loyalty to something that just works when you turn it on, which is...
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
I'm James Brierton, and welcome to the Carolina WeatherNet, powered by the best of the Carolina Weather Group for you, the Carolina weather fan. I wanted to personally welcome you in and give you a tour. The best of our weekly show, the Carolina Weather Group, will be featured right here in this main window, featuring newsmaker interviews from the fields of science, weather, technology, and more for the Carolinas and beyond. And you can always find episode information in the blue bar down below. But even if this isn't a taped replay, you will get continuously updated weather information across the Carolinas on the left side of your screen. Skycams, radar, current conditions, forecast, and more will appear there. And also at 25 and 55 minutes past every hour when we take an extended look at the detailed forecast across both North and South Carolina. And if there's ever a severe weather bulletin from the National Weather Service, it will appear at the bottom of the screen in red. And of course, if the weather warrants, we will interrupt the loop to bring you live severe weather information right here on the Carolina WeatherNet. This is built for you to hang out as long as you would like. Watch it for free any place you watch YouTube, from your smartphone to your smart TV. We are so glad you are here, and we hope that you will like, subscribe, and hit that bell to become a Carolina weather fan. Enjoy.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
Really haven't let me down yet. This stuff lasts for a long time. It just runs forever, and I'm a happy consumer. And this segment brought to you by Apple. Send them an invoice. Send Tim an invoice.
I should.
Yeah.
Or they can at least get me another M1 Mac. The more the merrier, right?
Yes. So I don't have one of those yet because I keep these things forever. I'll probably get my first M1 in like 5 years or something.
It'd be like the M6 or something like that.
M12.
Yep, exactly. No, that's great.
And these guys have no idea what we're talking about, but it's okay.
Yeah, no, it's all good. One other follow-up question, and then we'll go to Scott.
And I do have to break in 4 minutes, guys.
Yep.
Sorry.
So, Radar Scope TV, when they introduced the TV product on the iPad, was that because that you showed Radar Scope on the air and they didn't?
Yeah, well, look, if y'all had Mike Wolfenbarger on the show before, you need to get Mike on the show. Mike wrote that code. That's his program.
Mm-hmm.
And he was with WDT, and of course now it's DTN. He's a great guy, and he noticed that, and he thought, well, maybe we ought to get into the TV graphics business, and maybe the school of thought was to kind of expand that, and maybe look at expanding the offerings for TV stations. But after we talked about it, it was a case where, the best thing to do is just to let it go. It can promote Radar Scope. That's what it needs to be. So that's what it is now. Everybody with Radar Scope, you can AirPlay it to an Apple TV, run it back to the switcher, and put it on television. And I think that was the right decision. I think television is in a major state of flux. Our business is dying. The business model is dying. I mean, nobody watches linear television anymore. You go home and watch Netflix, Hulu, Amazon Prime, YouTube, whatever. And we've got to reinvent our business model. And during this time, this is not a good time to get into the TV graphics business. Barron and Weather Company, they're the two players in it. And I don't think there's room for a third. So I think they made the right decision to kind of draw out of that business.
I just want to know, from the perspective of us being around for 6-7 years, WeatherBrains has been around way longer than that. And how have you guys been able to sustain that?
I don't know, man. That's scary. You think we run out of things to talk about. We started that in 2006. And I didn't care if anybody listened. I mean, I was not even the host. We had like a real broadcaster that was the host back then. But everybody needs a creative outlet. When you're on television or doing a blog post, you're structured. And I think every human needs to be creative in some way. And when you do weather, you need to talk about it. And we don't care if anybody listened to WeatherBrains. We just wanted to gather together and talk. And so it's like therapy for me on Monday night. We go in there and we laugh and we cut up and we're friends and we can say things and we're not going to hurt anybody's feelings. And, we've had all these people on the show and I've met some amazing people and made some great connections. And I look forward to it. As weird as it is. Here's something else weird. I cannot wait to come to work every day. Is that weird or what? I mean, I've been doing this 43 years and I can't wait to come to work today. That's how much I love my job. And we love doing the show. It's just fun. It's like, you guys, come on, you do this. It's like, I don't know if it's like therapy for you, but it's like therapy for me. There are days where you get beat down by these haters and trolls and jabronis on social media. It's brutal. That is not a good place for mental health. It will eat you up. And knowing I can come into WeatherBrains and say whatever I want to say, and my friends are there and they accept me just the way I am, it's very refreshing.
I think we all can echo that. All right, last question. And we're going to have you back because there's so much more we could talk about. I don't want this question to get you in trouble, so answer it lightly.
He's only got like 60 seconds.
You're an Alabama guy through and through. For those of us who have not spent a lot of time in Alabama, where's that one spot we should go visit?
Oh, man. Go to Jim's Pit Barbecue. I mentioned it before on US 82 in Billingsley, Alabama. Go to Jim's, and from Jim's, take my route down to the Gulf Coast and go to Gulf Shores, the most beautiful beaches in the world. So Jim's Pit Barbecue, go south and go to the beach.
How can we follow you on social media right quick?
Span on Twitter and Span WX on the Gram and the TikTok.
Yeah, I love your TikTok, by the way. See, we got to have you back.
Thanks, guys. Have a great day. Thanks. Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you, James. We appreciate your time tonight. Go follow James on social media. I'm sure you probably already are if you're watching our show. And just great to get around and hang out with James. And I promise you, we'll have him back. we've got a whole list of questions we didn't even get to tonight. So stick around. We'll make sure that James repays us another visit here real soon. So for the rest of everyone here on the panel, we hope you enjoyed the show, and we will see you back here next Wednesday night for another episode of the Carolina Weather Group. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We continue looking back at some of the previous severe weather events that's not only affected the Carolinas but the Southeast. And this is the 10-year anniversary of the April 27, 2011 tornado outbreak, not only for the Southeast, including Mississippi and Alabama, but there's also some tornadoes in Georgia and South Carolina and North Carolina. So we want to focus our attention right now on the Alabama aspect of that. And we have with us Chief Meteorologist from ABC 3340, James Spann. James, appreciate you spending some time with us as we kind of look back at this. I think you categorize it as a generational tornado outbreak for the state of Alabama. A very well forecasted event leading into it. Take us behind the scenes as you there at the station are getting not only the viewers ready, but the reporters ready, the storm spotters ready. Take us back to what it was like a couple of days leading into the event.
Well, it was a well forecast event. And, one thing about it, I didn't know it was going to be that bad. I didn't know. I mean, could it be? Yes. But odds of an event like that are always not that high. So I didn't know we were going to have 62 tornadoes that day. I didn't know that the death toll would be so high. But having said that, it was a Wednesday event, and you could start to see it, about 5 days out. The Friday before the Wednesday, we started to mention it. And then after the weekend, we really hit it hard, Monday and Tuesday, with everything we had. And I think people were prepped, and I think people knew that it was coming. But despite that, the only number that matters to me, and I'm a numbers guy, is 252. That's the number of people that died that day. We had 251 names, and we had one infant that was delivered prematurely at 6 months. The infant did not have a name, and the infant didn't live. So 252. And that's just a reminder, guys, we got some work to do. I think what we learned that day is that what we do is not enough. We need some help. And we've been trying to get help for the last 10 years to make the process better.
It was an interesting time, too, I believe, because that was when social media started coming into effect. And looking back through some of the coverage, you had the storm chasers out in the field. You were getting some reports via social media.
I guess Twitter was about maybe, 5 years old, and Facebook had been around for a while. And it was still kind of primitive. The penetration of the public is not as high as it is now, but it was still very helpful. I think the most amazing thing to me looking back on that day was how we were able to get video back from the middle of nowhere. I mean, we had some pretty remarkable video of these big wedge tornadoes. I mean, literally in the middle of nowhere. And cell service in 2011 is not as good as it is now in terms of coverage. But with social media, I pushed out stuff on Twitter and Facebook when I was on the wall over there. But still, like even today, the most important thing I do is television. But it was great getting reports and pictures and video, not as much as we get today, but that always helps. I mean, it's just crucial. I mean, you can't beat showing a live video of a tornado. In fact, that's one thing we learned from social science is that when you show radar on television, and we were standing out there April 27, 2011, I don't know, in the morning we were there for 5 or 6 hours. And in the second round, we were up there for 8, 9 hours. You show radar, it doesn't mean much to people. I mean, all you weather dweebs on here, you show a hook echo and a debris ball, the eyes roll in the back of your head and your underwear starts flapping up and down your legs. Everybody knows, man, this is awesome. But to most people in the street, they don't know what that is. And even if you communicate that clearly, they still might not believe you. But by golly, if you show them a live video stream of this big tornado, they're going to dig a hole and they're going to get into a safe place. So we have to do a better job of getting cameras on these tornadoes. And it's problematic for us. You guys know this where you are. I mean, most of our tornadoes are rain wrapped. Most of them happen at night. We have hills, we have trees, but we do the best we can. But I thought on that day, it was pretty amazing how many tornadoes we did get on camera.
you had multiple tornadoes at one time. How was that? I know you and I had some meteorologists out in the field, another meteorologist in the studio helping you. What was it like covering multiple tornadoes, strong tornadoes at the same time?
There's no book or manual on how to do that. You don't learn that in college. You kind of learn it on the fly on that day, which is what we had to do. And, that's one of the things I look back on. And then everybody's probably seen, whether people that listen to this show here, they've probably seen some of that. History is going to judge us for what we did that day. And I tell Jason Simpson, Jason was the meteorologist with me in the studio. We bonded that day. If you go through a generational tornado event with another meteorologist in the same room, you will be bonded for life. And I've known Jason since he was a kid. He interned with me. He's a really close friend. He's chief meteorologist at the station in Huntsville now. But, history is going to judge us, the two of us, for what we did that day. And I don't even know if what we did was right or wrong. Obviously, we did something wrong because 252 people died. That's inexcusable for anybody in the weather enterprise, inexcusable for the public. These were precious people that died. And I look back on it, I wonder, like the Tuscaloosa tornado. Everybody talks about the Tuscaloosa tornado. Well, what about the Cordova tornado? Tuscaloosa is a population center here. There's a big college there, the University of Alabama, and everybody knows about that, and everybody knows what happened. It was a horrible tragedy. I'm not trying to lessen the magnitude of that, but what about the same EF4 that was down at the same time in Cordova in Walker County, where 2,000 people live at that many? Nobody talks about that. And did we focus too much on the Tuscaloosa tornado because we had that thing on camera and not focus enough on the Cordova tornado? I think about that a lot. And even in that case, we had two others down at the same time. And you just try and bounce back and forth between these things as best you can. And I try and give equal time. And I firmly believe that television meteorologists discriminate against people that live in rural areas. And that really makes me mad because I am from I'm from rural South Alabama. I'm from Greenville, Alabama. You guys ever seen Forrest Gump? Where's Forrest Gump from? Greenbow, Alabama. The guy that wrote that book, I know him. He passed away recently, Winston Groom. He patterned Greenbow after Greenville, this little town where I came from. And, if it's in a big market of, part of the city, the metro, will be on television live, local, late breaking, saving lives, the Weather Authority. But the minute it goes out into a rural area where maybe there's 1 meter in the whole county in the television ratings world, you go back to Freak of the Week or whatever it is on television, which is absolute insanity. What you're saying, people that live out in the country, their lives don't matter. And I'm not going to play that game. And the day they ever tell me to stop, I'll just go somewhere else where I can do that. But they've always supported me here. But I wonder if I didn't serve the people in rural areas enough with that. And I regret that. I can't go back and change it. I can't go back and fix it. But it was horrible dealing with multiple strong, violent tornadoes down at the same stinking time. The easiest tornado of the day was the Cullman tornado. That was the first one of the afternoon. It was an EF4. We had no other tornado at the time. We had it on camera. I didn't have to bounce back and forth between multiple storms, and we stayed with it. And it worked. Nobody died in that tornado. 20,000 people live in Cullman. So, but yeah, I don't know. I don't think I did it right, but I did the best I could do under the circumstances.
I was actually in Cullman filming the Cullman tornado when that occurred. And I was live streaming it as well at that time to Chaser TV, which was the big Storm Chaser streaming platform back in the day. One of the things that was crazy is the communications actually kind of went down, cell communications and pretty much everything else. And people were kind of distraught and didn't know where to turn to get their information from. That was one of the biggest things that stuck out to me that day was how communications failed at the very end of everything and kind of in the middle of the outbreak. So can you talk to us a little bit about in a position of trying to communicate to the public how that was affected?
I think one thing people forgot about too that day, we had a morning round of storms. It was basically a QLCS, and some pinhead named a squall line a QLCS a long time. I call them a squall line, quasi-linear convective system, whatever. It was linear. And we had a few embedded tornadoes and there was widespread wind damage. And that morning we had 250,000 people with no power before the big events started. And 5 people died in the morning storms. That in itself was a tragedy. And so we had a problem going into the afternoon with so many people without power. You had a lot of cell sites down. You had a lot of infrastructure damage. And our TV station, we had a lot of damage. We had cameras down. We had microwave paths that were down. We were crippled. I mean, all these engineers, we had a little break between the morning round and the afternoon round. And we got off the air for a little bit after the morning round. All these engineers, they came in there telling me everything that wasn't working. This doesn't work, and this is down. This is not working right now. And I finally said, guys, stop. I need to know what is working, because we've got to get through the afternoon and prioritize how we're going to repair what we can in the next 2 hours. And they did a great job of getting things back, including that Coleman camera. That's one of the ones that went down. But yeah, there was clearly infrastructure problems with communication that afternoon. I think the one thing we learned is that some people have forgotten that good old radio and television is free. It is over the air. It has nothing to do with a cell network, and it's pretty darn reliable. And we often just blow past that these days. I'm going to watch it on my phone on YouTube TV, or I'm going to watch it on, whatever on a streaming platform. But what happens when all the cell sites go down? We're still on the air. These big 5 million watt blowtorch transmitters we have, not that many people watch them over the air now, but I think we have to remind people that with a, crappy $5 antenna from Walmart, you can pick up 60 channels. And you need to have that in your toolkit at your home in terms of severe weather. So I think that's the one thing we need to do. And goodness, local radio, people have forgotten about it. Everybody streams, their music on their phone, but they forget that we've got these local radio stations that are 100,000 watt blowtorch FMs and AMs, and they will simulcast our coverage. And they provided a lifeline that day. And I got to give a shout out to all those radio stations that just simulcast our coverage. If you listen to all those videos, those YouTube videos about like Tuscaloosa and these places, you could hear my voice. That was over the radio. So I think that's a thing we need to remind people of today, is that TV is still free. It is still over the air, and you don't need a cell network to watch it.
James, the thing I wanted to ask you is what has changed over the years since April 27th of 2011, and how do you do things differently today when you're on and involved in a situation like what happened back on March 17th of this year compared to the way you handled April of 2011?
Well, here's the deal. After the event, I didn't talk about it for 6 months. I had nothing to say. And people that know me, that's an anomaly. I mean, I'm a bag of hot air, and I've always got something to say. In fact, the National Weather Association annual meeting was here in Birmingham that year. Usually, James, they get me up there just to wave my hands, and I talk loud, and I say something, that's outrageous. And I didn't speak. I had nothing to say, nothing. And everybody just couldn't believe it. But I needed to go through the phases of grief. These people died on my watch, and I'm in the process of trying to memorize every name. I'm not there yet. I was hoping to be there in 10 years. 251 names, their stories. Let me tell you, so you want to get motivated? You do that when there's a tornado in your market. Learn their names, talk with their families, get to know them. It will be so motivating for you in future events. But what after 6 months, I said, all right, let's roll up our sleeves and let's fix it. Something went wrong. There were 62 tornadoes in one day in the state, and there was a darn good warning for every one of them. In some cases, the lead time was 40 minutes. And I thought the death toll that day should have been 30. And 222 people ought to be listening to this show right now. And so I went to some of my friends in the social science world and said, help. And the first one that really reached out to me was Dr. Cloko McLean, Kim. And so many others I've befriended, and I'm not going to start mentioning names because I'll leave somebody out, but they have been such a great help. But this is the bottom line. What we do is not enough. My background is physical science. My first major in college was electrical engineering, and I changed majors and finished in meteorology. I don't know anything about being some TV guy or radio guy, or I don't know anything about it, really. I've just tried to watch people that I think are good and learn from them. I don't know anything about human behavior. And here we are trying to get people to do something, to take action. So they have so helped us. But here are the quickies on what we've learned, how things have changed. There's no doubt in my mind the number one reason people died that day, the siren mentality. I don't know what it is about Americans, especially in tornado-prone areas, and these stinking sirens. It's like there's a love affair. They think they're sexy or something. Now, I'll admit, they sound cool. I mean, you get a video, some guy with a tornado down and that thing's wailing in the background, but you can't hear that thing in your house during a raging severe storm at 3 a.m. And we've got to be better at teaching people this ain't it. I mean, they serve a purpose. They reach a few people outdoors, but that's it. And weather radio penetration is embarrassingly low in tornado-prone areas, Oklahoma, Alabama. And we've got to do a better job of getting a weather radio in every house. And again, that doesn't work on cell technology. You guys know that, these big RF transmitters the Weather Service has, and, teach people about, your phone's not enough. You got to have two ways, because your phone's going to quit working, and WIA might not work, and your app might not work, and the weather radio. But if you do all this stuff together, you'll get the warning. But that's the main thing, the siren mentality. And the number 2 reason people died, the lack of helmet use. It's not that hard, guys. It's not. Most people that die in tornadoes, and let me just say this, I dabble in healthcare. I call it my hobby. For 15 years, I have been the chairman of the board of a really large tertiary care hospital here. I've just been interested in it. And I fell in love with these people 15 years ago, and I've learned a lot by talking to ER docs. And they will tell you that most people that die in tornadoes, what do they die from? Blunt force trauma. From where? The skull and the neck region. And all you need is a $5 bicycle helmet from Walmart. And probably over 50 people would be alive today. So it's messaging. It's messaging before the event. We've got an event Thursday, so I just messaged on television. What's the message? Have 2 ways of getting the warning, and it's not a siren. And you're going to have a helmet in your safe place for everybody. And that's not just for kids. And a lot of people go, well, it's nice for a kid. No. It's for everybody. I mean, you put a helmet on me, it's not a good look. It's like, lipstick on a hog, but it's going to keep me alive. Every life is precious. And so we've learned to message, helmets. That's really, really, really important. And, I could keep going, but one thing that we knew that we've screwed up on with the false alarm ratio was too high. It was over 80 in 2011. That's insane. Over 80% of tornado warnings were false alarms. We heard this in research all the time. I hear tornado warnings all the time and nothing ever happens. So the Weather Service in Birmingham went through a really comprehensive program going back to basic science. Kevin Laws is one of my heroes, the Sioux down here. They were issuing tornado warnings for, high-based storms, high LCLs. Never produced a tornado here, never. And they went back to the basic science and cut out all these bogus warnings, and the FAR is down in the 30s now. And all these things have added up to where it's a lot better now. We had and I'll stop answering your question. I could talk all day on this, but we had an event last Wednesday, St. Patrick's Day. We had 25 tornadoes in one day in the state, 25 last Wednesday. Not one person was killed, and not one single person was hurt. Let me tell you what. 10 years ago, it wouldn't be that way. So we've learned a lot, and I think the lessons learned have paid off.
James, you hit on a couple things I want to get your expertise on. Social science, overwarning. National Weather Service right now is undertaking their initiative to simplify some of their communications, but also kind of introduce tiers for what goes to WIA and how the public then gets triggered. In your experience, is that going to be enough, you think, to help reach people and get them to understand? Or beyond what's already scoped, do we have more work that still needs to be done?
Look, it's not that hard. Here's the problem. And I'm just as guilty as anybody else. I'm guilty as sin here, this. But we go to these conferences and we listen to these research papers and we talk with the social scientists and we gather up in these conference rooms and we do what we think it's best for us. Who cares about us? That's not who we're serving. We're serving real people out here in the real world. You know what we need to do more often is go hang out in I bet you guys have never been in a Dollar General. I bet you guys have never been in a Dollar General. That's where real people are. You want to know what real life is like? Go to a Dollar General. They're sweet people. They will talk to you. They will tell you things. You don't need a $100,000 grant to get this information, and you listen to them. And they'll tell you, is the false alarm ratio too high? What do you need on your phone for wireless emergency alerts? Do you need to have severe thunderstorm warnings on there? Do you need to have only tornado emergencies? So I think that's part of our problem, is that we've disconnected from the people that we serve. And all of this stuff, and I'm a big fan of HAZSIMP. We got to simplify this. I'll be honest with you guys. There's some messages the Weather Service sends. I don't even know what it means. I mean, what is an aerial flood warning and a flash flood warning and a flood warning? I mean, it's bewildering to people, all this stuff. So a lot of this stuff has got to be simplified. And they're on the road to doing that. But as we look at the transformation, in the warning process, in the next 10 years. We have to be careful to be sure we're not doing it for us. We're doing it for the people.
Hey, James, this is Jordan McLeod.
I sound cranky, don't I? I'm sorry. I sound cranky tonight.
Hey, now this is engaging conversation here. Given how generational the April 27th outbreak was, it seems like we're hearing a lot of the use of the term bust today when it comes to outbreaks that don't quite measure up to April 27th. Now, I know this is a pet peeve. Twitter post on this just the other day, because some people were calling last week's outbreak in Alabama a bust, even though there was, no loss of life and, tremendous success for the Weather Service. So can you talk a little bit about why that's become such a trend nowadays?
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
I'm James Brierton, and welcome to the Carolina WeatherNet, powered by the best of the Carolina Weather Group for you, the Carolina weather fan. I wanted to personally welcome you in and give you a tour. The best of our weekly show, the Carolina Weather Group, will be featured right here in this main window, featuring newsmaker interviews from the fields of science, weather, technology, and more for the Carolinas and beyond. And you can always find episode information in the blue bar down below. But even if this isn't a taped replay, you will get continuously updated weather information across the Carolinas on the left side of your screen. Skycams, radar, current conditions, forecast, and more will appear there. And also at 25 and 55 minutes past every hour when we take an extended look at the detailed forecast across both North and South Carolina. And if there's ever a severe weather bulletin from the National Weather Service, it will appear at the bottom of the screen in red. And of course, if the weather warrants, we will interrupt the loop to bring you live severe weather information right here on the Carolina Weather Net. This is built for you to hang out as long as you would like. Watch it for free any place you watch YouTube, from your smartphone to your smart TV. We are so glad you are here, and we hope that you will like, subscribe, and hit that bell to become a Carolina weather fan. Enjoy.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
It has to do with the weather enthusiasts and these Facebook pages. And listen, I don't want to throw water on these guys. Most of them are high school kids, and they love weather, and they want to learn weather, and they don't mean any harm. But they'll get on Facebook and they'll say, look at the STP. Look at these updraft helicity tracks. This is going to be worse than April 27, 2011. This is going to be a killer mega storm of the century. And people don't know it's a 15-year-old kid. And they're going to share it and share it and share it and share it and share it. And it just gets out of hand. And, I think that's part of the problem. And I don't even like that question when people ask me that. For example, we have a very high-end severe weather episode likely here Thursday. It's pretty common for episodes like this in March and April. This is the core of the spring segment of the tornado season. And the question is, will this be like April 27, 2011? I don't even like to answer that. That's a bad question. And of course, the answer is no. Let's do a study of climatology. I love numbers. I love looking at history. I really do think if you study history and climatology, it's a valid way of looking at what might happen in the future. And where we are down here, our generational events prior to 2011, what's the one before that? You guys were not even alive when the other one happened. April 3rd and 4th, 1974. Okay, I was a senior in high school. That changed my life. That's a topic for another show. But prior to that, it was March 21st, 1932. Prior to that, it was February, 19th of 1884, the Enigma outbreak. So they happen every 40 years. And that's a generational, really a definition of generational type storm to me. So the next time we have a day like April 27, 2011, I will be at the cemetery. But, so what? I mean, we had 25 tornadoes the other day. That's a big deal. And we didn't have all these, strong, violent tornadoes. It didn't produce that. And in a way, maybe you can, that's part of the criteria that I think was not met. But other than that, that was a big deal that day. And, we got to quit getting hung up in these comparisons and all this hype and everything. I mean, and here's the other thing, too. If we hype everything that comes along, nobody's going to listen to us. Nobody. I mean, goodness. And what we don't even recognize is the fact that there are a lot of people that are scared to death of this thing. There are people right now that are scared to death of what's going to happen Thursday because of something that's happened in their life. They've had a close encounter with a tornado, hurricane, severe thunderstorm, flood. Something's happened, and it triggers this PTSD or some reaction, and they have a real phobia. And goodness, if I go on and say, the odds of somebody chewed me out last week because I said the odds of your house being hit on one of the biggest severe weather days in history, like April 27, 2011, are tiny, tiny. Most everybody in Alabama was not affected April 27, 2011. And some guy just reamed me out. He said, most of the state was affected. No, you're lying. So we've got to do something to calm these folks down and give them some comfort level and quit hyping everything up and do it in a calm way. And we'll get through it together. We'll be okay. So I don't like these comps every time we have a moderate risk or a high risk, and immediately it's going to be another April 27th. Every event is different. And again, the next time we have a day like that, be 2038, 2048, 2050. You guys will still be doing this show here, but I won't be around.
Hey, James, quick question here. You bring up the risk. Have we overcomplicated that, the SPC?
Well, come on. You guys, I'm sure you guys have talked about it like we have. The category names just are horrible. Yeah, we know trust me. I'll go down to the Target down here in Alabaster and say, what's the highest level risk? Is it moderate or enhanced? Everybody says enhanced. Everybody says enhanced is a higher level risk than a moderate, where in reality it's flipped. And, it's just not working. I mean, it works for people in the weather business. And when you talk with people in the weather service, they say, well, all the emergency managers have been used to those names and those criteria, and they're used to it. Well, so what? Are we here just to serve emergency managers or people that work for the weather service or broadcast meteorologists? We don't know. And so I really think we have to revisit that. And some TV meteorologists just don't even use it. Some good friends of mine don't use their words. They have different colors and different names. And I'm not so sure I'm a big fan of that, because consistency is important to me. If one guy says one thing and some guy says something else, and who knows who you believe? I think we should be messaging the same thing, but I think we have to work together to fix that. And we need to bring in some of the SPC guys and have a long talk. And really, it's Rich Thompson, John Hart. These are my heroes. They got nothing to do with this. It's up there at NOAA headquarters where this kind of stuff is made. But the 5 levels don't bother me. And I mostly use numbers now. That's what I use. 1 out of 5, 2 out of 5, 3 out of 5. I'm kind of getting away from even using those words because it's just not working.
Thank you, James. We appreciate your time tonight. Go follow James on social media. I'm sure you probably already are if you're watching our show. And just great to get around and hang out with James. And I promise you, we'll have him back. We've got a whole list of questions we didn't even get to tonight. So stick around. We'll make sure that James repays us another visit here real soon. So for the rest of everyone here on the panel, we hope you enjoyed the show. And we will see you back here next Wednesday night for another episode of the Carolina Weather Group.
By 8 a.m. this morning, the storm already had 155-mile-per-hour winds, making it a very strong Category 4 hurricane. That hurricane is expected to cross over central Florida, re-emerging on the Atlantic coast side, where you will be able to maintain much of
We knew it was coming, but we just had no idea that it would be like this.
It was a rough night, but we didn't know how bad the devastation was until we went out the next morning and the trees were all down.
We stayed outside in the hurricane.
This used to be a road here at Folly Beach, and over there was the Atlantic House Restaurant, which was a landmark for tourists, visitors, and the residents. About 80% of the homes along Folly Beach have been destroyed.
Parts of the popular resort look more like East Beirut rather than the sun-fun city. Saturday morning, armed National Guardsmen patrolled streets and beaches, discouraging sightseers and potential looters.
And on the shelves, there are boxes of oatmeal and spices, and hanging on the wall, there's some cups. It's real weird.
Will you rebuild?
At this point, I don't know.
One of the most dramatic sights was this sailboat tossed into the middle of the road near Charleston Marine.
It was like a scene from a war movie.
And the losses have just been far above what we anticipated even after the storm. I mean, driving around looking at it, we knew it was bad, but we had no idea it was as bad as it is.
Good evening and welcome to a special edition of the Carolina Weather Group. I'm James Brierton in Charlotte. This episode is going to be entirely dedicated to talking about the 30th anniversary of Hurricane Hugo. Our panel will be along in just a moment to talk about the storm's important historical impacts here in both North Carolina and South Carolina. We're also going to hear from folks who not only covered the storm for broadcast media, but were in charge of keeping you and the public safe. We have some sound from the former mayor of Charleston, who had a very vital role during that very historic storm. And most importantly, we're going to be hearing from you. Thank you to everyone who has sent in your listener stories. And as you watch this broadcast tonight and have not yet done that so already, we encourage you to comment on our live feed, or you can always find a way to send us a voice voice message on our podcast feed. Just check us out on your favorite podcast app and look for that link to send us a voice message. Now, without further ado, let's bring in panelist Tim Pounds. He's in North Augusta tonight, and he starts us off with a historic look back on Hurricane Hugo. Tim, good evening.
Good evening, James. Well, 30 years ago, around midnight on September 22nd, Hurricane Hugo made landfall just north of Charleston, South Carolina at Sullivan's Island. As a Category 4 storm with estimated maximum winds near 140 mile an hour and a minimum central pressure of 934 millibars, Hugo produced tremendous wind and storm surge damage along the coast and hurricane-force wind gusts several hundred miles inland into western North Carolina. The highest storm tide heights ever recorded along the eastern United States coast occurred around Bulls Bay at Cape Romaine. And at the time, Hugo was the nation's costliest hurricane on record in terms of damage, with around $7 billion. Unfortunately, 49 deaths were directly attributed to the storm, 26 of which occurred in the U.S., Puerto Rico, and the U.S. Virgin Islands.
This has been an update from the Carolina.
And now let's jump over to Scotty Powell, who's going to give us a look back at some of the regional impacts of Hurricane Hugo.
Thanks, Tim. Good evening to everyone. Hugo, pretty much a benchmark storm for a lot of folks in North and South Carolina, and we're going to go over some of the impacts. We all know that Hugo first affected the Charleston area, and as we look at this map right now, you can see some of the areas affected by Hurricane Hugo. We're looking at a storm surge anywhere between 20 feet, ranging in Bulls Bay, Folly Beach, 10 to 12 feet of storm surge, Myrtle Beach, all the way up to the Grand Strand coast, 13 feet of storm surge, and even the Charleston area saw 8 to 9 feet of storm surge. Let's also cover some of those wind gusts, and we can look at some pictures as well that the National Weather Service has provided for us. So Folly Beach, 107 mile per hour wind gust. Charleston, South Carolina, in the downtown area, 108 mile per hour wind gust. Sept River, close to where landfall was made, 121 mile per hour wind gust registered there. Myrtle Beach registering 76 miles per hour, and even up into the Columbia area, we saw 70 mile per hour wind gusts. So as we look along the coast, you can see some of the areas affected.
I'm James Brierton in Charlotte
near the McClellanville area. We saw some heavy damage along the coast with some fishing boats and shrimp boats pushed well inland from the storm surge. We look into the Charleston area, locations near Bulls Bay. Again, a lot of wind damage, a lot of trees down, and also a lot of storm surge damage as well. As we look closer to the Charleston harbor near Sullivan's Island, we see pictures of houses destroyed from the wind and the water. Just a very dangerous situation on this day back in 1989 in the Charleston area. We also see portions of a bridge that was knocked out.
Yeah, Scotty, that bridge, that's the iconic Ben Sawyer Bridge connecting Mount Pleasant to Sullivan's Island. It was pretty badly damaged in Hugo. There was half of it was in the Intercoastal Waterway. But what's incredible is that they got it back up and running just the next month later.
As we move up the coast into Georgetown and Horry County, we also saw some damage there. We saw damage to homes near Pawleys Island. As we go up into the Murrells Inlet, Garden City area, we see damage from power lines and power poles pushed down from not only the storm surge, but also those gusty winds in the area. And even Myrtle Beach experiencing a lot of storm surge damage as well. So we can see some manufactured and mobile homes in the Surfside Beach area, just south of the Myrtle Beach area, with the sand pushed up rows and rows into the mobile home park there from the storm surge. So lots of damage along the coast, but the unique thing about Hurricane Hugo, and the scary thing was, is it remained a hurricane through central South Carolina. We look near the Sumter area. We see a picture of Brown's Chapel near the First Baptist Church in Sumter, South Carolina, totally just destroyed by Hurricane Hugo. We saw wind gusts, like we talked about earlier, of 70 miles per hour in the Columbia area. We saw Hugo make damage swath across South Carolina, caused approximately $6 billion of damage and accounted for 13 deaths in South Carolina. And Hugo wasn't finished. As it moved into the Charlotte area, we see pictures of a tower from WSOC in Charlotte, Channel 9, the receiver tower blown over from the high winds. In fact, we saw winds gusting up to 99 miles per hour in the Charlotte area. We saw wind gusts of 81 miles per hour in Hickory, and not even in the central part of the Carolinas, even in the mountains. Asheville saw wind gusts of 37 miles per hour, and this was a large storm. We even seen wind gusts 54 miles per hour in Greensboro and 54 miles per hour in the Wilmington, North Carolina area. So the storm continued to move through the Piedmont into the mountains of North Carolina, and even created damage along Virginia up into the Ohio Valley and eventually
South Carolina coast from Myrtle Beach.
We'll be right back as we continue to talk about the 30th anniversary of Hurricane Hugo
as well
here
along the I-26 corridor towards Columbia. If you were to picture this as a bullseye, that would.
This is the Carolina Weather Group's 30th anniversary Hurricane Hugo special. Hurricane Hugo, two words that evoke a lot of emotion from Charlestonians who have been here, who lived it. It's the storm which they make their evacuation decisions. It's the storm by which everything's measured here when it comes to tropical systems. It's the storm by which we hope we never experience again, but statistically speaking, we probably will. And so, so Hugo is a cautionary tale. It is a clear reminder of what nature could do. Hugo is the benchmark storm. It is the one by which all other storms are measured. Wind gusts, 110, 120. Sustained winds, 110, 120. Max sustained 135 at landfall, Category 4 on the Saffir-Simpson scale. Came ashore just northeast of Charleston. Came ashore, the center's worst impacts were felt in Sullivan's Island, Isle of Palms. Numerous homes rendered uninhabitable. Couldn't live there. Many boats pushed ashore. Those photos of the boats being pushed ashore is one of the most lasting memories for me. The Ben Sawyer Bridge, like we talked about earlier, completely taken off, completely just twisted out of whack, taking a month to repair, which is remarkable. It only took that long. Numerous trees down. So many trees down in the Francis Marion Forest that there are no longer any logging operations there. It shut that down. There weren't enough trees. And then from there, the effects were felt even further inland. Monk's Corner, Goose Creek. My parents had a house there. Still in that same house.
Subscribe to audio updates. So if you lose power or internet, you can continue to get storm updates from the
trees going down all over the place. It was a very, very landscape-changing storm. It introduced many Charlestonians to the smell of pine, and the sound of chainsaws, something that we reprised in 2014 with the ice storm. That ice storm that we had in 2014 evoked a lot of memories of Hugo because of all of the pine and all of the down trees.
I'm James Bragdon in Charlotte with an update on Hurricane Ian.
Storm tide, storm surge, 20 feet in Bulls Bay, 12.77 feet in Charleston Harbor. Still the number one tide on record there, and records go back
a very strong Category 4 storm with Florida in.
We still haven't hit
the
that.
Official forecast for the National Hurricane Center will have Ian.
Fortunately, there wasn't as much rainfall with it here as there could have been. All the rainfall was actually on the west side of the storm. You take a look at some of the estimates there, and you see that Edisto got 10 inches of rain, but that was on the west side of the storm. And the storm was moving fast. So imagine if it had been one of these storms that had brought this kind of tide and it brought all that and it stalled out. It is amazing to think that Hurricane Hugo could have been worse, but yet it could have. So with all that said,
that would be for the Hilton
it is the storm by which everybody measures.
Expect to see those by Thursday.
It is the storm by which people make those evacuation decisions.
8 p.m. on Thursday into the Columbia
area,
and even the
we've got some sound here from former Mayor Joe Riley, who was the mayor until not long ago. He was here in '89, and he was here right up through 2013, 2014. And he talks about the importance of getting out of town when one of these monster storms is approaching.
The most important thing for a mayor to do is evacuate the citizens, because hurricanes kill through storm surge.
If you were to envision what the
more than
bullseye of the
anything.
flash flood threat
Getting
would
your
look like, of course,
citizens
would
to
include so much of the
evacuate is
South Carolina
difficult
coast from Myrtle Beach
because
south
people
through
don't want to
Charleston,
leave.
through Hilton Head and
And you
Savannah,
have to
and then
thread the
kind of
needle
looping inland towards
between
Columbia. That's kind of our tier
panic
1 bullseye for the
and
flooding
fear.
threat. When you combine
I
the heavy rain with the
called
storm
my
surge that they'll see at the coast,
senior staff,
and then kind of a
department
tier
heads,
2 kind of extends as
staff
an
members
outer
together,
circle from that, and would include
and,
portions of Augusta, the
and told them
I-77
that
corridor in
we
South Carolina,
should
upwards
see
towards
this
Greenville,
as an
Spartanburg,
opportunity.
portions of the Charlotte
And,
metro area, especially to the
and
south and to the east,
they
and
looked
that
at
does
me a
extend
little
along
odd.
the North Carolina coast up
And I
towards
said it's an
Wilmington.
opportunity
You've been hearing us say for days,
because
we just need
if
more
this
time and
hurricane
more
comes
data.
our way,
And now
then we
all
will
the
have the
computer models
chance to
showing the
serve our
storm
citizens
crossing
when they
over
need us
Florida,
more than
back
they've
over
ever
the
needed us
waters
before.
of the Atlantic, and then making
Now, in this next clip, we're going to hear from Rob Fowler. He was here on the Carolina Weather Group 5 years ago, talking the 25th anniversary of Hugo, and talking about some of the aftermath that he saw, the initial reaction he had to the aftermath. Take a listen.
Because when you walked outside that next morning and you saw the tree damage, you saw the light poles down, you saw those big old interstate signs that tell you the mileage from one point to the other, or take this exit cut in half or fold in half like you would take a piece of bread and fold it in half. That kind of gave you an indication of the power of the storm. So I think all of us thought we didn't have anything when we went back home.
Now, in this next clip, we're going to hear from Rob Fowler about his personal experiences and some of the stories he heard that came out of Hugo.
I'll never forget probably the one story I tell quite often that usually gets a chuckle. You know, we lived in a neighborhood in Mount Pleasant, and we were lucky enough to have a neighbor who runs a seafood place in Mount Pleasant, and he knew that his place wasn't probably going to be there, so we saw his inventory, and he put it in one of those refrigerated trucks and parked it across the street in our neighborhood. So after the hurricane came and went, he opened the back of the truck, and we had cookouts. We were eating lobster and steak and shrimp, and we were really chowing down. Well, as I mentioned earlier, my wife evacuated, pregnant with her, and so she wasn't there. But when she came back at one of these cookouts, one of our neighbors who stayed in the house across the street, they came up to us and said, you know, Rob, we've decided that we made a decision about evacuation. I said, what's that? They said, the next time we see the weatherman's wife leave town, we're out of here. So,
Jared, thanks so much. We're going to go a little bit further north now to Myrtle Beach. Previously on this program, we had meteorologist Tom Sorrells, who at the time was an up-and-coming meteorologist in Myrtle Beach. He now works in Orlando, Florida, a place where they are still not strangers to the hurricane. But in this experience, Tom was about to cover his very first hurricane. He was very excited, but he told us about the moment he realized he had a lot on his plate.
We knew by Monday that maybe. We thought by Tuesday we might luck out. And then by late Tuesday, it was obvious, the modeling that we had the capacity for at the time. All the reports out of Miami from the Hurricane Center were not good. And so I was still 26-year-old me going, come to Papa. This is going to be fun. This is going to be great. And then Thursday at about the 5 o'clock update, satellite technology where we could actually talk from a station like WPDE to Miami was still kind of new and cool for us. And so back in those days, the reports you'd see out of Miami were normally carried on the evening news, and then that gradually broke down from the evening news to local news. And so local news stations started doing that. And I've got copies or tape of me talking to Bob Sheets, about, hey, Dr. Sheets, this thing has grown up even bigger. How big is it now? And he turns to look straight in the camera at me and goes, well, it's a Category 4 now, Tom, and you in Myrtle Beach are dead direct in its sight. You're going to be the bullseye. And I'm like, oh. And that's the first time it was ever real to me. Yeah, Dr. Sheets looked at me and said, buddy, it's you. Now, of course, it did not make that turn.
Right.
And ground zero for the thing was the Francis Marion National Forest, Charleston. But we still got walloped with like a 14-foot storm surge, canopy damage, all kinds of bad stuff.
I remember from that show, something that's really stuck with me from the impacts of Hugo and Myrtle Beach was just the storm surge there. Tom was telling us that it took days for Highway 17 and Ocean Boulevard to be bulldozed. They bulldozed all this sand from the storm surge off of the road. So although the wind and the rain was a big story, the storm surge was the major issue in South Carolina, or in the Grand Strand in the Myrtle Beach area. But just the days and days it took to get all the sand off the road was kind of has always stuck in my mind of the major impacts in the Grand Strand area.
Scotty, that's absolutely right. Hurricane Hugo had a huge impact in the Myrtle Beach area. In some ways, it could have been even worse there, believe it or not, if Hurricane Hugo had stuck to some of its earlier forecast where the landfall was much closer to the Myrtle Beach area. Coming up later in this program, our own Evan Fisher is going to talk about another what-if scenario. What would have happened if Hurricane Hugo had come ashore south of Charleston instead of north of Charleston? Certainly, it was a very dangerous situation that played out in Charleston, but it could have been much worse if the storm was to the south. That would have put Charleston in an even more dangerous position with regards to the hurricane. We'll talk about that coming up. Continuing on now with our look back at what actually did play out, we'll move our focus a little bit further inland. Another clip from Tom Sorrells talks about what happened in Sumter, South Carolina, where the storm was continuing to wreak havoc, knocking out power, leaving people in the dark, and leaving them without information about what was happening around them when all of the televisions went dark. Tom talks about how folks turned to the good old reliable radio for information in this very desperate situation. Take a listen.
One of the heroes of that storm, I mean, we all were working, but one of the heroes of that storm was a radio guy in Sumter, South Carolina, who was the voice of the storm for those folks in Sumter getting pummeled. And I can't remember his name. Yeah. But I did lots of, you always do the recovery things. You go to a big horse show, and we honor Tom Sorrells and this guy from the radio station for being on all night with us. And he was a huge hero because as power went down, everyone grabbed radio battery operated radios, and they couldn't see us on television anymore, but they could still hear him.
And I'll tell you, I don't know how was it with you guys, Tom, but one miracle happened and the phone lines never.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
I'm James Brierton, and welcome to the Carolina Weather Net, powered by the best of the Carolina Weather Group for you, the Carolina Weather fan. I wanted to personally welcome you in and give you a tour. The best of our weekly show, the Carolina Weather Group, will be featured right here in this main window, featuring newsmaker interviews from the fields of science, weather, technology, and more for the Carolinas and beyond. And you can always find episode information in the blue bar down below. But even if this isn't a taped replay, you will get continuously updated weather information across the Carolinas on the left side of your screen. Skycams, radar, current conditions, forecast, and more will appear there. And also at 25 and 55 minutes past every hour when we take an extended look at the detailed forecast across both North and South Carolina. And if there's ever a severe weather bulletin from the National Weather Service, it will appear at the bottom of the screen in red. And of course, if the weather warrants, we will interrupt the loop to bring you live severe weather information right here on the Carolina Weather Net. This is built for you to hang out as long as you would like. Watch it for free any place you watch YouTube, from your smartphone to your smart TV. We are so glad you are here, and we hope that you will like, subscribe, and hit that bell to become a Carolina weather fan. Enjoy.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
We were able to communicate via phone with whomever we needed to. But there was a radio station for us in Jacksonville, Florida. I'm not sure what station, but they were one of those clear channel stations broadcasting. So we actually had people in Charleston calling that radio station saying, hey, I'm looking for Tom, and I'm looking for Jane, and so it was for us therapeutic in the sense that people could find out if their loved ones were okay. And that the fact that the phone up and a radio station in Jacksonville, Florida, kind of akin to what happened in Sumter, that was our way, our outlet of getting information in and out to people in Charleston.
And from the Sumter area now, we head a little bit further north to talk about the impacts the storm still had as it came into western North Carolina, including in the Queen City. Scotty Powell picks it up from here. Scotty?
Not only did it bring along the rain, but it also brought gusty winds. In fact, there was a lot of wind in lots of places that don't experience hurricane winds. We caught up with Eric Thomas earlier this summer at the National Hurricane Awareness Tour. Eric reflects back on what he remembers as Hugo was bearing down on Charlotte, North Carolina.
You know, I got here in the fall of '88, and in November of '88, they had that F4 tornado up in Raleigh. And I know, I'd barely got my feet on the ground, and I'm in a helicopter flying over this tornado damage and thinking, oh my goodness, what have I gotten myself into? So I got through that, and then '89 rolled around, and here comes Hurricane Hugo. And I have to tell you, we were woefully under-equipped back then in the weather department. We actually, when I got here, I was the first meteorologist to ever work at WBTV. So at the same time that I got there, they were feverishly trying to bring in the weather equipment that would allow me to really do my job as a meteorologist. So at that point, we really didn't have any real analytical equipment. So I was a slave to just this little sheet of 1 page of weather, surface weather maps from AccuWeather to kind of like look at this and go, oh, gee, there's a cold front, there's a warm front, and that looks like a hurricane. You know, and so, I mean, we had the little 300 baud weather ticker back then, you know, tick, 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 you know, bringing up the data. And so, but to their credit, you know, AccuWeather, as this storm was getting closer, you know, was letting us know, look, this thing has got a very fast forward speed. It was like coming into the coast at around 35, 40 miles per hour. And the problem with that is you got a Category 4 hurricane down there, and this thing is going to be up in Charlotte, you know, within 4, 5, 6 hours. That's not much time for a Cat 4 to spin down, is it?
Right.
And so we were warning people, look, this is going to be different than most of the coastal hurricanes in the past. And we were feverishly trying to tell people to tie everything down, get ready, this is not going to be good. Even with that, though, we had no idea that it was going to create the amount of destruction that it did. I remember when the first light came up, and I was there all night, and we looked out the windows out of the radio station that we have there, and my jaw just dropped because it seemed like there must have been 95, 100 pine trees that were just mowed down. It looked like Godzilla had come through. I mean, it was unbelievable. And then, of course, the rest is history. You know, we've always heard about how people were without power for 3 weeks. You hear the sounds of chainsaws buzzing in the air, you know, week after week. I remember when I was trying to get home that day, and it took me a long time to get home because of all the blocked roads, that, you know, the very first intersection that I came to, right at the bottom of our hill, there was a National Guardsman there with his M16 machine gun, you know, in the intersection. And that's when it really hit me. I thought, you know, it feels like I am in a war zone here. And that's what it was, you know, with just the complete destruction of the infrastructure around Charlotte, and all the trees down, the roads blocked, stores closed, nobody could get gas, you know, and it was just really intimidating, you know, to be a part of that as a citizen. And then after that, of course, you know, all the cleanup and the recovery began.
Very unique story from Eric Thomas. We also caught up with Larry Sprinkle at the Charlotte Douglas International Airport for the hurricane awareness story. And Larry tells us about what it was like covering Hugo while on the air, broadcasting to the many folks watching as Hugo bared down on western North Carolina.
And obviously, you know, this is going in my 35th year. I've seen and covered quite a few, but that one specifically impacted me directly because the morning that actually hit Charlotte, at the station we had a limited staff. We had 2 of us in the weather department, Steve Raleigh and myself, and just a nucleus of people to run the station. So there were, maybe 12 people at the most in the station. So they decided to lock a camera down in the studio. So the meteorologist is on air with a lockdown camera. Steve was taking a break, and I think it was maybe 4:20-ish in the morning. We'd been outside, inside. We knew that the brunt of the storm was hitting. And I'll never forget, the camera was like here in front of me. And off to my left is the main part of the studio. And so I'm talking, and I'm saying, we've had reports of wind gusts over 90 miles an hour near Shaw Air Force Base, winds over 70 miles an hour in Charlotte. And about that time, I could hear something off to my left, kind of a creaking sound. And then all of a sudden, I looked over, and about 500 pounds of ceiling came in right next to me. So the camera didn't pick it up, but I'm like this. The camera is here, but my eyes are like this. And part of the ceiling just caved in front of me.
We've received gusts up to about 100 miles an hour, Shaw Air Force Base. I've been distracted because, as a lot of people are experiencing, part of our ceiling just collapsed in here. This is a very serious system.
Back to you guys in the newsroom. So it went back to our news anchor at the time, Rick Jackson. And so Rick goes, his camera's back on him. He goes, Larry, let me ask you a question. Larry was on his hands and knees crawling. Took me 2 seconds to get out of the studio. But yeah, what happened was we had a big tower next to the building, a 1,200-foot tower. And the guy wires that came down one snap, and about 1,000 pounds of it hit the roof. And so that pushed the ceiling into the studio. So I thought I was going to be the first weather guy to go in the act. But luckily I got that. But yeah, that's you know, you can't forget that.
Absolutely, and obviously that hurricane was intense, but not just on the shore, but also inland. Places like Charlotte. For our viewers that don't know, why exactly was that those strong winds made it so far into the land?
I mean, I think that atmospherically, you had everything in place it took. You had obviously a hurricane, Category 4 hurricane off the coast of Charleston. You had a big area of high pressure off the coast of New England, area of low pressure in the Gulf of Mexico. Those steered that storm right across Charleston, right into the Midlands of South Carolina, making that turn more to the north, right over Charlotte, then right over Hickory, and then just on a beeline up the Ohio Valley. I mean, it was atmospherically things that you just don't see that often.
So that was a very unique story from Larry Sprinkle, and one that I can only imagine covering Hugo as you have partial roof collapse of the studio. That just very unique story. James, you live in Charlotte, the city of trees, and I'm sure the devastation was real.
Yeah, and I wasn't living here at the time, Scotty, but that's my understanding of it, having listening to Eric, talking to Larry, not only at the airport, but at work each day, just talking about the impact that this storm had and the cleanup that followed. I'm still thinking about that image you had earlier in the show, Scotty, about the WSOC TV tower that just looked like it was bent over by a monster force, and I think that's evident of the impact that this storm had on not only metal but trees across the whole region. Let's actually bring in Jared Smith as we bring in other members of our panel here, because Jared, you actually have some of your own stories. You guys had just moved out of the Charleston area, so you missed this by a hair, but still own some property in the area, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's correct. You got it, James. And it was interesting. So I was a wee little lad. Don't remember much of this, truth be told, but it was 1988 when we moved to Charleston. We lived there a few months. Dad gets transferred. He gets transferred up to Pennsylvania just before that summer starts. And then we're sitting there around the television watching in fear, quite frankly, with Hurricane Hugo coming up, wondering what would be left of the house. It was there we got our introduction. Many people got their introduction to John Hope during Hurricane Hugo. He had been on the Weather Channel for a few years, but really that was kind of the coming out party for the Weather Channel just in general. And so there we were, watching that. And I can trace a little bit of love for weather and meteorology back to those events. Even though I wasn't there, I can still take some of that and use that as kind of like, man, this is interesting.
That's very interesting, because if you watch our show a lot or you listen to our podcast often, you'll know Scotty always starts the interview with, tell us about your weather journey. And Jared, we've never asked that question internally, but I think you just answered yours.
Yep, exactly. And that had a big part. That was a big part of it. Just the exposure to that and understanding the human consequences of, such a storm. And then the photos came out, like I said earlier, the pictures of the boats that were piled up on 17 in McClellanville, just absolutely unreal to me. The Ben Sawyer Bridge being twisted about, absolutely just unbelievable. And then we moved back the summer afterward, and it was crazy because it looked very different from when we were there before. So many fewer trees. Like you could definitely tell that something had happened. It took quite a while for everything to really come back from that. So yeah, James, I'll tell you, it was the one thing that stands out the most to me, and this is interesting. It's a cultural observation. There were so many people. I remember going back to school. There were so many kids who went back to school wearing "I survived Hurricane Hugo" T-shirts, and you saw those for several years afterward. It was a big deal for people. It really left an imprint, and and it continues. It endures. The people who were there for Hugo, you're going to see them act very differently from the people who weren't. When it comes to some of these evacuations that we've had recently.
Absolutely. And on that point, I want to pop up this map that the National Weather Service shared in time for the 25th anniversary. And I say that because the map only goes through 2014, so it doesn't include Florence. But highlighted in red, echoing Jared's point, was a social survey that was done asking the question, what's the worst hurricane anyone in your town remembers? And all the way from the South Carolina coast through parts of central and western North Carolina, as far north as virtually the border with Pennsylvania, the answer for folks was 1989's Hugo.
Mm-hmm.
That area includes Scotty Powell. Scotty, you grew up, continue to live in the foothills, and certainly that's a story, almost a legend of sorts, that I'm sure you grew up with, and that those stories still stick with you.
Yeah, I wasn't born, so I don't remember any firsthand experience, but any storm that moves through the area, whether it be honestly tornadoes or severe storms or even landfalling tropical systems, Hugo's name always comes up. And so Hugo was the benchmark storm for Western North Carolina. And the unique thing about Hugo was just the forward speed. Normally when we see hurricanes or tropical systems make landfall, they kind of slow down as they interact with the friction of the coast. And that didn't happen with Hugo. It was forward speed ahead. Excuse that little pun, but it zoomed through Columbia, Charlotte, and even up here into the foothills. We had a wind gust of 80 miles an hour in the Hickory area, which is about 15 miles from where I live. And so Hugo was known for the wind up here and just trees and just lots of trees knocked down. And so I remember hearing stories of power being out for a week or two, and just it was pretty warm after Hugo as well. So not only did you have a loss of power, but you also still had some warm temperatures to deal with. So normally with tropical systems, we worry about the flood threat here in Western North Carolina. The rain threat, I think maybe we saw 2-3 inches, and that's just because of the forward speed of the storm. But definitely Hugo, a benchmark storm here. Everybody still refers to Hugo as being what they remember. Whenever you ask about weather, that's what people bring up here in Western North Carolina, and just the sheer destruction that it caused hundreds of miles inland. We're about 250 miles from Myrtle Beach, and just the destruction that it caused well inland, and will always be remembered here. And Hugo will always be that benchmark storm. Not only for the Charleston area where Jared's at, but also here in Western North Carolina.
Thanks so much. More of our Hurricane Hugo 30th anniversary special coming up after this break. Let's now hear your stories. Let's bring in Tim Pounds. He has a look at listener stories that you all submitted to us here at the Carolina Weather Group.
Thank you, guys. And now we want to take a moment to listen to your stories. Here are a few experiences shared with us by our listeners.
I'm Jamie Franklin, and I survived Hugo. My family waited too long to evacuate, so we ended up in Florence, South Carolina, as Hugo literally ran us over on its trek through South Carolina toward North Carolina. The wind picked up and the lights flickered like 1,000 freight trains headed at you at once. The aftermath was just horrific, like a bomb had been dropped. Trees down everywhere. Roads were impassable, homes damaged. The electricity was out in my area for 13 days. All we heard during the day was chainsaws and generators at night for those lucky enough to have them. It was scary, but we were resilient and we made it through. I'll never forget it. 30 years has gone by so fast.
Hey, I'm Gene. I'm from northwestern Burke County in the Fish Hatchery Road area, and I remember Hurricane Hugo very well. I remember the night before sitting at the Red Lobster in Hickory telling my wife, no, don't worry, a hurricane's not going to hit Hickory or Morganton. But the next day, we were made believers of that. And I can remember being at work at the fish hatchery and standing outside and feeling rain, wind-blown rain coming through the zipper of my state-issued rain jacket.
And there's still time to send us your stories. Send us your story in the comments section below this video, or click the link in the description to leave us a voice message.
Tim, that's absolutely right, and we would still love to hear folks. So even if you're listening to this podcast at a later time, just go ahead and scroll on down to that show description and look for that link to send us a voice message. We'd love to hear from you, and we'll certainly revisit more of those listener stories. All right, we told you earlier in the program we were going to talk about one of the what-if scenarios. What could have happened if Hurricane Hugo had come ashore to the south of Charleston instead of to the north of Charleston? Let's bring in Evan Fisher with a look at that perspective. Evan?
Yeah, thanks, James. So, as we saw 30 years ago, Hugo did make landfall on the northern end of Isle of Palms, which is about 5 miles north of the city. But it would have been a totally different scenario for the downtown area if the storm had made landfall on Kiowa Island, which is about 10 miles south of Charleston Harbor. Now, that 15 to 20 miles may not sound like a big deal, but it would have made a huge difference for storm surge values in the downtown area, which is already so prone to flooding. When the storm passed back in '89, downtown Charleston, the tide gauge recorded a water level of just over 12 feet, which was a record, and that record still stands today. But that record could have been significantly higher if that storm had made landfall further south. And that's something that we hope we never have to see, because with all the old architecture in this area and the low-lying roads that flood on sunny days here in downtown Charleston, it is a scary thought to think that that could happen one day.
Yeah, Evan, absolutely. And hopefully we don't ever see that scenario, but it's something to be very mindful of. Speaking about modern day storms, I was working with my Dayside colleague Chris Mulcahy the other day, and we noticed something very interesting while looking at some of the facts and figures for Hurricane Umberto, which you recall was out in the Atlantic last week and eventually moved on towards Bermuda. Very little impact, luckily, on us here in the Carolinas this go around, but Umberto was actually the name that was placed onto our standardized list of hurricane names after Hugo was retired. So there are 6 rotating lists that we use, and so after Hugo they retired the name. So when this list came back around for use again, they'd inserted Umberto as the H male name to replace Hugo, which I thought was just very interesting, and very interesting timing-wise, that here around the 30th anniversary of Hugo, here was Umberto out in the Atlantic Ocean, the name that replaced the original storm. Other storms that were on that 1989 list that would eventually go on to be retired included Allison, which actually was the first tropical storm name to be retired. Allison never became a hurricane, but caused such flooding and devastation in the Houston area that it was retired. The list also included 1995's Opal. So if you're not familiar, names like Hugo or Katrina or even Florence and Michael from last season get retired if they have historical context, and it prevents us from ever having a storm with that same name again. On that note, let's bring back in Evan Fisher. Evan, I understand for folks listening right now who maybe want to prepare for potentially the next storm here in the Carolinas, we've got some information for them.
Yeah, so we actually got the chance to talk with Leslie Henderson from the Federal Alliance of Safe Homes back in May at a Hurricane Hunters event. She gave us some really good information on how to be prepared if you live in an area along the coast where hurricanes may threaten.
The starting point for all good building performance and the predictor of performance is building codes, and they are different all over the country. So because of that, we're trying to bring more transparency to the building code issue by providing information. We just now, for hurricane season this year, launched for the first time ever a consumer-facing web portal where you can go in and look up your address and see what kind of building code is adopted where you live. It's a huge undertaking. It'll be a multi-year project. So we're starting with residential codes, and we're starting with current codes. And instead of giving you a lot of technical gobbledygook, if as a family you don't want that, we'll give you a red, yellow, green analysis. Says green because your community has a code adopted today. Yellow, they have a code adopted, but it might be out of date. And red is fire alarm. You have no building code adopted where you live, so you've got to do something differently to make sure. The campaign is called No Code, No Confidence, and then you come to inspecttoprotect.org to look and see what you have. That's really the first thing that you need to do to understand, how is my house going to be in a fill-in-the-blank, earthquake, flood, hurricane, tornado.
And for people that realize that maybe their house isn't up to code, what are their next steps?
Well, the thing they need to do is get an inspection. We actually have some DIY inspections. So you can start off slowly, asking some basic questions about things around the house that you can go and take pictures of and understand, what you have. And then our process and everything we have as a nonprofit is free. So you can call us. And then if you get to that point where you want to have a home inspection, we can give your home inspector an addendum list to make sure he looks at the right, or she looks at the right things. And then you just have to move through the process, and figure it out. But it's something we want you to start thinking about now while the weather is good, because think of the decisions that key off of your building performance. Should I stay or should I go? Absolutely. Am I safe here? Are my kids safe here? What about your largest single investment, which is your home? Is it going to be around? There's a whole host of things you have to do to prepare, but when it comes to the house, you have to get to know your house.
Yeah, that's great information from Leslie that we just heard. I have my hurricane safety kit ready for, now that it's hurricane season, if another storm were to threaten, we're always prepared. But anyone along any coastal area on the eastern seaboard and even in the Gulf of Mexico needs to be prepared from the months of June through November. So now I'm going to toss it back over to you, James.
Yeah, Evan, absolutely. And we want to take this opportunity as we look back at Hurricane Hugo to really prepare for the next big storm, because unfortunately it's not a question of if the next big storm will come, but when. And as North Carolina and South Carolina reflect on two 500-year storms in the past 2 years alone, there are now calls for smarter ways for the federal infrastructure across the Carolinas to prepare to handle and to off-put the floodwaters that are caused by these tropical storms. Mary Sherman files this report.
Hurricane Florence flooded more than 1,200 roads in the state in 2018, all while repair work from 2016's damage to Hurricane Matthew was still underway in some spots. While coastal cities bear most of the brunt of storms, Wilmington Mayor Bill Saffo says more inland communities are facing destruction.
A lot of those people are throwing up their hands and saying, enough's enough. I'm moving to higher ground and saying, I'm not going to experience another flood. I've had enough.
Forbes Tompkins with the Pew Charitable Trust Flood Prepared Communities program contends communities need more resources to protect infrastructure.
At the federal level, there needs to be a greater investment and prioritization of pre-disaster mitigation and resilience to help these communities get ahead of the next storm.
More than 36 city leaders from North Carolina recently sent a letter to the U.S. House Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure urging members to create a federal aid highway pre-disaster mitigation program. A Pew poll found 77% of Americans support a requirement that federally funded infrastructure in flood-prone areas be constructed to better withstand the impacts of flooding. And Tompkins encourages congressional leaders to better account for future flood risk as they work to modernize the country's infrastructure.
Just to make sure that when we build something, we're doing it right the first time. Infrastructure is typically designed to last 40, 50, 60 plus years, so we need to account for risk throughout that design lifetime.
Sappho adds that flood mitigation plans also should include larger stormwater ponds, upsized pipe infrastructure, and updated and expanded flood risk maps. Sappho notes it only takes one to devastate a community.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Now, here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
I'm James Brierton, and welcome to the Carolina WeatherNet, powered by the best of the Carolina Weather Group for you, the Carolina weather fan. I wanted to personally welcome you in and give you a tour. The best of our weekly show, the Carolina Weather Group, will be featured right here in this main window, featuring newsmaker interviews from the fields of science, weather, technology, and more for the Carolinas and beyond. And you can always find episode information in the blue bar down below. But even if this isn't a taped replay, you will get continuously updated weather information across the Carolinas on the left side of your screen. Skycams, radar, current conditions, forecast, and more will appear there. And also at 25 and 55 minutes past every hour when we take an extended look at the detailed forecast across both North and South Carolina. And if there's ever a severe weather bulletin from the National Weather Service, it will appear at the bottom of the screen in red. And of course, if the weather warrants, we will interrupt the loop to bring you live severe weather information right here on the Carolina WeatherNet. This is built for you to hang out as long as you would like. Watch it for free any place you watch YouTube, from your smartphone to your smart TV. We are so glad you are here, and we hope that you will like, subscribe, and hit that bell to become a Carolina weather fan. Enjoy.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
Is triggering these events to take place more frequently, and the impact is much greater, and they seem to be much slower moving storms, much wetter storms, which carry a tremendous volume of water.
Data from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration shows flood-related disasters have increased by tens of billions of dollars every decade since the 1980s. For Public News Service, I'm Mary Sherman. Support for this reporting was provided by the Pew Charitable Trusts.
Certainly, that's a story we will continue to follow here on the Carolina Weather Group, where each week we follow weather-related news here in the Carolinas and talk to newsmakers. And so we hope you will join us back here this Wednesday night at 8:15 p.m. Eastern Time for an all-new episode of the Carolina Weather Group. We appreciate you tuning in on this special Sunday evening as we take a look back at the 30th anniversary of the landfall of Hurricane Hugo here in the Carolinas. If you have a story that you want to share and you haven't done so already, we invite you to share it right now in the comments of this video, or if you're listening on the podcast feed, check out the show description. There's a link in there for you to record a voice memo, and we'll be revisiting all of those coming up real soon, so don't feel like you've missed out. We still want to hear from you, and so we hope that you'll take the time to send those to us here at the Carolina Weather Group. On behalf of the entire panel, I'm James Brierton in Charlotte. Thanks again for listening. Stay subscribed, and we'll see you back here Wednesday night for an all-new edition of the Carolina Weather Group. I'm James Brierton in Charlotte. A state of emergency has been declared in Allegheny County, North Carolina, after a historic 5.1 magnitude earthquake earlier this morning here on Sunday, August the 9th. It was the fifth strongest earthquake in Carolina history and the strongest in the Carolinas since 1916. Luckily, no one was injured, but minor damage has been reported at over 100 buildings across the area and near the epicenter in Sparta. That's where our Scotty Powell was earlier today.
I'm Scotty Powell here reporting just outside of Sparta, North Carolina, where you've seen a lot of the earthquake damage. Again, a 5.1 magnitude earthquake rocked Sparta, North Carolina earlier this morning, just after 8 a.m. A lot of damage to some roads, to some structures. In fact, some folks have been displaced from their home. I've never witnessed earthquake damage, but it definitely was something that I wasn't surprised to see. These big, deep craters crossing the road. Thankfully, not a lot of those craters, but some of them on the roadways that will definitely have to be filled up. Also, some structural damage to homes, a lot of rocks and things like that that have fallen off. So that's what it looks like here from Sparta. Again, a 5.1 magnitude earthquake. Again, the USGS already in town doing some surveys. Emergency officials say that homes have been affected, but thankfully no injuries related to these earthquakes. From Sparta, North Carolina, I'm Scotty Powell for the Carolina Weather Group.
The mayor of Sparta has declared a state of emergency, and Allegheny County Sheriff Brian Mills says he's spoken to White House officials about what has happened in their community. Sheriff Maines also spoke with our Scotty Powell earlier today.
I actually woke up with the crashing of picture frames hitting the floor at my house. I live just over the hill here, and so it was pretty chaotic at my house. All the neighbors experienced a lot of chaos, and we've been going around today looking for injured folks. We've not found any major injuries, and so we're just so thankful that we've not had any reported major injuries right now on folks, and we're so thankful that there's no one been reported stuck in their home, things of that nature. There's been some folks that have had to leave their homes now because it's not safe to stay there. So
there were smaller earthquakes ahead of the 5.1 magnitude earthquake, and USGS geologist Dr. Arthur Machat says the cause of Sunday morning's earthquake is still under investigation.
First bit I got out here, this officer took me here to see just the cracks in the road. Just looking for any to document any of the surface rupture or any of the other breaking of the structures or damage from the earthquake.
So Western North Carolina, known for smaller earthquakes, 5.1 right now. Pretty big event for North Carolina standards, correct?
Yes.
We normally see smaller earthquakes. Kind of tell us, is this a fault area? What may have triggered this?
It's simply, we don't know. Most of the eastern earthquakes are intraplate seismicity, so they're not tied with the direct fault. There are lots of zones, you mentioned there are zones that are known for more seismicity in the east. East Tennessee seismic zone, Charleston, South Carolina, Giles County have all known, and Central Virginia are known for seismicity in the area. Nothing here, so we don't know any recent faults or anything to tie it with.
Reports of shaking and tremors could be felt upwards of 150 miles away from Allegheny County, North Carolina on Sunday morning. We have 3 reports for you coming up, one from Greensboro, one from Charlotte, and one from Bristol. And we start in Greensboro, where WFMY Chief Meteorologist Tim Buckley spoke with our own Evan Fisher to recount his early morning wake-up call.
So bizarre. You don't expect anything like that in North Carolina. We get earthquakes from time to time. Sometimes they happen and most of the times we don't even know about it because they're so weak. Usually on the order of a 1 magnitude or a 2 or maybe closer to a 3 if you're rounding. But a 5.1 earthquake is pretty unprecedented. I mean, it's happened before, but by our records, it looks like this is the strongest one to have an epicenter in the state since back in 1916. And that was actually near Asheville and Skyland, North Carolina. So anyway, it happened this morning about 8:07. Everyone probably has a little bit of a different story. For me, I was sleeping soundly. And then it happened and I really woke up, and bizarre. I've never felt an earthquake before. So for me, that was a first. I've missed the other ones. This one definitely was strong enough to wake me up. And checked my phone right away. Tons of messages on Facebook, on Twitter, emails. everyone immediately, this was within like 5 minutes, wanted to know what was going on. And it took a little bit for that report to come in from the USGS, where we get our earthquake info. But once it did, it was pretty clear. Yeah, that was a strong earthquake and it wasn't that far away. Starting to see some trickles in of damage reports here and there, mainly in that Sparta Blue Ridge area. But even a little removed from that, I have a weather spotter up in Stokes County, which is just 2 counties away from Allegheny, where the earthquake was, and he has a cracked, a little crack in his roof, the ceiling, I guess, on the inside of his garage. So more than I've ever seen since I've lived in North Carolina over the last 10 years. And, even if you lived here 100 years, I think it counts for that too.
Chris Mulcahy is a meteorologist with WCNC Charlotte. He was working Sunday morning when the earthquake first occurred and recounts some of the reports of those tremors that his newsroom received.
And I didn't feel anything here. So I live in Northwest Charlotte. But one thing that was really miraculous when I was out here, that time in the morning, early part of 8 o'clock, a bunch of messages were coming in saying, hey, did you feel that earthquake from Denver, North Carolina? Did you feel that earthquake from TKK? Did you feel that earthquake in the southern parts of Lancaster County? This was a big deal. No matter what, even though I didn't feel anything, I gotta admit, I'm a little bit disappointed, but seeing this unfold live time as we were doing our cut-ins for the Today Show, this is a historic event. Over 100 years ago is the last time that we had anything close to this. And even though there was one back in 1926 that was just a little bit stronger or similar strength, that's still a long, long time. So this is a big historic event. And one thing that I love that I learned today is that every year worldwide, there are 500,000 roughly earthquakes that are detected. Of those, only 100,000 earthquakes are actually felt. The big fact, only 100 of those 500,000 produce damage. So that means the chances of this happening worldwide is a 0.0002% chance of happening.
Our own Ricky Matthews works in Bristol, Tennessee, and here's what they saw in their community.
Here in the Tri-Cities, where we felt the quake over the mountain chain, even though we're about 80 miles or so from where the epicenter was. If you kind of go from Kingsport, Tennessee, or kind of Johnson City, Tennessee, a lot of people in our area still reported feeling the shaking this morning. Right after 8 o'clock, started to get reports of people saying they felt something, and my Twitter feed lit up of all the reports from people saying that we felt an earthquake, or we think we felt an earthquake, and suddenly we were in a we were kind of trying to gather information, but a lot of reports of people experiencing shaking for a few seconds in our area. No reports of any type of damage in our area, but certainly something that kind of caught a lot of people by surprise early Sunday morning when they were just trying to sit down and enjoy their coffee.
And there you have it. It seems 2020 had another trick up its sleeve, but we're happy to report once again no injuries following that 5.1 magnitude earthquake near Sparta, North Carolina, on Sunday morning. Before we go, a quick tropical update for you. There is a tropical wave located a few hundred miles off the African coast. It continues to show signs of organization. A tropical depression could form in the next few days as the wave moves west at about 15 miles an hour. The next storm, if it were to be named, would be Josephine. On behalf of everyone here at the Carolina Weather Group, including Evan Fisher and Scotty Powell, I'm James Brierton in Charlotte. Thanks for joining us for this special edition of the Carolina Weather Group, and we'll see you back here again real soon.
Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. I'm Scotty Powell in Morganton, North Carolina. And this week we have on with us Eric Thomas, Chief Meteorologist at WBTV in Charlotte, North Carolina, who is also my mentor. Well, Eric is retiring at the end of next week, Christmas Eve, his last official day. But before we begin, we need to talk about the devastating tornadoes this past week. Our neighbors to our west need our help. If you can give, we encourage you to donate $10 to the American Red Cross by texting simply Red Cross to 90999 or by calling 1-800-733-2767. Donations can also be made at redcross.org. We'll be back next week for a special episode dedicated to the needs of recovery from the tornadoes that took part across the deep and mid-South over the last few days. Now, here's my interview with Eric Thomas. Hey, y'all. Carolina Weather Group here. We have a really special interview. Actually, our first in-person interview, and we're doing that with no other than Eric Thomas, chief meteorologist at WBTV. 33 years, Eric.
Yeah.
Hard to believe.
Yeah.
And at the end of 2021, you're going to be hanging up the old weather jackets. So.
Yeah. You know, what I tell people is that I'm not running away from this as much as I'm running toward, other things I still really want to do. And I'm really, really blessed. I just turned 60, and I'm just extremely blessed that I have the opportunity to do it, at this age, while I'm still young enough to get out, see the country, maybe see the world. But I want to take things one step at a time. There's so much of this country that I haven't seen. And we'll probably get into this a little bit more, but I really want to explore my love of photography and video and photojournalism, if you will, filmmaking. Right. And yes, weather will be a big part of that. I love weather. I hope I do after this amount of time. But I would like to get out and, not necessarily chase tornadoes, but if the timing was right, maybe do some of that. But I would love to get out and, do some lightning photography, aerial photography, things like that. Spend more time with my wife. My 92-year-old mother here is in Charlotte as well. So would like to certainly take advantage of some time with her as well.
So what was it like, Eric, making this decision? I know big relief or like, oh man, I wish we'll get more into the career, but sure. Just your immediate reaction of saying, you know what, I think I'm ready to kick back a little bit.
Yeah, this is something that I had been given a lot of thought toward over about the last 3 to 4 years. And we weren't quite ready, say 3 years ago, 2 years ago. My wife was definitely not ready. She wasn't sure if she wanted me home yet underfoot. So it was sort of a partnership in terms of how we came to this decision. We wanted to make sure the finances, were where they needed to be as well. And finally, everything just kind of came together, over this last year. And my wife got to a point where she was comfortable, and I've been comfortable with it. I've been really anxious to kind of spread the wings, if you will. Yeah. And having said that, that's none of that is to say that, I disliked my job, and as you say, we'll get into that more. But it was just one of those things where, you look at the clock and you realize I'm 60 years old. I just had my first grandchild who was born literally like 3 weeks ago. And so knowing that earlier this year as well was sort of another chapter in this decision, that the time just seemed like it was just the right time.
Yeah. Yeah. So talking about your retirement, I've got to tell for those folks who have probably have heard my weather story, but if you're not, this man right here actually was the person who got me interested into weather. And so take you back to when I was in third grade. My mom was director of our PTA or PTO. Some schools, it's different ways, but actually invited Eric to come speak at my school. And Eric, I can't remember, something happened and you wasn't able to, but you called my house, left a voice message on my answer machine, say, hey, can't make it, but would love to invite you and your family down. So we got in contact with you and got to do the whole studio tour, and you took me to the Weather Center, which is a little different than it is today. Mm-hmm. But you really just kicked me into that direction. Like I already had that interest. My grandpa and I would always talk about weather, but it was you who kind of just really pushed me over the line, and I said, this is what I want to do. So with that, we went to eat dinner down the road here at the Open Kitchen. And so you gave me a stack of weather charts, and I was going to bring them today, but I couldn't find the box in my basement. So I'm going to have to look for them. And hopefully before I can get them back to you. But it was just really cool. And so this is a special interview for me because you're the guy that got me into weather. So I appreciate all you've done in the Carolinas and for me personally, and I know you're going to be missed greatly in the Carolinas. Everyone knows Eric Thomas and just such a great representative of our area. And so for everyone, we appreciate your service to the area.
Yeah. Well, Scotty, thanks a million. I mean, we've all had people who have helped us get to where we are. And if I had a small fraction of that in your growth and development, I couldn't be happier. But it's funny you mentioned the weather chart. I'd have to dig around, but I think I still have it. I grew up in Pittsburgh, and I think I still have a weather chart from a TV station visit, much like yours, back in the early 70s. From Bob Kudzma up in Pittsburgh, and it's a DIFAX chart, which I know most people may not know what that is, but it's a weather chart, and it's crumbling now because it's so old. Right. But he signed it for me, and I never threw that one away either.
Yeah, that was. I remember it was it was in March, Final Four. You guys always do the college basketball, so you signed it. Delano Little, Paul Cameron was still here, so I do have that that I've kept. So really cool to look back on. But you're talking about your career. How did you get started? How did you get your interest in weather? And talk a little bit about that, and going to school at Penn State. Yep. One of the best meteorology programs, if not the best, in the nation. So let's learn a little bit about the younger Eric Thomas.
All right. So this might surprise you, but I actually grew up unwavering. I was going to be a pilot, pure and simple. And as I got older, we were under like the final approach of the Pittsburgh International Airport. So even as a 3-year-old toddler, I was looking up at the sky going, guy, loved airplanes. And so as I got older, I never changed that dream. And I was determined, to go to school and get my, my flight certificate and become a commercial airline pilot. Mm-hmm. And as I was a junior in high school, my dad, sat me down. He said, okay, let's get serious now. What do you want to do? I said, I'm serious. I want to be a pilot. He says, okay, how do you plan to approach that? And I said, well, I'll go to, Embry-Riddle, which is a civilian flight school in Florida, or Florida Institute of Technology, or one of these, flight schools. I'm going to go learn to fly. And my dad said, I don't know if that's a really, really good idea. He says, because what if you go through 4 years of flight school and you get your certificate and your commercial rating and all of this kind of stuff, and then you develop, eye condition, or you develop perhaps a heart murmur or something, and they won't let you fly anymore. He said, you're going to have a worthless piece of paper. You're going to have this certificate, degree, whatever you want to call it, and you're going to be sunk. And I said, oh, well, yeah, I see your point. He goes, why don't you do this? Why don't you go to college and get an actual degree in something and then go into the military and get your flight training? And I thought, well, okay, that's a good idea. And so then I did a little bit of research, and I thought, okay, what field of study will give me the best chance to be accepted as a pilot in the military? And through my research, I discovered there were 2 really favorable degrees: aeronautical engineering and meteorology. Wow. Which makes sense. You're up there flying around in the weather, And so I thought, wow, I really, really like weather. This is perfect. I'll study meteorology. And then, of course, the next question was, well, what schools around here, offer degree programs in meteorology? Well, as you pointed out, it turned out to be Penn State, which is 3 hours up the road. So Penn State was just my choice because it was convenient. As you mentioned, it's a great school. And so, so in 78, off to Penn State I went. In 82, 4 years later, I got my degree. And so now here's where the story gets twisted and turned, because everything was working out perfectly. So I got my degree, and I went to Aviation Officer Candidate School. I had a class date of October of 82 for naval flight training. Basically, you got to go through boot camp and everything. And I got down there, and the first 2 weeks are all the orientation physicals. Well, wouldn't you know it, I failed the physical because, and I guess this is on TV so people can kind of see here a little bit, but I had a defective eustachian tube, which is a sinus tube. So it wasn't like one of these deals where my eyes were bad or I had a funky heart or anything. But when they put you through this pressure chamber where they're simulating, rapid pressure changes as you're going up and down in an airplane, a cockpit of a fighter jet. When you're coming down through the atmosphere, you have to blow through your nose like scuba divers. It's called Valsalva, and pop your ears like this, And well, my right ear was popping, which was good. My left ear was not popping, and so the pressure just kept pushing harder and harder and harder on my eardrum. And I was supposed to raise my hand when I wasn't feeling discomfort, and I didn't because I didn't want to fail. So I just put up with this pain. And finally a blood vessel broke in my eardrum. And so the whole thing blew up and I was screaming like a baby, and they came in and they settled me down and all of this kind of stuff. And they basically sent me up to the flight surgeon, at which point she determined, it was a female, and she determined that I had this defective eustachian tube.
Wow.
And there was just nothing that they could do for me. And then, boom, she said, thanks for your interest in the United States Navy. Here's your ticket back home to Pittsburgh. Good luck. Have a nice life.
Wow.
And my 21-year-old dream blew up, you know. And so at this point now, I'm figuring out, okay, I've got a degree in meteorology. What on earth am I going to do? You know, because I hadn't given it much thought. I was going to be a pilot. And so more twists and turns, and I know we don't have 2 hours here, but I without getting into it too much, unless you really want to drill down, and you're fine if you do, but for the benefit of the program here, I'll just jump ahead and I'll just say that I ended up getting an internship at a small TV station outside of Pittsburgh in Steubenville, Ohio, and they gave me a shot to go on the air, and I did okay, you know, and so I was there from the first half of 1984 through June. And then in June of '84, I got my second job at another small station in North Louisiana, Monroe, Louisiana, and I worked there from '84 to '88, at which point then I got my opportunity to come back to Charlotte, and I came back here in '88 as the weekend meteorologist, and then in 1990, I went from Monday through Friday, morning and noon, and then in 1993, I went to the weeknight slot, and so you've been seeing me for 28 years now, you know, on Monday through Friday weeknights. Right. Yeah.
Talking about WBTV, being here in Charlotte, what drew you to Charlotte? And you have a unique unique perspective of being the first certified meteorologist in the city of Charlotte, which in the 80s, not mistaken, Charlotte's starting to really grow, and it's a big market. So crazy to know that you're you would thought someone before you had been certified.
I would have. Charlotte is a big market. It was a big market then. It's a much bigger market even now. So I'll start with your first question. What drew me back to Charlotte? Well, it was an opportunity of a lifetime. We used to vacation down here in North Carolina, on the coast, admittedly, from Pittsburgh. But North Carolina was already kind of close to my heart, just because I think of North Carolina as like the best time of my life. It was vacation, you know. And I knew Charlotte was a big market, and that's part of the goal, really. If you want to be able to raise a family, send kids to college, the bigger the market, you know, the better the paycheck, quite bluntly.
Right.
You know, and so we all kind of wanted to get to bigger markets. And I knew Charlotte was just this up and coming market. I mean,
we'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
I'm James Brierton, and welcome to the Carolina Weather Net, powered by the best of the Carolina Weather Group for you, the Carolina Weather fan. I wanted to personally welcome you in and give you a tour. The best of our weekly show, the Carolina Weather Group, will be featured right here in this main window, featuring newsmaker interviews from the fields of science, weather, technology, and more for the Carolinas and beyond. And you can always find episode information in the blue bar down below. But even if this isn't a taped replay, you will get continuously updated weather information across the Carolinas on the left side of your screen. Skycams, radar, current conditions, forecast, and more will appear there. And also at 25 and 55 minutes past every hour when we take an extended look at the detailed forecast across both North and South Carolina. And if there's ever a severe weather bulletin from the National Weather Service, it will appear at the bottom of the screen in red. And of course, if the weather warrants, we will interrupt the loop to bring you live severe weather information right here on the Carolina Weather Net. This is built for you to hang out as long as you would like. Watch it for free any place you watch YouTube, from your smartphone to your smart TV. We are so glad you are here, and we hope that you will like, subscribe, and hit that bell to become a Carolina weather fan. Enjoy.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Its stride, and when we got here in '88, we got here the same year the Charlotte Hornets were starting up, and it was just pure excitement. The city was just alive, and it was a good place for us because my hometown was Pittsburgh. Vicky, my wife's hometown, was in Louisiana. That's where I met my wife when I was down there. So we were kind of halfway in between our two homes, and then everything else. I mean, you've got the mountains 90 minutes to the west of us. You have the beaches 3 hours to the east. And I told Vicky, I said, if I'm allowed to grow here at WBTV, this is where I want to retire. And I'm retiring here. So God gave me, all these blessings. And the beauty of not having to move around is that, you don't have to move your kids around. I never had to move as a kid. I grew up in one spot my entire childhood, never had to make new friends. And I thought, if I can do that for my children, and not move them around the country, that's what I want to do for them.
Which in this industry, that's a big thing, especially starting off young. You're moving every 2 or 3 years. So to know that this is your third station, and here you've been for the rest of the career. So let's talk about this little fun question. As people may want to, where was your vacation spot here in the Carolinas?
Oh, it was Nags Head.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, Nags Head. In fact, we went back there just a few years ago, and I was looking for the little pink cottage that we used to stay down there, and it's not there anymore. As you know, everywhere is growing up now so fast. But I basically knew about where the spot was because we were, I don't know if you're familiar with Nags Head, but the sand dunes.
Yes.
Yeah, so our little pink cottage was right across from the sand dunes there, not far from Kitty Hawk. And so it was just so great to go back and kind of have those flashbacks, and relive some of those memories.
Yeah, great place to visit and to live there. I mean,
oh gosh,
a great place. Except hurricane season, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, so true.
Speaking of hurricanes, you got here.
Yeah,
we were talking. first big assignment was a big tornado in the Raleigh area,
followed
by what I believe a lot of people in the Carolinas will determine the benchmark storm.
Yeah.
Hurricane Hugo.
Of course. Yeah.
I guess you're maybe here a year, maybe a little bit less.
Yeah.
What was that like?
I felt helpless in many respects, and I'm going to explain that. So I got here in September of '88. And in November of '88, we had a devastating F4 tornado that went through the Raleigh area. And remember, I just came up here from a teeny tiny little TV market. And so I was a little bit overwhelmed as it was, seeing the big city. I mean, I grew up in a big city, but I mean, big market television. You're flying around in helicopters now and all of this kind of stuff. And they're like, Eric, you're getting on the helicopter. We're flying you up to Raleigh. And we want you to do a live report, and an analysis of this tornado, this F4 tornado. I'm like, oh my gosh, what am I in over my head, at this point? I mean, it's just intimidating, doing that kind of television, but it went fine. And then as you pointed out, 12 months later, less than that, here comes Hurricane Hugo. Now, I said I felt helpless, and here's why. The first two teeny tiny stations I was in had a full-blown weather department. So we had all of the weather charts, and we were able to do all of our own analysis and all of this. Well, as you pointed out, I got here as the first degreed meteorologist to ever work in Charlotte television, which was unbelievable if you think about it, in 1988. And because there was no meteorologist that preceded me at WBTV, we didn't have any of the analytical equipment here. So basically all we had for about the first year or two that I was here was just two little 8x10 sheets of paper that came off a fax machine that was sent to us from AccuWeather. Wow. And all I'm looking at are these little surface maps that show the little cold front, the little warm front, and the high pressure and the low pressure systems. And then we would get like a phone briefing, from AccuWeather. Now, to their credit, they did a good job, tracking this hurricane coming, into Charleston, South Carolina. But it was still a very helpless feeling because you've got this massive hurricane coming into the Carolinas. It's becoming more and more apparent that this thing is not going to just curve up the coast. And it's going to come crashing on up, the I-26 corridor and right into Charlotte. Mm-hmm. And I don't have anything to look at. I'm flying blind here. And I'm trying to do the best job I can to describe something I can't see, really, And of course, back then, too, in the 80s, we didn't have nearly the radar that we have today or the satellite imagery that we have. So, we were really, working with two hands tied behind our back. But we did the best we could to get through it. And then overall, I thought the forecast was pretty good. I mean, nobody could have predicted that it would have been this devastating, this far inland. And that, of course, brings me to part two of the question, which is like, how did you process this whole storm? And really, to me, the bigger part of that was when that sun came up the next morning. And you're looking around and seeing just mass devastation everywhere. I mean, when I drove down the hill from my TV station and I'm seeing National Guardsmen in the intersection with M16 machine guns, directing traffic, that is sobering, and you realize this is bad. This is really, really bad. And I mean, but we all came through it. Everybody pulled together, as you know. Neighbors helping neighbors, grilling out on the back decks, waiting for the power to come on 3 weeks later in some cases. And, the sounds of those chainsaws, that you're hearing either nearby or in the distance for days and days and days on end. Something I'll never forget.
So what was it like, Eric? Let's say 2 weeks after that, things kind of starting to calm down. You're like, oh my gosh, do I want to do this? I mean, one of the biggest devastating storms.
Yeah. I mean, part of it was, you feel helpless because of the lack of, equipment that we had at that point. But part of it was exhilarating, too, because you really feel like, wow, people are really depending on me. They're depending on us. And what an opportunity, what a privilege it is to be able to serve your community in such a visceral way, where you're on the front lines, kind of like, if you will, where the bullets are flying. And it just felt, in that regard, like, wow, this is just an awesome responsibility. And how lucky I am that people are trusting me, both my employer, trusting me, but also the community, putting their trust in me to guide them through, these kinds of events, these kinds of situations. So, overall, it probably did a lot for, my confidence going forward. Like, if I can handle this, I can handle just about anything.
Was you the news director's ear saying we've got to get better equipment? We've got to get
Oh, yeah. That accelerated that for sure. And it wasn't long where we had a fully, operational, meteorological weather center down there. And it's been that way ever since. And so it's been a very good fit, for me, and a good setup here. Yeah.
So Eric, recapping Hugo, we've seen a lot in the weather. Could you imagine forecasting today's hurricanes with that technology? So I guess the question is, how has this enterprise, how has everything shifted from the 80s when you started to 2021 now?
Well, as you pointed out, the technology's gotten a lot better. And the model data that we rely on have gotten a lot better. There's a lot more models that we get to look at now. Sometimes, back then when we didn't have all these supercomputers, that were basically charting out all these forecasts for us, if you will, you really felt like a forecaster back then. Now, I still have as much knowledge, probably more than I did back then, but we have so many models to look at now. Sometimes I feel like I'm more like a referee than I am a forecaster. Whereas we have all this data to pour over now, and it's more or less up to us to decide, which model do we believe, which model initialized the best, which model has the best track record in the area. We understand what the biases are of the various models, and that helps us to then decide which, solution we're going to lean on or lean toward when we do make the final call. So we have a ton more data. On the other hand, we have a lot less time, to really analyze the data. So it was kind of a trade-off, because we have a lot more data coming in, we have better data coming in, but then we have less time to look at it. And what do I mean by less time? Well, back in the 80s, in the 90s, we had 2 newscasts in an 8-hour shift. We had a 6 o'clock news, we had 11 o'clock news. Well, then over time, they kept adding more and more newscasts. Right now, our lineup of news right now, and I'm going to break this out in half-hour segments. Yeah. Some newscasts are billed as hour-long, but basically they're half-hour segments, at least in terms of weather. Mm-hmm. So right now, our lineup is a 4 o'clock news, a 4:30, a 5, a 5:30, a 6, a 7, a 7:30, and an 11. And we used to have a 10, and we used to have an hour-long 8. Who knows? Maybe those will come back one day. Yeah. But we're on the air for 75% of our shift now, and on top of all these newscasts that we have to do, we have social media responsibilities. We're having to keep up with Facebook pages. We're having to keep up with our station's website. We're having to keep up with the WBTV weather app. So there's all these other digital products that we're having to update at this point as well. There's these streaming services that are coming out now. We're going to be required to do more on those, with like Roku and Amazon and all these, things. And so it's changed from the standpoint of where in the early days, my job was probably 80% meteorology and 20% broadcasting, and it's probably flipped now.
Wow.
Yeah, it's probably 20% meteorology and 80% just cranking out shows, or cranking out social media. And so, in that regard, as somebody who's like a dyed-in-the-wool, red-blooded meteorologist, it's not what I signed up for, to be very honest, back 30, 35 years ago. And so, that was a component as to, like, how much longer do I want to keep doing this?
Right.
Yeah.
And with that, you are always being observed by consultants and who may not be weather savvy.
Right.
They may not know all of this, and they're trying to tell you this is how you can prove. And I'm sure that has also kind of hurt.
Well, the consultants, they do all this audience research, and so they're giving us the information based on the feedback that they're getting from the audience. And let's face it, the habits have changed. Viewer habits are changing. along came the internet. Well, I'll go all the way back. I'll start off with the late 80s, with the 80s. Along came the Weather Channel. Yeah. Now, you might be thinking, well, what's the big deal with the Weather Channel? It actually was a big deal because in the very early days, we would get about 4.5 minutes to do a weather strip. All right, 4.5 minutes? Are you kidding? What do you need 4.5 minutes for? Well, before the Weather Channel came along, we had to give an entire national weather discussion. Oh, wow. So we were talking about the cold front moving through the Rockies. Now, if the cold front was moving through the Rockies and, poofing out, maybe we wouldn't. Yeah. But if the cold front was moving through the Rockies and creating 3 feet of snow, in Denver and maybe severe weather across the plains, we would definitely talk about that because people have friends and relatives who live in different parts of the country. So we had to talk about the whole national weather discussion, which to me was kind of fun. Well, then the Weather Channel came along, and so then it was discovered that if people really want the national weather, they're going to go to the Weather Channel. So then the consultants came to us and they said, look, you don't need to be talking about the national weather anymore. Just talk about local weather. Okay, fair enough. And in addition to that, well, you don't need 4.5 minutes anymore either. So we're going to cut you down to 2. And so now we're doing 2 minutes of local weather. And, for me, it took some of the fun out of it. Right. It was fun to be able to do, this whole big, meteorological overview of everything. But look, you got to do what you got to do. You can't be putting out information and content that nobody cares about. So I get that. I don't have any hard feelings toward the consultants. But they definitely were the messenger, if you will, as to, sorry, but we're not in the 1980s anymore. Here's how you have to do weather now. And so then of course came along the internet. Mm-hmm. And people now are walking around with their laptops, or their desktop, and they can get news, weather, and sports, with a keyboard and a mouse. Now suddenly we have to figure out how do we get them back off their computer and back to the TV station. And then finally, here comes the smartphones. Right. So now everybody's getting news, weather, and sports in their shirt pocket. They're carrying it around in their shirt pocket. And yet again now, so every time one of these new technologies comes along, we're getting fewer and fewer viewers, on the mothership, if you will, because they're getting this information everywhere else but TV. And so, as a result, TV has been in decline, where we have fewer and fewer viewers. And as a result, we're having to continually change, our workflow and the way we present, all of our information. And because of that, a lot of our attention now has been turned away from television and turned toward all the different social media platforms. And for me, I always tell people that these smartphones, they came along 10 years too late because I need reading glasses every time I look at my smartphone. And so I'm just not really very good, with this, pull my smartphone out and, post this or tap out text messages to that, and I just realized that this is not my strength, anymore. And it's time to maybe hand it off to the next generation of broadcasters and meteorologists who are really, really good at this. They grew up with this stuff in the crib, I really, as I said, I cut my teeth on broadcasting and news, but I'm not a generational social media person. And so I just feel like we're going to be in better hands, with the next generation meteorologists that come along who are better equipped, to deal, with all this technology. Yeah.
So talking about, how the stations change. One thing that's not changed is your relationship with WBTV. Mm-hmm. Being in a market at a station for 30 plus years is pretty abnormal in broadcasting. And then having a sidekick in Al Conklin, who's been here almost as long as you have. Right. I mean, what's the dynamic with Al? I feel like you guys are brothers. I mean,
man. No, that's all. No, Al has been a thorn in my side for 20. No, I'm just kidding, Al. That's a joke. No, Al is a great guy. We are like brothers. There's no question about it. And Al brought some philosophies here when he got here in the early 90s, which we still use to this day, about how to hand off forecasts to each other and coordinate. And so we work, even though we don't see each other much, but, the handoffs, the coordination, we've always had a very good working relationship. And I've been really, really lucky because he could be a chief meteorologist in any market in this country. And to have him as my right-hand man has just been a total total blessing.
And what's kept you here at WETV in Charlotte?
Well, it's kind of like my first impression. I got here. It was a booming city. It was modern. It was halfway between, as I say, my two families. My family in Pittsburgh, Vicky down in Louisiana. I just love the location. It's the Sun Belt. I go out in January 15th, and I'm looking at blue sky and sunshine. You don't get that in Pittsburgh. You get 6 months of gray stratocumulus every day, and it's depressing. But yeah, you've got the mountains 90 minutes to your west. You've got the coastal resorts just 3 hours to your east. What's not to like? I wasn't worried about chasing the almighty dollar and trying to get to LA or New York. I wanted to have a good balance of, a standard of living that, I could give my family, but at the same time, not have to move them around and make those other sacrifices, and Charlotte really offered that. Yeah.
So here at WBTV, you've been working on two projects, one weather related with the radars. Maybe we can talk a little bit about that. And the other one that's something that's near and dear to you is adoption and helping kids be adopted into loving families. So care to talk a little bit about both of those projects?
I'll give you a quick on each. You've been involved with the radar. So for folks who pay attention to weather at all, around this area, they probably heard us whining and complaining about the radar hole that we are in, because when they modernized the Doppler radar system back in the mid-'90s, they took our radar away from Charlotte. And so we got lucky because we did end up getting a radar in Greenville-Spartanburg, which we originally weren't even supposed to have that. But Senator Hollings in South Carolina fought for that, and that helped at least cover, even the western portions of North Carolina. It didn't do the whole trick, but it helped. And then otherwise, the closest radar to us is Columbia and Raleigh. And again, those radars are far away, and they don't give us the low-level detail that we would like to see when it comes to these localized storms and the potential for tornadoes and things like that. And so thanks to you, too, you've been helping us with this, but we have been pressing hard to our local, state, and federal government officials to rethink that decision and build a better radar system here in the western portion of the Carolinas. In fact, we even got Donald Trump to sign legislation on that, although the legislation didn't actually get us very far. And so without getting into the weeds, they really didn't make any significant changes for us. So instead, we're now turning to the private industry, although we're trying to actually forge a public-private relationship where we still think local and state government can help us underwrite some of this project that we're doing, but we're hoping to put up a radar network here, Doppler radar network, maybe as early as late 2022, 2023, to fill that gap. And right now, it's looking good, that we'll be able to see this to the finish line. We have NC State in the loop now, and they're on board, and so we have a lot of heavy hitters now who I think are going to help get this across the finish line.
Much needed tornado that you covered in Harrisburg was as eye opener. We need this around here.
Absolutely, this is almost an F3 tornado that went through Harrisburg and the northeastern end of Charlotte. And it was like 9 miles from the terminal Doppler radar that we have here in Mecklenburg County, which didn't help. Apparently, they didn't issue a tornado warning, for it, and at least for that portion of the area. And that kind of made our case to say, well, look, I know we have this little radar here in Mecklenburg County, but how much did it help? Apparently, not much. Yeah.
Forever family.
Okay.
Big thing for you.
I was adopted. I was adopted as an infant. And, I have always felt like I'm the luckiest guy on earth. I had people looking out for me before I was born, including my birth mother. My birth mother knew that she was not going to be able to raise me. And her doctor ended up being a distant family relative of my immediate family. And he knew that my mom was having trouble having kids. And so he called her and said, look, I have a patient here who is going to be putting a baby up for adoption. And I know you're having trouble having kids. Do you want a baby? So it happened through a family connection. And of course, my mom was stuck on one kid, and we're Catholics, and Catholics got to have big families. So especially back then. And so my mom was yes. I think she said yes before she even hung up the phone and asked my dad. Wow. So So I have nothing but just pure gratitude for all the people who helped me, and gave me all the opportunities that they gave me by making the sacrifices that they made. My birth mother, giving me up. I mean, that just can't be easy. I don't care what your circumstances are. And then my mom and my family taking me in, and raising me as their own. And now I want to pay it forward. And so we do a weekly series every Tuesday at 7, featuring a foster child who is waiting for their own chance at an adoption and a forever family and a forever home. And it's been great. 2 out of every 3 kids that we feature are getting matched with families. And oftentimes, when people find out they can't adopt that child, they say, well, who else is available? So there's even more children down the line who are getting adopted because of this. And it's easily the most rewarding thing I've ever done.
That's awesome. That's great. Eric,
yeah.
you told us a little bit you're going to be doing some photography, videography when you retire. Please tell us you're going to continue staying here in the Carolinas. We'll still be able to see you around.
Absolutely.
Right?
We're not going anywhere. And so please stay in touch with my Facebook page. I'll keep my Twitter account going, and hopefully we can still have some fun interacting through those things.
Well, Eric, I appreciate your time. Great interview. We wish you all the best of luck, and thanks for hanging out with us today.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me. Love what you guys are doing up in the foothills. You're taking good care of your folks up there. So keep it going, pal.
Thank you. And thank you all for watching the Carolina Weather Group, the special interview with Eric Thomas. You can still tweet him and well wishes for a happy retirement, and we appreciate you watching. We hope you have a great night.
Well, the purpose, what we're really concerned about, folks, is some storms that may be coming in a little bit later this year.
Eric, I just want to say a big thank you for the impact that you've had on my life. I remember growing up watching you in the Charlotte metro area. I'm going to miss you so much. I love you like a brother. You have taught me so much as a meteorologist, and I've had the honor and the privilege to not only watch you as a kid, but also be able to work with you firsthand here at the WBTV weather team. And I'm just so thankful for the time that we've had together. I'm sad for you to retire. It's not going to be the same without you. You are an incredible person inside and out, and you've done so many great things for our community, for our station, and for the state of North and South Carolina. So again, thank you so much for the work that you've done. And again, good luck on the next chapter. I love you, brother.
Otherwise, I'm just going to tell you it's sunny and blue sky here, but at least there's something in the pipeline here.
All right, so Eric Thomas, way before I was actually ready, he took me on as an intern. I was way too young. I graduated high school, I'm going to date myself, in 1994. He took me on as an intern in 1996 and helped to kind of launch my meteorology career. I was so fascinated by the TV business, the weather business. Eric's energy just...
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
I'm James Brierton, and welcome to the Carolina WeatherNet, powered by the best of the Carolina Weather Group for you, the Carolina weather fan. I wanted to personally welcome you in and give you a tour. The best of our weekly show, the Carolina Weather Group, will be featured right here in this main window, featuring newsmaker interviews from the fields of science, weather, technology, and more for the Carolinas and beyond. And you can always find episode information in the blue bar down below. But even if this isn't a taped replay, you will get continuously updated weather information across the Carolinas on the left side of your screen. Skycams, radar, current conditions, forecast, and more will appear there. And also at 25 and 55 minutes past every hour when we take an extended look at the detailed forecast across both North and South Carolina. And if there's ever a severe weather bulletin from the National Weather Service, it will appear at the bottom of the screen in red. And of course, if the weather warrants, we will interrupt the loop to bring you live severe weather information right here on the Carolina WeatherNet. This is built for you to hang out as long as you would like. Watch it for free any place you watch YouTube, from your smartphone to your smart TV. We are so glad you are here, and we hope that you will like, subscribe, and hit that bell to become a Carolina weather fan. Enjoy.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
And was just always excited and pumped about what was happening in the weather. And I love that enthusiasm. And I'll never forget, one of my greatest memories from that internship was I begged him to let me go with the crews down to Wrightsville Beach in July of 1996 to cover Hurricane Bertha. And he said yes, and the management there said yes, and I ended up chasing my very first hurricane. So Eric, best of luck to you, and thank you for helping jumpstart this meteorologist career.
This huge area of high pressure that we have that's in control right now of the weather pattern. And so with it, it brought that cool Canadian crisp air along with it.
Eric Thomas leaving after 33 years? It's about time. We've been trying to get with this guy all this time. Actually, Eric, you've been such a great friend and no better competition. And think about it. Clyde McLean, Mike McKay, Eric Thomas. What a triumvirate you've had over there at Channel 3. So we'll miss you, kind of. Stop by and see us sometime in that retirement. Best of luck to you. You're the best.
And then it's just a totally doubled atmosphere. So you got like an east-northeast flow here.
Okay, so what can I say about Eric Thomas? There's a lot of things I could say about Eric, but the one thing that you know, as a fellow meteorologist, he's the weatherman's weatherman. What I mean by that is, when you watch Eric as a fellow weather geek, you get the same weather geekness out of Eric that you would out of me. And so I really appreciate that about him. And to think he did all of this in his long, illustrious career while still attending a school like Penn State. No, I kid. As a Buckeye, I can make fun of him. But one thing I'll tell you that really separates Eric apart from a lot of meteorologists, and it's something that I take from him, is how much he cares deeply for the community, whether it's giving back to foster children or adoption, or what he's been doing with the North Carolina Radar Project. He deeply cares about the community he lives in. It shows on the air. It showed over his career. And I know one thing a lot of folks in the Western Carolinas will miss that about Eric, even more so than his forecasting ability, is how much he gave back to the community. So Eric, congratulations. Well deserved. Can't wait to work with you in the future on this North Carolina Radar Project. Hopefully we can do big things for the Western Carolinas. And good luck. And here's to a great career enjoying the weather while not having to be in front of the camera all the time. And let's keep those pictures and videos pouring in, because you do some great work there as well. Congratulations, Eric.
Down into Florida. All right, I'll draw front number 2. Bring this guy down here to the Midwest.
Hey, Scotty and everybody with the Carolina Weather Group. I just want to make mention here real quick of the passing of the baton. Meteorologist Al Conklin of WBTV, soon to be chief, but not before Eric Thomas puts in at least another week and a half or so. Of course, Eric, I've enjoyed working with you over these last 29 years. You've been here for 33. You taught me so much about wedges and how we have a different setup on severe weather here. And of course, we covered some big storms. Hurricane Floyd in '99, the big ice storm here in 2002, and countless floods and droughts and severe thunderstorm warnings. So anyway, I've learned a lot. Hopefully I've taught you a little bit, and we've certainly grown together, and now you're riding off into the sunset. So I want to wish you and Vicki very well in your retirement. And you know, I know we can always get up with you if we need you back here, but of course now the only blizzards you'll be chasing will be down there at Dairy Queen. So happy retirement, Eric.
In many areas across the Piedmont of North and South Carolina. All right, we'll put the temperatures up for you. 66 in Boone.
Eric Thomas, my goodness, man, I can't believe the day is here for your retirement. I owe so much to you. It's very humbling to be able to do this. I thank you as a 4th grade kid who allowed me to come into WBTV studios, tour the Weather Center, even be on TV with you to do a weather segment. That just meant the world to me and really pushed me into doing weather as my career. So all of that, I give thanks to you for helping me out there. And I appreciate you being a friend and a mentor throughout my career. We were covering a severe weather event, and in NWS chat, there was a little dropout window, and you sent me a message and said, man, you're so proud of me and of all the accomplishments. And that meant the world to me. So Eric, thank you from the bottom of my heart for all that you've done for the Carolinas. Thank you for all you've done for us here at the Carolina Weather Group. You've been so generous with your time and just coming on and chatting with us. So I appreciate that. I know retirement is not going to be very restful for you. I know you have a lot of opportunities coming up. I know Vicki and the kids and the grandkids are all excited to have you around a little bit more. So very happy about that. So don't forget, we still have some golf to play, some barbecue to eat, maybe even chase some storms. Who knows what we'll be able to do, but definitely look forward to staying in touch with you. And Eric, once again, happy retirement. And for everyone here in the Carolinas, thank you for all you've done.
What I just told you guys, I just said, well, you know, I'm seeing some rotating updrafts, but, you know, nothing approaching, you know, what looks like a tornado at this point. And so we got through the day without a tornado warning. Live data, you're heading out right now. We've got sun still nice and warm in the atmosphere, keeping us delightful. 75 degrees, that's the number in Charlotte, mid-70s all the way down into the upstate of South Carolina.
It is Wednesday, August 25th, 2021. I'm James Brierton in Charlotte. Welcome to an all-new live edition of the Carolina Weather Group. We are looking back at the historic flooding and tornadoes that impacted so much of the Carolinas just a week ago as Tropical Depression Fred came on through. We welcome in your live questions and comments to tonight's conversation by using the chat functionality right now if you're joining us on Facebook, YouTube, or the Carolina Weather Net. And of course, if you are listening on our audio podcast later on, we welcome you in as well. Introducing our panel and our guests this week, we have Evan Fisher and Scotty Powell from Carolina Weather Group. Evan is in Asheville. Scotty Powell is in the foothills of Western North Carolina and Morganton. From WCNC in Charlotte, we have Chris Mulcahy, and we have Jason Boyer in Asheville at WLOS. Jason, let's start right with you. Your television station is right there in Asheville. There was no area harder hit last week with all of this rain and flooding than Western North Carolina. If you could just bring our viewers and our listeners up to date a week later on where the recovery stands from all of this.
Yeah, the recovery started, of course, right after the rain started letting up. We had major flooding, catastrophic flooding on the Pigeon River, which was an area through Haywood County that was hit hardest around Canton and Crusoe. And after the floodwaters receded, which actually happened that night into the morning, the cleanup began, restoration, if you will, of some of the properties, but so much damage, obviously, to clean up. And it took, well, it's been over a week now, and essentially they're still cleaning up in a lot of areas. So what I've seen most recently is pretty much just debris on the sides of streets, certainly more mud to clean off the streets in some locations, especially more of the rural locations affected, and folks just trying to get their lives back in order. Unfortunately, many folks will forever be changed by this, obviously. You know, even personally, I was changed by it because it was the most extreme weather events that have happened on my watch, if you will, in the last 12 years I've been here. So quite an event, unfortunately a tragic event with 5 still. Of course, we lost 5 lives and 1 still missing.
Yeah, that's right. And we're looking at some photos right now that were sent to us from a shot above. This is in Canton last week, as you were mentioning, along the Pigeon River. They are the epicenter, the visual reference to what this flooding really means. As we were watching stream gauges on our Carolina Weather Group live coverage crest at nearly 20 feet, these photos really show the impact of what that means. Jason, let me ask you, you mentioned a moment ago the impact that you felt as a communicator, as a lifeline for folks as they were tuning in for information. What is that like for somebody on the studio side of things when all of this is playing out?
Well, we were gathering so much information and trying to get as much as we could out to our audience. We, on top of that, had to cover tornado warnings. So the flash flooding was not the initial, engagement. At first, we were talking tornado warnings because those happened very quickly in the afternoon hours. Starting around 12:30, 1 o'clock, we had our first tornado warning come out for my market, my television market. And that was in the upstate of South Carolina. And then just one after another, they kept coming. The flash flood warnings were issued prior to that in some of the counties, like Transylvania County, Haywood County. I believe Jackson County had a flash flood warning out early in the day. Keep in mind, we had a couple of heavy rain events leading up to this. They weren't widespread, but they were very localized. And we already had flooding the day before that in the Rosman area on the French Broad River, where some folks locally measured 8 to 10 inches of rain in about a 7-hour period. So it was an extreme event there. That was highly localized. Then on top of that, you had Fred coming in the day after. And of course, it just led to the catastrophic flooding.
You mentioned all the tornado warnings. Here's a look at the perspective from National Weather Service in Greenville, Spartanburg, which, just to give people context, does have jurisdiction of your area in Western North Carolina, along with upstate South Carolina and as far east as the Charlotte metro area. 37 tornado warnings in this tweet that Brad Panovich at WCNC put out later on that evening. I think there may have been 1 or 2 more across the Carolinas that came with the remnants of that line. The governor of North Carolina back out in Haywood and Bumpkin counties today, touring with residents and small business owners to continue to look at the recovery and the impact a week after these storms. Some new photos that his office shared with us today. We do want to let people know that if you are a resident or a business and you are in need of assistance, there is a hotline in Haywood County. That's 828-356-2826. 828-356-2022. 828-356-2022 is the number to call if you are in need of assistance as a Haywood County resident or business owner. Jason, I understand your station is also doing something starting tomorrow to help people in the community.
That's right. It's called Hope for Haywood, and we are teaming up with the United Way to help raise funds to help in the relief efforts for Haywood County and those affected by the devastating floods. And so we'll have a team out there in the morning for our morning shows and another team out in the afternoon in Haywood County, working with the news department and bringing live updates from that area. And we'll have all the information, of course, online and on air so that folks can donate.
We will look for that on WLOS starting tomorrow. We appreciate all that you guys are doing. I mean, this is so much for your community. But as you were mentioning before, as a not only a professional in the area, but you guys live here. What is that stress like for the staff to cover this and then have to go home and maybe clean up property in your own lives?
Yeah, well, I've had flooding at my house before, and it wasn't related to any major flooding event, but just heavy rain. I live closer to the Pisgah Ridge. I live in an area that is typically a very heavy rain area of southwest Buncombe County. So I've dealt with it personally, but nothing on the level that the folks obviously in Haywood County recently had to deal with. Most of the stories I've been hearing from people is just it's hard to comprehend it until you see it. And even when you see it, it's just something that they, even in their careers, haven't experienced firsthand. And so when they come back, they're just, the eyes are wide open and they're just talking to me and they're saying it is actual, like a bomb went off almost. And they have no other way to describe it. And, you see the video, you see the pictures on social media and on TV. And yeah, it's very hard to understand just how big of an impact this had and how quickly it went down, if you will. We heard about the sound bites. A wall of water came suddenly rushing down, and we have theories on that. We don't know exactly what happened. There's no dam that broke. There's no levee that was breached. That's not the situation here. The East Fork Pigeon River is the headwaters of the Pigeon River. There's a West Fork and an East Fork, and they come off the Continental Divide. And essentially, so much rain fell in a concentrated area of Transylvania and southern Haywood County that it just saturated the ground, inundated that river, and overwhelmed it quickly. So the theory is that there was debris, so much debris getting into the river that it just clogged it up. And the pressure of the water just kept building. And eventually, whenever that break or several breaks eventually gave way, it just all came downstream.
Yeah, we're looking at a tweet you put out last week, Jason, showing some of those radar estimated rainfall totals. Absolutely incredible numbers, and video that our own Evan Fisher shot, not in this exact location. This is in Fairview, but I just thought of it a moment ago because you mentioned some of the debris, and you can see some of it in your video, Evan. It looks like maybe part of a tree that's going by here, and it's nature. But it's man-made things as well going down the river. Evan, what were things like the last couple of days in your neck of the woods?
Yeah, so we were somewhat blessed here in Fairview to only deal with some moderate flooding. We didn't deal with anything near what Canton and Crusoe are going through. Out in Canton, Crusoe, Haywood County, there's folks picking up the remnants of trailers, RVs, and homes that washed down the river. And here in Fairview, it was mostly trees and more natural debris. But Jason, I wanted to throw a question your way. WLOS, everyone from your team did an excellent job covering this and some of the heartbreaking stories in the aftermath. It felt on my end like it took a little bit of time for everyone to realize the gravity of the situation up on the mountain in Crusoe. What was it like 12, 24, even 36 hours after the event as you were seeing new reports populate?
Well, it was just more and more of a grasp of how big the event really was. We knew the gauge was exceptionally high. We knew that it was at a record stage, a major flood stage. We kept reiterating, look, it's a catastrophic event. This is the wording the Weather Service is using. And this is the first time that I've actually had to use that language in terms of flash flood warning here in our mountains. So you emphasize it's a life-threatening event. You hope people are making the move to higher ground. But then again, you also realize that people are already getting flooded and it's not likely they're watching. They're not sitting in front of a TV. They can't look at their iPhones or their Androids, and they can't really make decisions from what you're telling them at that point, the people that are getting flooded. So the hope is that the message is just passed down the line and that everybody can get somewhere safely more quickly. But we all know that in certain situations like this, it's just, there's nothing you can do besides tell people what's happening. And that's about it. It just came so fast.
Jason, we are entering the peak of tropical season, and we know when we're seeing storms in the Gulf of Mexico, and they kind of hit anywhere between the Florida Panhandle to Mississippi, Alabama, they always seem to find themselves around the Appalachian Mountains, and we're on that dirtier side, that more active side. As we go into the peak of the season, I mean, this maybe not particular if it happens again, but the threat of it is real. And I mean, we're looking at Invest 99L right now, and the models have been all over the place, and we've seen a shift more towards Louisiana, Mississippi today with that track, and could actually be off to our west again. And so I guess my question is there concern? What is the messaging like now? Hey, we need to pay attention to the tropics over the next 6-8 weeks.
Absolutely. This event was so unprecedented that anything beyond this event now for the rest of the season will get us on high alert, and certainly everybody's anxiety levels will be up a little higher than normal. And I have people that'll Facebook message me on a daily basis now from those areas affected, and even from some of the areas that didn't have major flooding, but they're worried already about me talking about heavy downpours tomorrow or the day after that. What does that mean? What does that mean? And you have to kind of bring it back to them and say, look, the event that unfolded was like we talk about a 1 in 500 year, 1 in 1,000 year event. Kind of the odds of it happening again before then were very slim. But now that we've had this event, now you've set the stage, as you mentioned, Scotty, for more flooding and the possibility of more extreme flooding because of the way the ground was so saturated. But thankfully, we've had some time to dry out a little bit, and hopefully, Invest 99L, the fear is that it does come into the Gulf. The fear is that it comes right up through Alabama or Georgia, and the fear is it comes at us again. If that happens, obviously, we will have a major issue once again with flooding and possibly tornadoes. So I think that sometimes it takes events like this to wake people up in a sense, because flash flooding is always one of those things we talk about as it's the #1 killer. You may not realize that. Nobody thinks about that right off the top of their head if they're not in the weather world and they don't know it off the top of their head. But the point is, flash flooding kills more people on an annual basis than any other weather disaster. We try to hammer that home. We try to hammer the fact that, the safety protocols to get to higher ground. Don't hesitate. It doesn't always work. Some people will not move. And I know it's counterintuitive too. When you're having an event like this, it really didn't help that we had tornado warnings and we had big thunderstorms, and you're telling people to get out of their house when they feel most comfortable and safe in the house. So there's two messages going on, and that was really difficult to communicate. We're trying to tell people to stay in their house, get to the lowest level of their home in the tornado warned areas. At the same time, we're trying to tell people in flash flood areas to get out and go to higher ground. So mixed messages. I think some people just might have gotten confused, and as best as we tried to communicate it.
Yeah, the advice there gets very tricky, from shelter or move or go. And Jason, it struck me before that in all of your career, you mentioned that this was the first time, if I heard you correctly, that you had a flash flood emergency with this catastrophic amount of damage associated with it. And one of the things we started thinking about last week, but it felt premature, and you can tell me if it's still too premature, but what do you think the lasting legacy of this event is in the community?
Well, good question. I think that it's going to hopefully change the way people's mindset and approach will be to other events like this. If there's a flash flood warning, they'll certainly be more likely to make the move to some safety. I think that there will be different building codes possibly introduced. I think that they might find ways to move businesses further away from the water and the Pigeon River. There's always the flood mitigation that emergency management crews and county emergency managers try to start and proceed with. We talk about the Swananoa River, which often floods down here in Asheville, East Asheville. It's very costly to divert the water and to mitigate some of the flood damage. So we'll see how that all goes. And we're hopeful that the governor will certainly continue to support us, and we'll get the funding that we need to get the county back on its feet and maybe change the way things look down there and for the better in terms of building codes and where places of business are.
One last question, Jason, before I bring in Chris Mulcahy. From a communication standpoint, you mentioned at a certain point you had an expectation that people were away from their TV screen. What do you think the penetration was of, say, National Weather Service radio or wireless emergency alerts? If you were to give some feedback, I guess, on what worked and what didn't work in terms of reaching people where they were.
Yeah, well, this is solely based on anecdotal evidence. I don't have anything concrete from a poll or anything, but I will tell you this much. People that live here know that severe weather typically favors the upstate in terms of damaging wind, isolated tornadoes are stronger tornadoes. That is just the way it's set up. And there's this false sense of security that I always address when I go talk to civic clubs or church groups, Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, schools, etc., that we are not immune to severe weather, obviously, in that kind of way. But our severe weather is either going to be more likely a flash flood like we saw or a major winter storm. And I think that because we haven't experienced the tornadic thunderstorm events that folks to the south have, I don't believe a lot of folks actually have NOAA weather radios here, to be honest with you. I don't really see them often in the pharmacies, the grocery stores. I don't see kiosks or displays of them. I don't believe many folks actually have them. So that would be something that I could certainly see improvement on and would emphasize. But if they weren't sitting in front of a TV or they didn't have their phone on them, I really truly don't know how else they're going to get the message, unless somebody's, up the road listening and they call them on their phone or it's a difficult situation, especially when people are already out of their house or dealing with flooding in the home, and they're focused on getting that water out or stopping the water from coming in. So it's very difficult for them to really focus on anything else.
I think another tricky part of this as well, Jason, is that several of the people who perished, I believe 4 died in Laurel Banks Campground up in Crusoe. You're getting into some rural country up there, and it's quite likely that they didn't have any connection to TV to watching WLOS. And like you said, without having widespread usage of NOAA weather radios, they were completely without any means of communication or receiving severe weather alerts. That's a horrible combination. We never want to see it go through anywhere, but especially in that back country area, a campground, folks in RVs, that's quite dangerous for them.
Yeah, we go camping a lot. I take my family to local campgrounds, and there's always water nearby. There's a creek, there's the river or something, and the kids play in it. And I look at it, and I always think in the back of my head, boy, that's a flash flood waiting to happen. And, it's just a matter of time before it happens again, unfortunately. So the emphasis will be to communicate with people that heed the warning. And even if you...
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
I'm James Brierton, and welcome to the Carolina WeatherNet, powered by the best of the Carolina Weather Group for you, the Carolina weather fan. I wanted to personally welcome you in and give you a tour. The best of our weekly show, the Carolina Weather Group, will be featured right here in this main window, featuring newsmaker interviews from the fields of science, weather, technology, and more for the Carolinas and beyond. And you can always find episode information in the blue bar down below. But even if this isn't a taped replay, you will get continuously updated weather information across the Carolinas on the left side of your screen. Skycams, radar, current conditions, forecast, and more will appear there. And also at 25 and 55 minutes past every hour when we take an extended look at the detailed forecast across both North and South Carolina. And if there's ever a severe weather bulletin from the National Weather Service, it will appear at the bottom of the screen in red. And of course, if the weather warrants, we will interrupt the loop to bring you live severe weather information right here on the Carolina WeatherNet. This is built for you to hang out as long as you would like. Watch it for free any place you watch YouTube, from your smartphone to your smart TV. We are so glad you are here, and we hope that you will like, subscribe, and hit that bell to become a Carolina weather fan. Enjoy.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
See, get away, move, go somewhere. And it's difficult because driving the roads down in that holler in that valley, navigating the roads when it's pouring rain like that, it's dangerous. So you have that option of saying, well, get on the road. And then here we are telling people to stay home and hunker down. So there's this mixed kind of emotional feeling going on.
Yeah, and the one message that I think we all can agree here is that you had asked Jason, is what do you want people to take from this? But this is something that we almost see year after year. So what's the coincidence is you were saying about that most of the deaths and the people that perished from this incident were in a campground. Well, if you remember just last year, it was November. Like, look at how late into the season it went. We had Hurricane Ada that made landfall to our south. And then we had a hidden night campground event where 30 people were rescued and 2 people and even a 1-year-old. And I was personally there. And that, when I was looking at that, I was like, where have I seen this before? That's the event that I can compare to that. But both of them were tropical systems that as soon as they make landfall, people are like, okay, we're done. But it always is usually a state in that gets the worst as far as some of the tornadoes, because you get that friction. It starts turning into a better example for more of those spin-up tornadoes, or just one line of those thunderstorms, one after another, where you just have that excessive flooding. So yeah, you've now seen it, Jason, and we just saw it here locally last year. When these systems move inland, that's where people in the Carolinas, doesn't matter if it makes landfall in Wilmington or in Georgia, depending where those outer bands can set up, you could have any one of these scenarios.
Yeah, I would like to, just put that point out there that, you don't have to live on the coast to have the effects. I mean, Jason, we've seen it over the years. I think it was 2004 where we had back-to-back tropical systems move out of the Gulf, and we saw extreme flooding then. And you don't have to live on the coast in the Carolinas to be affected by these flash flooding, as Jason and Chris just talked about, and also that severe weather threat. So you should, pay attention. No matter if you're on the coast or even inland, you need to pay attention when any of these tropical systems are in the area.
Absolutely, and I think this will be looked back upon as, not to take away, but if you said the flooding didn't happen in Crusoe and the Pigeon River didn't do what it did, it probably would have been more of a typical tropical system if you look at it that way, because in the past we've had flooding, and it's usually the bigger rivers that would flood, and it would do some damage. But the catastrophic category is just something that got to me, to see the damage and actually witness it. And then about a week later, a little less, or you had the Middle Tennessee flooding, and you saw that and you thought, it's just like I'm living the dream or the nightmare over again. It was happening again, but different scenario, obviously. So.
Yeah, another heartbreaking flooding example you're referencing there in Tennessee. And the thing that was really striking to me last week was, I'm going to put it in air quotes, this is just a tropical depression.
Yeah.
And I think people internally and externally to the weather community sometimes put a lot of emphasis on these different categorizations. But if this is what a depression can do,
yeah,
then we need to remember this for the next time. Jason, I know you have a newscast coming up in a few minutes. Can you tell us one more time how folks can get involved with the effort your station's kicking off tomorrow?
That's right. So WLOS is going to be teaming up with United Way in Haywood County. We're going to have teams of reporters out there and camera crews, and we're going to be working with them to help raise money to help in the relief efforts for the folks out there. And you can always go online to WLOS.com, and it's Hope for Haywood. And we will certainly look forward to your donation. And if you can help us out, that'd be great. And we'll raise some money and help more folks out. That's the idea.
Jason, we appreciate your efforts at the station, and best to the community. Thank you for your time tonight.
Hey, thanks, guys. Have a great evening.
And we'll turn now to Chris Mulcahy, joining us from WCNC in Charlotte. And Chris, the Charlotte DMA wasn't absent when it came to the flooding, but for our neck of the woods, the I-77 corridor, it was way more about the tornadoes. We have a piece of video that we'll play for folks in just a moment, but maybe just set the stage for folks who don't know the difference between what Asheville saw versus what Charlotte saw. And when I say Charlotte, I mean Hickory, I mean Boone and Blowing Rock, that kind of whole slice of the Carolina.
Well, first off, it's a day that so many people will remember just most likely from the notifications that came across their phone. So just from the National Weather Service, GSP, 37 tornado warnings. And the first one actually started in Iredell County moving into Alexander County. And that happened before noon. So that one was on its own. That kind of set the stage where Brad and Larry were live on air that, wow, it's already starting, because it's usually those outer bands, they'll interact just like what we have with thunderstorms any day. You hit the peak heating of the day, it starts becoming more unstable, and then you just have enough lift that you're going to have a lot more showers and thunderstorms. For us, we saw really more warnings than any damage reports. Most of the tornado reports were southwest of us. Just before we got to the area, it was kind of a blessing for us that it was that time of the day that we didn't have as much instability. But it's that one in northern Iredell County, right around Statesville, that moved into Alexander, that was different than the rest. Because typically when you have these systems, you have the QLCS, the spin-up tornadoes, or Brad uses says little kink in the storm. This was an actual supercell. So this was on the ground a lot longer than any of the other storms were. So that one was kind of a surprise, but also shows you how far it was from the outer bands, just the moisture and everything this pulls in along with the wind shear that allows for that, where we are lucky that we had that many tornado warnings and a lot more damage reports didn't come to fruition. Luckily, where most of the tornadoes were, at least southwest of us, wasn't really a populated area that there could have been more activity and damage. They just were in open fields.
I thought Jason mentioned it fairly well when he said the tornado warnings is what draws a lot of attention in. But then we sometimes, and royal we, as human beings, disregard the severe thunderstorm warnings and the flash flood warnings of the world. And we shouldn't always do that, because this is what these could mean when we look at some of those pictures from Western North Carolina. And that's why I do think those photos from a shot above, those aerial photos of Canton, speak 1,000 words. Now, the tornado you're speaking of, Chris, was actually also one that was captured on Twitter video from Brandon Pope, and you can see it here in Iredell County. And this ended up being rated an EF1 by the National Weather Service. And this was essentially what kicked us off in the Charlotte area. The upstate of South Carolina, Western North Carolina had already had some tornado warnings, but this is kind of what got things going for viewers and residents of the broader Charlotte metro region. Chris, you had a chance to meet up with the National Weather Service the following day in Iredell County. And you're going to give us a little bit of an insight here into how the Weather Service does their after storm surveys. I don't know if you want to say anything before we go to this particular piece of video, or if I should just go ahead and toss right to the tape.
Well, I will say one thing. I was very surprised that it was Tricia Palmer who came out to it, where I didn't know that she went out and surveyed, but this is one of the higher ups at the local weather office. So when she was there for a reason, because this obviously was one that separated from all the rest. But even as meteorologists, weather enthusiasts, whatever you are, you can always learn something from other people. And I will say I learned a lot from just being on the ground here with Tricia.
Last afternoon on Tuesday, a tornado officially touched down here in Iredell County, producing damage just like this. Multiple trees down all over the place, and that path continued into Alexander County. This is one of the first tornado warnings of many for the day. The GSB National Weather Service issued 36 tornado warnings yesterday, one of the first starting in Iredell County.
We want people to take tornado warnings seriously whenever they're issued.
Tricia Palmer with the National Weather Service was the surveyor for this tornado.
It was induced by the tropical environment. They're hard to see. They're very difficult to warn on because they spin up so rapidly. They're very fast.
One of the telltale signs that wind damage is produced by a tornado is the different direction of trees or a convergent pattern. This damage was absolutely from a tornado, but Tricia is here to estimate the peak wind speed, path width, length, and duration.
I take the beginning point, the starting point of the damage, and then I follow the path all the way through to the ending point, and then the folks at the office then make that measurement.
Dozens of trees were either uprooted or snapped. Fences were blown over or blown out, and one house received structural damage from a fallen tree. The tornado likely spawned as an EF0, but grew in strength.
With a weaker tornado, you're going to see the tree snap toward the top, or you'll just see the whole tree just uprooted. Whereas if you see the tree actually snap towards the bottom, that's a slightly stronger tornado.
The damage could have been a lot worse, but most importantly, no one was injured. With WCNC Charlotte, I'm meteorologist Chris Mulcahy.
And Chris, I'm glad that WCNC let us share that video, because it really helps us understand as the public and as podcast hosts what happens on these storm surveys, what the Weather Service is doing, and what they're looking for. So thank you for that explanation. And I guess ultimately it was a lot of the tree damage, if I understand, that helped them recreate and understand what this tornado really was doing.
And what was really neat is that friction is a tornado's worst enemy. It doesn't like it, and friction can come from blapping into trees. So what was happening with this survey? The first spot that we arrived at, and if you just watch that video, where the fence was blown out and there was a little bit of roof damage, it touched down in an open field. And that was the one trend that you could see. It wasn't on the ground for the entirety of 5.1 miles that was reported. It was still a one general system. It has to lift back up and not produce any damage for a certain amount of time for it to be a whole new storm. But what would happen is when it would drop down the open field, it came past that one house, it blew out a fence, and then you could see the path and the trees where it lifted back up. Well, once we drove up the road, you could see on the other side of the trees was another cornfield. That's where it touched down. And at that point, it got stronger. You could definitely see that it had a much better strength. It was dropping a lot more trees at that point. And you saw the tops of the trees, as Trisha had mentioned, and she described this perfectly. Picture it like you have a toothpick. It's very easy just to knock off the top, just quickly with your finger, but it takes a little bit more force if you're down in the middle of it. So picture that like a tree. So once you see the middle of the trees lopped off, as we just saw at the end of that story, that's where you're getting into EF1 strength. So EF0, 65 to 85 miles per hour. Above that mark, well, we were at EF1. This is a very strong EF1 tornado. And the reason why this one was a little bit stronger is just because it was on the ground for so long. And those images that you saw were shortly after the damage that we saw in an open field. So that picked up all that dust that was circulating around. But it was really interesting that each time it truly dropped down in an open field, it was getting stronger and stronger. And then once it went through those trees, on the other side of that was the house damage. And the house was incredibly lucky just because looks like it just started to lift up just as it went over the right side of the roof. So it was interesting to follow that loop, but this is not typical. Usually anything associated with a tropical storm is not going to be on the ground for as long as this one was. This was just an isolated event because it was indeed a supercell. Supercells have a longer track record than, say, a QLCS that typically is only on the ground for about a minute or two.
Yeah, I have a piggyback of what Chris was talking about with those storm surveys. I went with Trish, I think it was 2019. We had some tornadoes again in Alexander County. Funny that we were mentioning that. And so I went out and they, Chris, you can vouch for this. They cut no corners. I mean, we literally walked out into a cow pasture and up a huge hill to look at the storm damage. So this is a very hands-on walk every stretch that you can possibly walk to get the accurate path and to get the damage. So these storm surveys are very important as we try to determine. And Chris, one other thing I want to mention about that video. Normally these tropical tornadoes are kind of ragged, but that was a pretty wide tornado. I mean, it looked like something you might see in Dixie Alley there in early spring. So pretty big tornado there for the area.
Yeah, and that was also pretty neat for the radar imagery. It had the classic hook. You could see the hook around it. This was a classic rain-wrapped tornado from a high precipitation supercell. So that was also really neat because all the other ones, quick reports as we're going to get to, weren't on the ground that very much. But yeah, Alexander County got pelted from the last one. But my favorite thing that Trish just said is if you're really into mysteries, that's exactly what a storm surveyor is all about. You're solving a mystery. And that's what she said is because you are really picking up clues. Because at the first site, we had no idea who did it with the candlestick at that point. But then the second site we went to, it's got stronger here. The third site, it was truly extraordinary. And we first went to emergency management in Iredell County. They met us. And then right on the border, Alexander County Emergency Management was there waiting. So they collected all the data, all the different reports, and it's a really cool thing. So, Scotty, I'm glad that you got that opportunity. That's the first full one I got to go on, and it was awesome.
Yeah, they're really, really neat. And you get to meet the people and hear their story, too. You get to, they'll tell you, this is what I experienced, and thankfully, no injuries or anything like that with these tornadoes. James, I know there's several others in South Carolina as well.
This is Stony Point in North Carolina, an EF1 tornado with peak winds of 110 miles an hour. This one on the ground for about 5 miles, the official storm survey for what Chris was surveying. Some of the shorter ones that were elsewhere across the Carolinas was this EF0 with winds of 75 miles an hour. But again, on the ground for just over a tenth of a mile with a max width of 50 yards. Another one on the ground for a tenth of the mile in Pennington, South Carolina. And you can see, again, how some of these really are so short. And Fountain Inn in South Carolina as well. This one a little bit longer, about a mile and a half or so. But again, I want to talk about these were on the ground so quickly. By the time they saw many of these on radar and got a warning out, it's fast. You got to see it. You got to warn for it. Then on our side, you got to receive it. and get to shelter, right? And then you got to do this very quickly. You should always be doing this very quickly, but especially in these tropical setups. And I will just say, Chris, that Iredale one that you went to, if I recall the radar signature correctly, I mean, we could see it on CC, and they put the confirmed tag on that warning. Obviously, people had eyeballs on it, which we later learned. But at the time, I think it was that CC data that made them go, yeah, this is definitely happening.
Yeah, well, really, before we got any further, and I've never seen it really pop up that quick, it's usually, oh, tornado report, possibility. It's like, no, tornado on the ground. This was a tornado. The verbiage is usually, we're going to see if it was a tornado. No, Trish, the whole time, how strong was this tornado? Straight up. And as we were mentioning, a typical tropical storm type of setup like this usually only has spin-up tornadoes, where the first one, less than a minute. Second one, less than a minute. But notice how the correlation of the damage goes. The ones that are only on the ground for about a minute are about 70, 75. That one that was over a mile that was on the ground for 3 minutes, now you're talking about EF1. And by the way, anytime with the system, EF0, EF1, that's pretty much usually all you get. When you get up to EF2, that's an anomaly. So we're lucky that there wasn't a lot more with this. But this also brings up another discussion, is a lot of times with this a type of event, there'll be a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado tag. Now, it's almost would have been better off, but I think what they're just doing is, because a lot of times for multiple warnings, they went on for 15 minutes, but the tornado was already done. So I think that really what needs to happen for a lot of these different events, I think people take a tornado warning more seriously. When you have a severe weather line in this type of scenario, and I'll really try to hammer this home the next tropical system, and it's not when we get our next tropical system like this, of when you see this line, it can happen just like that. Just because the tornado warning is there, it could respin back up, but it's usually the first couple of minutes that morning that warning that something's happening.
Chris, we appreciate the coverage that everyone provided on this day. It was a very long day of tornado warnings, starting with this one in the Charlotte area and ones earlier elsewhere for other communicators. Scotty Powell's finger went up in the air. Scotty?
I have to add, we also have to remember we had an earthquake that morning. So it was like everything happened that day.
That's right. And not that I want to belabor this point, Scotty wasn't home for any of it.
No, I missed it all. And the earthquake was epicenter was a mile from my house. Like I was shocked when I saw the earthquake, and then I saw the tornado warnings, and then I seen the flash flooding. And I was like, what's going to happen next? I mean, what a good time to be in Texas. You know, it was hot. It was like 93 out there. So
we got that all week here just to throw in a Charlotte forecast. Oof.
So I was going to ask you about that before we go, Chris. Some weather today. 3 wind damage reports in from Gaston and Lincoln County. And you and I were watching this earlier, and I wanted to show your circle.
Please.
Nerd out with us, if you will.
Said.
Yeah. Holy outflow. That's right. Can you explain to folks who aren't familiar with outflow on radar why you've circled this particular location?
Sure. So I get geeked out whenever I see this. So any thunderstorm, when it rains, the cooler air from the center of that storm rushes down, and then it creates a little gust front, a little mini cold front, if you will. And that often is what you first feel. You said, wow, it's stormy. That gust of wind that comes, that's the outflow boundary. But when that's rushing by, that drives in to that hot and humid air. So what you were seeing, bringing up that circle again, is those little green lines that were moving into that circle. Those were all outflow boundaries from separate thunderstorms. That's how the thunderstorm that formed in Gaston County formed. And then the circulation from that eventually was the final blow to form that. And it was just minutes after this formed a brand new line, just like the one in Gaston County did as well. So whenever you see this, I get super geeked out because you can see those thin lines. The radar barely picks up on it. And I just turned up the filter ever so slightly so you can see them more. That's what we look for. And this happens all the time in the Charlotte area. So outflow boundaries can often just drive into each other. But sometimes when you have colliding storms, it can cause them spin up. But luckily that was not the case. But yeah, crazy situation there. And also sometimes when you have all these different outflows heading in from different directions, it'll allow a storm just to sit. It kind of gets confused. I was like, what way should I go? And eventually it finds its direction. And that's what happened in southern Gaston County. They only saw about 2 to 3 inches of rain, so nothing comparatively to what we were talking about. But it just shows how quick it can happen and pretty much what happens around here.
Very cool stuff. Remind folks as we begin to say goodnight to you that the Atlantic hurricane season quite active here in the end of August. 3 prospective storms that the National Hurricane Center is keeping an eye on. And here it is. It's been on the monitor behind Chris most of the night. It's their historical peak of the hurricane season there in mid-September, about September 10th or so. And just a reminder that it is September next week, folks. So we are right about in here and coming into that statistical peak. And guys, I would say the outlook from the Hurricane Center matches it
James,
as expected.
I was just surfing on Twitter, and the hurricane hunters are going to be going out into the Caribbean Sea tomorrow to fly into Invest 99. So hopefully we'll get some better model agreement on that once that data starts to flow in. But definitely needs to be watched because you don't want to speculate on models this far out, but the potential is there for it to be a pretty big deal for somewhere in the Gulf Coast.
Everything's pointing towards hurricane at this point. Just saying.
Just ask Henri. It was a week ago. We were like, it's just spitting out there near Bermuda. And what did we know? The next thing we know, it's making landfall in New England. It's canceling concerts in New York City.
Yeah. In 5 days. And that's really the time frame. It's like right now, the timeline could be the next couple of days. You don't hear too much. You could hear tropical depression or tropical storms, either going to be Ida or Julian. We'll see. I think it's most likely going to be Ida at this point. But then once you get to the weekend, we could be talking about tropical storm to hurricane and maybe even rapid intensification, because usually there's 3 things that'll weaken it. It's going to be that dry air, the Saharan dust as we bring up, wind shear, landfall, it's technically 4, but then you could also have the case and scenario. Well, those are the 3, actually. That's what I was trying to get, or landfall. So you have all those that are going to be coming into place. The wind shear is going to lighten up. You're not going to have that dust area. And then also water temperatures are near 90 before any of the possible landfall. So that's why I'm not one that's going to be shouting towards the rooftop, but for sure this could become a major weather headline, and you're probably going to be hearing it in the next couple of days.
Chris, we will see you on TV tonight at 11 o'clock.
I might talk about that. How about that?
Great idea.
Can we promote Chris's TikTok right quick? You got to go follow the man. Go follow the man on TikTok.
Weatherman, I appreciate it. Yeah, and there will be weather content. I did do some TikTok tropics updates, so I promise it's not all shenanigans, but we also like to squeeze that in between tropical systems, right?
I've got to ask a question, though.
Yeah.
I want to know about the Kool-Aid pickles. How bad were they?
Oh, okay. So we had the Kool-Aid pickles. We've done so many. It's so far back now. It was horrible. So
your face said it was horrible.
And I'm a grim human being. I will try a lot of things that people should not try, and I'm okay with it. I like flat soda, for instance. But when you bit into it, it was sweet, and then a terrible, evil pickle taste comes back in. Yeah, don't do it. This is one of them. This was pickles and maple syrup and pickles and peanut butter. I would pickle peanut butter sandwich all day long. That was great.
If you watch the video of Chris doing the Kool-Aid.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
I'm James Brierton, and welcome to the Carolina WeatherNet, powered by the best of the Carolina Weather Group for you, the Carolina weather fan. I wanted to personally welcome you in and give you a tour. The best of our weekly show, the Carolina Weather Group, will be featured right here in this main window, featuring newsmaker interviews from the fields of science, weather, technology, and more for the Carolinas and beyond. And you can always find episode information in the blue bar down below. But even if this isn't a taped replay, you will get continuously updated weather information across the Carolinas on the left side of your screen. Skycams, radar, current conditions, forecast, and more will appear there. And also at 25 and 55 minutes past every hour when we take an extended look at the detailed forecast across both North and South Carolina. And if there's ever a severe weather bulletin from the National Weather Service, it will appear at the bottom of the screen in red. And of course, if the weather warrants, we will interrupt the loop to bring you live severe weather information right here on the Carolina WeatherNet. This is built for you to hang out as long as you would like. Watch it for free any place you watch YouTube, from your smartphone to your smart TV. We are so glad you are here, and we hope that you will like, subscribe, and hit that bell to become a Carolina weather fan. Enjoy.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
Our part, because Chris, your face just like you just like bit into a lemon or something. It's like, oh,
the jaw walks up right here. So see, that's the thing. Weather's number one, but then just having a good time is number two, and that's why I love getting in this group here. This is only my second time. I can't wait for number three, guys.
We're looking forward to it, Chris.
We're wanting to do a WCNC team meeting with all of you all. So
yeah, we got 2 new characters. So heck yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Do you want to just verbally introduce us to new colleagues before we let you go?
Yeah. So we have KJ Jacobs. He came here from the Norfolk market, and we have Brittany Van Voer. I'm so terrible with the name.
I'm going to tell her that you said it great.
Yeah, I know. I just freaked out. And we have Brittany that is coming from Fort Myers. Van Voorhees. There it is. We got it. Can we? This is all live too, so this is forever going to be there.
There's no getting out of this.
Oh no, and I'm sharing in my Facebook page right now. Hopefully she doesn't watch.
It's James' fault, so we'll just blame him.
Yeah, sorry. Chris, thank you so much again for your time. We look forward to having you back on to the Carolina Weather Group as soon as possible. And we'll watch for those tropical updates for you. And I guess we'll watch for the next edition of whatever you're going to decide to put on pickles.
Yeah, I guess so. Actually, it's called Snickles, so stand by.
Ooh, Snickles.
Snickers and pickles. This one's going to be good.
No.
All right, Evan is not pleased.
I haven't been pleased with any of it, but that sounds like probably the worst one yet. I'm not an adventurous eater. I'm a little wimp. So
I have to say, Chris, you like the mustard and watermelon, correct? I mean, that
one was terrible. No, because it like I'm not even a big mustard person in general, and then you put it on the watermelon. Why? What are we doing? Oh my goodness. Yeah, that was me showing my true colors.
Yes.
Hey, I got feet that look like that too. So, team flip flops right here.
I'd be wearing them if I could.
We could just do a whole episode on his TikTok. I'll just keep playing them.
There we go. Well, I'll be back. But also, maybe I shouldn't be here because I feel like I just derailed the end of this meeting. So I apologize.
This is the fun part. This is where we get, we got the serious part out. Now we can have a little fun. So.
Well, I've always had fun. Whoa, sorry about that. Always have fun with you guys. Clearly, I can only talk up to 48 minutes. But I appreciate it. As I was giving shout out to you guys before, both of you guys have helped me out some form since I've been here in the Carolinas with some sort of weather report. So keep it up, guys. It's all you that really connect this Carolina Weather Group, right?
We like to think so.
I'm just going to leave it on that. I can't top that. I'll take that compliment and just say goodnight. Thank you, Chris. And thank you to everyone watching and listening to this edition of the Carolina Weather Group. We will be back next week, and you can always find us on social media or streaming anytime on the Carolina Weather Net. It's made for you, the Carolina Weather fan. Find it on YouTube. Just search Carolina Weather Group. It's on all the time. It's free. It's great. I sleep to it. Good night. It is September 15th, 2021. I'm James Brierton, live in Charlotte, North Carolina. We have our Carolina Weather Group panel with us tonight, and we are talking about the SpaceX launch just within the hour. You may have seen SpaceX launching from Kennedy Space Center, their first, anyone's first, all-civilian launch to space in the Inspiration 4 mission. We're going to show it to you in just a moment, that SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket and the Dragon spacecraft launching from the historic Launch Complex 39A there in Kennedy Space Center. But the thing I'm really super excited about, and I know these guys are too, is we have photos and videos from you across the Carolinas showing us what it looked like here at home in the eastern sky for many of you, especially along the coast, but not for all of you, because as we take a live look at radar, you can see we've got scattered rain, some heavy, a little thunderstorm activity as well out there, in addition to some clouds, and that ruined the show for many of us here in Charlotte, in Morganton, North Carolina, where Scotty Powell is. But Jared's going to show us some of that video that some of you did manage to take in just a moment. So if you would like to share with us, you can tweet to us right now at Carolina WX Group on Twitter. It's Carolina WX Group on Twitter. You can find us on Facebook as well too, and we'll take a look at some of those coming up, and we'll hear from these guys in just a moment. But let's get right to it, guys. Let's roll that tape and look here, the final moments of countdown from Kennedy Space Center in Florida just an hour ago.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, ignition. inspiration forward. Copy, 1 Alpha.
Vehicles pitching downrange. Gauge 1, propulsion is nominal.
T plus 30 seconds. Callouts indicate nominal. Historic mission flying the Inspiration 4 crew. Onboard Dragon and Falcon 9. Great view of the crew in the council. We're into the throttle down, into the throttle bucket.
Stage 1, throttle down.
Throttling down in preparation for the period of maximum dynamic pressure. Minute in the flight.
9 is supersonic. Max Stage 1, throttle up.
We're through the period of maximum dynamic pressure.
Copy,
We're
1
throttled
Bravo.
back up, and 1 Bravo, the call out from space. That's one of the abort sequences. That is a nominal call. Everything continues to be good. Looks like a smooth ride for the crew.
And you can see them giving the thumbs up there. That is for quote unquote regular people. They are certainly well trained, knowledgeable, and experts, but they are not military. They are not NASA. And they're not really, really rich guys who own their own space company. So what is exciting about this is that it is the first step towards one day launching us regular people into space. Although, I don't know, guys, I don't see in my lifetime me being able to get to space affordably, but it is really cool. This is all automated. They have to push, as I understand, close to no buttons, and they're just driving this thing from California. But here in the Carolinas, folks like you at home were able to see this. Let's bring in Jared Smith. He is the keeper of the photos and videos tonight, so keep them coming. We'll look for your live comments in chat, but Jared, what are people showing us?
Yeah, we got lucky here in Charleston. Really along the entire South Carolina coast, we actually had, it was kind of funny. James and I, we were talking on the phone earlier. I was like, man, I don't feel good about this because we had some showers coming in not too long ago, and I was like, man, I don't know if we're going to get a good look at this. But as it turned out, we got lucky in the Charleston area, and we'll take my screen share here. And this one comes to us from Emily Koppel. Her father, Michael Koppel, took these photos on Kiawah Island. Is like, is this a SpaceX launch? Yep, absolutely. And some really cool shots. You can see, you just see that trail there. And the SpaceX rockets just put on such a great show. And I got to tell you, looking inside that SpaceX rocket, it's got to be really good that they're not flying on everything that's something that's built by the lowest bidder. I'm sure that it just looks really, really nice in there. And that is the way that I would want to go to space. It looks like they had a really smooth ride, as James said, and I'm really excited about that. So yeah, so this is what it looked like from the ground. This is from Emily. Thank you, Emily. At Total Return on Twitter got a really cool video here. Thought it was a UFO. Nope, it's an IFO. It's an identified flying object. We know exactly what this is, and get this going. Allegedly, we were going to try and get this going. Okay.
It would be scary if you didn't know what it was or what was happening.
Well, I mean, there's some people who didn't know what was happening. All right, so we're going to fake this. We're going to, for some reason, it's not playing. So I'm just going to drag my scroll wheel here. But you can kind of. You get the gist. This thing was hauling butt. Spacecraft are, they've got to move very quickly to achieve that escape velocity and get out of our way. And then Christian Morgan, Scotty, he's vacationing in Myrtle Beach. Is that correct?
Yeah, he's in North Myrtle Beach this week. So
yep,
gotta get you.
Christian Morgan from WFMY. Yeah, he got a really cool shot here. And then the other cool thing is that we had an ISS pass about 3 minutes after that. The International Space Station came by about 3 minutes afterward. So Skywatchers got one, lucky, and two, a heck of a show tonight, courtesy of the United States Space Program, cooperation with our international partners, and Elon Musk. So this is just a few of them. If you go off on Twitter, the videos are everywhere right now. Yeah, it was really cool. It was really neat. Just before we went on, Dave Williams at Channel 4 here, WCIV, he was able to catch not only the liftoff but also the return, because remember the Dragon. We haven't cleared it, so I'm not running it. Literally just before we got on here, but the Dragon rocket, as we all know, it comes back to Earth. It's complete. It's a totally reusable system, and so we apparently were able to see the landing too. So that is pretty cool.
That is pretty.
We haven't mentioned yet one of the folks going into space. Christopher Simbrowski is actually a North Carolina native. Grew up in Kannapolis, North Carolina. So
really,
so he was one of the 4 members on the crew tonight. Went to school in Kannapolis, grew up throughout his high school years, and then moved off. But a North Carolina native on the spaceship tonight.
And they are no stranger to things going fast in Kannapolis. So that is
that's right.
Probably the fastest a Kannapolis native has ever traveled. So
he's got Dale Earnhardt beat by a couple of miles an hour.
Yeah, it certainly does. And Scott, I just passed this one along to me. This is so cool. This is a 30-second exposure.
Look at that. Look at that trail. Look at that tail there.
Yeah, so cool.
And I feel Steve is a reporter at WBTV, and he's from my hometown, so we talk a lot. And he's been down there all week, and he's like, I've just been wanting to get one great sunset photo while I'm at the beach this week, and he hasn't been able to get it, but I think this makes up for that. So
I'm so glad you brought sunset up, because as I understand it, it's actually the setting sun that makes this possible, because it's backlighting it. I'm going to go to Dan in a moment for a little bit more science behind how that light works, but they actually had an angle of this from space. Take a look at what the sunset looks like from space shortly after takeoff.
There on your screen, you can see a sunrise horizon there with planet Earth just behind the glowing MVAC engine.
Okay, I stand corrected. That was the sunrise as they made it around the globe, but still really, really cool. And Dan, you weren't able to capture this rocket launch, but you're no stranger to capturing rocket launches. As we know, you caught one for us here on the Carolina Weather Group from the Outer Banks when this rocket took off from Wallops Flight Facility in Virginia. So you're no stranger to this beautiful photography. What is it like, Dan, to see something like this and be able to capture it with your camera?
Right. Yeah, it must be pretty exciting having, for those who had a good view of it tonight. When you see this going through the sky, it seems surreal. You're watching something that is kind of going against the direction of anything that you would normally see in the night sky, and it's moving upwards, and it definitely doesn't look like anything else you've ever seen. So kind of a real interesting experience that connects us to these kind of greater human aspirations and things that we've been able to do that are bigger than just being on the surface of planet Earth. So you kind of feel all that in that moment, and it definitely sinks in.
I was trying to explain that to my 3-year-old. The concept of leaving Earth. If you're watching at home right now on our live broadcast here on Facebook, YouTube with Carolina WeatherNet, use that live chat box. We want to hear what your thoughts are on a launch like this, or if you could ever afford a ride to space, would you go? Very, very cool, exciting stuff out there. There's also, of course, they bring an object with them, a zero-G indicator. We've seen some of these in the past. I think it was a dinosaur previously. Well, tonight, their special zero-G indicator has a special meaning. Take a listen.
Oh, we can see the zero-G indicator floating around.
And it looks like it is a little golden retriever.
Oh, like the golden retriever assistance dogs at St. Jude Children's Hospital. That is apropos.
And they are doing a fundraiser tonight for St. Jude's on their YouTube page that SpaceX was launching tonight's stream on. So that was some synergy that they brought together. More of these very exciting space photos to get to, including some fresh video from our pal Brad Panovich, who is in Florida, in Disney, vacationing in Orlando. And we're going to run this. It's classic Disney, guys. Besides it being a little windy, you can hear like the theme park music playing in the background.
Nice.
But you can also hear Brad's raw excitement, him, his kids, his family. Take a listen.
Yep, there it is. There it is. Look. That is the Falcon 9. Oh, I can't believe we see it. That's awesome. There it goes. Go to space.
Bye.
So cool.
And Jared, you were talking about the separation and the returning of the booster. Brad's got a view of that too. Take a look. It's really cool.
Oh, it just separated. There, now see that vapor trail? Now you'll see the booster rocket come back down. Watch. Look at that. That shock wave is the separation. There's the booster. It's coming back. Now watch, the booster will actually come back and land. I can't get.
I'm sorry. I just love the music.
Yeah, no, it was a pretty good bop.
Yeah. You know what that reminds me of? It reminds me, Jared, of your panelist playlist that we did this summer on our Spotify feed.
It does have a little bit of a local on the 8s flavor to it. Currently, the temperature is. Yeah, exactly. I mean,
reminds me of your TikToks.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah. For those of you who are watching and who are not aware, I have found the retro weather channel niche on TikTok.
Yes.
And it's, quite frankly, it is the energy I feel like that we all need in the year of our Lord 2021. with all these things going on in the world, sometimes you just need an old school orange local forecast. So, but yeah, that was. It's just so cool to see normals. I think that's the thing. These are not like these are not like your typical, the right stuff kind of things. These are people just having fun, and the technology has evolved so much where it's not such a manual process, as you mentioned. They didn't really have a lot to do. And the user interfaces on the SpaceX on the SpaceX rockets are, just that alone looks really cool. So probably very user friendly and easy to use. You basically you would hope,
no
right?
tech support.
Well, you do. It's called Houston, right? Or
California.
Yeah. I guess it wouldn't be Houston in this case. Somebody yelling for Houston and is like, no, we're not here. But no, it was really cool to see. This is going to be a memorable 3 days for this crew, and I hope they enjoy. I hope they're soaking in every minute of it.
They get 15 laps around the Earth for the next 3 days. I think if I got that right.
Mm-hmm.
So while you're stuck at work tomorrow, just think about them.
Mm-hmm. And they are orbiting. And the other thing too is that they are orbiting higher than the International Space Station.
That's wow.
So they are
actual space, not what.
Yeah. They have been added to the astronaut registry. The crew, these 4 have been added as people who have legitimately flown into space. So, right. Something tells me right now Jeff Bezos is on the ground in his cowboy boots, saying, "I wish that was me."
Speaking of that, Jared, I've been quiet because I seen something on Twitter this week, and I was trying to scroll to it, and I finally found it. Talking about all this, NASA has selected Falcon Heavy to launch GOES-U in 2024. So talking about space, here's our next GOES satellite that's going to be released, or I guess flown up into space in 2024. So just to kind of chime in. This is the weather effect of it, as well as we're going to get more GOES satellite data, and we all like that. So.
Oh yeah, GOES T is the last one that's going to launch on an Atlas rocket, and GOES T launches in January 2022. That is going to replace GOES S, aka GOES 17, in the GOES West position. So they don't have to deal with that loop heat pipe anomaly anymore, where they're losing water vapor data. So one more ride for GOES on the Atlas, and then, as Scotty mentioned here, we're going to go SpaceX for that.
And of course, it's worth mentioning that SpaceX right now is the only way that American astronauts can launch to the International Space Station from American soil. So I know there are a couple different companies out there who are all competing in this new version of the space race, but boy, SpaceX is really good at grabbing those headlines, guys.
Well, when you're first to market, I mean, if there's one thing about SpaceX is the legacy of who runs SpaceX. I mean, Elon Musk, he came into this mainly because of PayPal. So he knows what it takes to build a product that ships. Sometimes.
And for anyone who claims they don't use PayPal, but you use Venmo, you're using
PayPal. Yeah.
Just like Instagram is Facebook.
Yeah. But so, yeah, I mean, so you have this really cool ingenuity. And I know that the people there have put in just intense, long hours to get to this point. And I'm sure that they absolutely love, I would hope anyway, that they absolutely love seeing the fruits of their labor go up and come down and land like a James Bond movie, like every time. I can't get over it.
So normal. The fact that when we first went to space, everyone stopped, everyone watched it. Even shuttle launches used to be carried on the networks, and it was a thing to view. And now I'm putting it on my phone while giving the kid a bath or doing something else. It's really cool and impressive, but it's almost normal now. I don't know if that's good or bad.
In a way, this is what they were aiming for with the shuttle program, if you think about it. Because the shuttle program, the intent behind the shuttle program was to launch that thing like 12 times a year, something like that. Just have constant space exploration. Obviously, it didn't work out that way. It ended up being far too expensive, and in a couple cases, far too dangerous. But the that was the idea behind the shuttle program. But now, as it turns out, the shuttle program maybe was just a little ahead of its time. Turns out that the standard rocket model actually can be very reusable, even more reusable than the space shuttle, because the space shuttle would jettison the fuel tank, and that would burn up, and then you would have the boosters would come back, but that fuel tank, that huge orange fuel tank, that would burn up. So that was a lot of there's still plenty of waste with that. So I mean, it's really cool. I'm glad that we're getting to see this.
Anybody want to take a gander without opening the link of how much it's going to cost to ship GOES U into space? How much do you think it costs?
I'm deciding if it's millions or billions.
I was a little taken back. It wasn't as much as I thought it would be. $152.5 million, which I would thought would be more than that. I would thought at least $500,000 or something, but not that 152 million is a.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
I'm James Brierton, and welcome to the Carolina WeatherNet, powered by the best of the Carolina Weather Group for you, the Carolina weather fan. I wanted to personally welcome you in and give you a tour. The best of our weekly show, the Carolina Weather Group, will be featured right here in this main window, featuring newsmaker interviews from the fields of science, weather, technology, and more for the Carolinas and beyond. And you can always find episode information in the blue bar down below. But even if this isn't a taped replay, you will get continuously updated weather information across the Carolinas on the left side of your screen. Skycams, radar, current conditions, forecast, and more will appear there. And also at 25 and 55 minutes past every hour when we take an extended look at the detailed forecast across both North and South Carolina. And if there's ever a severe weather bulletin from the National Weather Service, it will appear at the bottom of the screen in red. And of course, if the weather warrants, we will interrupt the loop to bring you live severe weather information right here on the Carolina WeatherNet. This is built for you to hang out as long as you would like. Watch it for free any place you watch YouTube, from your smartphone to your smart TV. We are so glad you are here, and we hope that you will like, subscribe, and hit that bell to become a Carolina weather fan. Enjoy.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
I thought it might be a little bit more than that. So
yeah. Well, to Jared's point, yeah.
Reusability. Economies of scale.
That's how you win contracts, too.
That's right.
Well, very cool stuff. Dan, we hope the next time the clouds don't ruin our fun so we can get you back out there.
That's right. Yeah. And if you're, someone at home and you want to kind of capture this thing the next time we have a good launch, just, a couple things to keep an eye on are the visible satellite. If you have the ability to either look at your local forecast or just look at a visible satellite map, you can see which clouds are coming in. And then, of course, try and film with a steady hand. If you can get your hands on a camera that has a telephoto lens, that's helpful as well. And but otherwise, hopefully we'll get another shot at seeing one of these soon.
Tips from the expert. I love it. We'll keep an eye on what they've got coming out of Florida, but of course, we've really fallen in love this year with wallops in Virginia as well too, especially if you're in like eastern North Carolina. It's right there for you. Well, that does it for this exciting live edition of the Carolina Weather Group. Thanks for joining us. We will have updates on the tropics on Facebook, on YouTube, so be sure to like, subscribe, hit the bell, sign up. I don't know, whatever you got to do, sign a blood oath, so you get all the updates from us here at the Carolina Weather Group. And if you do find us on Spotify, then you can check out our panelist playlists. We're, of course, happy to have you listen to our audio podcast wherever you listen to audio podcasts, but Spotify had this cool feature where we could play songs and music. And so we did a special series this summer called Panelist Playlist. And if you want to take a listen to it, head on over to the Carolina Weather Group on Spotify. Look for the episodes that have the little music notes at the end of them, and you can be listening to some smooth Weather Channel local on the 8's jazz with your host, Jared Smith and Tim Pounds. So be sure to check that out. I'm James Brierton. On behalf of Scotty, Jared, and Dan, thanks for joining us. And here again, the Rocket Launch.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Go Falcon. Godspeed Inspiration 4. Copy 1 Alpha.
Vehicles pitching downrange. Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening. And man, I am excited about this show. We have featured Frying Pan Shoals out off the coast of North Carolina several times during our hurricane coverage that you most likely have tuned into from one time or another. And I've been wanting to get Richard on the show, and Shay worked his magic and was able to get Richard Neal on the show. Richard is an engineer and the director of Frying Pan Shoals Tower out in the Atlantic Ocean, where he currently is right now. And it's just hard to believe that technology's come so far along that we can actually talk to Richard, who's out in the middle of the ocean right now. So Richard, welcome to the show. We are happy to have you. And, I just want to talk a little bit. Our first question for you is more of a just kind of getting to know you question. And normally it's how did you get hooked into the weather world? And I know weather plays a little bit into what you do, but how did you get involved in this project? I mean, this is just such a fascinating story about you guys.
Well, like a lot of guys, after work, I still have my hands on the keyboard and I'm working on things and I'm surfing the web. And this is back in 08, 09. And I was like, well, there's got to be great things that are giving away because we're in a recession and everything's so discounted. And let's search for government surplus in North Carolina. And the first thing that popped up on screen was this big old warehouse. And I'm like, no, that's crazy. Swipe right or left, or whichever it is. Next one was a whole bank building, and then some FEMA trailers, then some strange big metal box out on legs in the ocean. And that was kind of the fish hook that caught me. So ended up getting it. Won the auction.
A little bit about you, assuming you was looking up stuff in North Carolina. Are you originally from North Carolina, or how did you get here?
Well, I was born and raised in Oklahoma, which is not exactly a land of oceans or mountains. And so I had a chance to come do a job interview over here back in the previous couple decades. And I was like, the trees are tall, the ocean's beautiful, so it hooked me. I moved into the Charlotte area where I've been since 99.
I've got to ask you, I personally love Oklahoma. I go out as much as I can to storm chase. So did you have any close encounters with tornadoes in your time out there?
In Oklahoma, it was pretty normal to just, there's the tornado and it's only yay big. And so you drive a little slower so it can stay ahead of you, or you drive a little faster because it's behind you. The one time riding in my dad's pickup truck, banged on the rooftop because back then we could ride in the back. And we were following one about 2 miles ahead of us. And I asked him to hurry up because there was another one behind us, about 3 miles behind us. So we just stayed right between the two as we went home that day. Just a normal day. Did not understand the magnitude of the difference between a tornado and hurricanes. Hurricanes are a whole different ball of wax, aren't they?
Yes, they are. They are. We'll talk a little bit about that. So engineering, I know you got some engineering out there. Tell us a little bit about that and what all engineering wise you do out there right now at the tower.
Well, when I got the tower, when we first came out here, we opened the doors and all the windows were sealed up and there was thick junk all over the floor. It was incredibly filthy. And of course, nothing worked. There was no electricity. There was no running water, you name it. Obviously, no internet. And so the name of the game was basically, how do we reestablish? And so if you can think of walking into a garage that people had walked out of 2 decades before, leaving most of the tools in there, almost like a put it together puzzle, figure it out and you can make it work, that sort of thing. That was what it was. So found that there were holding tanks of water, found that the wiring was redundant because in the classic military Coast Guard sense, you never modified a circuit. You just added another one and added another one. So, oh my gosh. So it's really stretched my brain, everything from the structural to the mechanical to the electronics to you name it. Again, you don't just hire a plumber out here. You are the plumber. So
very interesting. And the first question that pops into my mind here, Richard, is how do you get out there?
Good question. After I bought it, it took me 4 months to get here because I couldn't get a captain willing to bring me out in a boat. He said, there's no ladder on it and you can't get up on it. And I said, well, I was actually a really good climber, so just get me close. But I think what really made him laugh was when I showed up at the dock carrying an extension ladder with hooks on the top. So climbed on it that way, and we do come out by boat when we're carrying things, but more commonly we just fly out by a Robinson R-44 and land on the helipad, which is our entire rooftop. So it was here a couple times today dropping off researchers.
Very interesting. So no Jacob's ladder. I mean, you're just strictly helicopter at this point?
Helicopter and boat, because one of the legs does have a reestablishment of handholds. You do have to be a little bit of a monkey to jump from a boat to a leg and then climb up freehand 65 feet of handholds.
And so you're telling me if you're not a fan of heights, that might not be the best way to go.
Not a good idea. But, that's actually how we get the first person on, usually one of the crew. And then we snatch everybody, if you don't like heights, we snatch everybody out of the front of a boat with a hoist and just pull them straight up. And that's actually really, really safe because a person's sitting there with a harness or whatever, and until they get hooked in, they're perfectly safe. They're just sitting in a boat, right? Then we grab them, pull them right up, roll them inside, just tell them to stand up. That's all there is to it. And haven't dropped anybody yet. That's probably a good record, 10 years. So
why was the tower built in the first place?
I'm the old one out of probably all of us. And I remember when we didn't have cell phones and we rolled this little circle on the phone to make it work. So back in the 1960s, there was still the frying pan shoals, and the shoals were shallow and then deep, and then who knows, boats were going aground and wrecking. So because we didn't have GPS and we didn't have LORAN, and you could use a sextant or whatever to look at the stars, but it was out here to be the lighthouse. So it's still got the light up in the corner that we don't use anymore because GPS, obviously, but it was purely to keep people from running aground. There's literally hundreds of shipwrecks from here to shore. We're about 32 miles from the closest point. Technically, we're outside of America by about 6 miles.
And speaking of that closest point, for those who may not know, what is that closest point off reference of North Carolina?
A lot of people would be aware of Wilmington, and Wilmington has a bunch of smaller cities flanking it, Southport and Carolina Beach, and coming out to the tip of it of Bald Head Island. and that's from where the shoals actually continue on outwards. So Bald Head Island, which is right over that way. We can see the light of a lighthouse on shore occasionally, just a little faint glimmer, but we don't see light of anything else because we're just too far away.
Sometimes people just like to go out in the ocean, fishing and stuff. Do people ever come by and just yell up and say hey to you and whatever?
Yeah, it is interesting. I don't know if it's good or bad, but I've got, I guess people are like, hey, Richard, and my phone number's out there, so I'll get text messages, emails. I think I'm down to, 5,000 or more emails in the last couple of weeks again. So it's a little tough. I'm amazed you guys could track me down. I'm glad you did. But they'll holler up, Richard, hey, this is so-and-so. And I was out there 2 years ago, 5 years ago, 6 years ago. Sometimes I remember who they are and sometimes I don't. But on a good, flat, calm weekend, we can have 30 boats around here all getting bait fish or catching fish or just hanging out. It's really quite the party.
Yeah, I was going to say, I've done spearfishing at the Chesapeake Light Tower to the north up there. That's a popular spot. And there's, there's a lot of fish. There's a lot of great, fish that hang around these things. It's an object in the water. It goes in depth. There's teeming life around it. It's kind of neat.
Yep. We've got a lot of bugs underneath this. And bugs, in layman's terms, are lobsters, spiny lobsters. They average about 8 pounds here.
So you kind of took up my next question was going to be about the B&B and how long that ran for.
Yeah, we were doing that from 2012 when we had our first family stay out here, which was quite interesting. They were like, yeah, we know it's sort of a B&B, right? And then we shifted over in 2018 purely to the nonprofit. And we still have a lot of people come out, but it's not in the sense of coming out and hanging out. It's come out and participate. The walls in here are nice and blue because we had 3 or 4 volunteers a couple of weeks back, clean and scrape and put it all back in order.
How many people do you normally average in a year, Richard, that come out and volunteer? I mean, I know it can vary, but it's
a really great question. We've had thousands out, and that's because many people will come by in their boat and then they'll come on up and maybe they'll carry something out. I occasionally get a call on the Marine Band radio. Hey, Richard, we're here and we brought you that extra water, or we brought you some food, or we have too much beer and we can't get rid of it. We need your help. So, or we have fish that we've caught and they're like, yeah, come on up, let's share it and have a meal. And then you can head out the next morning. But with 8 bedrooms and a crew room in addition, and about 6,000 square feet, and a rec room and a stainless steel kitchen and a big generator room where we can cut and torch and do all the types of mechanical things you would want to. It's actually got a place for all different kinds of people. We've got people that came out and did nothing but work on our garden in the back corner. So we've got a garden that grows. Go figure.
And for those who are maybe wanting to know, you do a fantastic job on social media, the Facebook page, of just sharing your experiences from day in and day out. And it's a really cool thing. If you go to Facebook and type in Frying Pan Tower, Richard, you do a great job on social media, just kind of showing the behind the scenes look there.
Yeah. It's funny. People ask what the tower is really like and how it survived these hurricanes. And some of the things that I've learned is that the engineers that put it together had a fair amount of experience with what they call Texas Tower or Texas oil rigs, the genre in the 40s and the 50s. So they made this thing stupidly overbuilt. I mean, massively structurally strong. With the legs, I just got a blueprint that I hadn't seen in 10 years. And it actually indicates that when they set the base pilings down, they actually took pipes and then hydraulically rammed them through the legs down into the bedrock to the depth of, if you can imagine this, 296 feet.
Wow.
That's incredible. It's a football field of steel down into the bedrock and then filled up with cement. So, and the casing on the pipe that actually is water level down is multiple layers. So it's approximately 3.5 inches thick. We just, we have to worry more about anything above water and just keep welding on parts there. So, I've gotten a chance to become a more proficient welder. Since I don't have OSHA looking over my shoulder, it's like, yep, I'll do it. I'll do it right, but I don't have to get it inspected. So again, being outside the country does have some perks, right?
Next question is, it's kind of like just everyday life that we have here, the luxuries of plumbing and power, internet.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen you were watching the football game a couple of nights ago. You cook up these really nice looking dinners. So how do you get all of that 32 miles out in the Atlantic Ocean?
That's it. This is truly a working environment along the lines of, we don't just say, hey, stick a solar panel up there, it'll be great, and you'll love it for 25 years. No, we actually know that they will hold on during a hurricane. We've had solar panels up for 3 or 4 hurricanes now. We know the flags don't last quite as well, but that's another story. And with those solar panels, we still are on conventional solar batteries. So we don't have lithium yet because we work off of a very tight donated budget, obviously. And then if we need to augment it, like tonight when everyone's using all kinds of things, I will run a small little 3K generator by Honda or something like that. But the good news is that we did also resurrect life back into the 40 kilowatt Detroit diesel that has been sitting here ever since the 1960s. And when we took it apart and looked inside at the pistons, everything was put back in almost perfect order. And then they closed the doors and walked away. So all we had to do was get it up and running again. Now we need to get the electrical part out of it, which is the diodes and the rectifiers. And guess what? I'm getting to learn something else. But once I do that, then we'll reach out to our audience and say, be nice to have some resistance heaters bolted back on the wall. And then we'll run that and be warm while we're out here working. So 99% of the time, we're just solar and wind. So we have a couple turbines, and we've got a couple dozen panels and a battery room full of batteries that we watch very closely and monitor. And everything that we do out here, we can also look at and monitor from shore. So, and that was a 5.2 gigahertz microwave dish that we set up, shot to shore, 56 miles, talked to TV station into letting us put a dish up on their tower at 1,300 feet. And, it's one of those, I can't believe they let us do this sort of stuff, but, we get really smart people and then they're excited about it. And then they tell other people, and then we get a phone call. And a gentleman just got on a helicopter today that left that made a donation, and he spent a day or two out here. I didn't make him work, but he worked anyway. Couldn't stop him.
Jordan, I know you've got the big fun question for us meteorological nerds.
Yeah, so as the Carolina Weather Group, I'd be remiss if we didn't talk a little bit of meteorology while we're here. So what are some of the more memorable storms that have come by in recent times? I mean, I know I'm thinking about Florence and Matthew are probably the obvious ones, but maybe you have one that's maybe not quite so obvious.
Well, Arthur was an amazing thing. I actually was out here with 3 of my kids and 1 volunteer, and we planned on flying back by helicopter on a Tuesday with an upper limit of the wind speed of being around 45 miles an hour or so for the helicopter. I think it was a Bell Jet Ranger. And we woke up that next morning to 55 miles an hour constant. So we weren't going anywhere. Surprise, had not been out here for a hurricane. And my kids are like, are we going to be all right? Of course we are. It's going to be great. So everything was great.
It's pretty much going to be a tornado type wind event for the duration of several hours. And that is not a good situation, especially if you're in a building that is prone to damage. Luckily, most building codes are up to date with hurricane wind thresholds, but it's still a dangerous situation because this is, of course, a very strong, exceptionally strong storm. And heavy rainfall, again, is expected across central to northeast Florida and as well as southwest Florida. Of course, southeast Florida already saw their rainfall, so pretty much the whole entire peninsula has been dealing with a lot of flooding across yesterday, today, tomorrow, and the next day, so pretty much throughout the remainder of this week. And even whenever you start getting up to our neighbors in the north and the Carolinas, they will also see a decent amount of rainfall with this storm as it makes its way out into the Atlantic, only to loop back and make another landfall as a tropical storm sometime between 8 p.m. Friday, or 8 a.m. Friday and 8 p.m. Friday, so probably sometime in the afternoon on Friday. So again, it's a dangerous situation for those living pretty much across the Atlantic Southeast, and we're expecting this to continue to unfold as we make our way through the next few hours and into the next few days. Of course, one of the things that we want to emphasize is if you have the time to volunteer, make sure that you do not go by yourself. Make sure that you're partnered with an organization. Over the next few days, we'll see organizations start asking for help and enlisting the help of people with all different various backgrounds. So if you do have experience with using power tools or anything of that nature and are able to help break down and clean up damage, look for these organizations. Red Cross, of course, they have volunteer opportunities that will unfold in the next few days, as well as the Cajun Navy. There are many other places that you can go to possibly help. And of course, Red Cross will always accept donations if you cannot donate your time. But again, it's a dangerous situation in general, and we will start to see the damage reports continue to come in. And we're going to toss things over to the desk with Robert, and he'll talk more about Ian.
Reports coming in. Excuse me, apologies. We have one from starting from 11:56. We have a report of 59 knot winds in Fort Myers in southwest Florida, and that is already damaging winds before the storm was going to make landfall there. Measured 55 knot winds at Punta Gorda Airport, and then also we have measured 52 knot winds in Venice, Florida. So these are all very, very high wind gusts that are being reported in the general area where we're expected to see that landfall. And of this storm, we have an extension of that extreme wind warning across Sarasota and Charlotte counties. So essentially you had that extreme wind warning already in effect, and that extreme wind warning is going to be moved off towards the north a little bit. And we could see further extensions based on the strength of this storm as it continues to make landfall. We also have a gust of 52 knots all the way up in St. Petersburg. So the storm is making landfall in southwestern Florida, and we are seeing gusts up to 50 knots, and that's a little over 50 miles per hour, all the way up in St. Petersburg, which is, of course, still seeing up to hurricane force winds up there. We also have reports of large limbs snapping off hardwood trees, downed power lines in the area around Lee County. That's where, of course, Fort Myers is. And we have 50-mile-per-hour gusts still being reported in that area, and it is going to ramp up as the storm continues to make its way inland. So that's why it's so important to emphasize that you are inside a lowest-level interior room if you're not under a storm surge threat. If you are under a storm surge threat, the biggest concern is to be an interior room, but also make sure you're not putting yourself in danger for life-threatening flooding. So those are our major concerns there. We also have an expired tornado warning. Of course, that one was in effect for the area around Sanibel, or excuse me, around DeSoto, Hardy, and Highlands in Florida. This one is now expired, and we have no current tornado warnings in effect, but we will continue to watch and see if there are any new ones updated. We have a high risk of heavy rainfall that could be expected over Orlando and in throughout the peninsula of Florida, so a dangerous flooding situation that we are seeing here. And also, again, 54 to 55 mile per hour gusts being reported as far north as the Tampa Bay area. So we have this storm surge threat all throughout Florida. That's something we're concerned about, is storm surge, up to 10, 15 feet of storm surge in some locations, excuse me. But we are also seeing this high wind threat, not just around where the storm is making landfall, but all the way up into the Orlando area.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day.
Again, not immediately right next to the eye wall I want to emphasize that these impacts are being felt way outside of just the center of the storm. So even if you're not in the immediate Fort Myers, Port Charlotte, into Cape Coral area, we do have a concern for tornadoes, for storm surge, and for high wind. We have that concern all throughout Florida, and particularly into the Tampa Bay, into the Orlando, into the as far as Miami and Daytona Beach in some cases. Tropical storm warnings and even hurricane warnings have just been issued for areas like Daytona Beach. So again, I just want to emphasize that this is a wide-ranging threat. Primary concern is for Fort Myers in that immediate area in Southwest Florida, but we are seeing these impacts far across the Florida regions. Now I'm going to pass things off to Ian at the wall.
Robert, we did have a question in the chat. Why is this hurricane going to be slowing down as it passes through the Florida Peninsula? And because there's going to be a breakdown of steering currents. So right now this storm is being pulled northeast to because of a trough that is pushed through. It's also giving us our cooler temperatures up here in North Florida. All right. As that trough pushes through, we're going to have two high pressures built in, one here and one up here, and that storm is going to get trapped behind that. Okay, and that's why we're going to have that slowdown of the storm as it passes through the Florida Peninsula. However, as we zoom into the actual landfall of Hurricane Ian here, we have a very, very dangerous situation developing. As Aaron and Robert have both said, we do have an extreme wind warning for portions of Fort Myers and the southwest coast of Florida. Again, this is an extremely rare event. We almost never see extreme winds warnings. That is when we expect sustained winds for 115 miles per hour for this region. So again, if you are in these regions, hunker down, all right? We don't want you leaving at this point, all right? You're going to get through this, okay? Hunker down. It's going to get tough, all right? But you're going to get through it, okay? Anyways, extreme wind warning here for portions of Fort Myers as this storm begins to move onshore. As we are seeing, this eye wall is battering the coast of the Fort Myers here, and is a terrible situation that is developing. If we can put the lightning up here, I'd like to take a look at that before we move up, because there has been a lot of lightning activity in the eye wall, and that is one of our main indicators that this is in a very intense storm. All right, when we think about hurricanes, we don't really think about lightning, but when we see lightning like this, especially this amount of activity in the eye wall, this is one of our indicators that this is a very intense and a very powerful storm that is moving onshore. One thing I did want to look at is the geography of this coast. It's one of the reasons why this storm surge event is going to be so awful. The geography of the Fort Myers area, if we can zoom in here a bit and take a look at that, it's as this storm rotates counterclockwise around, this water is going to get pushed up and into these bays, these canals, all of these areas right here. That water is going to pile up, and that's why we're seeing those storm surge estimates up to 12 to 18 feet. That is feet, that is not inches, 12 to 18 feet. This is a very, very bad situation that is developing, especially if you do have property on the coastal areas of Fort Myers. So this is something we do want to take a look at. If we can switch to velocity, let's see what those wind speeds are reading. So we have very strong readings here onto the coast, off the charts here. So this is obviously a very terrible situation here. Let's take a wide look of the state of Florida, and let's switch back to reflectivity here. As we've mentioned throughout the show, this is a storm that is not just impacting the southwest coast, it is also impacting the southeast coast, central Florida, northeast Florida. This is something that is affecting nearly the entire state of Florida with the exception of northwest Florida up here in Tallahassee. Again, this is a very, very large storm. All right, it is impacting a lot of people. We have tropical storm warnings all the way down in southeast Florida, all the way up to northeast Florida. The entire south central coast of peninsula of Florida is under a tornado watch. Again, like lightning, tornadoes aren't necessarily something you think about very often with hurricanes, but more times than not, especially in this northeast quadrant here, we do see a lot of tornadic activity. So that's something we're going to have to take a look at. We saw a lot of that last night, especially in southeast Florida, and we've seen a couple tornado warnings already today. So again, it is not just the winds, it is not just the rainfall, it is not just the storm surge. We also do have a tornadic threat here as we go into the landfall. Again, like I talked about at the beginning of this segment, this storm is moving very slow, all right? So since we started streaming about an hour ago, this storm has just crawled towards the coast, all right? So these are sustained winds down here in Fort Myers of the 155 miles an hour that we're talking about that is sustained on the coast, all right? These are not just gusts. These wind speeds are being sustained here, so obviously a very terrible situation. I do want to hit on one more point before we throw things over to the desk. I'm hearing a lot of buzz about Category 5, Category 5. Again, Category 5 is all semantics. right now. The latest advisory puts out 155 miles an hour. In order for it to be a Category 5, it has to be 160 miles an hour. However, the difference between a 155 mile an hour Category 4 and 160 mile an hour Category 5 is non-existent. Okay, do not get caught up. This is a very dangerous, a very powerful storm. There will be impacts across the entire peninsula of Florida. Do not get caught on that Category 5 versus a Category 5 or 4 conversation. Anyways, we are going to throw things back over to Chandler to take another look at some of those damage reports as well as the latest social media posts.
That's right. Yes. So there's a lot to take in with Hurricane Ian, especially starting off with the fact that it is a widespread kind of impact event. It's, of course, mainly impacting Southwest Florida, but the whole entire peninsula is under the gun for very strong storms surge across the coast, and then a lot of rainfall throughout the peninsula. Just here with the Weather Prediction Center, they have upwards of 10 to 15 inches of rain from Tampa all the way up to Jacksonville. Orlando is also in that range, and then in between Orlando and Jacksonville, there's a stretch that has 15 to 20 inches of rain expected. So that's on top of what already fell yesterday. So it's a very dangerous situation if you live at all, really, in the central Florida region. And again, with this rainfall, you know, it's harder to predict exactly which areas will see the heaviest rain, because with these rain bands that Ian was showing you, the rain bands tend to be heavier in some spots than others, and you have parts that are drier than others. So anywhere here could see locally heavier rain than expected or locally lighter rain than expected. But again, it's something to prepare for. Of course, the whole entire peninsula is under moderate to high risk for flooding, and that basically just means just life-threatening flooding. One of the last times we saw a high risk was with Hurricane Ida last year, whenever it was going towards New York City. If you remember any of the coverage of that event, you'll realize that that was a life-changing event for so many in New York. Same thing here in the Florida Peninsula. And even as you go up towards the Carolinas, of course, Charleston is a very flood-prone city, and pretty much from Savannah to Charleston, we're expecting moderate risk for flash flooding. So it's again going to be a very dangerous situation for pretty much the whole entire South Carolina coast. I actually want to emphasize that while it's about to make landfall here in Florida, it is expected to make landfall as at least a tropical storm, even as you get up towards the Carolinas. And that could be even as strong as a hurricane. They actually have a hurricane watch out for those in, let's see here. Yeah, for those in along the coast. So this pink area stretching from Jacksonville all the way up to between Charleston and Myrtle Beach, they are all under a hurricane watch. So again, this storm could possibly not even weaken enough to get to tropical storm strength. It could be a hurricane making landfall again along the eastern seaboard. But so this is a high impact event not only for the Florida Peninsula, but even for Georgia, South Carolina, and possibly a little bit of North Carolina with rainfall. And then again, we'll go back towards the highest cause of death with hurricanes, and that is storm surge. Again, places from Fort Myers all the way to Port Charlotte are under the gun for storm surge potential. That's exceptional. We have storm surge potential of at least 9 feet and above across the Bay area, the harbor areas. So Charlotte Harbor, you guys are expected to see a lot of areas that could be above 9 feet of storm surge. And what that means is if you live in a one-story house, you will most definitely have to get onto the roof of your home. But again, this is a very life-threatening situation, and we're going to throw things over to the wall with another overview of Hurricane Ian.
That's right. Thanks, Chandler. So we are going to be doing continuous coverage of Hurricane Ian throughout the day today on FSU Weather. So let's get a quick recap of what we have going on here. There's Hurricane Ian right now approaching the western coast of Florida here near the Fort Myers area. That eye wall is just starting to get onto the coast there. It's a very large system here, so it's not affecting one area of Florida. Essentially, the entire state of Florida will feel the effects of this with the lone exception of the western portion of the Florida Panhandle here. But that's about it. This is a very intense system, and you can see that on the water vapor imagery, a very moisture-packed system here. The dry air is holding off to the west, and we thought that there could be some dry air interaction with this, and that could help weaken the storm if it tracks further north. That will not happen this time. As Ian mentioned before, we have the trough that's moving away, and we have two high-pressure systems that are going to be opposing each other, one on either side of Ian, and that's going to help slow it down, and that'll actually help keep the dry air away from it as it goes forward in time here, so it won't have any of that to deal with here. And it's still over the very warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico, sitting in the upper 80s in terms of temperature here, and that warm water does extend very deep into the Gulf of Mexico, so it's having a lot of fuel there to draw from. And it has a little bit of time left to strengthen here, so we'll have to see if it can get a little bit stronger right before it makes landfall here. So hopefully that does not happen, but it does have a little bit of a window left before it moves on to land here. So here's the latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center, still sitting at 155 mile an hour maximum sustained winds in the center of this storm, moving north-northeast at 9 miles an hour, and that'll continue to slow down as we go forward in time here. Pressure still at 937 millibars, so quite low. And one of the latest observations from the hurricane hunters here, they did record a wind gust of 173 miles per hour. There could still be sustained winds up near 140 miles an hour here, so we ought to be aware of that. Pressure still at 935 millibars. Again, quite low. And there again is the current radar right now. Much of the eastern portion of Florida here is under a tornado watch, as you can get spin-up tornadoes from these on the eastern quadrant here, especially the northeastern quadrant. So we saw that yesterday, as Ian mentioned before. We had some tornadoes in southern Florida, so that will move northward as we go throughout the day today, up towards places like Daytona Beach, where there are now hurricane warnings in effect for most inland areas and, of course, the eastern coast here. So hurricane effects will be felt throughout the state of Florida here throughout as we go through the next couple of days here. There are the outer portions of the eye wall heading towards Fort Myers. You can see the heaviest part of that is just heading to the northwest of Fort Myers right now. That is where the most intense winds are going to be. That's where the most intense rainfall is going to be with this. So if you're in this area, please hunker down, shelter in place. Do not leave your home to go see what this is like. This is a life-threatening situation about to move on shore, as well as the storm surge. Catastrophic levels of storm surge are also expected with this. As we look at the track, it's going to go across the Florida Peninsula and into the Atlantic, and there are actually now hurricane watches posted for coastal Carolina and Georgia here heading into Friday, so we'll be aware of that as well. See it again, very good agreement on the spaghetti miles going forward in time here, as they should be in the short-term forecast here. Very strong winds are going to be, again, associated with this, well over 100 miles per hour, sustained, not gusts, sustained. And this could be the case for several hours here, as Hurricane Ian will slow down to a snail's pace as it makes its landfall on western Florida. And it'll also bring catastrophic amounts of rainfall as well. As I said earlier, Florida is very saturated right now. They've already seen double-digit rainfall totals for the month of September, and now we're going to end up doubling that in the course of just a few days. That yellow color here is upwards of 15 inches of rainfall. Some places could see isolated amounts of up to 2 feet of rainfall. So very, very high flood threat for this as well. So now I'm going to pass things back over to Chandler for another look, a more in-depth look at Hurricane Ian.
Thank you for that, Evan. And just like he was mentioning, the hurricane is about to make landfall. You can see the barrier islands over here in correlation with Fort Myers. This storm is really close, within a few miles of making landfall. And what that means is the eye will be over land here shortly. And once the eye starts to go over land, we start to typically see hurricanes weaken pretty significantly, pretty quickly. However, this storm is already starting from a Category 4 storm. So that means it's going to have a lot of intensity to have to unravel before it finally reaches that tropical storm strength. So again, it's going to be very strong now for the next few hours, even when it's over landfall, but we will start to see it finally start to decay as it goes across the Florida Peninsula. However, again, for communities from Fort Myers all the way through to Orlando, you guys can see not only a lot of wind, or not only a lot of rain, but also some as well, with really damaging storm gusts as well as sustained winds. Like Evan mentioned, at least here for the short term, sustained winds can be expected to be upwards of 140, 150 miles per hour, and that is very damaging. Sustained winds are not like gusts. Sustained winds mean over the course of a whole entire minute, you can feel the force of 155 miles an hour. And what that means is that's pretty much the type of wind that you could expect to throw roofs off of buildings, puncture the whole entire wall of houses, just pretty much breaking down any structure that's not hurricane-proof for hurricanes in Category 4 strength. Again, this is a very strong and exceptionally strong storm. We're going to throw things over to Aaron, and he's going to break things down more in-depthly on live coverage radar.
That's right. Right now we are looking at the eye wall of Hurricane Ian right now. It's approaching the southwestern coast of Florida. Here is, for reference, this is Sanibel Island right here up to Captiva there, and we're about 20 miles or so away from perhaps a landfall, at least from the coast there. But very intense eye wall, especially on the northern and western portions of the eye there. We have that lightning feature going on right now, which tends to signify a strengthening eye wall. And I think this has the potential to still strengthen up till landfall, but again, it's not going to be much of a difference of any because there's still life-threatening storm surge right along the bays and inlets here. So again, all the way up to Port Charlotte, this particular area here, Punta Gorda, over towards southern parts of Sarasota County. So Northport might see some of that flooding. But we look at velocity here. We have very high amounts of wind across in the eye wall here, like Ian was mentioning earlier, off the charts nearly. And it's all swirling around the center of low pressure here over the southeastern Gulf of Mexico. And this is all going to go move inland over the course of the day and into tonight. But of course, we can't forget about our folks inland, where we could see a lot of rain and still a good amount of wind as it makes its way over toward the northeast. So even places like in Orange County in Orlando, Osceola County, or Polk County might even see a good amount of wind out of this, potentially up to Category 1 status up to that point. So it's going to make landfall tonight over Fort Myers. It's going to move slowly up towards the north and east and dump a whole bunch of rain here along the I-4 corridor from Tampa over towards Orlando and Melbourne, Daytona Beach there. But don't forget the wind is also going to weaken, but it will also, as it tracks off to the north and east. So we'll see intense amount of wind, especially just off of that. But you could see Category 1 force winds or hurricane force winds up along the spine of the state there, and as it makes its track over towards the north and east. And one other thing, too, that tends to be overlooked as well is the tornado threat. We do have a tornado watch across just about the entire peninsula of Florida, especially the southern central portions of the Florida Peninsula here. And we've already seen reports of some tornadoes in South Florida and in the Keys over the past day or 24 to 48 hours or so. And we're continuing to see the same situation happening across much, of course, rather throughout the rest of the day and into tomorrow as it tracks over the peninsula. But the biggest risk of tornadoes will be along that front right quadrant of the storm. So that is pretty much Lake Okeechobee up along the entire coastline. So even though Ian is making landfall on the western portions of Florida, we expect to see some catastrophic impacts potentially as far east as even the east coast of Florida, so along I-95 from Miami up and towards Melbourne there, where they could see a few tornadoes. And like I mentioned before, we already seen some of those spin-ups already occur along the east coast of Florida, and that's going to occur with this banding feature. And what that's doing is because we have some wind shear aloft as well, where we have the winds at the surface coming in from the south, and we have the shear aloft starting to blow more from the southwest as we have that interaction with that cold front that is stalled out across Tampa. But again, we're seeing much more than just impacts along the coast. We're going to see impacts as far inland as I mentioned, Orlando, even all the way to the east coast, still with that hurricane watch or in effect, or hurricane warning, I should say, across the entire area. But as we look over northeast Florida, we do see those rain bands starting to move its way into Daytona Beach up to Jacksonville, and some intense lightning with this particular band offshore the Space Coast there of Cape Canaveral over towards Daytona Beach. Patrick Air Force Base is there, Cocoa Beach over in Brevard County there. And this is all going to pivot around the storm center, especially as it moves in to the coast within the next few hours or so. So Daytona Beach over towards Melbourne might see some of those that intense rain band moving in. But overall, across the state here, we see really the whole picture. We have the hurricane down to the south. We had that front stalled across much of north central Florida here, and what that's going to do is it's going to cause a squeeze action. We're going to see that air going to lift up along the stationary boundary, condense, and fall with a bunch of rain across much of Tampa over towards Daytona Beach there, with even as Evan mentioned earlier, with those estimates potentially upwards of near 2 feet in some isolated spots, but still very concerning with our friends inland with that flooding risk. So it's not just along the coast, it's also going to be inland too. But again, zooming in closer to that eye wall there, we see a very intense banding here along the northern and western eye wall. This is now moving into the Fort Myers in Sanibel up to about Port Charlotte. So again, if you are in the area between Sarasota County down to about Bonita Beach, which is north of Naples, you need to be hunkered down right now because this eye wall is starting to move through. Treat this as a tornado warning, so go to an interior portion of your room right now. And again, if you're on the coast, then you're going to have to assess whether or not storm surge is your biggest threat or it's going to be wind, because at this point it's going to be moving inland. It's only about 15 to 20 miles or so offshore from the center of the eye. And remember, landfall means when the center of the eye, the geographical eye, or geometric eye I should say, moves over land. So this is perhaps going to happen within the next hour or two if it's moving at about 15 miles per hour or so with the latest advisory. But again, we have very intense banding happening around the eye with that onshore flow here south of Sanibel, and that's arcing around. So we have that offshore flow north of the Fort Myers and Port Charlotte area, Punta Gorda area, and off to the south of Naples, we're going to be hammered with all this rainwater being flooded into the Naples region. And it's going to continue over the course of the next few hours or so, unfortunately, as this storm will bear down across much of the area. But we'll continue to see this as it slowly makes its way onshore over southwest Florida. But now we'll turn things back over to Chandler with social media.
Right. Thank you, Aaron. This was tweeted a few hours ago, but it's something that I think is a good reminder of what this type of storm surge will do to the local area as the storm makes landfall and progresses through the later stages of today. So Evan Fisher, he posted a tweet about how the predicted storm surge will impact Fort Myers. Right now you can see what the coastline looks like as of right now, but once you start adding in the storm surge, pretty much a whole entire part of Fort Myers will be under some sort of water. So again, this whole entire area is predicted to see very life-changing, geographically changing water as it continues to make its way through this inlet bay and impact Cape Corporal and Fort Myers. So again, pretty much anybody from Sanibel over to downtown Fort Myers, you guys will see a lot of storm surge that makes you almost look like you're part of the ocean instead of the Florida Peninsula. And then, of course, we are actually seeing evidence of that, which a few people have tweeted out about. This tweet comes from Dale Solsik, and basically most Florida homes, they have a fenced-in backyard, typically to keep out mosquitoes. But of course, with this hurricane, it is pretty much puncturing these and causing them to break down. And of course, when you're also looking at that water off the coast, and it's starting to rise as well, reaching that dock, it's going to continue to progress towards these people's backyards. Hopefully, they have their preparations and they're already ready to move towards the upper part of their home in case the flooding continues in their local area. And again, this is really bad for those along the coastline. We have another shot here of the waves impacting the coastline. It's very strong. They're already making their way above, the normal level, surface level. So again, it's already making its way towards the stairs of this building, and it's very strong. And we can expect this to continue for most everybody along the coastline for places in Fort Myers and up along towards Port Charlotte. Again, those are the areas most likely to see impacts. We'll continue to highlight, yes, Cape Corporal, Fort Myers, you guys are under that risk for 9+ feet of storm surge, locally even higher, depending upon how close you are to the body of water, and even upwards towards Port Charlotte. and Punta Gorda, you guys are going to see a very bad inundation of storm surge as well. So if you guys live along any of those coastlines, waterways, this is a storm that's going to highly impact you or anybody that you know there. Looking at the radar, again, it is very close to making landfall. It's making that jaunt north, and at this point, you can expect it to probably make landfall here within the next hour or so. So again, somewhere close to 2 p.m., probably a little bit before 2 p.m., we can expect this storm to finally be onshore. And hopefully that will lead it to rapidly decay, but again, it's starting at a high-end Category 4 strength storm. So it's going to take a while for this storm's pressure to increase and for its winds to therefore decrease. Again, it's going to be a dangerous situation for the rest of the day if you live anywhere along Southwest Florida and Tampa. Of course, again, Tampa Bay, they talked about how if there is, if you do live in Tampa, you will notice that a lot of the water is receding and that, hey, you can see the bottom of the riverbeds and the bay. But this water will return, so do not go out into that open, barren area. It might look interesting, but it's also very dangerous because, again, that water will return, and it will return very quickly once the storm starts making its way on land and that wind shifts. So again, if you live anywhere along the Florida Gulf Coast, this is still a dangerous situation for you, even if you're not necessarily right there in Southwest Florida. And again, this situation will progress throughout today, tonight, and into Thursday and Thursday night. And there's still possibility of rain even as we make our way through the rest of the week. Another thing to highlight is, again, here in Naples, they're already above 5.77 feet of storm surge. So they're in major flooding along the Gulf Coast of Mexico in Naples. And that's not even the highest area of impact. The highest area of impact is a few minutes north in Fort Myers. But again, it's reaching that stage where it's above people's heads. And it will continue to rise in certain locations, especially along Fort Myers. So again, it's a very dangerous situation. If you do live in Fort Myers, Port Charlotte, anywhere in between, and anywhere a little bit even inland with these rivers, they're starting to back up so much. But again, it's a dangerous situation. Let's look and see if there's any other damage reports coming from people that live nearby. Of course, this is very scary to look at. You see the water that's actually making its way towards the elevated part of this person's house, and you can expect that it will probably overtake their house shortly. So again, we're talking about people's livelihoods here, so this is not a laughing matter. It's a very dangerous situation for those that do own property out here and weren't prepared for it, because of course, this storm was projected to go towards Tampa Bay, but unfortunately, steering currents broke down such that the storm started to meander a little bit further eastward, and as it meandered eastward, it did not lose strength in time, so it sustained its strength and actually increased in strength, and I mentioned that a little earlier as to why, but I'll mention it again. However, before I get to that, again, it didn't have time to weaken. It originally was supposed to hit somewhere in Tampa, which would have allowed it to have a little bit of time to weaken, maybe towards a low-end Cat 3. Still very dangerous, but at least not as strong with the winds. But now it looks like this storm, it made its way too far eastward, and it did not weaken in time. And so we're seeing the worst-case scenario for Southwest Florida. Of course, storm surge-wise, it could have been worse if it had scraped up the Florida Gulf Coast and made its way towards North Tampa. But as far as Southwest Florida residents, this is the worst-case scenario. We'll throw things over to Robert, and he'll give us a breakdown of Ian once again.
Right, thank you, Chandler. Again, right now, very dangerous situation. We are only 14 miles from landfall as this storm is continuing towards the northeast. Right now, in the firing line is Fort Myers, Cape Coral, and then up towards Port Charlotte. All of those in those areas are going to be under the immediate risk of this landfall from the eye wall. With the eye wall, you'll be seeing strong winds above 100 miles per hour sustained. We're not talking gusts like you see 100 miles per hour for a second here. It will be sustained above 100 miles per hour. So this is essentially just a long duration tornado that you'll be feeling here. It's not actually a tornado, but that's the best way we can compare to it for how strong these winds are. Now, we're going to take a quick look at Ville. We don't usually use this product with hurricanes. We actually had a report from the hurricane hunters. There was a little bit of hail with this eye wall here, this western eye wall, just west off the coast of Florida when they were just doing a track through there. And what you can see through here is these intense updrafts with thunderstorms in the eye wall form hail much in the way you would with a severe thunderstorm. We don't usually see that in tropical systems in hurricanes like these, but we have seen it a little bit here, so something to keep in mind as you're going on the land here. We do have a chance for a little bit of hail. So we do have a question from the viewers. Is there a chance this becomes a Category 5? Well, with that specific question, I would like to address that right now it's 150.5 miles per hour. So that is essentially right on the border between a Cat 4 and a Cat 5. So with any questions about the intensity here, it's important to remember that this is about as strong as you can get with a storm. It doesn't really matter if it's a Category 4 or a Category 5, because either way it's going to be devastating in its effect, and it essentially is either way off of that scale there. Whether it actually does become a Category 5 will depend here. It's likely going to make landfall soon and start to weaken, so by the next time we have an advisory, it will probably not have a chance to get to that strength, but we could see it in future reanalyses, if it does get to that period here. But again, I want to emphasize, we're not really looking at the category here because we know this is a powerful and very, very devastating storm. We have not seen a storm like this in Florida in several years, and you really don't see storms like this too often. And again, this is going to be a storm we're going to talk about for a long time because this is a very, very significant situation. So even if it's not a Category 5, it is right there. This is going to be dangerous. Please take this situation seriously. Don't put your life for granted. If you are still in the Fort Myers, Southwest Florida area, go to that interior room. Go there now. If you're in a storm surge scenario, try and not be on the first floor because you don't want to be putting yourself in danger of getting flooded out, but still try and get as close to the center of your house if it's on the second floor, because you still have those strong tornado-like winds here sustained above 100 miles per hour. So this is a little bit of an arrow we've drawn here for what is currently the track of the storm. It can change, as we have seen. So this is just the current forecast here. It could move a little bit to the north, a little bit to the south, but our best guess is this is the line that we're following here. And I want to emphasize, just because this is the line we're looking at for the storm as it's moving out towards the northeast, towards the Daytona Beach area, just because it's going through that as the line, it doesn't mean it's necessarily, you're not going to see any effects if you're not on the immediate eye wall. As we just had a report earlier, 52 knot gusts in Tampa. These winds are very outside the eye wall. So if you're anywhere in this storm area, which is a very large storm size, way larger than Charlie, you're going to see these effects here. I believe, can we zoom in on, it looks like there's a tornado warning here on the eastern side of the eye wall real quickly. Yes, a little bit northeast of Sylvan Shores. If you could just clear the telestrations off so we don't have those arrows there. This is right here. It's a little bit of, it almost looks like a little supercell on the outside. This is a little bit of an outer band here. And this is a tornado warning that was just recently issued. Again, these are very spin-up situations, so it doesn't necessarily mean that this is going to be a long-track tornado by any means, but we still warn for it because it can still be dangerous. These are still going to be high winds in a very small area here. This is until 1:15. So I want to make sure all of you here know, just east of Sebring, southeast of Frostproof, anywhere in that area, you're a significant danger for this tornado right here. So as it moves off towards the northeast, and we actually have a pretty well-defined couplet here, a little more well-defined than we've seen previously right here. If you could just zoom in on that a little bit, and right there, those gate-to-gate winds are probably within a solid 20 to 30 miles per hour at least there, showing us a very solid couplet of rotation. That's what we're looking for when we're trying to see a tornado, and that's a pretty good guess. There could be one there. If we go to correlation coefficient to see if there's any debris being wafted up, there may not be any, but it does look like there actually could be a little bit of a signature there. Not definitive, but enough for us to be concerned, enough for you to issue that warning. I would say it's actually a pretty good signature for a debris couplet right there, or sorry, a debris area on top of that rotation couplet with velocity there. So again, very concerned about this tornado as it moves off towards the northeast. If you're east of Sebring, northeast of US 98, you need to be inside your lowest level interior room, that shelter immediately. We're going to pass things back off to Aaron at the wall to talk more about the overall nature of this storm.
That's right, Robert. We have that storm that is about to make landfall pretty soon along the Cape Coral, Fort Myers area. Here on radar, we see that eye wall here that is growing, or not growing, but It's strengthening still, perhaps up to landfall here, where we could see the heaviest amount of storm surge south of that, and then we actually could see some offshore winds north of that. So Tampa is actually draining out right now, which is really, it seems amazing, but again, I want to stress this: do not go out in the water, because once again, that water will come back, and we'll see potentially flooding in Tampa once again. But for right now, the best thing to do if you are anywhere along the west, southwest coast, or west central Florida, even inland, now is the time to activate that hurricane plan. Make sure you are in a shelter right now. We already have tropical storm force conditions that will begin to that are beginning to expand across the area. So very dangerous situation right now across the southwest Florida. But now we'll turn things back over with the update with Ian at the wall.
Thank you so much, Aaron. Again, it is the top of the hour, so we're going to be taking a look at our overview here of Hurricane Ian as it approaches the southwest coast of Florida. Here's a look at our latest visible satellite. As you can see, that eye is inching closer to that Fort Myers and Port Charlotte area, so very awful situation developing, especially if residents are still in this area here. We pray for them. Anyways, water vapor imagery. As we can see, moist air is pushing through the Florida Peninsula. As you can see, that dry air, as Evan mentioned earlier, we thought maybe it was going to get entrained into the system and potentially help weaken it. Obviously, that has not happened, and we do have a very dangerous situation on our hand. Again, that storm has been tracking over extremely warm waters in the Gulf of Mexico, which has been helping it strengthen as it approaches the southwest coast of Florida. This is the latest advisory here. Not much has changed, just a positional update here at 1 o'clock. But again, winds still remaining at 155 miles per hour, north-northeast heading at 9 miles per hour, and a pressure reading at 937 millibars. So again, a very powerful storm. Don't get caught too much on those wind speeds. Again, the difference between 155 and 160 is non-existent. Okay, this is a very powerful storm. This is going to bring extreme storm surge, extreme flooding, and extreme winds to much of the Florida Peninsula here as it moves across. Again, we had our aircraft recon move through in the morning. It found pressures at 935 millibars and as well wind speeds of 173 miles per hour. We do have our aircraft reconnaissance running around the clock as we do approach our landfall. That is giving us valuable data and the most up-to-date information as the storm does approach the coast. Again, our current radar, as we can see, that eye wall is inching closely. In fact, much of that coast might actually be in the eye as we speak right now. Again, technical landfall does not occur until that area is in the center of the eye, so we are approaching that probably within the hour. But again, as for those regions that are in the eye right now, we do still have the eastern half, or the western half of the eye wall that will be pushing through, again, bringing those strong winds to the area. Here's that zoomed in view. As you can see, much of the extreme coastal areas of Fort Myers are now in the eye as we speak. They've gone through the northeastern quadrant of the eye wall, so those are typically the strongest winds. But again, we do still have that western eye wall that is going to push through. So unfortunately, you are only halfway through the battle. All right, hang tight. You're almost there. All right, we're going to have one more part of the eye wall, and then it's going to be all downhill from there. So we're almost there. All right, hunker down. You're going to make it through this. Again, here's our track as we can see. 155 miles per hour is our current advisory. As it pushes through into central Florida, it's going to weaken to 120 mile per hour category 3, still bringing strong winds to much of the Florida Peninsula. Again, latest models are going to have it actually eject out of the eastern coast of Florida and potentially bring impacts to South Carolina and maybe even the Georgia coast, so Savannah, that kind of area. So again, this is a multi-state effect. Hurricane Ian is not going to be over as it passes through the Florida Peninsula. We're still going to have effects on the southeast coast of the United States. Again, those spaghetti models are coming to pretty good agreement for how this storm is going to be. Again, how far west it stays in the peninsula or how far east it gets out into the Atlantic will have effects down the line, potentially into the Carolinas and into Georgia, or it may just stay inland. We'll have to watch as that develops. Again, this is our GFS forecast wind speeds. It's going to be extreme wind speeds to the Fort Myers up to Tampa. This whole southwestern coast of Florida will be in risk of some very strong winds as this storm does continue to make landfall. And even the central Florida into Orlando and out into the eastern coast, Daytona Beach, Space Coast, we're also going to be seeing some very strong winds as the storm does eject out onto the eastern side of the Florida Peninsula. And last, we're going to take a look at our rainfall forecast. Again, this is going to be a huge effect here as the storm does cross. We're seeing rainfall forecasts is well above 20 inches as we cross the coast, as we cross the peninsula, excuse me. So a large amount of peoples are going to be affected as this storm does cross. We have rainfall, we have storm surge, we have extreme winds. This is going to be a multi-day event, and it's going to affect a lot of people. As for now, we are going to pass things back over to Aaron for the wall. We're going to take a look at our latest social media posts and any damage reports.
That's right. And real quick, before we get to the social media, 11 a.m. advisory is our latest advisory here for Hurricane Ian. Still showing winds of about 155 miles per hour, as Ian was just mentioning at the wall. Of course, this is very damaging for Southwest Florida, as we have that onshore flow towards the Naples and Fort Myers area. But now we'll take things back over to the Twitter to look at any type of storm surge or any type of damage here. Let's pull up Twitter here real quick. Okay, so let's go back to home here. Okay. So again, we have very serious flooding. This is out of Fort Myers, Florida here. We have storm surge already pushing all that water in along that counterclockwise flow around the center of circulation, the low pressure area, the eye, otherwise known as. And that's going to shove a whole bunch of water into much of the Punta Gorda area. And here's another shot of Punta Gorda here. Looks like potentially some of the storm surge is coming out, but then it will go back in as the eye makes a closer approach to the area. And as for Tampa, again, this is along Bayshore Boulevard, which is actually pretty susceptible to flooding. But in this case, we actually have an offshore flow with the center circulation, the counterclockwise flow around Ian. What that's actually doing, it's actually pulling that water out from Tampa Bay, and that's allowing for perhaps spectators might want to go out there in the water, but it's not recommended to do so. This is still can be very dangerous, as the water at any moment can then be thrown back into Tampa, especially as the eye makes its way off towards the Tampa Bay's eastward locations. But we'll go back to the flood threat here. This is from the Weather Prediction Center here, showing the excessive rain outlook, and we're seeing that most of central and parts of North Florida are in that high outlook risk of flooding, of flash flooding in the area, and just devastating rain. We're going to see perhaps up to 2 feet in some spots of rainfall, so that's about 20 to 24 inches of rain or so. We should see widespread 10 to 15 inches of rain, so certainly about a foot in most spots. But there is that potential for up to 2 feet of that rainfall across central Florida. But again, we'll go back to that storm surge forecast. We're seeing potentially upwards of 12 to 18 feet in the Charlotte Harbor area, where we could see that we're around that eye where we're seeing the biggest winds, shoving all that water into Charlotte Harbor, Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda, that region, or the brackish water there of the Peace River making its way into the Gulf of Mexico. Tampa Bay northward, we're going to see the offshore wind I was mentioning before, where we'll have that water being pulled out of the bays and inlets, and that will actually lower the storm surge threat there, which, of course, a couple of days ago we were talking about potentially a storm that would parallel the west coast of Florida, but of course that has not happened. And of course, thankfully for Tampa, not for Naples or Punta Gorda, but thankfully for Tampa, that certainly didn't happen. But again, one person's fortune is another person's unfortunate situation. So, but across Southwest Florida, from about Bonita Beach down to about Florida Bay there, we're still seeing that onshore flow there. And we've been seeing from the Key West yesterday and over the past 24 to 48 hours or so with that persistent storm surge threat, where they actually did issue that storm surge warning all the way down into the Keys because of that, where we're seeing perhaps 3 to 5 feet of storm surge in those low-lying islands there in the Florida Keys. But of course, here's that rainfall map again from the Weather Prediction Center here, where we have that widespread 10 to 15 inches of rain, perhaps from Jacksonville down through about the Sarasota, Bradenton area, with some isolated amounts between 15 to 20, even some models are saying or more than that. But the thing is, just be prepared for a lot of rain. As Evan was mentioning earlier, the ground is already saturated, and when that happens, you're not going to see much in the way of drainage, and you can easily see that water start to pile up even inland away from that storm surge threat. Now we'll look at some cameras here across Southwest Florida. Here is in Charlotte County, where we see that wind, that rain already starting to make its way into the Charlotte County area there. This is the FDOT camera down near I-75. Not a lot of people out in the roadways, and the reason why is because, it's kind of that point where we have most of the impacts coming into the area, so it is not advised to travel outdoors right now because of that potentially severe wind that's making its way across much of Charlotte County, Lee County, and southern portions of Sarasota County, and also near Collier County as well. But overall, not looking great. This is I-75 here at the US 17 ramp in Charlotte. Charlotte County there, we see that wind that's actually blowing the camera around with that rain there. So not great situation there in the Charlotte County area. So here's Fort Myers, Southwest Florida International Airport there, which is just off to the southeast of Fort Myers. Here we're seeing, as of the latest observation, we're seeing barometric pressure down to 992 millibars. Winds are southeast of 41. So this is sustained tropical storm force winds with gusts up to 61 miles per hour. They're being reported at the airport. And as we're making our way a little bit further north, we're going to Punta Gorda. This is Charlotte County Airport there. And here we're seeing as well, as of the latest observation, east at 37. So this is almost tropical storm force. So it's very windy, gusts up to 67 miles per hour. So it's starting to approach, gusts are starting to approach hurricane force, and I suspect that will probably continue and to get worse as we get closer to that landfall position. Now, as we're making our way even further north than that, going towards the Tampa Bay area, Tampa Bay International Airport, where now we have sustained winds of about 16 miles per hour, gusts up to 40 miles per hour here. Pressure down to about 1,006.6 millibars there as of the latest observation. We expect conditions to probably be worse in Tampa, not now, but probably in the next few hours after landfall, with Ian making its closest approach to the area. Now, I'm from the Tampa area, and I'm actually using my home weather station just off to the east of Tampa. And here we are seeing some breezy conditions across much of the area. I just wanted to stress, this is not an official station. This is just seeing kind of giving us a guide of what the conditions are like near the Tampa area, and I suspect these conditions will begin to worsen. But it looks like the highest wind gust is up to tropical storm force there at 42.3 miles per hour, and highest wind speed is about 28. So it's starting to get breezy in the Tampa area, as of course we'll watch here as things go downhill soon. And again, we'll see that the reason why we have all this rain as well is because of that stalled out frontal boundary across central Florida. What that's going to do is it's going to force a lot of that rain as it's descending or as it's ascending up into the atmosphere. It's going to condense and then fall as all that rain is just going to saturate. And we've been seeing precipitable water amounts across Tampa area forecasted to be around 4 inches of rain, which doesn't seem like much. But if you condense all of the rain in the air column down, that's how much rain you'll expect. And of course, here in Florida, we see about 2 inches or so in the summertime, which helps with that summertime thunderstorms. But in this case, it's still going to be double that potentially of moisture that's just going to drop all over into central Florida. So computer models are showing that storm will begin to track through central Florida, probably just south of the I-4 corridor here, making its way perhaps making its way offshore off the Cape Canaveral coastline there, and then it'll be arcing over into South Carolina and the Georgia area, which again, they have hurricane watches now in effect as of the latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center. And lastly, before we head back to the wall, I'll show you the power outages in southwest Florida right now. Most power outages seem to be mostly concentrated from about Manatee County southward to about Collier County. Looks like the most power outages are in Collier County, with about 41,000 households without power. And then over to Lee and Charlotte, most likely, and unfortunately, these numbers will probably increase significantly over the next few hours or so. Well, we'll see potentially 49 to about 9,000 or so folks without power down there. But now I'll turn things back over to the wall with Spencer.
Thank you, Aaron. So as everyone has mentioned, we are looking at a very, very dangerous situation here in southwest Florida. You can see right here, parts of southwest Florida, the edges of right around Fort Myers and Cape Coral are actually the eye is starting to come onshore over those areas. So those areas, you may start to see some of the weather actually improving. You may even hear some birds chirping, and you do not take this as like oh, the storm is over. That just means that you're in like the center of the storm, the actual eye, and you still have the whole other half of the storm, which is going to eventually make its way onshore, where you will typically tend to see some even more intense weather and conditions than in the front part of the storm. So just you might be able to go outside for a few minutes, but those horrible, horrible hurricane conditions are going to resume. So definitely you do not want to be outside for more than maybe 2 minutes during that eye while you can get some fresh air. But other than that, things are going to pick back up, unfortunately. And another place where we have seen some conditions start to improve a little bit is back in my home around southeast Florida, particularly Miami-Dade County, Broward County, and West Palm Beach counties. Last night we did see the worst of it. We saw a couple of tornadoes touch down in northern Miami-Dade counties, quite a few in Broward County, particularly in parts of Coconut Creek, Cooper City, Pompano Beach, and even in Palm Beach counties as well, in Boynton Beach. I have family in many of those places. Thankfully, all my family is doing okay. I hope if you have family down there, they are also doing okay. So today, we can actually expect more of a wind threat as the storm does move more north. The southeastern part of the state is going to not see as much rain, but tropical storm conditions are still possible with gusts of up to 60 miles an hour through most of today. And we do still have a tornado watch in effect for most of this area through 5 o'clock this evening. And I believe we still do have a tornado warning around the north of Lake Okeechobee. If we could either zoom in on that or confirm if that has expired while we wait on confirmation on that. Oh, actually, we just did receive word that that tornado warning did expire. You can see it was roughly around this area north of Lake Okeechobee, around the city of Okeechobee. That area is now in the northeastern part, or the front right part of the storm, which is where we typically see the strongest or the worst conditions for tornadic storms. So that area is still not out of the picture completely. We can see we do have a tornado watch for basically looks like Martin County all the way down, actually St. Lucie County all the way down through Miami and into Monroe counties as well. So yeah, please be aware that if some storms could come up, they could be tornadic. If you are in a situation with a tornadic storm, just a couple things you need to remember. You obviously do not want to be outside. You want to be on the lowest part of your house or your structure, especially if you're on multiple stories. You want to be in the lowest part, in the most central interior room away from windows, especially with those strong winds and those pressure differences. Those windows can shatter, and you do not want to be in a living room near a window with flying glass everywhere on top of other forms of debris. Now, taking a look back here in southwest Florida, you can see we are getting a lot of lightning. Wow, that's a lot of lightning, actually, right on the coast, Fort Myers, even possibly down to Bonita Springs, Port Charlotte as well, and right here under the sign we have Venice, and just above that is Sarasota. This whole area is getting slammed with the eye wall. So, yeah, until that eye actually comes ashore, we are going to be seeing extremely, extremely intense weather for the next little bit, and then it is going to pick up again once that eye moves, the other half of the eye moves further onshore. You can actually see here's the reflectivity. So this green that you see represents air that is moving toward the radar, the actual radar station, and this red is wind that is moving away. So you can see in some areas, particularly, actually you can't really see it up here, thankfully, but when you have some red and green kind of coupled together, that is a sign that we do have tornadic activity. Thankfully, we do not see too much of that right now. It looks like just a lot of extreme tropical storm and actually, excuse me, hurricane force winds and gusts of well over 100 miles an hour. So yeah, please guys, if you are in this area, please be very, very aware for strong winds and heavy rain. Another thing I'd like to mention that I believe has been mentioned a couple of times already, we do have a large area or large air mass with a very cool dry air, which is being essentially brought into the storm in a counterclockwise fashion, which is going to eventually make its way into the eye and the center of circulation. And once that happens, it is going to eventually start to weaken the storm. This won't happen, this hasn't happened just yet, but soon enough in the next few hours, we hopefully will start to see some weakening as the storm interacts with land and also from this drier air that I just mentioned, which is why we are actually seeing very dry conditions up here in Tallahassee and much of northwest Florida and the southeast, is because this dry air is being wrapped in around the storm like this, and eventually that's going to make its way into the eye wall and it will eat away at the eye wall. And the southern part of the eye wall will start to deteriorate, and we might see a slight improvement in conditions for the southern part of the storm. However, that northern part of the storm, that's where all of that moisture is going to be concentrated as that air moves into the storm. So what that means is we're going to have a lot of rain from everywhere from right here in southwest Florida, even parts of Tampa, all the way through the I-4 corridor up into Orlando and Daytona Beach. These areas are going to be receiving the brunt of the rain. So if you are in these areas, please be aware for localized flooding. There are flood advisories across much of the state right now. So please be, if you are in a low-lying area, please be very, very cautious of these conditions. You are going to want to make your way in those cases to higher ground if you can. That might be your roof, might be a neighbor's roof. Hopefully it doesn't come to that, but always be on the lookout and always be ready for the event that the worst does happen. So as you can see here, parts of the eye are making their way just ever so slightly onto shore. Once the center of the eye makes its way onto land, that's when we can officially declare landfall. So that will be happening probably within the next 15 to 20, possibly 30 minutes. We will start to see, because this storm is moving relatively fast. onto shore as opposed to it staying more out on the water. So there might still be a little bit of time for it to strengthen, but relatively soon it will eventually start to weaken, thankfully. But we can see right here, we are only 12 miles from landfall. So this hasn't moved too much in the last few minutes, but hopefully within the next 30 minutes or so, this should move onto land, and that will hopefully start to cause the storm to weaken. So I think we're, do we have any more updates on any tornado warnings or watches in the area? I don't think so. We have no new updates. Please be aware of everything. If you have lost power, make sure you have power banks ready to go. I do know that power is going in and out in these areas. Personally, I have a friend who's in Venice, which is right around here. His power is going in and out, and he can hear extremely fast winds where he is. So if you are in this area, be on the lookout. You want to stay indoors. Do not be outside. These are extremely, extremely dangerous and life-threatening conditions. We're going to go ahead and we're going to pass it back to Aaron over with the TV screen, and he's going to give us some more updates on what the latest is with the storm.
That's right. We do have some storm surge making its way across much of the southwestern Florida coastline here. This is actually a traffic cam video out of Sanibel, where we have those that water inundating out from over the roadways. We see a little bit. We see a tree limb right there that's just floating above the water there. And look at those road signs. I mean, those are what, like 6, 7 feet tall, and I mean, I'm about 5'7" or so, and that will put me just to the bottom of that street sign. So it's certainly still very, very much of a problem here with storm surge, and unfortunately, the storm surge forecast does show it perhaps being even more than that. But we have damage across much of the area, and we'll go ahead and zoom out here to show you some other impacts here. So let's see. Yeah, so here's Tampa Bay here. We have that water receding here. Let's see. Okay, here is Fort Myers Beach. We have water coming into, looks like residential area homes here. I can't tell exactly how tall it is or how far above sea level this is, but it looks like right off of Sarah Boulevard. Okay, so this is probably perhaps close to the sea level, but very, very terrible situation there. And actually, from the National Hurricane Center, the Earth Network station at Naples Grand Beach Resort recently reported a wind gust to 112 miles per hour. That is very significant, and that's, again, the reason why the National Hurricane Center has issued that high wind warning across much of the area as that landfall is imminent with that eye wall coming in to Sanibel and Captiva in those areas there. You can see that this is the pier out of Fort Myers here. We said dangerous surf there, those waves crashing in along that pier. Look how tall those waves are. That's a very angry sea there, not very pleasant. So do not go out in the water. If you're curious, just do not go out of the water. This is a very dangerous situation playing out here. Again, I want to really stress this. It is very dangerous to go out on the water. Storm surge and rainfall is the #1 killer for hurricanes and tropical cyclones. Not the wind, as many people might believe, but again, this is the reason why you want to be very careful along the coastlines here. And here's actually a video from Cape Coral actually showing their patio being ripped off their house. This is pretty severe, pretty bad damage here. Just the entire patio being completely ripped off. You can replay it one more time. Being completely ripped off the house there. So very dangerous there, even inland, I suspect, of the area, Cape Coral. So again, this is storm surge, Fort Myers here. We see that really inundation there. Looks like it's along the coast, probably a few feet here. But as the eye gets closer, we'll expect this to probably rise further, unfortunately, for folks there near the Fort Myers area. So again, you want to make sure you get to the highest point as much as you possibly can if you're in a storm surge area. But of course, with that eye wall coming on shore, you also want to make sure you're in an interior room as well, because treat this as a tornado warning, because this is a very serious problem where we have winds upwards of 150 miles per hour potentially at the surface, and that's sustained winds too. Those aren't wind gusts. That's sustained. And again, as we all mentioned here before, it doesn't matter if it's a Category 4 at 155 miles per hour or a Category 5 at 157 miles per hour. They're both going to bring the same exact damage to the area. So don't pay attention to the category. Pay attention only to the wind or to the wind speed, as if you're looking at that parameter. but also the waves, the rainfall, all that. All that's going to create a huge mess across much of southwest Florida, unfortunately. And we'll give you one more update here on the power outage map. We are starting to see Hillsborough County folks are starting to lose power there, 21,000 out of power there in Hillsborough County there. And we do expect this to probably get worse north and eastward as the center of the circulation makes landfall around the Punta Gorda, Port Charlotte area. And this, unfortunately, as I mentioned, will probably expand northeastward. In Orlando, just because you are not along the coast or going to experience those perhaps major hurricane force winds, that does not mean that you will not get any power outages. We do expect power outages pretty much for just about all of Central Florida. Likely widespread power outages, especially along the coast, but extending inland. So if you're in Orange County, Polk County, Osceola County, even all the way to the East Coast where we have that hurricane warning in effect, all the way to Volusia, Brevard, northward to Duval County and Jacksonville, we could see power outages as well, especially as the storm makes its way offshore and then rounds the coast, as we potentially might see it making landfall, another landfall potentially in the Carolinas or in Georgia. And that's why we have that hurricane watch in effect as of the 11 a.m. advisory over towards those areas. So we do have recon flying in the storm right now, providing us more data along with the surface analysis here. We do have that very strong easterly wind coming out of that northerly eye wall as it does penetrate through the eye wall. This will be flying through and collecting all that data, which we use, of course, for computer modeling and to verify the storm intensity, position, all the like. So very much needing to pay attention to that as we get the data into the area. But now we'll pass things over to the desk with Robert for an update.
Right, thank you, Aaron. Again, we are continuing to watch this storm. What reports are actually coming through with this storm. We have the redfish. So this is a gust that's still 100 miles per hour. It's on track for what we have been expecting with this storm. That's 2 miles east northeast of Catastrophic. So we have several other reports that just came in. We have there's no volume. Excuse me. There's a wind gust of 84 miles per hour at the Mesonet station. CS 755, and this is right close to Sanibel. So right where we're expecting that eye wall to come ashore, right around Sanibel Island, we're having a gust to 84 miles per hour. And again, winds are still cranking up with this system. Another report a little bit further to the south near Pelican Bay, we had a wind gust to 112 miles per hour. And this is measured at the Earth Network site at Naples Grand Beach Resort, as Aaron just said. Sustained wind was 65 miles per hour. So we're talking severe thunderstorm wind gusts that are sustained, not just gusts, but 65 miles per hour sustained winds up to 112, and it will continue to increase. So again, watching out for these reports here. And we're seeing some starting to factor in inland now. Close to 2 miles southeast of Solana, we have an ASOS gust of 79 miles per hour, so almost 80 miles per hour at KPGD Punta Gorda. So again, all across the area, watching out for strong wind gusts, and these will only continue to increase. Now we're going to go to Evan at the wall.
Yeah, thanks, Robert. So we're going to do a quick overview here of, again, what we're expecting from Hurricane Ian. We're about 30 past the hour, so it's time for that recap here. Looking at that visible satellite, again, the eye is just about to make landfall here within the next hour or so here on the western coast of Florida near Fort Myers. And we'll take a look at that on the water vapor imagery. You can see here, it looks like a still very healthy storm. That dry air is being held off to the north and west, so it's not really filtering in as we thought it might. So the storm is not weakening because of that. So still a very intense system. It's still, again, over very warm waters in the Gulf of Mexico, well over 80 degrees, approaching 90 degrees in some places. So that deep magenta color, that's that extremely warm, above average water temperature. Water temperatures in the Gulf of Mexico are running 2 to 3 degrees above normal. That might not sound like a lot, but for water temperatures, that's actually quite substantial. So Ian is going through very warm waters right now, and here is the latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center. Still 155 mile an hour sustained winds, moving that north-northeasterly direction at 9 miles an hour. Pressure is about 937 millibars. This says it's 35 miles west-southwest of Fort Myers. That's actually more closer to 15 miles at this point. This advisory is a little outdated, so the eye is again approaching the Fort Myers area at this time, towards Sanibel as well. Areas around there are going to be very concerned for a storm surge at this point. So there's the latest recon data that we have from the hurricane hunters from NOAA. Surface pressure they found at 935, I believe that says. Yes, 935 millibars. So very low pressure, very intense system here. Once you get down into the 930s for pressure, it's a very intense system. And we could also see that with the amount of lightning that we have in that eye wall. So it's a very intense system, so very strong winds. We have that extreme wind warning for the southwestern coast near Fort Myers. That's for wind speeds that could be sustained above 115 miles per hour. And you don't get those issued that often. This is that kind of warning has only been issued less than 15 times throughout its existence, and that has actually been, that warning came about because of Hurricane Charlie back in 2004, and that this storm has been compared to Hurricane Charlie in terms of its track. However, those two storms are very, very different. Charlie was a much more compact, smaller hurricane. This is a very large hurricane that will be impacting almost all of Florida with the exception of the western panhandle here. So the wind field from this is much larger than Charlie's was. Ian went through what's called an eye wall replacement cycle late last night. And when that happens, the wind field from the storm tends to expand. So both hurricane force and tropical storm force winds are now at a much larger scale at this point in terms of size and reach. So the hurricane force winds won't be confined to just the eye wall. It will extend much further outward from the eye than it previously was about 24 hours ago. So please be aware of that as we go forward in time here. Just because you're not near the center of the storm does not mean you will not get hurricane force winds from this. So just be aware of that. It was zooming closer to the eye. It's about to make landfall just to the west of Fort Myers. You can start to see some clearing there on the island here, right near Sanibel. So that's where we could have the official landfall. We'll have to wait for the National Hurricane Center. Once the center of the eye crosses onto land, that's when we can officially declare landfall. So that'll likely happen within the next hour or so. So we'll keep you updated on that. But again, that high wind warning exists on that northern eye wall here, where those winds could be gusting, or not gusting, sustained over 115 miles per hour for a prolonged period of time because the storm is moving so slowly. Those winds could be sustained over that threshold of 115 for hours on end because of how slowly the storm is moving. So please be aware of that. If you are still in this area, please hunker down until the storm has passed. And just because you're going through the eye does not mean that you're in the clear. You still have the back edge of this eye wall, which is still looking very intense. You can see those bright red colors. That's a very intense rainfall rate, and I'm sure extremely strong winds. So please be aware of that. And as we go forward in time here, the storm will traverse across the peninsula, across to the eastern coast, where you could still see hurricane force conditions. We actually have hurricane warnings that extend to the eastern coast. So just because you're on the Space Coast, you're near Daytona Beach, don't think that you won't get hurricane conditions from this, because as we now see, because of the new warnings from the National Hurricane Center, you could very likely see those conditions persist throughout the day tomorrow as well. Another thing I want to emphasize is the tornado threat. That's a very elevated threat for this storm. We actually saw them late last night as well. We had confirmed tornadoes from Ian in southern Florida, and that will be persisting throughout the day today and tomorrow because that eastern quadrant will be feeding in on the eastern portion of the peninsula. So that's something that gets overlooked, I think, from tropical systems. That's a very real threat from this one as we go forward in time. And you can see the paths likely take it out into the Atlantic and then recurving back into the coastal South Carolina and Georgia region, where you now have an active hurricane watch going through this week. So just be aware of that if you're along that coast as well. This is not just a Florida event. As we go later in the week, it could make landfall again in South Carolina or Georgia here. So we'll take a look at the wind speeds on this. Again, winds are going to be quite strong, catastrophic in fact, along the coast here in Lee and Collier counties. We actually have power outages up to 20% in both Lee and Collier counties. 20% of those counties are without power at this point. Those will likely increase as the storm makes landfall, and the eye wall continues to persist over those areas as well, bringing very extreme winds as we saw with that warning before. So these will again traverse across the state, and again hurricane force gusts are possible along the eastern coast, the Space Coast as well. So please be aware of that. Just because you're on the eastern coast does not mean you won't feel the effects of this. And another main threat of it is going to be the heavy rainfall. Those yellow colors are in excess of 15 inches of rainfall, potentially approaching 2 feet in localized places. So please be aware of that. This is a catastrophic amount of rainfall, especially because the ground is very saturated in Florida right now. Some places have seen upwards of 10 inches of rainfall already just in the month of September. So now we're going to end up doubling that for Hurricane Ian. So now I'm going to pass things back over to Aaron at the wall monitor for another look there.
That's right. As we continue our coverage here of Hurricane Ian, we'll dive into some of the river measurements for any type of flooding potentially. As we look across much of the Tampa Bay region, we're seeing some minor flooding along the Peace River here, extending for Hardy County, DeSoto County, and Manatee County here, along the Myakka Head right here. We're seeing potentially going above flood stage here. So we do have minor flooding, and it is projected to go into major flooding potentially later on as we go throughout the afternoon and overnight tonight. So please be aware that even though you are inland, you still could potentially see a lot of flooding, and especially across much of the Tampa Bay area. We'll have to watch that as well. So if we go to Alafai River here, we are seeing some flood action here. So it's flood action stage. So we're likely to see some minor flooding here very soon. And then, unfortunately, it looks like it could flood above its flood stage here at 25.9 feet. Perhaps that's what they're forecasting here. But again, and its record was around 28.5 feet above the flood stage. So if you live anywhere that's in a flood-prone area, especially along those banks of the rivers, inland can still see the threat of flooding. And just because we have a landfalling hurricane now does not necessarily mean that it'll be the end of that'll be the end. Once this storm traverses Florida, it'll continue dumping and dumping and dumping rain over across central Florida, southwest Florida. So just because you want to take precautions and continue to take precautions with that flooding, inland flooding and storm surge, and of course it could be even more of a problem too around the brackish water there as the rivers meet the Gulf of Mexico. But now I'll turn things back over to the wall with Robert.
Right, thank you, Aaron. Again, watching this storm as it makes landfall somewhere in the Fort Myers Cape Coral area. That's where we're watching right now. An extreme wind warning still in effect until 2 o'clock p.m. Eastern time. That one right here is in effect. It is in Charlotte County and almost into a little bit of Sarasota County. That's where our extreme wind warning we're still watching for. Still, strong winds across this entire region here. The hurricane force wind extent is very large. I know, as Evan mentioned earlier, many compare this track to Charlie because it took a very similar track throughout the Gulf of Mexico into the western coast of Florida. An important thing to remember, though, is this storm is very large. The extent is extremely large from just north of Tampa all the way down to the bottom tip of Florida. We're seeing tropical storm force winds, quite a bit larger than Charlie, and as such, more people in Florida will see direct impacts from this storm. Again, the strongest winds closest to the eye wall here, around the Fort Myers Cape Coral area. We're seeing hurricane force winds extending far outside there, and tropical storm force winds even further. That's why we have so many warnings in this area, hurricane and tropical storm. So let's zoom in here to the eye wall. Here is the extreme wind warning. It's covering not the city of Port Charlotte, but just to the west of Port Charlotte here in Charlotte County. And that one is still in effect until 2 p.m. Here is the eye wall right here. We're waiting for this middle portion of the eye wall to move on to what appears to be Sanibel Island for that eye wall right now. We're going to see for landfall if that's the case. We'll get official confirmation from the Hurricane Center in a little bit. When this moves a little bit, the center of this eye area moves over land. We'll get that confirmation here soon, though. Major concerns for Port Charlotte into Fort Myers with this devastating storm surge we're expecting. And again, many of these neighborhoods were designed for having a lot of canals in them for tourist reasons and for people coming down to Florida, trying to enjoy a little more relaxed life. Sadly, this neighborhood design is making it very vulnerable to storm surge, particularly in the city of Cape Coral, where there are many 400 miles of canals all throughout their neighborhoods there that goes directly, dumps into the Caloosahatchee River, and where this very, very wide mouth of river goes right out into where this hurricane is dumping storm surge into. So as such, there are many neighborhoods even more inland that are directly impacted by the storm surge that you wouldn't usually expect to be. So that's why you need to be on your guard for storm surge up to 12 to 15 feet. And this eye wall is still very strong all of this lightning in this northern portion of the eye wall indicates this is a strong hurricane. It is still very strong. As it's making landfall inland, it is going to continue impacting people with high gusts above 115 miles per hour, and it is still a dangerous hurricane. Right now, Port Charlotte, Fort Myers, if we could zoom out a little bit just to get the wider perspective of this storm here. Naples, still seeing effects from it, not as strong winds, but still we got a gust up to 112 miles per hour, so don't discount your threat there. But these hurricane warnings extend all the way to the eastern coast of Florida. So they're expecting this storm to sustain hurricane gusts all the way to its eastern coast, where it gets back out into the Atlantic Ocean. So we could be seeing up to Category 1 gusts out there. So even if you're in the Space Coast, as Evan said earlier, make sure you're not discounting this storm. You're taking it seriously because this storm has many effects to it. In Tampa, we saw gusts up to 70 and 80 miles per hour, so a very broad area being affected by this storm. And rainfall, we have a high risk of flooding rainfall all throughout this I-4 corridor and down to Fort Myers and the lake here. It's just significant widespread conditions we're seeing from this storm. So if you're anywhere in the Florida Peninsula, you'll likely see some impacts from this storm. But again, very strong as this storm makes landfall here to Fort Myers, Cape Coral area. And I'm going to pass things back off to Aaron with more on this storm.
That's right. We have the eye wall is still approaching the coast, and looks like we might be seeing landfall very soon. Looking like portions just off to the northwest of Sanibel. So if we zoom in closer, it looks like we'll have landfall likely around the Captiva here, and then of course making its way over to the mainland of Cape Coral there. So landfall is very likely around this area, very within the hour, I suspect. But of course, we have to listen to the National Hurricane Center to see when they actually confirm that landfall. As we zoom out we did have a question on power outages. So let me pull that here real quick. We do see the power outages in Southwest Florida are increasing by the minute. So we're seeing 78,000 households without power in Collier County. Lee County, we're seeing about 155,000 households without power. So about a fourth of the households there in Lee County are without power right now, and I suspect it's going to still increase as we are only getting through the beginning half of the eye wall, but then once the eye moves over, we'll of course have the back half and those stronger winds coming in, so we'll probably see those numbers increase a lot more still to come. For Charlotte County, as we make our way further north, Charlotte County has about 13,000 folks without power right now, and even Manatee and Sarasota counties are seeing a relatively higher amount. So Sarasota also about a quarter of residents perhaps without power there. So this is going to again increase northeastward. So as the storm does make landfall somewhere again near Captiva, northwest of Sanibel, we're likely to continue seeing those impacts in Southwest Florida, and then overnight tonight, as the storm tracks off to the north and east, we'll likely continue seeing those power outages become more and more widespread for the north. And again, I just want to stress, Orlando, you're likely to go very near the eye of the storm, and we're going to see those higher winds there, and as well with that power surge or that power outage threat is still there. So that could be any trees perhaps could still fall on any power lines, and then of course that will cut power off too much of the area, or even flooding too could potentially cause some power outages and be connected to that as well. So again, the eye wall is starting to make its way through Cape Coral here, and it looks like conditions might be improving, I should say temporarily, as the eye wall or the eye does make landfall somewhere near the Captiva area. So again, I just want to stress this. If you're in Captiva, even though the weather will temporarily improve within the eye, you have the backside of the storm that's going to come back and produce a lot of wind. And honestly, it actually almost looks like the back half of the eye wall or of the storm actually might have more intense winds compared to the front half. So again, you are not out of the threat. You are still right in the middle of it. You're just starting to get to the halfway point there in Captiva. So again, even though you see the sunshine, don't let that tempt you to go outside. It is still very dangerous. We still perhaps have a lot of damage there in storm surge over into the Captiva, Sanibel, and even over towards Cape Coral once the eye gets over there. So now we'll go back to social media to see any updates with any type of damage here. So we'll go ahead and update this. So again, we're seeing the eye making landfall really close to the area, across the Cape Coral area. So this is news here from this user off of Twitter. We're seeing the storm surge threat or flooding in Fort Myers here. So again, you don't want to be out in the water there. Storm surge is one of the most dangerous parts of a hurricane, and it's actually, like I mentioned before, it is one of the most. It is one of the factors that kills the most people, unfortunately, in the middle of a hurricane. Not the wind. I'll say that much. So the Royal Intel here, we're seeing the hotel workers are holding up the doors there as the hurricane force winds are pushing against the doors, and that wind, of course, that water and in that wind, so the rainfall is adding extra pressure to the doors. So we don't want to let those doors buckle and break, unfortunately. And again, we're seeing some users here who sent in videos over on social media showing that balcony there, that pool cage, flying off, quite literally flying off from their back patio, off over the house and over into the road. So again, this is a very serious event here going on in Cape Coral, and we'll continue to see unfortunately more videos and photos of events like this continuing to go on. So again, this is from Fort Myers here. This is from looks like Weather Nation here, bringing that storm surge into Fort Myers Beach there, and unfortunately they'll continue to see that continue on throughout much of the rest of the day, unfortunately, as that storm surge threat continues again. But we'll update you one more time on the latest advisory here from Hurricane Ian, 11 a.m. advisory. I might need to update that. But we're still showing 155 mile per hour sustained winds there along the coast. That's what's prompting that high wind warning across Lee County, Charlotte County, as we'll continue on with that eye wall to move its way on towards the coast. But we'll take things back over to the wall with Ian.
Thank you so much, Aaron. Yeah, as we're seeing, that storm is really starting to make landfall here. Portions of Sanibel Island is certainly in the eye wall right now. As we can see, that this island right here off the coast of Fort Myers is currently in the eye. Now, official landfall does not happen until that area of land has reached the center of the eye. So we're not quite there yet. We are almost there, probably within the hour that we're going to see official landfall from the National Hurricane Center of Hurricane Ian. Regardless of the fact, the people in the Fort Myers area, Sanibel Island, all these, we still have the back half of the eye wall that's going to push through. Okay, so we've gotten through the northeast quadrant of that eye wall. But as that hurricane continues to move northeast, we're going to see that back half of the eye wall where we're going to see again those Category 4 force winds. So we're not quite out of it yet. Hunker down. We're going to get through it. We're almost there. Look at all that lightning here, especially in that northern part of the eye wall. This is something you really don't see a lot in hurricanes. I get this question a lot. You really don't see lightning a lot in hurricanes. However, in the most intense cases like this storm, we are seeing a huge amount of lightning here, which is leading us to understand how intense of a storm this is. Let's go ahead and zoom in on that eye real quick so we can get a closer look as it's making landfall. So as you can see, we do have that extreme wind warning up here towards getting closer to Sarasota, not quite there yet, in between Fort Myers and Sarasota. That is for sustained winds of 115 miles per hour, okay? This is not something we see very often here. Even in Atlanta, it's a testament to how rare of a situation this is to have an extreme wind warning here. So those deepest reds here, this is where we're going to see the strongest winds. They're coming onshore right now as we speak. If you are in those areas, please hunker down. Do not try to go anywhere. This is it. Okay, you're going to get through it. As soon as we're through this, it's the worst of it, and it'll be over. Okay. If you are on these islands here, it may be tempting to come outside. You may see clear skies, calming winds. Do not go outside. Stay in place. You still have this back half. Look at all those deep reds. They're coming. All right, and we're going to see those strong winds return as well. Let's go ahead and turn on that velocity. We can see those winds. So there we go. You can see these deep pinks here that are rotating around counterclockwise, and these deep bright greens here, these are our strongest winds. We already have portions of it on the coast here. All this off the coast is coming onshore, okay? So we're not quite over yet. We still have to get through the second half of this. Let's go ahead and zoom out and take a bigger look at the storm as it's impacting all of Florida here. So again, as you can see, this storm is not just impacting the southwest Florida coast. We are also seeing impacts all the way up towards Tampa, towards the northeast coast. We have all these little storms that are training north. This is where we're going to see our greatest tornado threat, all here. This is in the north, the front right quadrant. This is where we're seeing the greatest threat for tornadoes. We've already seen a lot of tornado warnings pop up over here and down here, especially through last night. And this is why most of South Florida and Central Florida is under a tornado watch as we go through. Again, kind of a lesser known fact about hurricanes is that they can spawn a huge amount of tornadoes. We can have massive tornado outbreaks as the storm pushes through the area. So just another threat that we have to look at as hurricanes go to make landfall. Look at those bands up here off the coast of the Space Coast here up towards Daytona Beach. Look at that lightning over there. So really strong bands, especially those outermost bands can oftentimes be really intense thunderstorms here. Maybe not so much of a wind threat, but those thunderstorms are really intense. Lots of lightning here. And again, lots of lightning here down in the eye wall down here. Let's go ahead and take one more look down here, zoom in on the landfall here. I want to talk about the geography again of this region and why storm surge is such a threat here. So again, I talked about this earlier, but as we can see, the geography of the coast by Fort Myers, all right, we have all these inland bays, canals, everything, especially up here. As the storm's winds rotate around the storm, this water is going to pile up here. All right, it's got nowhere to go, and that's why we're seeing those huge storm surge estimates, 12 to 18 feet, not inches, 12 to 18 feet. I am a 6 foot tall guy. 12 feet is two of me. 18 feet is 3 of me, okay? 18 feet is a lot. It's hard to comprehend. That is a lot of water, and that is the #1 killer in hurricanes. It is not the wind, it is the storm surge. So that is why we're so worried here as the storm continues to progress inland. We've already seen some huge storm surges in Fort Myers Beach. I saw some great videos down in Naples of that storm surge. So really an awful situation here as the storm continues to make landfall. Look at how perfectly circular that eye is. Another testament to how strong the storm is. A lot of times, especially as the storm is approaching the land, you see these eyes start to wobble and look a little bit more raggedy. But Ian's eye here is almost perfectly circular as we enter into the landfall portion. So again, let's go ahead. Can we get that measuring tool to see how far away that island is from the center of the storm? It looks like we're just under 10 miles. We've got to be, yeah. Looks like, yeah, 7 miles away from the center. So again, that is just official classification. All right, so about 8 miles away, that storm is going to officially make landfall per the National Hurricane Center. So again, really an awful situation here. We pray for anyone who is in these areas. Again, if you're still here, hunker down. Do not try to leave. Do not try to leave. It is well past that point. You need to stay where you are. Stay safe. You're going to get through it. You've gotten past the northeast quadrant of this eye wall. You've still got this part. All right, so we're still going to see some sustained hurricane force winds as we push through, but after that, it's all going to be going down from there. Okay, so you've almost made it. All right, so anyways, we'll take one more wide look, and then we'll pass things back off to the desk. So let's zoom out again. Let's take a look at Ian as it makes landfall on the Florida Peninsula. Again, this is an entire Florida Peninsula event. This is not just Southwest Florida. We have impacts up in Northeast Florida. We have impacts over in Tampa, South Central. We had tornadoes last night in Southeast Florida, along with flooding rains for the past couple of days as Hurricane Ian's bands have pushed northward as it was brewing in the Western Caribbean. So again, this is not just a Southwest Florida event. This is across the entire peninsula we're seeing effects. We're going to pass things off to the desk here to Chandler. We've got some damage reports we'd like to show you guys and a look at our social media.
That's right. This is actually very rare footage that we're going to show you, but basically this is a camera that's 6 feet off the ground. So this is perspective of a person that's 6 feet tall, can't relate. But yes, basically you see this whole entire storm surge that's just pushing its way through the city. And again, it's overtaking. It's beyond 6 feet at this point. It's a very dangerous situation. This is in Estero Boulevard in Fort Myers Beach. So again, it's pretty close to the coast. And this is pretty much what residents can expect all across the Fort Myers area. This is just 6 feet, and it's probably going to get worse as that next eye wall starts to push its way on to the coast. Again, Ian did point out that eye wall, we got through the first eye wall, but there's still the second one left. And unfortunately, that one looks to be a little bit bigger, a little bit stronger. So you guys have to buckle down. As that eye passes over Fort Myers, definitely try to catch some fresh air. Do not go out in the floodwaters, but like Spencer said, try to catch a little bit of fresh air and try to at least take a break. Make sure that everything that you feel like should be buckled down is buckled down. Check on anything that you're concerned about. As this eye passes over, it will give you a little bit of a breather, but then you have to prepare for that second eye wall. And that second eye wall, again, looks to be the stronger of the two eye walls. Let's see if we can navigate to that. Which one was it? Well, so many tabs up. There we go. All right, so obviously we have this first eye wall that everybody's been dealing with. It's a really strong eye wall, but again, this backside right here in the southwest quadrant is still very strong. And so as it pushes its way just north of Fort Myers near Cape Coral, we're going to start to see this backside make its way towards Sanibel. The northeastern eye wall is making its way towards Port Charlotte. So you guys are starting to see the worst effects of the hurricane as it threads the needle between Fort Myers and Port Charlotte. Again, the storm surge is tremendous, and actually I want to show another image. And here we had just 20 minutes apart, and this is what I want to emphasize. This was only 20 minutes apart on Sanibel Island. We had this, which, yes, there was a little bit of flooding, but overall you could still see the road. You could still drive on the road. But just 20 minutes later, the whole entire area was covered in feet of water. If you look at that traffic sign in the background, that's at least a few feet off the ground, probably about 5 feet off the ground. So again, this whole entire area is now immersed in 5 feet of storm surge. And again, the storm surge is very dangerous, not only for its strong currents, but anything in it. You can have anything from chemicals, wildlife, electricity, all that can be flowing through. So you should try to avoid this at all possible to not be in the storm surge. However, if it were to happen, try to find something to cling on to, because this is very strong currents. They're going to continue to batter the coast until that storm makes its way over the Florida Peninsula. So again, it's a very dangerous situation. Let's take a look and see if there's any other possible storm reports. Again, yes, here's another image. Or it's the same camera at least, but maybe taken from another time frame. But again, it's still very strong. Look at that water. It pushes its way over the camera. And again, we saw this earlier, but this was in Naples, which isn't even like in the actual part of the eye wall of the storm. It's in the southernmost part of the eye wall. And it had the strength to tear off the top of the house here in Naples. So again, it's a very dangerous situation for those that live anywhere from Naples up to Port Charlotte. And the main concern, of course, is storm surge, because that does claim the most lives. And flooding, of course, we've had that happening for the past several hours, as Jake Carson's, our beloved dear leader, has shown. He actually just tracked the movement of the eye wall, or the eye, as it's progressed towards southwest Florida. And notice how towards the latter part of this video, it starts to make a right turn. And that's basically why Port Charlotte and Fort Myers started to become under the gun. Because again, this storm, instead of aiming towards Tampa, it started to veer towards Port Charlotte and Fort Myers, again, endangering the lives of everybody in that area. And while, yes, we've dealt with a decent amount of the rain already, there is this backside of the eye of the storm that will continue to press on and be almost as strong, if not as strong, as this front eye wall was. So again, it's a dangerous situation for those living in the southwest Florida area. You guys can continue to expect strong winds to barrage you. Again, here is Pine Island, Florida, St. James City. Again, look at those pine trees waving in the wind. They're designed for this, but and luckily the house structure should be as well, with building codes up to date. But again, the storm surge is going to continue to take over the bottom parts of buildings. So if you have a 2-story floor and you're in an area that could see 6+ feet of storm surge, make your way up to that 2nd-story floor. If you do not have a 2nd story, prepare to get into your attic and then get on top of your roof. That means have something that you can use to break open your roof in case the flooding reaches your attic. And put all your emergency supplies in your attic as well. But we're going to toss things over to Parker, and he's going to break down Ian one more time as well here on the 30th hour, or 30th minute.
Yeah, thank you, Chandler. So we've reached the top of the hour. That means it is time for the 2 p.m. update here with FSU Weather. We're tracking Hurricane Ian. So our visible satellite, not much has changed in the past hour or two. We still see Ian making that northeast track towards the western portion of the western peninsula of Florida. Just tracking along there. We see these bright areas right around the eye, right around the center. That is convection bursting up, causing that eye wall to contract more. That's why we see that lowering in pressure. That's why we see the thunderstorms start to pop off, and that's why we see the lightning start to pop off in and around that eye wall. So our water vapor imagery right now, we still have a lot of precipitable water right around the western portions of the hurricane. We see the funneling in from the west and up into the southeast, and we're pushing all of this water and all this moisture into the western portions, say near Sarasota up to the north, and then we see Naples and Fort Myers down to the south. And another thing of important note here is the dry air behind the storm. This is something that we thought was going to impact the storm earlier in its lifetime and perhaps weaken it as it's making landfall, but that's not the case here. The dry air is actually going to funnel in a little bit later than expected and probably after landfall. So we see all these pockets of deep red, pockets of orange, and the light grays just to the west. This is associated with high pressure way off to the west. And so we have this dry air that's going to funnel in as we make landfall, and that's why the hurricane is going to weaken significantly as we progress throughout the evening and afternoon hours. Now, our sea surface temperatures are well above normal for this time of year. We've got 2 to 3 degrees Celsius higher than this time of year. And that's exactly what Hurricane Ian tracked through. We see that these shades aren't as dark or aren't as deep as they were, right? We have these pockets of deep pink, deep purple off to the left, and we still see some residual temperatures nearing 90 degrees right behind Ian's path. But as we get an update, those will soon dissipate and disappear because Ian has sucked up all that warm, moist water and is using it as fuel. Luckily, though, for us, Florida doesn't have any of that water. It's all land. It's flat. So the models are just going to, tear this thing apart, and it's slowly going to not intensify over the course of the next few hours. So that warm moisture, the warm water, we're going to take that away, and that's why our hurricane is going to fall off slowly as it starts to make its way onto land. Now, the infrared satellite, we see that. We see the counterclockwise rotation. We see all of the water vapor, all of the moisture funneling into that Fort Myers area, and we have reports of storm surge nearing the beach of about 10 feet above the ground, and in parts of Naples we have 4 feet up to a mile inland nearing the coast. So some very, very intense storm surge for the region right now. But we have our 2 p.m. update. We have our winds at 155 miles per hour. It's moving north-northeast at 9 miles per hour, and our pressure actually dropped from 937 to 935, so we'll get that updated for you in the next couple of minutes or so. But another big thing about this storm is that we have the hurricane hunters flying in and out of this storm. And I'm not sure if we reported on it earlier, but one of the recon flights earlier, the hurricane hunters reached the center of the eye, and because the winds drop off so fast within the peak winds, they actually went up 700 feet in elevation in the span of seconds, and then once they got into the eye wall, they fell 700 feet inside of that airplane. So some very turbulent air, some very quick fall off of winds, and some very high intensity winds for the hurricane hunters. They're comparing this to Hurricane Michael in terms of the intensity and the turbulence that they're experiencing within the aircraft. So surface pressure at 935, like stated before. We've got wind speeds of about 68 miles per hour just south of Tampa nearing Sarasota. So that pressure is still falling, and as the pressure falls, we usually see a little bit of a lag in the wind speeds, so we can expect the wind speeds to at least maintain that 150 mile per hour wind speed, but we may see gusts nearing 180, 190 miles an hour in some pockets of this storm. So still very, very healthy storm. And we see all of these hurricane warnings all around South and Central Florida. This is a big thing that I want to talk about, right? We have this immense rainfall off to the north and to the northeast, We've already seen excess of 1, 2, and 3 inches of rain in some of these areas. And so we're just flooding the water. We're saturating the ground. So we're going to loosen up the tree roots. We're going to loosen up the palm tree roots. We're going to do everything we can to saturate that ground because we're seeing so much water fall already, and the storm hasn't even gotten to parts of Central Florida. So when we have this immense amount of rainfall and we have no wind, well, when we get wind, trees are going to start to fall over, and that's how we're going to start to see the power outages. So a similar track to Charlie, but a little bit bigger, almost 3 times in size as the eye wall. So the wind field is going to be larger. So with the rainfall ahead of the storm and the wind that's expected to come with this system, we're going to see immense power outages on a very, very similar track to Charlie's, but perhaps larger in radius. So our current radar, we're ever nearing closer to that landfall just west of Fort Myers. Very, very, very similar spot to where Hurricane Charlie made landfall. This area is being hit hard nearly 20 years later. And yeah, our hearts go out to them. If you're in this region, it's too late to get out of there. You just got to stick where you are. We're hoping you have power so that you can listen to local authorities and local news stations about what to do, what's going on, what to do in the future. So parts of Fort Myers, Naples, Sarasota, you guys are almost halfway. You're almost halfway. Once the eye wall passes near you, you have the back half of the storm. Fortunately, that is the weaker half of the storm, but unfortunately, this is a Category 4, almost Category 5 hurricane, so the winds may still be nearing 120 miles an hour on the back end of it in some isolated areas. Hurricane Ian's track still got its eye on Florida. We expect the storm to move in and out of the region by about Friday morning, Friday afternoon. And again, that's about 2 days of rainfall for some of these regions up near Jacksonville, say your Flagler County, Brevard County, Volusia County up there on the coast. So if this storm, takes about 48 hours to get in and out of Florida, we're going to see amounts of rain that we haven't seen since maybe Tropical Storm Faye back in 2009, where we saw 30 inches of rain in that region. So our spaghetti models are a little bit out of whack. We have a big high pressure. We got a big trough digging in. So some of them, take the path towards that trough. Some of them have the trough a little bit weaker, and that's what we see there. But a lot of them in consensus that this storm is going to continue to move to the north, northeast, and across Osceola counties, Polk counties, and into Orange and Seminole, and then out maybe in Volusia or southern Flagler County, very similar to what Hurricane Charlie did back in 2004. So our GFS forecast wind speeds, I'll sit back and I'll let it go through. We have wind speeds of tropical storm force noted in the yellow, and we still see hurricane force winds just off the west coast here. So as this storm progresses over land, like I mentioned before, the weakening is going to happen, but it is going to be a gradual weakening because the storm is of such high intensity. Our rainfall forecast, again, this is immense. We're going to have lots of rainfall in the regions of central and southwestern Florida, and a lot more towards the northern side of this track. So we have a hurricane, centered somewhere around here, and it's going to progress to the north and northeast, and a lot of that rainfall is to the north of the storm because we had that dry air wrapping in to the backside of it. So all the moisture is more so on the northern portion of this storm. And again, with rainfall totals nearing 20 inches in some places, that's almost 2 feet of water. So if you're, on flat land, if you're at sea level, you got to get your sandbags, all right? If you're on the eastern portions of the state, you have just a couple more hours to get ready. I would say no later than 8 p.m., get things wrapped up, get your hurricane preparations done if you're on the East Coast, all right? And I think that's about it. I'm going to send things over to Chandler at the desk.
Thank you for that, Parker. So I want to acknowledge the people that go and collect all the data for us and risk their lives. Those are our hurricane hunters. They go and fly into the storm. That's their job. And we saw a tweet from Nick Underwood just a few minutes ago highlighting a video where basically they endured probably the most turbulence, he at least claims the most turbulence he's ever had in his whole entire career, and he's flown through multiple storms over the past few years, and this is the strongest storm that he has ever flown through. Again, you can just kind of see the motion and the turbulence. It's a very strong storm that jostled this plane back and forth. Again, very dangerous situation. And quite amazingly enough, these planes are built to withstand this type of condition, but it's still very nerve-wracking to say the least. But again, that was amazing, and not in a good way. And then we have this time lapse again, capturing kind of what I was talking about earlier, but more in time-lapse form. We can see how quickly it just goes. Like all of a sudden it goes from being dry to then all this water pouring in 1 foot, 2 feet, 3 feet, 4 feet, 5 feet, until finally it's just reaching the top of the pedestrian sign. We're just seeing a lot of inundation of floodwaters coming in from the coast, wrapping in from Tampa, actually. A lot of the water that we're seeing in excess here in Southwest Florida can be attributed to the amount of water that's gone from the Tampa Bay and from parts up north of the western coast of Florida Peninsula. Something else I wanted to highlight, and this is something that might be a tearjerker for some of you. We had a person that attempted to do a daring rescue of a cat that was stranded on top of an AC unit. Of course, this is dangerous, but again, trying to save a life, even if it is a cat. It's a very endearing thing, at least to see somebody doing such a thing to help save the life of an animal. Again, this is something we would not recommend doing, of course, because the current is so strong. You can see his legs starting to buckle multiple steps as he's going through the floodwaters. But again, dangerous situation, and again, a very aggressive storm surge in Fort Myers. And then again, of course, we go towards, again, in Fort Myers, the wind barraging Fort Myers throughout pretty much the whole entire city. Stephanie Abrams, of course, is live there, and she has been shooting footage across the city. And again, it's a pretty dangerous situation. But we'll toss things over to the wall covering a tornado warning.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chandler. We do have a tornado warning right now in Brevard and Indian River County, which is in that northeast quadrant of our storm, which is where we're going to see most of our tornadoes, our tornadic activity because of the hurricane happening. We're going to zoom in so we can look at this warning a little bit better. Let's see. It's right here, right? Okay, sorry. It's hard to tell with the colors, but our tornado warning is right here in Brevard in Indian River County. We can pull up the velocity data so we can see that turning and coupling happening in that area, if we can do that real quick. Yeah, so green is going towards the radar and red is going away from the radar. And we can see this little rotation happening between the two on this velocity graphic right here, where you see the green that is going away from the radar mixing with the red that's going towards the radar. And that's what indicative of tornado activity. And so we do have a tornado warning happening in Brevard and Indian River County right now, which is one of those like threats that we don't think about when we're thinking about hurricanes, but it does happen throughout the worst or right side of a hurricane in the northern part. And if we zoom out, we can just look at the storm in its entirety again. As we zoom out, there we go, yeah. So we see that we are getting close to the eye hitting Florida. We've almost made complete landfall, at least within the next couple hours we'll see that happening. We have really heavy storms, lightning happening all throughout our eye wall, and even lightning over our Space Coast or by Brevard County as well. So this is just not looking like good conditions. It's going to be a long day for South Florida as this storm makes its way all the way across our state and back in towards the Atlantic. So as we're going to be checking and watching for more tornado activity happening, we do have that warning in Brevard County and Indian River County. We're going to be tracking this eye wall as it continues to strengthen and move across our friends with Fort Myers in the Fort Myers area. But we're going to pass things back over to Chandler to talk more about social media.
Thank you. So we had an update in the forecast cone, and pretty much the storm's center is almost on top of the west coast of Florida. It is approximately a few miles off the coast. We'll see that change here quickly. Actually, if we highlight here, going down towards the center, again, it's encompassing part of the islands already, and once the center passes through a little bit more, we'll officially be able to declare its made landfall, but that will be within the next probably 30 minutes. But again, it's definitely a dangerous situation. We can see that these storm surge warnings are still in effect across the area, and Port Charlotte, of course, is going to take some of the brunt of it, as well as Fort Myers, as we've already seen. And I would like to highlight again that this storm will continue to make its way across the Florida Peninsula, delivering a lot of rain and still strong wind. It's going to be a tropical storm for the, let's see here, it's going to be a tropical storm for the next several hours as it progresses across the Florida Peninsula, and it will make its way out into the Atlantic as a tropical storm. And by the time it makes landfall in the Carolinas, it will still be a tropical storm somewhere around 65 miles an hour. However, NHC cannot rule out the idea that it could be a little stronger than that, so they have a hurricane watch out from Jacksonville all the way up to Myrtle Beach. So if you're anywhere along that coastline, prepare for a possible low-end Category 1 storm. Even if that's not the case, tropical storm can still do a lot of damage, especially if you're in flood-prone areas. So again, this is a widespread event. It's going to impact everybody from the Carolinas down to Florida. And something else I want to highlight is, of course, this is a high-impact event, and for those that aren't in the direct impact zone, you might feel compelled to help out. We do ask that you do not go on your own to these impact areas, because adding more people that don't know what they're doing into a situation can make things worse. So we ask that if you do want to volunteer, that you volunteer with an official organization. One such organization is the Cajun Navy, which was founded after multiple storms impacted Louisiana. They have helped with recovery efforts in multiple different regions, from Florence and the Carolinas to Michael, as well as for Ida last year. And they will be helping with Hurricane Ian. So if you're compelled to help donate your time, you can go to volunteer.go.cajunnavy.org /need/need. And again, you'll find there that they will be organizing soon volunteer efforts for Hurricane Ian. Of course, also along that same line, there's the Red Cross, which they will eventually update their website as well, so keep an eye on that. But they, of course, will accept volunteers for the storm. Another thing to point out, and like Caitlin was mentioning, there was tornado warnings, and they're still ongoing, I believe. And with that, we want to highlight that again for the rest of today, there is a 2 out of 5, 3 out of 5 risk for severe weather across the Florida Peninsula, especially towards the eastern coast as the storm progresses northeastward. So this risk entails mostly a tornado threat. We have 10% probability of seeing a tornado within 25 square miles, which doesn't sound like a lot, but given on a normal day, it's like 0.001%. That's a pretty significant increase in magnitude. So again, it's a not likely but possible event, and we've already seen some tornado warnings, and these warnings pop up very quickly. They're not something that is easy to see long term. So because they're rain wrapped, they're coming from a hurricane instead of a cold front like we normally see. So again, if you live anywhere east of Orlando, in Orlando even, this is a threat for you. The enhanced risk includes Melbourne, Daytona Beach, Kissimmee, and Deltona, and Orlando. So if you guys live in any of those cities, you're under a 3 out of 5 risk for severe weather, mostly tornadic, but also wind, of course. And if you live anywhere from Fort Lauderdale, Pembroke, Pines, Hollywood, Coral Springs, Port St. Lucie, you guys are under a 2 out of 5 risk for severe weather, especially tornadic. So again, that's just one of the threats. We, of course, have been talking a lot about flooding. All these rivers are starting to reach their minor to moderate, if not a major flood stage. We've been looking at Naples for a while because that one has been keeping track of the strength of the storm surge with that onshore flow. And it's been steadily increasing. Last time I talked to you guys about this, it was at 5.77 feet. It's now at 6.18 feet. And it will continue to rise until finally that storm makes landfall and its entire eye starts to move onto the Florida Peninsula. But in the meantime, this storm surge is going to continue to rise because just think of it like you're basically taking a bucket of water from Tampa Bay and you're swinging it over to Naples and Fort Myers. So again, it's a dangerous situation if you live along Southwest Florida, just because all this water is being funneled into your bays, into your harbors and channels and rivers. So again, it's a not great situation. And also once you include the rainfall, that adds on top of it. So water is the #1 killer in hurricanes. 85% of deaths are related to storm surge and flooding. So of course, strong current and has, of course, the potential to have multiple debris in it. You could end up seeing nothing in the water at one moment, and then the next moment you see an alligator. Or you could see something like broken glass, plywood, whatever, construction materials that made up houses that might have gotten torn down. Again, just wanted to point out, north of Port Charlotte, we have all these other rivers that are in minor, so you'd think, okay, that's not a big deal, but they're really steadily increasing towards moderate, and they will peak at major. This river in particular, the Maikay River, that one will peak above its record most likely. And then as well as Horse Creek and even Peace River, which won't make it to its exact record, but it'll be well within the major flood stage at above 2 feet above its major flood stage, which means major flood stage typically describe rivers that overflow their banks by a significant margin. And so anybody that lives near these rivers needs to hear what we're saying and try to get up to your second story part of your building and be prepared to possibly have to get on your roof if you're in a one-story building. But I'm going to toss things over to Spencer at the wall, and he's going to talk more about Ian.
Thank you, Chandler. So like Chandler mentioned, we are watching a couple different hazards right now. So first things first, of course, with Hurricane Ian, we can see the center of the eye is very, very, very close to moving onto land. Now, once the center of that eye does move onto land, we can officially declare a landfall. So this does look like we are going to see a landfall around Sanibel or Captiva area, but really into Charlotte Harbor or Charlotte Bay. Charlotte Sound, I believe. You guys are really going to take the brunt of this storm. So like Chandler mentioned, we do have a very big flooding risk for much of Southwest Florida, particularly in the Mayaca and Peace Rivers. With floodwaters, they can be very, very deceiving. Firstly, you should never, ever drive through floodwaters because you can never gauge how deep those waters are going to be. Furthermore, it only takes a very, very small amount of moving water, I believe up to either your shins or your knees. In some cases, if you're a bit of a larger person, it might be even up to your waist. But once rushing water at that point does hit you, it will knock you back and you will be in essentially a very, very fast, very dangerous, lazy river. And you do not want to be in that type of situation because you have no idea where that water is going to go, where you can end up. And like Chandler said, there could be debris in the water. There could be wildlife, typically could be possibly even snakes or alligators in the waters because we all know Southwest Florida and even Southeast Florida, the Everglades have a lot of wildlife, especially in these wildlife refuges not far from these populated areas. As well, you can see we have lots of lightning here around the eye wall. You can see some offshore and some onshore. So this is a huge lightning threat as well. And another thing to mention, with these winds, there will be a lot of downed power lines. I know in Lee County and Collier counties, we are looking at well over a third of the entire population out of power in these areas right now. And we are seeing increased losses of power along the western coast of Florida into even into Hillsborough and Pinellas counties, Sarasota, and Manatee counties as well. These areas are seeing increased power outages, so please be aware if you still do have power and you have like a power bank that you can, or a portable phone charger, you want to charge those up while you still can. So God forbid you do lose power, you can still have your phones, you can still get in touch with your family if you are able to. And like I said, we are moving very, very close. We should hopefully have landfall soon enough. Just zooming in, unfortunately, really unfortunately, this storm has just been moving at a snail's pace and the eye is still just over water. We are very, very close. We are just waiting on official word. Hopefully within the next 15 to 30 minutes, we will get official word from the National Hurricane Center that we have had landfall in Charlotte Harbor and Charlotte Sound. But if you guys are in this area right here, we are looking at Venice, and right here up in Sarasota, this northern part of the eye wall, we are looking at very, very intense rain and thunder and winds. So if you are in this area, please remain indoors. Even if the eye does come your way, you can go outside maybe for 5 minutes at most, get some fresh air, relax for a bit, recoup, get your things together. But you want to get prepared because this backside of the eye wall is still over extremely, extremely warm waters. So these storms here could possibly still be intensifying, or they might not have had a chance to weaken yet because that dry air, which we were expecting to possibly get drawn into this lower circulation of the storm, has not happened yet. Hopefully we will start to see that once it moves onto land and it does start to weaken a bit, but we haven't seen that yet, so we have not seen a lot of major weakening with the storm. So do not take this lightly, guys. You do not want to be outside with a lot of wind, hurricane force winds, sustained, and gusts of well over 100 miles an hour. This is extremely, extremely dangerous conditions. And are we able to check to see if that tornado warning that Caitlin had mentioned over in southeast Florida, is that still active? We're going to wait on confirmation on that. Yes, we do still have a tornado warning until 2:30 p.m. in Brevard and Indian River counties. This area is roughly the northeastern or the front right quadrant of the storm. Now, what that means is because of the orientation of the winds, all right, so we are getting word that landfall we are just a few minutes away from landfall. Now, you can go outside for maybe a minute, just get fresh air, but you do not want to be out in the eye for more than 30 seconds to a minute. This is extremely, extremely dangerous conditions. Don't go out, so you really should not be outside at all. But back to this tornado warning, we are in the northeast or front right quadrant of the storm, which because of the orientation of the winds is very conducive for tornadic activity. So this whole general area from St. Lucie and Brevard counties all the way down through Miami-Dade County still, we do still have a tornado watch. So that just means the possibility and the conditions are there for tornadoes. But a tornado warning will only be issued if we have a radar indicated or a visually confirmed tornado. And meteorologists at the National Weather Service are fairly certain that we do have a strong likelihood for tornadoes. Now, those are only issued for a more localized area and over a smaller period of time. So that's why if you are in a tornado watch, you should just be aware. But if you're in a tornado warning, you need to be seeking shelter. So zooming in right here, you can see we do have a couplet, which is what we call this red and this green kind of right up against each other. This green color represents winds that are coming toward the radar station, and these red winds are winds that are blowing away from the radar station. So what this essentially is telling us is that we have rapidly circulating air. So we have air essentially on one side moving toward us and the other side moving away from us. So that's letting us know we do have possibility for rotation in this area. So if you are in this area not far from Yeehaw Junction or on the Turnpike in Fort Drum, you guys really should be taking shelter. You do not want to joke around with this. Take this very, very, very seriously. And pretty much the entire state, as you can see, is bright red right now. And I would actually like to very quickly take a look more on the northern part of the state while we are waiting on official word of landfall. We do still have a lot of warnings, hurricane warnings and watches issued, and also tropical storm warnings and watches as well, issued across much of the state of Florida, up into Daytona Beach and up into Jacksonville and Duval counties and Brevard and Volusia counties. We are getting some of those rain bands. Now, as the storm does move north and eventually does make its way onto land, this area of Florida, particularly north of Brevard counties into Volusia County and St. Augustine area and into Duval counties, you guys will be in the front right or that northeastern quadrant of the storm, which is the most tornadic prone area. So you guys will probably you have a good chance of possibly going under a tornado watch later, and you guys should be very aware, keep looking at your phones, and listen to the National Weather Service in terms of possible tornado warnings. And one last thing I'd like to mention, looking at the eye of this storm, it is extremely, extremely large. This storm is a beast. And one little thing that has been reported a couple of times is, you can see it's just about to make landfall, is that this is taking a very similar path to Hurricane Charlie, almost the exact same trajectory. However, the hurricane force wind field of Hurricane Charlie is actually able to fit inside the eye of Hurricane Ian. That's how massive and how dangerous this storm is. This is a true beast, and we really do not want you guys to be outside. Lots of lightning, lots of flooding, lots of down power lines. So please be safe. Listen to the National Weather Service. Listen to the National Hurricane Center. We're going to pass things back over to Chandler on the wall, and he can give us some more updates about what's happening with Hurricane Ian.
That's right. So one of the things I'd like to highlight, if it'll load, is our power outages. Again, they're steadily increasing as the storm continues to flatten, basically, southwest Florida. The number of people without power is 226,000 people in Lee County, which is in Fort Myers. And then Collier County, where Naples is, we have almost 100,000 people without power. So this is, again, a very high-impact situation. And one of the things that we'll have to look at once the storm passes is the next most dangerous thing is heat and the possibility of having no power for multiple weeks. So again, this is going to be a situation that we'll have to continue to unpack as it unravels. But we'll go over to Aaron on the wall, and he'll give us an update on Ian.
That's right. Ian is still a powerful Category 4 hurricane right now, spinning off the southwestern coast of Florida here. So we look at visible satellite. We have that well-defined eye right there moving over towards the Punta Gorda area. So we're likely to see and we've already been seeing that life-threatening storm surge on the southern side of the storm as it rotates up into Florida here. And for our water vapor imagery, we do have that abundance of of moist air from the hurricane here, and this actually extends also along a cold front that's pulled up stationary over central Florida, and that is the reason why we're going to be experiencing the very intense rainfall potentially. Those rainfall rates very high, and the rainfall total amounts over central Florida very high, upwards of potentially even 20 inches of rain, almost 2 feet in some spots along the I-4 corridor here. But at least towards the panhandle, we do have some dry air filtering on the backside of it, and perhaps we could get enough to at least help with the weakening of the storm as it does make its way inland. But that's why we're seeing actually some sunny skies over towards the western panhandle, but unfortunately not so much as we make our way down the peninsula. So again, we have that very abundant boiling water, as was mentioned earlier, along the southeastern Gulf of Mexico here. We have many places almost near 90 degrees in water, and that's basically rocket fuel for these tropical cyclones, which allows it to intensify. And that is the reason why we've seen Ian intensify over the past 12 to 24 hours or so, especially after that, what is called an eye wall replacement cycle. So that's why yesterday we were seeing the eye and the intensity of the storm remaining pretty steady across much of the area. But of course, now that we already completed the eye wall replacement cycle, it allowed it to strengthen even more, and it blew up from a Category 3 hurricane to now approaching Category 5. But like everybody here has mentioned, do not pay attention to the category, just pay attention to the wind, because this is still a very significant threat. And I should also add to water, but this is a very serious storm here brewing in the southwestern Florida. So the latest on Ian, as of the 2 p.m. advisory, still 155 mile per hour sustained winds. I wanted to make sure that clear, sustained winds there. Pressure down to 937 millibars there. So very low pressure. We have these intense hurricanes. Normally, with the lower the pressure you go, the higher the wind speeds get. And normally, at least in terms to see signs of strength or weakening, we like to look at pressure as our best correlation with wind speed in determining how the storm will eventually strengthen or not. But its location, if you are plotting it, it is located about 50 miles south-southwest of Punta Gorda, Florida here. And we will be listening to the National Hurricane Center for an official landfall here pretty soon here, I believe, probably in the next hour or two, somewhere along the Captiva area northwest of Sanibel. So aircraft reconnaissance, we're still finding those very strong winds. The pressure down that they're finding is at 934 millibars, which would be lower than our last advisory. And if that's the case, the hurricane might still indeed be strengthening all the way up into landfall, which is not a good situation at all. And unfortunately, that IWOL replacement cycle could be both a pro and a con. So the pro would be is if that were to happen here, it would limit landfall. But since it happened further out over the water, unfortunately, it has nothing left but to keep strengthening until landfall here very shortly. So again, we have that spiraling bands coming across much of the central part of Florida here, extending down towards the Keys there, where we had a lot of flooding overnight last night, which is what prompted the National Weather Service to issue that storm surge warning down over the lower Keys. But now that it's moving its way over to the north and east, we're expanding that rain shield across much, even now into south, or I should say north central Florida, northeast Florida there in Jacksonville, and then all this rotating around the center of low pressure there off the southwest coast of Florida. We do have a tornado watch in effect for much of central and south Florida here. So in these rain bands, we could perhaps get a spin-up tornado or two, which we already have been seeing across South Florida yesterday with some already reports in the Keys and over near Hollywood yesterday. But this will continue on throughout the next day or so over the course of as the storm moves over the central part of Florida as it rotates around the area. And the biggest chance of tornadoes will be in that right front quadrant of the storm. So Tampa over towards Melbourne and then down to about the Miami area. Still not out of the woods there, with potentially with some of these bands here, even stretching as far south as Cuba. Still could get into those tornadoes potentially. So here's Ian right here, about to make landfall. It looks like, if not already, potentially here near Captiva. We have the very strong eye wall here, but honestly, it looks like the western eye wall might even be a bit stronger over the ocean's water still. So again, if you are over Sanibel or in Captiva, we still have yet to see the back half of Ian move through. So as Chandler was mentioning earlier, perhaps take a breather, but again, make sure to go and get inside as quick as possible, because we have this eye wall that is going to make its way through it. It honestly looks a little bit more stronger than the eastern eye wall, at least on radar it does. So again, the track does want to take it over the I-4 corridor. So although it does look like it might be actually hugging the right-hand side of the cone here, if you look down at its position at 2 p.m. there. So it might actually be taking the right-hand side of the cone potentially. Don't want to call it yet, but it looks like it appears, at least right now, with the cone overlaying on our satellite here. But again, Central Florida is under the gun this overnight, with Ian making landfall. After Ian making landfall, moving over the I-4. So Tampa or over to Orlando could still see some pretty hefty winds, and then potentially even seeing some impacts in the Carolinas, where now we'll see a hurricane watch in effect for coastal Carolinas. So again, if you are up near Charleston, Savannah, you also will have to watch the storm, as well as we could perhaps see an onshore wind there off the Atlantic Ocean. So the American model does show that Ian making landfall and quickly weakening, but again, as I mentioned, we could still see these very strong wind gusts, potentially at the tropical storm force, even through Thursday, tomorrow afternoon, about 24 hours from now, still in the Tampa area or off towards Orlando, anywhere around the eye right there. But tonight, it's going to be a pretty rough night. So I will say this to my friends in Central Florida and in South Florida. Make sure to stay away from windows, because this will be very serious overnight. And if you are going to get into that eye wall, then make sure you do go into a secure interior room and act as if this is a tornado warning, because these are very strong winds, especially across southwest Florida. Our rainfall, we're going to see, unfortunately, a very high amounts, anywhere, just at least the GFS model is showing anywhere east of Tampa, anywhere between 15, perhaps 20 inches of rain in some spots, all the way from the coast to coast, pretty much, along the Florida Peninsula. So Orlando, again, you might still see those rain impacts, even though we are far from that. But now we'll turn things back over to Robert at the wall.
Right, thank you, Aaron. We do have right now live coverage from Jason in the University of Southern Florida, who has given us permission to use this video. This is in Tampa, so not quite as close to the center of the eye as you were in Fort Myers, but you could still see breezy up to gusty conditions here. We're seeing wind gusts up to, reported earlier, around 50, 60 miles per hour. That is continuing, as you can see the trees shaking back and forth here. This will continue in Tampa and Orlando and the rest of the Florida Peninsula throughout the rest of the night tonight, as we're seeing these tropical storm force winds, possibly up to hurricane gusts, making their way throughout the area right now. So looking for the whole situation, here is the storm as it's making its way into Fort Myers. This is where the eye is, and it's about to make landfall here on this island chain out here. This is the eye, as you can see, Port Charlotte, Fort Myers with this eye wall, but these impacts are being felt well throughout the state of Florida. All of these outer ring storms, these have your biggest threat for tornadoes. Many of these have prompted quick tornado warnings, your quick spin-ups. That's what we're watching for with these. You're looking towards Melbourne, Vero Beach, and Fort Pierce, all the way down towards West Palm Beach, looking now towards Orlando, Kissimmee, and Winter Haven now. All these quick pop-ups could bring up tornadoes, and as this storm moves off towards the north and east, it also brings a threat for potential tropical storm force winds, maybe even isolated hurricane force gusts. We'll have to continue watching out for that. Speaking of this tornado threat, we do have an enhanced risk of severe weather. This is entirely tornado driven, so we have a 10% risk of tornadoes in the Orlando, it is the Orlando Deltona area. If this would just hold there for me, quick second. The Orlando Deltona area in Melbourne and Daytona Beach, that's where we have that 10% risk. So a 10% risk of seeing a tornado within 25 miles of a point within that area. That's why we're so concerned about this, as this is a higher end setup for the area just because of how much spin, and to put it simply, this hurricane is putting in this situation. So 10% there, but even as far as Fort Lauderdale, Pembroke Pines, Hollywood, Coral Springs, and Port St. Lucie, all throughout that eastern sort of half of the Florida Peninsula, see up to a 5% risk and a 2% risk all the way to Miami, Miramar, Brandon, and Miami Beach, all seeing this risk throughout most of Florida here. And that's why we're very concerned about this tornado threat, just because this storm is introducing a lot of spin here, and we see these quick spin-up tornadoes, not necessarily long track. We're not going to really see any sort of EF5s with this setup. It's not what this setup brings. But in EF1, those kind of tornadoes, those are still very damaging to whoever is hit by them. So that's why we're so concerned about them. So let's look at overall model intensity guidance for this storm. We're seeing what could be a little bit of a decrease as the storm makes landfall here in Florida. But overall, it is going to still stay fairly strong, even through the next 24 to 48 hours. Could still be at hurricane strength as it makes its way through Florida. Obviously, won't still remain at Category 4, unlikely to at least, but could still be remaining Category 2, Category 1. It will take a while to actually get below that strength there. That's why we're concerned all the way into Orlando, Daytona Beach, even the far northern parts of South Florida with this storm, because it is just continuing to pose a threat to all of those in this area. So here's a surface plot of these winds. And here is the center of the storm. This is about 15 minutes or 30 minutes old, so it's closer to here now. But overall, here are our wind barbs, and all of these are showing that we have quite heavy winds in the area, up to 20, 30, 40 knots of wind, which is close to that same in mile per hour. The conversion is 1.15 times that, but I'm not going to do math on the air right now. You just know that it is close to that. That's roughly what we're trying to see here. And we're seeing sustained tropical storm force gusts throughout this entire area here. And I'm about to show you on the map the NHC confirming that. And it's extending throughout a large area here, all throughout into Tampa, into Orlando, into northern parts of South Florida. And we could see this wind field extend well into the Jacksonville and even Georgia, southeast Georgia areas throughout the night and into tomorrow. So this is, again, very, very dangerous situation, not just for Southwest Florida, who we are very concerned about right now as it is making that landfall, but these tracks are showing that it could still have impacts to even other areas of southeastern United States, impacts that we're worried about for all of you. So that's why we're continuing to stay on, continue to provide you coverage, because we are concerned about this. Here's these tracks. Models generally in a consensus here goes throughout Central Florida. Where it goes from there, we have a little more disagreement right now. We'll get a little better agreement throughout the rest of the day today, what this storm actually does once it makes landfall. But it looks like there's a general good consensus that somewhere in Georgia, South Carolina, might see a second landfall from this storm. Won't be as strong as it is right now, but it could still have tropical storm force gusts that are going to be very dangerous for those of you on the coast. That's why we have new warnings issued there. And here is the current hurricane force probabilities. we're seeing 90% plus of hurricane force wind speed probabilities as it's making landfall here in the Port Charlotte, in the Fort Myers area. That's our biggest concern. But there's up to a 90% chance of those hurricane force gusts all throughout this area, just a little bit further inland. So we're seeing, even if you're not directly on the coast, you could still see hurricane force gusts. And this is just even further exemplified by the, the tropical storm force probability, where you can see that there is up to a 20-30% chance across this huge swath of the Florida Panhandle into just east of Georgia, South Carolina. Depending on the track of the storm, this will change a little bit, but we are seeing high probabilities for tropical storm force gusts, 30% plus, and then this purple area is 90% plus. So we're seeing damaging winds all throughout southern Florida, this panhandle area. And this, what I was mentioning earlier, the wind extent, you're seeing Key West seeing tropical storm force winds all the way up to north of Tampa into the Orlando area, already seeing tropical storm force gusts. That's why we have these warnings in effect. And this is the hurricane force wind gust area. That will move off towards the northeast. That's why we're concerned about all of that there. So just to provide you a quick closing here, we do still have heavy rainfall that we're expecting throughout Tampa Bay and Orlando. That's why we have a high risk of that rainfall situation there as we're continuing to see it. And this is this high risk right here, Orlando and Tampa Bay. And we have a chance day 2 of this high risk moving a little bit more towards the north and east. And this is, again, a multi-day rainfall scenario, multi-day wind scenario. Very concerned about what could be going on here. And finally, I want to emphasize that we do have a storm surge set up, particularly for Charlotte Harbor into the area closest to Bonita Beach, 12 to 18 feet. That's why we're very concerned about zones A, B, maybe even to C here. All these homes very at risk if you're on the first floor, maybe even the second floor in some cases with this storm surge, particularly on the coast, but even further inland. This storm surge extending all the way up to St. Johns River, where we're seeing up to 3 to 5 feet. And then on the eastern coast, starting to watch a little bit of concern for storm surge there, depending on the strength of the storm here. 4 to 6 feet, and then 3 to 5 feet, all the way getting up to the Georgia, South Carolina. This will be refined a little bit as the storm gets closer, but we're continuing to watch out for this storm surge concern. Now back to the wall with some more coverage of Hurricane Ian.
Yeah, thanks, Robert. So we're getting very close to landfall here of Hurricane Ian. You can see it approaching the coastline here. Looks like the coastline is just in the center of the eye right now. We're waiting again for official declaration from the National Hurricane Center when we get that landfall, but it is imminent here if it has not happened already. Still a ton of lightning inside this eye wall, and you still have the backside of the eye wall to get through on the coast. So just because you're in the eye right now does not mean that the storm is over. There's still another half of it to go because you still have this very intense banding on the southern, or the western eye wall rather, that's about to come on shore here. There is less lightning with this, but it's still going to pack extremely strong winds. I don't think we have the extreme wind warning anymore, but that does not delineate from the fact that you will still have very intense gusts from this, near major hurricane force, sustained winds of above 115 miles per hour. So still, you want to make sure that if you're in these areas, do not go outside while you're in the eye, okay? Just, you might think that, oh, I can go outside for a breather really quick. You want to stay hunkered in your place right now. Shelter in place, irregardless of the fact that you may be in the eye wall or in the eye. You still want to make sure that you're staying in your safe place right now, because you still have the backside of the eye to go, and you also might not know what you find when you go outside. If you go outside, there could be some life-threatening hazards outside your home as well that you may not know about because you were hunkered into your safe place during the first eye wall. So you still want to be in that safe place right now as Ian comes ashore. So I believe, well, Robert was talking about storm surge, and this area in particular is in real danger of some storm surge here because of how vulnerable they are, because of how you have these several inlets here. So people could be seeing 12 to 18 feet of storm surge, and that might be somewhat difficult to comprehend here. So I'm going to do my best to kind of put that in a better way to think about it. So think of storm surge as how high up the water is above ground. So when we say 12 to 18 feet of storm surge, what we actually mean is that the water is surging 12 to 18 feet above the ground that you're standing on. So imagine, say, your dining room, for example. Usually dining room ceilings are about 8 to 10 feet tall. So imagine your dining room, your entire dining room being filled with water and going through that into your second floor of your home. So that's really catastrophic amounts of water coming in from the Gulf of Mexico onto land and just wiping out everything in its path. You never want to underestimate the power of water. So as those winds switch onshore, especially south of the storm center, you can see how we kind of have that counterclockwise flow here. So Bonita Springs, Fort Myers, those are the places that are starting to get that onshore flow here, and those are the places that are most at risk for that extreme amount of storm surge that we'll be seeing here. So if we can take a look further to the north, I believe we still have an active tornado warning up near Brevard and Indian River counties. I don't know if we still have that, that we could take a look at that further to the north. Look, we do not, but we did have one. Oh, no, we still do. You can see it right there for Osceola County. Now it's moved further to the north. This is associated with a supercell storm. You can kind of see on the end of that has a little hook there. That's a classic signature that you see with these supercell thunderstorms that often are tornado producing. Right now it's radar indicated, so it's not confirmed on the ground, but we do have quite a noticeable couplet here. So what we mean by couplet is when we get this mixing of the red color and the green color. Red means that the wind is moving away from the radar. Green means it's moving towards the radar. So when they come very close together like that and strengthen, that's when you can get that rotation start to develop, and that's when you can sometimes get a tornado down at the surface. So right now it looks like this is still above ground. We don't have confirmation that this is on the ground, in fact, but still want to treat this as it is on the ground, because throughout the day, we could see more of these popping up, and that's very common for the northeastern quadrant of a hurricane to feature this tornado threat, and that'll be continuing to move off to the north as we go throughout the next couple of days. And that's something that is often overlooked with tropical systems. You usually don't think about the tornado threat all that much because you are thinking about the wind threat, the rain threat, the storm surge threat. So tornadoes often get overlooked, but that's something that's actually quite common with these kinds of systems. And of course, you can see it's actually quite prevalent with Hurricane Ian. We actually had last night down in southern Florida, had several confirmed tornadoes from Ian last night. So this is definitely a real threat, and it will be persisting throughout the day today and into tomorrow. Most of this red shading here is an active tornado watch. That means that we have to be on the lookout for any spin-up tornadoes that do develop throughout the day today. I believe that goes until 5 o'clock tonight, but I'm sure that will be extended further into the overnight hours and through the morning and afternoon tomorrow. But we are still very close to landfall, if not having it already here in around the Fort Myers area, along Captiva and this island here. But we're still waiting from the National Hurricane Center. I don't know if we have a confirmation from that. We do not have confirmation yet, but I'm sure it is imminent here in the coming minutes here that we'll get that confirmation from the National Hurricane Center. But again, please do not venture outside your home if you're in the eye right now, because you do not know what you will find if you venture outside. There could be some hazards around there. There could be down power wires, and those could still be live, so you don't want to get electrocuted because of those. You also don't know how high up the water is going to be if you venture outside your home. So stay in your safe place until emergency officials in your area deem it safe to venture outside. We still have very strong winds coming with this secondary eye wall. I'm sure these winds are well above major hurricane status, approaching, say, 130 miles per hour, sustained. So I want to emphasize that, sustained winds, not wind gusts. Sustained winds mean that the winds persist for over 1 minute in duration. So these winds will be continuing for hours on end because of how slow Ian is moving. It's moving less than 10 miles per hour right now. As we've been on coverage here for almost, say, 3 hours, 3.5 hours here, it has not moved all that much. Ian probably started out around here when we started up this morning at about 11:30, and is now just making landfall. So it's moving at a snail's pace here, and will continue to slow down as we go throughout, excuse me, as we go throughout the day today, because we're having this trough that is moving away from Ian. That's what's giving it this northeasterly direction here, but we'll start to get two opposing high pressure systems that will kind of slow down Ian's pace here. So over the next couple of days, it'll be training across the same areas over and over again, and that's why that excessive rainfall threat is so important for the next 2 days. We have 2 back-to-back high-risk days from the Weather Prediction Center, that's very rare for them to issue that kind of a threat. And the last time a high excessive rainfall outlook was issued was for Hurricane Ida, or the remnants of Hurricane Ida in the Northeast. And if anybody from where I live back on Long Island remembers that, that was a really unprecedented event, and it proved that our infrastructure back in New York is really not ready to handle that kind of situation. We got record amount of rainfall. The first flash flood emergency was issued for the New York City metropolitan area. So that kind of rainfall is going to be associated with Ian as we go throughout the next couple of days. So all threats are still on the table. And again, please do not venture outside your home. If you're in the eye right now, you still have that secondary eye wall to go. Now I'm going to pass things off to Aaron for another in-depth look of Hurricane Ian.
That's right. The eye wall looks like it has ventured inland towards the mainland. The first half, I should say, of the eye wall towards Englewood down towards about Cape Coral has already seen the first half of the eye wall. But again, as we zoom in closer, it looks like landfall, if not has already happened, somewhere around the Captiva, south of Boca Grande and north of Captiva. Because remember, the eye wall, the Hurricane Center defines the landfall as the center of the eye making its way onto land from the water. So if we kind of eyeball it here, no pun intended, it looks like probably somewhere near Pine Island Sound here, north of Captiva and south of Boca Grande will likely be the landfall area. And this is going to still tracking northeast approximately. So Cape Coral, you are now in the eye wall. In Fort Myers as well. It looks like soon you guys will probably be leaving the eye wall and then into the eye. But then again, we still have the second half of the eye there. But again, we'll do the last advisory here from the National Hurricane Center at 2 p.m. here. Has the storm still with maximum sustained winds at 155 miles per hour, moving northeast at 9 miles per hour. So moving pretty slow for a tropical cyclone here. And that's the reason why we're seeing copious amounts of rain possible along along Central Florida and down through South Florida. And of course, unfortunately, with the windfall, that would mean more time in the eye and eye wall as the system makes landfall. But we have hurricane watches in effect all the way as far north as South Carolina there, and tropical storm warnings already in effect all the way to the South Carolina, North Carolina border there. So this is very likely, looks like, to make its way off the Cape Canaveral coast and then curve back into South Carolina, North Carolina, which it could also be a rain threat for them as well, coming out this weekend most likely. Now we'll provide you another update on those power outages. We're seeing the biggest power outage area, it looks like, is in Lee County, which that's where the eye wall is going through right now. It looks like about half of residents do not have power in Lee County. And if we go down to Collier County, about 100,000 folks do not have power. And as we go north, inland, we're starting to see some trickle amounts of people losing power. So Manatee County, or Sarasota County, I should say, we're about around 78,000 people there, so about a quarter of the population not without power right now. And Manatee County, also about a quarter of the population. And then up towards Hillsborough County right now, we're starting to get some power outages as well with that persistent wind starting to pick up there with that tropical storm force conditions starting to get going in Hillsborough County. In Pinellas County, we also have 72,000 people without power currently over there. So potential storm surge releases from the National Hurricane Center. We're still expecting a 12 to 18-foot storm surge possibly in the Charlotte Harbor area, which would, of course, be very devastating and not something you'd see very often, unfortunately. But given the geography of the coast and the way the storm is coming in, we're going to see all that water being shoveled right into Punta Gorda and the Port Charlotte area, as you can see right here, south of Tampa Bay. North of Tampa Bay, we're going to see the offshore wind, which is why we're seeing these storm surge amounts a lot less than before. Because I don't know if you remember a couple days ago, we were expecting that that potentially the storm might stay off to the western side or off to the western coast of Florida, but it looks like that storm will be making landfall here. So we'll have an offshore wind to the north and an onshore wind to the south there. So our greatest flash flood risk looks like to still be over central Florida, extending into North Florida there. So from Jacksonville down through about Naples and over towards Orlando. So Again, the greatest chances for winds we're seeing with Ian are now, we're basically all of central and most of South Florida are around 100% chance that we're going to see those tropical storm force conditions, and those already have begun across central and North Florida, or central and South Florida already as it does make landfall, but it's increasingly more likely as we make our way over towards the east coast of Florida. And we do have a chance for some severe weather as well, as we've already seen those tornadoes near the Miami area and down to the Keys, but we do see the potential for some tornadoes specifically across the eastern portions of the state, as we will have that banding feature on the right front quadrant of the eye of Ian. But this will continue throughout the rest of tonight into tomorrow, unfortunately, with potential risk of tornadoes. But now we'll pass things back over to
Hurricane Ian, as it is making landfall in southwestern Florida and has impacts all throughout the state of Florida and the southeastern region of the United States. Right now, Hurricane Ian has a chance for impacts throughout the immediate Florida region, and these impacts are going to be quite severe, particularly in southwestern Florida. If we could have this graphic just advanced here quickly for me, this Ian area is going to be, it's right now in southwestern Florida, it is close to Fort Myers. It is going to be close to Port Charlotte. There is an extreme wind warning in that area right around where Hurricane Ian is. And if we could have this graphic just move forward for me quickly, please. We have the cone of Hurricane Ian. It is moving through the area right in southwestern Florida. Again, thank you. Water vapor imagery here is west of Miami. This is where the storm is right now. It is moving off towards the north and east here, and it is continuing to move with sea surface temperatures that are keeping this storm very sustained, above 80 degrees Fahrenheit. Now, of course, it will move inland and it will decrease in intensity as it does move towards north and east, but there is a chance that it could re-strengthen as it moves past the eastern coast of Florida. We'll have to watch out for that possibility right now. The infrared satellite showing us that this storm is still very powerful and very wide in its extent. It is right now holding at 155 miles per hour, sustained wind conditions. This storm is right now making landfall somewhere in southwestern Florida. We're seeing it's wobbling a little back and forth, so we're not 100% certain where it will make landfall. We will tell you exactly where it made landfall when it does. It is right now 20 miles, west of Fort Myers, Florida. The pressure is holding at 937 millibars. It's a little bit higher than it was previously, but at this point, it is too close to landfall. Any weakening will not have any effect down here. The devastating conditions, have already set in, and sadly, this is going to be a bad situation for those, particularly in southwestern Florida, but across all of Florida. Aircraft reconnaissance showing earlier that we had a surface pressure of 934 millibars and wind speeds up to 115 to 155 miles per hour. Here's one of 68, but overall, very, very high wind speeds across this entire region of Florida, not just in southwestern Florida, but we're seeing this broad extent of the wind field throughout all of the southern Florida panhandle, going as far north as Orlando, and we'll see that potentially continue to extend throughout the day today. Here's our current radar. This is the storm. This is its eye wall right here. It's moving towards the north and east. Here are our watches and warnings, hurricane watches and warnings up for most of the Florida panhandle, and we're seeing residual rainfall over most of Florida, extending to Gainesville, further north and west of Gainesville now.
Asking a question, please remember to mention your name as well as the station you are affiliated with. And at this time, I will hand it over to my colleague, Hannah Brown, Emergency Management Planning Coordinator with the city. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Lawrence, and good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining us today. This is the Hurricane Ian virtual media availability. We have a couple of speakers here today to talk to you about some of the updates with the storm, things to do to prepare. So our speakers today, we'll start with Chief Graham with Charlotte-Mecklenburg Emergency Management. He is the Deputy Director. Then we will have an update from Major Dave Johnson from CMPD, an update from Deputy Chief Winkles with the Charlotte Fire Department, and then we will finish with an update from John Wendell with Charlotte-Mecklenburg Stormwater Services, and then we will take questions. At this time, I will turn it over to Chief Graham.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. First and foremost, I want to thank City Communications for hosting this for us, but also I want to thank our media partners. There's been a lot going on this week, and I know a lot of y'all have asked for information from us. we felt like it was important to get everybody together at one time so we can get this for you and make sure you have all your questions answered. And I believe Hannah is going to work on doing this a couple times over the weekend so we can kind of all be on the same page. But we're here today from the Emergency Operations Center for the city and for the county. And I know that Commissioner Altman is listening, and welcome. We're always appreciative of when our county commissioners are joining, because we are a combined city and county emergency management. That includes the 6 towns. Charlotte-Mecklenburg Emergency Management and our partners have been closely monitoring the formation of Hurricane Ian over the past week and have been fully engaged in preparation efforts. The sheltering task force has been coordinating to plan for the potential shelter activations should they be necessary, but no shelters at this time are being opened. So we're not opening any shelters this time. However, we are standing by to do that. And we've been working closely with our volunteer agencies, including the American Red Cross. The Emergency Operations Center will be fully activated throughout the weekend, beginning on Friday afternoon, to monitor the impacts to our area and coordinate any necessary response efforts. Hurricane Ian has made landfall over the southwest coast of Florida this morning, and we predict that it will then cross over the Florida Peninsula into the Atlantic over the next 24 to 48 hours and enter into the Atlantic. And that's when we really have to pay close attention, because we're not fully sure what it's going to do when that happens. It could strengthen and then move in our general direction. There are uncertainties in Hurricane Ian's track and strength concerning the Western Carolinas and Northeast Georgia late this weekend and even all the way into Sunday. The Charlotte-Mecklenburg area should be prepared for potential effects. And so part of that is the Emergency Operations Center and our partners will be here together so we can make sure that we are closely coordinating and communicating, which is always an important part of the equation. Deep tropical moisture associated with Ian will bring the potential for heavy rainfall and possible flash flooding, including 3 to 4 inches of rain currently, as of today, expected. But those numbers do fluctuate, and they actually change from last night to today. Gusty winds are forecasted for the area ahead of the storm beginning on Thursday. Be prepared for downed trees and power lines. So one of the things that we would encourage you to do, and we always stand by personal decisions that you might make, but please consider over the weekend staying home. So enjoy that time with your family, read a book, watch Netflix, whatever it is that, cook something great. We love to do that on the fire department. But please attempt to stay off the roads. That will greatly help us and emergency responders throughout the area as they respond to any impacts. Stay informed, follow National Weather Service and local media, several of which are represented here today, for updated forecast information. Charlotte-Mecklenburg Emergency Management will post regular updates to our social media feeds. And so I always encourage everybody to follow us on Twitter and other social media. But also, and this is very important, and I really would like everyone to do this, sign up for CharMec Alerts. And you can do that at charmecalerts.org, which is always a great tool for anyone in our community. Build an emergency kit with essentials, and we always preach this, for 72 hours, including food, water, flashlights, extra batteries, medication, a first aid kit, backup battery to charge electronics, and other essentials you and your family might need. Be sure to factor pets into your preparedness efforts. And I know Chief Winkles may talk about this in a little bit, but carbon monoxide is always one of the issues that we worry about. So we want to make sure that you have working carbon monoxide detectors as well as smoke detectors. But if you lose power and you end up operating around anything that gives off carbon monoxide, including generators or anything else, make sure that those are many feet away from your dwelling so we don't have any issues here in our community. So I'm going to turn it over to my good friend, Major Dave Johnson. And we have been together for a long time, but the last couple of weeks we've been together a lot as we went through the President's Cup together, which he did a great job. So Major Johnson.
Chief. Good afternoon, everybody. Major Dave Johnson with the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department Special Operations Bureau. We've been working very closely with our public safety partners at the fire department and emergency management, along with our city partners. in CDOT and special services to make sure that we have the proper equipment and personnel on standby and close at hand in case the need arises and this becomes a severe weather event for the Charlotte-Mecklenburg jurisdiction. Just like to reiterate what Chief Graham said about staying home. If you don't have to get out in severe weather, please don't. The fewer drivers that there are on the road are the fewer incidents that we have to respond to. And we don't want to have to come rescue you from a flooded roadway if we don't have to. So, and on to kind of reiterate that point, if you see a roadway that is covered in water, please do not attempt to drive through that. It's very hard to tell how deep that water is. And without fail, every time we have a severe rain event in Charlotte, we rescue multiple people who have made that unfortunate decision to try to drive through water that was much deeper than they suspected it was. So if you don't have to get out, stay home. If you do have to get out, avoid any roadway that's covered in water, find another route. And if you do need, certainly in an emergency situation, call 911. If there's a flooding situation or you see a roadway that's flooded or a creek or waterway that's flooded that needs some attention, please call 311 and your call will be routed to the appropriate personnel. Thank you. I believe I'm being followed by Deputy Chief Winkles from the Charlotte Fire Department.
Good afternoon, everybody. Deputy Chief Jerry Winkles with Charlotte Fire Department. Again, just to reiterate, Charlotte Fire Department has been preparing for the Hurricane Ian. Over the next couple of days, we'll be doing our daily activities and maintaining any kind of support that's needed with the emergency management. And in addition to that, we're asking that all Charlotte area residents, like Chief Graham stated, get prepared for the next couple of days. Some of the things that you can do in order to assist us is securing any items that are in the yard and be prepared to go without power for 24 to 48 hours. And that includes getting batteries for flashlights, go ahead and charging your cell phones, and in addition, download any weather apps so that you can maintain a vigilant watch over the next couple of days. We ask that you contact 911 for emergencies only, and that if you have any needs for city services, please contact 311 for those. We also ask that you check on any elderly or any of your neighbors, and then obviously call for help if you need to, and then please bring your pets in. In addition to getting prepared, please make sure that if you have any items that you need from the store or any prescription meds, that you go ahead and have those filled as well in order to be ready for the next couple of days to be at home. And we do ask that you stay at home unless it's an emergency. Our next speaker is going to be John Wendell from Charlotte-Mecklenburg Stormwater Services.
Blockages in those creeks, call 311 and we'll try to get somebody out there to clear that out. But that won't happen after the rain starts. Once the rain starts, we don't want to put our folks in jeopardy. We want to keep them safe. So doing that early could get us a really good start on clearing out those storms, creeks in the area. The other thing I want to say, and other people have mentioned it already, turn around, don't drown. A lot of people hear this millions of times, but yet they still do it. More people have died in their cars from flooding than outside of their cars. So it shows you that people have either gone around barriers or they thought they could go through the water. So again, turn around, don't drown. A lot of people just hear about it, but they don't practice it. And we really do want to push that idea. Flooded roads, you don't know what's under it. Even though the water's not moving, I could drive through there. Well, there may be a sinkhole. There may be power lines. There may be tree branches, tree limbs. You don't know what's underneath that water. So be prepared and just go around that flooded roadway. The other thing is moving water. 6 inches of moving water could knock a person over. A foot of moving water could move a car. So just be prepared and think about things that you should be doing and turn around, don't trot. I know we say it a million times, but it really does work. So I'm going to toss it back to Hannah and see if we have any questions.
All right, thank you, John, and thank you to all of our speakers. At this time, we are prepared to take any questions.
Yes, this is Derek Ellinger for Queen City News, Fox Charlotte. You mentioned, Chief Graham made a specific mention of the fact that we could be seeing potentially 3 to 4 inches of rain, the gusty winds as early as Thursday. Are there any indications really as far as what people should at least expect? Is that the least of what people should expect once this storm system comes into the area?
Hey, Derek. So I'll be honest with you, it changes every couple hours. And so we know, and I'll let John Wendell maybe speak to it because he is a trained meteorologist for those that don't know. But we are expecting to get something. But John, do you have anything on that for us?
Well, the thing I would like to say is that majority of the rain is probably going to happen on a Friday night into Saturday morning. And flooding is going to depend on how hard and how fast that rain falls. If you get 3-4 inches of rain over a 48-hour period, I think we're in pretty good shape. But if you get that over a 3-hour period, then we may have some problems. So I think it's more of a Friday night into Saturday morning event. But if you also think about the ground being saturated, the trees have a lot of leaves, so they make a big sail. And so there could be quite a few trees down. Even if you only get like a 30-mile-an-hour wind, that could cause some problems. So I think those two things, the flood risk and then the trees down, will be the biggest issues around here.
Yeah. And Derek, if you've never heard me say this, I'll say it again because it's important. We plan for like, not the worst case scenario, absolute worst, but we plan heavy. So if we plan heavy and we're thinking, hey, this is probably the worst that could happen during the storm, we're going to be in better shape if it's not, right? So we try to move as many resources in and have all our folks ready to go in case it goes in a direction that we don't like. And so that helps. Emergency managers, and I always tell everybody this, emergency managers are never right. They're about like meteorologists. Either we've got too many resources that we're bringing in, or it gets worse and we didn't bring enough resources in. So you always want to be on the side that we're ready to go and prepared, rather than the side of like, well, it's not going to really do anything, so we don't need to prepare. And so that's where we try to land, really try to find that sweet spot. But I'm okay being wrong. And I mean, that's just the world of emergency management. We got a next question. Do we have any more questions, Lawrence?
I'm not seeing any additional hands raised at this time. Looks like we have Courtney Davis from Spectrum.
Hello, this is Courtney Davis with Spectrum News. Because this storm is in Florida, I know you were just talking about that preparedness. There is a long track until it's going to hit here in North Carolina. But why is it so important if people are looking at this right now thinking that it's going to kind of dissipate by the time it gets to us? I mean, how serious could it still get once it hits Charlotte?
We don't know the answer to that. We know it after it's over. After it's over, we can go back and say, hey, this is what happened. Hugo, and John, you can speak to this. I've got a picture of the satellite image in the other room of Hurricane Hugo. And I personally, during Hurricane Ivan, right after Francis, if you remember that a few years ago, and I always tell this story too because it's a good one. But my neighbor was killed. And they were calling for 50-mile-an-hour winds where my family lives in Henderson County. And we ended up with 100-mile-an-hour winds. And so that's what I mean, Mike. You've always got to be prepared for what it could do, not necessarily, and hope for the best. And if you do that, you're going to be on the right side. I feel that we'll be better off. But we are keeping a close eye on this, as we encourage all of our folks out there to do. You know, of course, we're at work today, and so I probably had a better understanding really of everything that's going on before I came to work. And now we've been working all day, and I'm trying to keep an eye on the storm and see what's going on. But we're closely, as we look and analyze each time the National Weather Service sends us something out, there are changes. And so we'll be keeping an eye on it all the way as it enters into Charlotte and then exits out.
Chief Graham, can you hear me? John Wendell?
Go ahead,
John. Yeah, I want to mention one other thing is the type of flooding that Mecklenburg County will see is more of a flash flooding. Our creeks all originate here in the county. So when it rains, yes, the creeks fill up real quick. But when it stops raining, they usually drain fairly quickly. Now on the Catawba River that gets most of this rain from the mountains and foothills, it may take another day or two before that water comes down. So even though, say, Sunday morning we wake up and most of the rain is gone, well, we still have to be concerned about flooding along the Catawba River, maybe for another day or two after that, just because where they're getting their water from.
Yeah, and that's exactly right. And we work very closely with Duke Energy, but we do use the Duke Energy app, and we're talking to them all the time. But on the Catawba River chain, you are absolutely right. It's not today, and it's not even what happened in Charlotte or Mecklenburg County. It's what's occurring in McDowell County in those areas as it works its way down the chain. And so we'll be closely monitoring that. And of course, all of you remember the flooding that we had on Riverside Drive. And those folks down there, we spent a lot of time communicating with them and making sure that they're comfortable and making sure they're watching and keeping up to date on changing conditions.
We have a question from Michaela Holder.
Hi, my name is Michaela Holder. I'm with the Charlotte Observer. And I was just calling and wanted to know if you guys had been in touch with any of the big power managements in Charlotte to sort of figure out what's going to happen if a lot of power goes out, especially if there is a horrible amount of flooding and they're not able to get out. What should people do? What shouldn't people do if that becomes the case?
Well, number one, and we've said this a couple of times, please stay home. So if you stay home, that alleviates a lot of the issues we have. Number two, stay away from down power lines. Make sure you're contacting Duke Energy, or it's 1-800-POWER-ON, I believe is the number. And then we do work with Duke Energy, and we have them on speed dial, and we have folks that we talk to throughout the storm and then after the storm, and help them to identify areas that are, critical. So we call critical infrastructure sites. And of course, those definitely include hospitals, police stations, fire stations, other areas that we got to get the power on to so we can make sure that we respond. But the power will get back on, and we will get through this storm. And hopefully next week we're enjoying some beautiful, fabulous fall weather, and all this is a memory to us.
Chief Graham, John Wendell again. I got a message saying that the first part of my little talk there, you guys couldn't hear me. And one thing I want to mention one more time is that the folks could help out, the residents could help out by clearing out those storm drains. Very important, but also do it safely. Do it from the curbside. Maybe take a rake and get out there and move out some of any leaves, because leaves are starting to fall. There's a lot of leaves on the trees. With the wind, more leaves will start to come down. So clearing out those storm drains, very, very important.
That's right. Thank you, John. And I always say this, we deeply appreciate our Louisa folks and our stormwater folks. We work with them on a very regular basis. In fact, the group of engineers was in here just today talking about hazard mitigation, which is a much longer conversation. But we're always working to try to mitigate issues here in Mecklenburg County.
We have another question from Derek Dillinger, Queen City News.
Yes, it's worth noting here that we have a bunch of people arriving in Charlotte pretty much each and every day, people that are moving here that might not necessarily be familiar with the problem areas, specifically in Charlotte and Mecklenburg County. Are there any specific areas that people should be worried about specifically? And they will hear it better from an official than they will from me. So are there any specific areas that you guys will be looking out for, be keeping an eye on? That's bad.
Well, I have an opinion on that, but I'm going to let John speak to that because he comes from stormwater. So, John.
There's a couple of areas that really stand out. One area that is usually the first place to see some flooding going over a road top would be Addison Drive at McMullen. The road top is probably only 5 feet above where the creek is now, and then you throw some water on top of that. That's usually one of the first spots. But, you know, Little Sugar Creek going through the uptown area toward Midtown there, that along the Greenway, you know, if someone's, I don't know why you would be biking on a day like that, but, you know, that's very close to, you know, the water level, and that's going to come up real fast. You know, the thing is people should just use some common sense.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
I'm James Brierton, and welcome to the Carolina WeatherNet, powered by the best of the Carolina Weather Group for you, the Carolina weather fan. I wanted to personally welcome you in and give you a tour. The best of our weekly show, the Carolina Weather Group, will be featured right here in this main window, featuring newsmaker interviews from the fields of science, weather, technology, and more for the Carolinas and beyond. And you can always find episode information in the blue bar down below. But even if this isn't a taped replay, you will get continuously updated weather information across the Carolinas on the left side of your screen. Skycams, radar, current conditions, forecast, and more will appear there. And also at 25 and 55 minutes past every hour when we take an extended look at the detailed forecast across both North and South Carolina. And if there's ever a severe weather bulletin from the National Weather Service, it will appear at the bottom of the screen in red. And of course, if the weather warrants, we will interrupt the loop to bring you live severe weather information right here on the Carolina Weather Net. This is built for you to hang out as long as you would like. Watch it for free any place you watch YouTube, from your smartphone to your smart TV. We are so glad you are here, and we hope that you will like, subscribe, and hit that bell to become a Carolina weather fan. Enjoy.
Where is it? The excessive rainfall for the next 3 days. This is another one of those threats from this hurricane, is the immense amount of rainfall, that high risk throughout much of the Florida peninsula, not only including places where the storm is making landfall, but going all the way up into northern Florida around Jacksonville. That you also have a high risk of excessive rain there as well. Again, you could see upwards of a foot of rainfall in some of these places. And I also want to mention one last thing really quick. Near Bartow, at the Peace River, has officially broken the record. You can see that the record was previously 11.1 feet. It has now reached 11.2 feet in that flood stage. So record-breaking rainfall with this, record-breaking amounts of storm surge with this as well. So now we're going to pass things over to the wall with Chandler for our half-hourly update of Hurricane Ian and where it is right now, as it has just made landfall here in Costa, Florida.
Thank you for that. Now we'll move on to just a general overview of Hurricane Ian. So Hurricane Ian has been impacting us pretty much for the whole entire day, actually pretty much yesterday as well. And you can see that's a really large storm stretching all the way up towards the Carolinas, all the way down towards Cuba and the Keys. Again, it's a very large storm with all the cloud cover, some rain here as well, and then of course the main brunt of it making impacts in southwest Florida at this very moment. And that water vapor imagery tells the story. We have a lot of rain and a lot of convection wrapped in pretty much a donut, what you would see with any really strong storm. A clear eye with a very distinct eye wall and several rain bands. Again, it's making impacts in southwest Florida right now, but it will continue to press through the peninsula, making its way into the North Atlantic. It will be weak by that time, but it will still impact parts of Georgia and the Carolinas as well. And looking at those sea surface temperatures again, this is one of the reasons why we saw this storm strengthen above expectation. It fed on that really strong, that really warm sea surface temperatures above 80 degrees Fahrenheit. It's pretty much bath water up there towards 90 actually, right along the coast. Again, it's pretty much the exact kind of fuel source that a strong hurricane needs in order to thrive, and this storm unfortunately did thrive yesterday and into today as it increased to Category 4 strength and well into Category 4 strength above what we were expecting. Ian also right now is reporting at 150 miles per hour, and it is continuing to move north-northeast at 9 miles per hour, so it's moving pretty slowly, which is not what you want to see upon landfall. That's partially because of those steering mechanisms breaking down and conflicting with each other. We have high and low pressures fighting each other for dominance in the region, and that's pretty much left this storm meandering towards the north generally, but again, it's not distinct and it's not moving fast like you would see with a Michael or an Irma, so it's sitting still. It's almost more resembling a Harvey, but not as bad as Harvey. Its pressure is at 940 millibars, which is a very low pressure for a storm. That's what you can expect for a very strong major hurricane. And again, it is right there in Fort Myers, Florida, making landfall currently. Now, aircraft reconnaissance, again, trying to get some last-minute data so that we can continue to forecast this storm properly as it goes through the peninsula and into the North Atlantic. They're trying to see what kind of wind speeds we can expect with this second eye wall as it makes landfall here shortly. And we have the whole entire eye cross over the southwest Florida. And they are currently detecting winds that are just as strong as the winds in the eastern eye wall, which indicates that this storm is no joke. It is a storm that if you at all have survived through the eastern eye wall, you're going to have to survive through this western one as well. It's not going to be any weaker than what you just experienced. In fact, it's actually a little bit larger in scale compared to the eastern eye wall. So you can actually expect that rain, that heavy rain, to continue. But at least with the winds, they're going to be just as strong as the eastern eye wall was this morning. Current radar does show that, yes, it's finally made landfall in southwest Florida, just north of Fort Myers, approaching Port Charlotte. And again, that western eye wall is starting to make its way towards the coast, and it's packing a punch. So if you are out and about trying to fix something here in Fort Myers, you should go ahead and get back inside shortly, because this eye wall is going to be a very strong one. So again, as you see this eye wall approach you, know that you can take your time to try to adjust things, but do not take too long of a time. And if you're caught outside, make sure that you get somewhere inside. If you are in a structure that's unsafe, once you're in the eye, this is your time to go somewhere else. Find a public facility that maybe is a little bit better, like a school or a library. Find somewhere else to get to if you're in a unsturdy structure. If you're in a sturdy structure, and if you're in somewhere that's, or if you're in somewhere that's already completely flooded, then stay pat. Of course, do not wade through any floodwaters, as those are dangerous. We actually just saw a video of a shark in the floodwaters, which of course indicates that you don't want to be out in those floodwaters with the sharks, the alligators, and everything else in between. Again, that track of Hurricane Ian takes it across the Florida Peninsula and then gets into the North Atlantic, and then it will meander its way northwestward, making landfall somewhere in between Savannah and Charleston. So again, it's going to be pretty impactful, actually, with 70 miles per hour and 60 miles per hour. So again, it's going to be a strong storm even upon landfall in the East Coast. So it could still be a low-end Cat 1. Right now they're saying a tropical storm, though. But again, those watches are out. So if you are along that coastline from Jacksonville all the way up to Myrtle Beach, keep an eye out on this storm, because it's headed to you next. And then those spaghetti models, again, kind of show that consistency. We see this storm go through the peninsula, and then most of the models say it's going to bend more northwestward and make another landfall, and then bounce out to sea after that. But again, so if you live anywhere in the Carolinas, expect some rainfall later on this week and into the weekend. And if you live along the coast, go ahead and prepare. It's not going to be as bad as what it's currently doing, but it will still be a strong tropical storm, maybe a weak Category 1. But again, GFS is showing that it's still very strong upon landfall, and those winds, once they make landfall, are still going to be pretty relatively strong even as it's over land. It's taking its time downgrading from Category 4, and yes, it will eventually make its way towards tropical storm strength, but as it does so, it's still going to deliver a lot of harsh winds to the residents in the Florida Peninsula. In addition to wind, we have rain as well. We talked about storm surge a lot already, but one of the other main killers, again, related to water, is rainfall. So we have a lot of heavy rain that's expected from Port Charlotte all the way up towards the east coast of Florida. So again, if you live anywhere along central Florida, you're going to be expecting even more rain than what you already got. So again, a lot of rain in store for the Florida Peninsula. Here in the Panhandle, of course, we're a little more clear, but everywhere else you can expect more rainfall and wind as the storm migrates from west to east and gets back into the Atlantic. But I'm going to toss things over to Evan. He's going to show us some more impacts via videos of what this storm is doing currently to southwest Florida.
Yeah, thanks, Chandler. And I know we've already showed this video maybe more than once here on our stream so far, but this is out of, I believe it's Fort Myers. I'm going to check that really quickly. Fort Myers Beach, rather. This video was tweeted out by Mike Bettis of the Weather Channel, but this is just extremely rare footage, and you can see just how immense that storm surge is coming from the water, and just how powerful the wind is. It's almost like the Gulf of Mexico is in the streets of Fort Myers Beach right now. That's just incredible footage right there. You will never ever see anything like that ever again. So this is just catastrophic storm surge, and I would not be surprised if this is even much higher than this video is showing now. I believe this camera is located 6 feet above the ground. Yes, is above 6 feet above the ground on Estero Boulevard. So this is it's just unbelievable footage from there. Further footage, we have more from Fort Myers Beach, again with the catastrophic storm surge and just the immense wind. You can see how deep the water is here, approaching it's almost halfway up on these buildings here. Seems to have knocked buildings off of foundations. You can see it floating in the street there. Just incredible amount of storm surge here. There's tons of debris. That's why you don't want to venture out in the middle of the eye, because you don't know what could be out there. If there's debris floating in that water there, that could severely injure you. You can't see what is floating in that water there. So you don't want to venture out when there's a break in some of the weather with this. So we'll venture out. I did want to clarify something that Aaron's pointed out to me before. I did misspeak about the Peace River at State Route 60 in Bartow. I misspoke and I said that we have officially broken the record. We have not. We are officially at 8.3 feet. I just did want to clarify that. We are forecasted to just break the record of 11.1 feet in major flood stage by the time we get to October 2nd, so that would be Sunday. This will be very common in other places as well throughout Florida, because not only are we going to have storm surge going into some of these rivers, but we'll also have that immense amount of rainfall. So what that'll do is it'll create runoff and it'll go into these rivers and potentially flood them to major flood stage, potentially even record-breaking flood stages. So I did want to clarify that. I did misspeak about that as well. We'll take a look here at the latest radar data. You can see how it made landfall here about half an hour ago, 35 minutes ago to be exact, in a Cayo Costa here in the Florida southwestern coast. There again is the latest radar data from there. The eye is starting to change shape and structure here. That's because it is dealing with that land interaction as it moves its way further onshore. But again, it's still very powerful, Category 4 storm. Winds, sustained winds are maximized at 150 miles per hour right now. And that secondary eye wall right here is about to move onshore here. So places that have already taken one beating from this are about to get another here. So please stay hunkered in your safe place as this moves onshore, because very, very similar conditions are going to be upon you as we're with this first eye wall here, the eastern eye wall, as are with this secondary eye wall, the western eye wall. Very similar conditions are going to be happening there. And I believe we still have a lot of lightning strikes with this as well. So again, a very intense system moving onshore here. Very, very powerful Category 4 storm. Let's see what else I can show you guys here. We'll take a quick look at what else we have on deck on Twitter here. Oh, actually, first I'll show you guys some of the power outages here. So I wanted to first point out Collier County here. Almost 100,000 power outages here. That's a third of the population that is without power here. In Lee County, we have over half of the population out, with over 240,000 people without power right now. And again, as the secondary eye wall moves onshore, these numbers are just going to go up. And that's also another reason why you don't want to venture outside your home when you get a break in the weather, because if you have power outages, you're going to have live power lines that are down across your area. So if those are live and they're being exposed to water, that's a very dangerous situation. So you do not want to be venturing out in those flood waters while you get a break in the storm. You can maybe open the windows for a second and just take a peek, but you don't want to venture outside your safe place, because it is still quite dangerous outside. And you do not want to do so until your emergency officials in your area deem it safe to do so. So please be mindful of that. We'll do a quick roll throughout Twitter here. We'll get some of the latest social media from there as this loads. You can see, again, there's this video of the shark in Fort Myers Beach. That's actually quite sad to see, because the shark obviously does not belong there. And again, another reason why you should not venture outside your home, because you don't know what you're going to find in those waters. There's debris, there's animals, there's live power lines. You just don't know what you're going to find, so you do not want to go venturing those waters at this time. We'll take a look here. There's this, again, the similar paths we have with Hurricanes Ian and Charlie. Again, these storms are similar, yes, in path, but they are very different in terms of magnitude and impacts here. So again, we said before that the hurricane force winds with Charlie could fit inside the eye of Hurricane Ian. So that just shows you how vast Hurricane Ian is and how wide the effect is going to be on the Florida Peninsula here. We'll scroll down a little bit further. I showed you guys that video before. Again, there's some of the coastal inundation here. Seems like this is out of Naples. You can see just how deep the water is, waist deep water here. That's probably about, well, I'm just shy of 6 feet, 6 feet tall, so that's probably about, say 3-4 feet of storm surge right there, even up to chest level in some places. So that's quite high in terms of inundation. Again, here's just somebody swimming inside their home, but you can see how high up the water is going, just because like it's just crazy, and it's going up the stairs there. So again, just incredible amounts of storm surge. This is from last night. You can see it seems like they're dealing with a tornado there last night. That's probably out of southern Florida. Kings Point, I'm not exactly sure where that is, but I'm sure, well, let's see this news station here. Palm Beach, yes, in the Treasure Coast. That's going to be southern Florida there. So that's because they have that tornado threat from last night. And that's going to extend further north as we go throughout the day today and tomorrow, as tornadoes, again, are very commonly associated with systems like this. There again is some of the storm surge inundation from this. So yeah, very, very dangerous situation here. And again, there is a landfall in Cayo Costa once again, just about 40 minutes ago as a Category 4 storm. But now I'm going to pass things over to Parker at the wall with a more in-depth look at Hurricane Ian.
Thank you, Evan. Yeah, I mean, those are some crazy and fantastic videos that you just showed us right there. We're going to look at the wide view of Hurricane Ian right now. I'll sort of give you a radar tour. But again, we had landfall about an hour ago. So Hurricane Ian's going to start, gradually moving to the north-northeast and sort of intercept southwest Florida and inland parts of central Florida before exiting its way through Brevard/Flagler County later on Thursday evening, possibly into Friday morning. So we have hurricane watches extended all around the state, and we have tropical storm conditions and tropical storm warnings in northern parts near Alachua County. And for our region up in Tallahassee, it's actually been quite nice up here today. We have I think a high temperature around 78, but this morning we woke up in the 60s. And we won't start to see our conditions deteriorate really much at all. We might see a couple of the feeder bands maybe wrap around towards the north part, towards Leon County and Madison County, but we won't really see too much. We may have some tropical gusts nearing 35 miles an hour, but not too much here in Tallahassee. If we can take a look at around Daytona Beach, I want to talk about some of the wind and the impacts of this rain that I was talking about. Over in Brevard County, parts of Volusia County, we have these feeder bands that come into Hurricane Ian. It's like a figure skater, right? We saw the tight eye wall right before landfall. And now that it's made landfall, we're going to imagine the figure skater's arms are going to go out. We're going to extend the wind field, and things are going to start to spread out over the course of a larger and more broad area. And so what all this rainfall does is just saturate the ground and make it prone for trees to fall once that wind comes into the area, once we have those tropical storm and hurricane force winds coming to the area. So Orlando and Orange County seeing lots of lightning strikes embedded in some of these cells, along with some of the bands of rain coming through. Along I-95, we see the lightning strikes over near Mims over here in Palm Bay, just north. We see lots of storms. Over in Oviedo, we see the same thing, still under the hurricane warning, having some storms clear out, so they're going to have a little clear slot and a little break in the storms for maybe about an hour or so. But again, a lot of heavy rain over Seminole, Orange County. Again, these areas back in 2004 had a direct impact from Hurricane Charlie as a Category 1. We saw just to the south and just to the east of I-4, we saw these areas reach winds of about 85, 90 miles an hour peaking. But again, this storm is supposed to move in and out of Osceola, in through Polk County. I've got some family in and around these areas, so I'm pretty familiar with them. But yeah, that's about the track. It could deviate 10, 20 miles north or south of this track, depending on the strength of the eye wall, right? Because as soon as we get on land, the storm starts weakening. We can have these little wobbles left and right, just like we saw when we had the eye wall replacement cycle about 12 hours before landfall last night. So again, we have these lightning strikes all embedded around the eye wall right now. Tampa getting some heavy rain. We saw images earlier of Tampa Bay actually being cleared out because we had the winds out of the east just clearing out the bay. Now we have winds out of the east, out of the north and the northeast. So those winds are going to continue, and it's actually going to keep flooding out Tampa Bay. And, you know, they shouldn't have any issues with some storm surge. Maybe some parts near Pinellas County, the southern points right here near the tip of Pinellas County, near Pinellas Park, you may have you know, some storm surge of 2 or 3 feet or so, just because we have all the water from Tampa Bay, just west of Ruskin, going into this this area. So we may have, you know, 2 or 3 feet maximum. But thankfully, you know, those zones are in, you know, Zone D of Hillsborough and Pinellas County, so people should be evacuated. Shouldn't be too many people staying back and forth there. Yeah, so if we move towards Bradenton, we start to see a little bit heavier rain. We start to see some more lightning strikes. We're getting a little bit more intense weather, and we're actually under that flood warning until 7:15 tonight for this region. And, you know, a lot of this area up and down I-75 is pretty vacant. There aren't many people that live up and down south of Bradenton. But if we go a little bit further to the south near Venice, yep, in Port Charlotte, we actually have an FSU student who lives right around this region. So he's experiencing the maximum winds that Hurricane Ian has to provide, nearing 150 miles per hour of a constant wind, and perhaps even 180 miles an hour gusting in some of these regions. We see the deep feedback in decibels right here of the deep red color with the lightning strikes. Oh, look at that, extreme wind warning, there you go, until 6 p.m. tonight. So we're expecting parts of this north to northwest eye wall to be you know, having winds of over 100 miles an hour up until about 6 p.m. Again, lightning strikes everywhere. We're going to keep moving south here towards Fort Myers. We saw the images out of there. 10 feet of storm surge near Fort Myers Beach. And unfortunately, can we zoom in towards Fort Myers? Can we see the river if we go a little bit south? Are we able to see that? Okay, right about here, there's tributaries that lead in from the coastline. And those areas are experiencing about 4 to 6 feet of storm surge. And we saw the record flood, the flood stage being broken for some of the rivers in this region. So we're still getting that constant push of wind from the west into the shore, into the shoreline. Near Bonita Springs, San Carlos Park, Fort Lauderdale, Iona, getting lots of rain in this region. Naples even, they saw up to 6 feet of storm surge just along I-41. So, you know, very similar scenario to what we saw with Hurricane Charlie. You know, the storm is progressing. It's a little bit bigger in size than Hurricane Charlie was, but unfortunately it's taken almost the exact same path. And some of these areas are seeing, you know, scenarios like they did 18 years ago. Back in August, on August 13th, 2004, they saw nearly the same exact thing. The only difference is this storm is a little bit bigger, a little bit more intense than Hurricane Charlie was. We saw the pressure reach 935 millibars, I believe. Hurricane Charlie was somewhere around 941 the time it made landfall. But zooming back out, we see the storm almost move directly east as it made landfall, but now it's starting to move a little bit towards the north at the end of the loop here. Yeah, just moving in just a little bit to the north. And again, it's going to go through these southwest counties into Polk County, where we already have a flood watch in effect, this green line here. They already have a flood watch in effect. Over the next 12 to 24 hours, they'll have a lot more rain on top of this. And then we also have a tornado watch extended in this orange area. So I'm pretty sure that this is the extreme wind warning. This is how the National Weather Service and the National Hurricane Center will get people's attention. They'll issue that extreme weather warning, but then have it labeled as a tornado watch, just so people can, you know, understand what's going on, what the scenario and what the intensity of the wind will be. So Port Charlotte getting hit very, very hard along Highway 41, along I-75. They're in the eye wall right now. They're in the most intense part of the eye wall because we see, the feedback from satellite here, this being the most intense part of the storm at the moment. Again, that extreme wind warning goes until 6 p.m. tonight, and the flash flood warning goes until 7:15. But if I were to have a say in this, I would say that these are going to be well extended into the morning hours of tomorrow, maybe even 8 a.m., 12 a.m., and into 12 p.m. because they still have the back half of this storm, and it's still got a lot of precipitable water on the back half of this storm. So I think that's it for me at the moment. Evan, do you have something at the desk?
Yeah, I do, Parker. I want to show you guys some of the social media that I've been going through here. First, I want to show you just another example of how fast this storm surge is happening. This is a time lapse condensed down into 20 seconds. This is over a 30-minute time period. So I'm going to play this through. You can see just how fast the water level rises here. Give it a second here. And ready, set, here we go. There's the water coming in. You can see, watch how fast this rises here. It's crazy how quick it goes. Start off at the bottom of that sign, and by the end of the video, here, I'll pause it right at the end. It's almost halfway up the stem of that pole of the sign here. So it's coming in fast and furious here. I shared a couple of other tweets with myself here, so I don't forget them. I first wanted to go back to the tweet from Mike Bettis before. So I showed you guys this, just an incredible video of Estero Boulevard there in Fort Myers Beach. So I also wanted to show you guys what that looks like on a day-to-day basis. This is what the street normally looks like. That's crazy how drastically different they are. So just bear in mind just how dangerous this storm surge is going to be, because you won't see anything like this again. And here's another example of that storm surge, just how high up this is. It's almost to the roof of the house here. I believe that's a one-story home, but it's almost to the roof, the gutter of that roof there. So that's just crazy amounts of storm surge here. And again, more pictures from there. Again, good 6 to 10 feet above ground level there.
Well, thank you. Here we are. We have with us signing Holly May and Leisha Martin. Happy to have you here. Chaplain Denny, please.
Thank you, Governor. Eeyore from Winnie the Pooh, if y'all remember him, he said, "A little consideration, a little thought for others makes all the difference." So whenever a storm comes, or even the storms of life happens, consideration and helping your fellow human makes life a little more bearable and allows for all of us to connect on a human level. So if you would, with that spirit, could you please pray with me if you're a praying person? God, as we plan for the storm ahead, help us to look out for each other, serve one another, and love our neighbors as ourselves. Through adversity comes strength. Help us to use this adversity to grow stronger within our human connections with each other, our communities, and ultimately strengthen the resolve of South Carolina. So, Lord, I also ask that you continue to watch over Florida as they're getting hit right now. Watch over and protect them. And I pray all this in your mighty and precious name, Lord. Amen.
Thank you. John Quirello, National Weather Service.
Thank you, Governor. Good afternoon. E made landfall this past hour as a Category 4 hurricane with wind speeds of 150 miles per hour just southwest of Punta Gorda, Florida. Ian is still expected to bring various but rather widespread impacts to the state of South Carolina late this week into early this weekend. Of course, we have various threats, including the potential for some heavy rainfall and flash flooding, stronger winds, storm surge along the coast, and even some isolated tornadoes. So as I mentioned, Ian is currently a high-end Category 4 hurricane. Wind speeds 150 miles an hour. It's moving to the north-northeast around 10 miles per hour. The current forecast from the National Hurricane Center shows Ian moving northeast across the Florida Peninsula while gradually weakening, and then coming back out into the Atlantic Ocean as a tropical storm, where it's expected to maintain its strength as it tracks toward the South Carolina coast on Friday. Tropical storm warnings are currently in effect for the entire coast of South Carolina, and a hurricane watch is also in effect from Charleston County south. And the reason for that is Ian, while it's out over the Atlantic Ocean, there is the potential for it to strengthen or to be a low-end Category 1 hurricane. So that hurricane watch is to account for that potential intensity track error that we have, the potential uncertainty in the intensity. And just in case it does strengthen a little bit more than currently forecast, the hurricane watch is in effect as a precaution. In addition, the storm surge warnings in effect now as well from Charleston County south through the Georgia state line. So the current weather pattern still is favoring strengthening winds beginning tomorrow and then increasing storm surge as well. And that's all well ahead of Ian's approach. Breezy conditions should occur on Thursday across most of the state. Wind gusts may be as high as 30 to 40 miles an hour at times. The tropical storm force winds themselves, though, aren't expected to arrive until Friday morning, and those tropical storm force winds could continue through Friday night and maybe even into early Saturday. So with that, I think residents should be prepared for some power outages, as these winds could be sufficient to maybe knock down some trees and power lines. So just have a plan in place for that. The strong onshore winds could result in a prolonged period of storm surge inundation along the coast beginning Thursday and continuing into Saturday. So this could result in significant inundation of 3 to 5 feet along the southern and central portions of the coast and 1 to 3 feet for the northern portion of the coast. So what that really means is if you're in an area normally prone to flooding along the coast, a spot that tends to see water fairly often, you should really plan to seek higher ground. Heed the warnings from local officials. Just keep yourself safe from the expected rising water that we'll see Thursday, Friday, and into Saturday. In addition, periods of heavy rainfall are expected to begin late Thursday and continue into early Saturday. We're expecting a widespread 4 to 6 inches across the state, but certainly some areas could see higher amounts, especially toward the coast. I just want to remind everyone that all it takes is just a few inches of rain in a rather short period of time to quickly cause flash flooding. So that's just something to be aware of if you're out driving. Be aware of those low-lying spots and areas more prone to flash flooding as well. And finally, there is a tornado threat along the immediate coast, and that seems to be more late Friday into early Saturday. So an isolated tornado is certainly possible as those bands from Ian move across the area. So once again, as mentioned yesterday, I think it's really important not to focus on the intensity of the storm. It could be a tropical storm, it could be a weaker hurricane, but we really need to focus on the expected impacts across the state. And we do expect higher winds. We expect at least areas to see some flash flooding. We expect to see high water coming in from the ocean, inundating parts of the coast, and some isolated tornadoes. So if you need community-specific information, I recommend going to your local National Weather Service office, visiting the website. A lot of detailed information on there to kind of help make your decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Quirell will be here, of course, to answer more questions if you have any later. What he mentioned in trying to predict as best we can is always very uncertain science. Is this storm or hurricane is going to be stronger than some and weaker than others. And sometimes we get a lot of wind and not much rain. Sometimes we get a lot of rain, not much wind. Sometimes we get a lot of flooding. And so we really don't know exactly what is going to happen, but we do know that a 40-mile-an-hour wind can knock a big truck over and off of a bridge. So it could be that if the winds get that high, we'll have to close some bridges at some time. We know that the water in places, if it usually floods at a very high tide, you're going to see some water this time. Might be 1 foot, might be 2 feet, might be 5 feet. We really don't know. But what the rule is typically is to run from the water and hide from the wind. And so that is the rule here. And the third part of that is to be sure to know where you are, to be prepared. Now is the time to finish getting prepared, because these winds are going to be coming. We know that, and we know we're going to get some rain as well. So be prepared, know where your important papers are, know where your medicines are, know where you're going to go if you need to go, know what you're going to do with your pets, alert your family, all of those things. You must always, we're hoping for the best, but we're preparing for the worst. In light of what we know about this storm or hurricane, and we know that it is really hitting Florida hard. I think it's as hard as anything they've seen there in a long time. Fortunately, typically when they go across land, they weaken, but this is going across and is in the ocean, but they're very unpredictable. Some people here may remember when some almost were going in one direction and took a right angle and went in another direction. So they're very unpredictable, so we want to be safe. So I have, at 3 o'clock, I issued a state of emergency, not an evacuation, but a state of emergency, effective at 3 o'clock today when it was filed. And I'm activating the state's emergency operations plan. It is in writing. It's available on the internet. You can look it up. It's got details on who does what, how, and all of those kind of things. And also, this state of emergency is lifting a lot of the regulations and a lot of the rules that allow us to move quickly, to move people, to move assets. And also, the state of emergency allows us to draw down federal FEMA dollars. And I was in touch on Monday with the FEMA administrator, and we are as prepared as we can be for what is coming. Again, I'm not ordering any evacuations. The counties, we've been in touch with the counties constantly. The counties do not believe they need evacuations. I'm ordering no evacuations. I'm ordering no closures of state government offices. I'm ordering no school closures. That is up to the school districts themselves. Today's order does a number of things. The National Guard is activated to begin pre-positioning assets and troops. The order allows agencies to suspend any regulations that may hinder operations during the state of emergency, such as weight limits and hour limits, but not to the extent that it puts anyone in danger. Also, the Department of Transportation can suspend regulations on bridges. This is weight limits on bridges and highways, the hours of operations of truck drivers, all of those sorts of things, fuel requirements. The labor licensing regulation can change the scope of practice, can lift those regulations. So if we need nurses, so if we need certain types of skills, we don't have to go through a licensing process. These measures, all of them, allow the state to draw down federal funds for these preparation purposes. Now, we went through a lot of this with COVID, and we've been through a lot of it again with the hurricanes and storms that we have had before. This is nothing new to people who have lived in this state for a number of years. We've had plenty of hurricanes, plenty of storms, and even some tornadoes. But a lot of the visitors or people who have moved into the state recently may not have seen this. A lot of the young people may not have seen this. This storm can be very, very dangerous. So we ask you once again to get your information from official sources, be informed, be prepared, and be safe. And now, Mr. Stinson.
Good afternoon, Kim Stenson, Director of State Emergency Management Division. The State Emergency Operations Center is going to move today to Operation Condition 2, which is an enhanced level of alert. It includes the activation of the State Emergency Operations Plan, as the Governor's already mentioned. And activation of the plan allows us to coordinate state resources more efficiently and operate under the same emergency management framework that we've operated under during several disasters in the last several years, and has worked very well. It will also include selected state agency presence at the State Emergency Operations Center. Our priorities right now includes support to counties and contingency planning for a number of missions, including transportation, sheltering, supply, and equipment, as well as an active public information operation to keep citizens informed. We continue to have daily conference calls with local emergency managers to share information and identify any unmet needs. And then, as the governor's already mentioned, South Carolina residents should continue to check their local weather outlets to get updated storm forecasts and double check their personal emergency plans. And those plans should include such items as ensuring everyone in your family knows what to do in the event of emergency, identify those threats that you might have to take action against, know where to go if conditions become too unsafe to remain in your home. Also, as it was mentioned earlier, if you live in a low-lying area or areas normally prone to flooding, make sure your emergency plan includes that. Have an emergency kit with items such as a 3-day supply of bottled water and non-perishable food for each family member, as well as flashlights, extra batteries, and chargers for your mobile devices. Prepare your home or businesses by securing any items that are outdoors to bring them indoors. Certainly prepare for the possibility of power outages, and frequently monitor weather conditions and be aware that tornadoes are likely to develop during a tropical storm. Also, keep your important papers in a water-tight bag, and then finally ensure all your medications are filled. To help with the planning, we encourage all residents to visit our website at scemd.org, which has a wealth of information for individual families and businesses in preparing for emergency situations. Our South Carolina Emergency Manager app is also a great tool, which includes a module that allows citizens to create their own personal plan. And then lastly, another reminder that this is not just a coastal event. We expect this storm to impact all of South Carolina in some way. Thank you.
Nanette Edwards.
Thank you, Governor. Nanette Edwards, Executive Director for the South Carolina Office of Regulatory Staff. We've been in contact with our utility partners. They are preparing, staging resources so that as the storm moves through, they can safely work to restore power. I do want to remind you that they will only run the crews and the bucket trucks when it is safe to do so, and that means when there are wind speeds higher than 30 miles per hour, they will wait until they start putting their crews out. With regard to fuel, we are in contact with our fuel partners. They are reporting no issues, so we have sufficient fuel supplies. And with that, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Secretary Hall.
Christy Hall with the South Carolina Department of Transportation, the Secretary of Transportation. The DOT, we currently have more than 2,100 employees statewide that are doing preparation work in advance of the storm arriving. Additionally, we are relocating some of those resources to the coastal areas to help with the expected recovery operations that may be required due to downed trees or isolated flooding. As you heard John Q. mentioned, we are expecting the winds to increase in the state on Friday as the storm moves through. And some of those winds, depending on the level and the location of them, may trigger some of the high-level bridge closures in the state for a limited period of time based on judgment of the local law enforcement alongside DOT. Those restrictions generally are for 30 miles per hour of sustained winds, that high-profile vehicles, meaning delivery trucks, transfer trucks, RVs, things of that nature, would be restricted from crossing some of the high-level bridges like the Ravenel Bridge and the 526 Bridge there over the Wando. And then if winds reach 40 miles per hour sustained, then we would look to partner with the local law enforcement entities for potential closure of those structures, but in order to provide to ensure safety of the motoring public in those areas. So pay attention to official news sources in those regions, plan ahead, just be aware, track what the storm is doing, and plan your routes accordingly if you have to travel at all on Friday as a storm moves through the state. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you. Dr. Simmer?
Thank you, Governor. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Ed Simmer, Director of the South Carolina Department of Health and Environmental Control. The more than 3,000 members of the DHAC team are actively preparing for this storm to ensure we limit the impact on the people of South Carolina as much as we can. We're working with our healthcare facilities, nursing homes, hospitals, and others to make sure they're ready. At this point, we're not planning on evacuating any medical facilities, but we do have staff and resources ready to assist should a facility need that on short notice. I would, however, note that as wind speeds increase, in many areas, emergency medical services may not be able to operate safely for some period of time in the middle of the storm. So please consider that as you're making your plans, that there may be some time when EMS is not able to respond immediately because the wind speeds are too high. Also, please, we strongly recommend you stay out of floodwaters. Floodwaters often have toxic substances. They can be infectious. So if at all possible, stay out of floodwaters because they can be quite dangerous, not just the drowning risk, but also because of what's in them. From the environmental side, we continue to work with our over 2,000 dam owners across the state to make sure that spillways are clear, that when needed, water levels are lowered, of course, working with those downstream when that is done. We've contacted all of our dam owners. All of them should have our contact information, but if you need more, please visit scdhec.gov/dams, D-A-M-S. And finally, we're also working with local communities along the coast so if there is significant beach erosion that imperils homes or other important structures, that we'll be able to respond very quickly after the storm to try to shore those up, replace the sand very quickly so that those buildings can survive. And with that, I will turn things back over to Governor McMaster. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Simmer. Are there any questions for anyone? Mr. Bustos.
Why not, just for safety's sake, in case it does become a hurricane, why not do the evacuations?
It's not necessary based on all the information we have. It is an expert opinion and common sense opinion as well that it is not necessary to evacuate. An evacuation entails a lot of disruption, and it's not necessary with this storm. It has been necessary with others. This one doesn't have the wind speed that some others have had, but it's got more wind speed than some have had. And again, they hit different parts of the state. But we think that the analysis that we have made with the National Weather Service and also watching what's happening in Florida indicates this is not a situation where we need to have evacuations, and therefore I will not order one.
Are shelters going to be opened?
There will be some. That was discussed before, but not to the extent that they were earlier.
Thanks, Governor. Mike Leach, South Carolina Department of Social Services. Out of precaution right now, there'll be a couple shelters open up in Charleston County and one tomorrow in Jasper County, and they all are opening between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. You can find more information on scemd.org on that, or you can actually text shelter to and your zip code to 43362, and it'll give you a list of nearest open shelters within 200 miles. But at this point in time, out of precaution, there are 2 or 3 that are opening tomorrow.
Another question.
Governor, have you spoken with Florida Governor DeSantis? Have we offered them any support, any supplies?
We've been in touch with his office. We have not offered to send anything at this point because we are preparing here for whatever may happen. We always hope for the best. We prepare for the worst. Any more questions?
You talked about this yesterday, but the experience that this team has for storms like this, how crucial and important is that, in a moment right now?
It's enormously experienced, and everyone you see here has been through this many, many times, it seems. We've certainly had our share, and we've had our share of some very high winds, and as well as a lot of water and a lot of flooding, really unprecedented. You remember I think we had 2,000-year floods within just a few years of each other. So this experience and the collaboration and working together among this team is really extraordinary. And we have a great plan. It's in writing. We believe we know what to do. What we want to, the main thing is we want the citizens to realize that they must take care. They must know if they're in an area that is forecast to have any problems, they need to know where they're going to go, when they're going to go. Their family members need to go, and all the things that Mr. Stinson said that need to be available, important papers, medicines, things for your pets, all of those sorts of things need to be planned ahead of time, and we do have time now for people to make those arrangements and to make those decisions. Again, we don't think this is going to be as bad as some that we've seen, but we think it's going to be worse than some that we've seen.
Question for John, like how does this storm compare to storms in our recent history?
That's an excellent question. I know people like comparisons, and it's often difficult to do that because every storm is different. Some storms in the past that have maybe brought strong winds, the wind impacts might have been right along the coast. You know, in this event, we do think the winds will extend all the way from the coast to well inland, even into the upstate, would see some of those higher winds. The rainfall threat exists across the whole state. So, like the governor was mentioning, you know, we're not expecting the rainfall to be as catastrophic as it was in 2015 for the floods or during Florence or Matthew. But certainly, if we get enough heavy rainfall in a short period of time, we would see flash flooding. That's something we should expect and anticipate and be prepared for. In terms of the wind speeds that we're forecasting would certainly be enough to cause some issues in terms of knocking down trees, power lines, maybe some minor damage to homes, siding, and shingles and things like that. But, you know, it's not going to be a destructive wind, but it could be an inconvenience and cause people to be without power for a little while. So, you know, like everyone was saying, we work very closely with all of our partners in emergency management and state and county and local governments to pass along the latest information, and they're using that to make the most informed decisions. And so my recommendation is, you know, it's really hard to compare to previous storms, but if you're taking the proper precautions and listening to the advice of local officials, you're probably going to be okay.
Any more questions? Thank you very much.
Good afternoon and welcome to NASA's Kennedy Space Center. I'm NASA Press Secretary Jackie McGinnis, and this morning NASA waved off the Artemis 1 launch attempt after teams encountered a liquid hydrogen leak while filling propellant into the core stage of the SLS rocket. Unfortunately, the team wasn't able to troubleshoot the issue today, but to tell us more about the next steps NASA will take following the mission management team meeting this afternoon, we have with us NASA Administrator Bill Nelson, Associate Administrator of the Exploration Systems Development Mission Directorate, Jim Free, and Artemis Mission Manager, Mike Serafin. First, I'll hand it over to Senator Nelson for opening remarks.
Well, while we don't have the launch that we wanted today, I can tell you that these teams know exactly what they're doing, and I'm very proud of them. You think back to previous space flights. The shuttle was sent back to the vehicle assembly building 20 times. I already shared with you my personal experience back in the early part of the Space Shuttle program of Hoot Gibson's crew having been strapped in, ready to go, and scrubbed 4 times with a delay of over the better part of the month. We do not launch until we think it's right. And these teams have labored over that, and that is the conclusion that they came to. So I look at this as a part of our space program, of which safety is the top of the list. They will tell you, starting with Jim, they'll tell you the specific reasons why they decided to stand down and what they think that the future holds. Just remember, we're not going to launch until it's right. And that is standard operating procedure and will continue to be.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. So absolutely, I hope you know we're not where we want to be except with the vehicle safe. So we wanted it safe in orbit. It's not there, it's safe on the ground. I'm going to kind of give you the big picture of where we're headed with the launch periods. And then I'll let Mike fill you in on some of the things that happened today. Charlie Blackwell-Thompson is back in the Launch Control Center with her team, working through some of the next steps that the mission management team asked her to do today. So launch period 25 is definitely off the table. We won't be launching, this period ends on Tuesday. We will not be launching in this launch period. Launch period 26 and 27 will really depend on the options that the team comes back with, likely on Monday or early Tuesday morning, and Mike will talk through those options with you. One thing I'll point out is we will deconflict with Crew 5, so there is an overlap with our next launch period and the time frame when Crew 5 wants to go. We need to make sure we deconflict with them. So that will weigh into what we do. And then as we get into launch period 27, in the latter part of October, we will be looking at a lot of things, our limited life items, our stay on the pad durations that we have, and of course we're always looking at weather as a general course of action for some of the storm activity that can be out there. I'm sure there's going to be a question of, are we confident? Right, I actually love that question because it's like, are you confident you were going to get out of bed this morning? We don't go into these tests lightly, right? We don't just say, hey, we hope this is going to work. The confidence to do another launch attempt today was born out of the fact that we understood the hydrogen leaks that we had on Monday. Those are different than the leak that we had today. In terms of scale, one was in the same place, but today was a different signature. And we understood the engine issue. So we were confident coming into today. But as the administrator said, we're not going to launch till we're ready, which means we're going to step through these things. There's a lot of conjecture already. I can assure you, I don't know how many people are in that MMT room today, Mike, but I don't know, 100 plus folks, most of them engineers, everybody already thinking about what is the problem. And frankly, that's what happens on the loops when we're talking about these things. Folks are giving options. The anomaly loops are really active, especially on this one today, from the time we first saw the signature all the way until Charlie made the right decision, which was to scrub. So our confidence comes through what we're going to learn in this. When we're ready to go back out there, we'll go back out there and try for another launch. Mike will lay out for you what we have in between. I'll say this, obviously, we've talked about this mission being risky, but we're going to take the risks that make sense. The risk that we know that have already pushed the vehicle and the system as far as it will when we launch, and be ready to go at that time. So with that, let me turn it over to Mike for some more specifics.
Okay, and good afternoon again. Thank you for continuing to follow the Artemis 1 mission in our program. I'll just briefly recap where we left off the last time we were here, which was after the H-2 mission management team meeting on the 1st to review our readiness to head into this launch attempt. If you recall, the launch operations team out of the Launch Control Center stayed in the launch countdown following the attempt on Monday, and that gave us a head start headed into today's attempt. The team, when we came in for the tanking meeting, which was to decide whether or not to load the vehicle with the cryogenic fuel and oxidizer today, was on the timeline or slightly ahead, and it was a clean meeting. We met at 04:45 this morning, and we talked about our setup for the day, and there were a few items that we talked about, but most of those were of no particular constraint relative to setting up for our launch attempt. The team identified that they had 46 collision avoidance cutouts in the launch window. Most were a minute, most were just a few seconds. The longest ones were about a minute. We do have, at this particular time of year, a high propellant bulk temperature, which gives us more performance out of the rocket. So essentially we have a hot rocket in terms of the performance to launch, and that actually, as we fly up through the Earth's atmosphere, pushes the higher end of the maximum dynamic pressure, or Q bar. And we saw that we had positive margins, but lower margins on one specific area on the Orion spacecraft, and we were watching that. The vehicle was expected to get to about 700 pounds per square foot of pressure as it headed up through the period of maximum dynamic pressure. Just prior to the cryogenic loading operation, the team was working through a chill down, and there was an inadvertent pressurization of the hydrogen transfer line, that the pressure exceeded what we had planned, which was about 20 pounds per square inch. It got up to about 60 pounds per square inch. And the flight hardware itself, we know, is fine. We did not exceed the maximum design pressure, but there's a chance that the soft goods, or the seal in the quick disconnect at the 8-inch quick disconnect, saw some effects from that. But it's too early to tell exactly whether that was cause of the hydrogen leak that we had today. What we do know is that we saw a large leak at the 8-inch quick disconnect today, and that leak started when we went from the slow fill to the fast fill. This particular quick disconnect did not have a problem of this magnitude on Monday. We did see a small leak, but we did not see one of this magnitude. It was characterized as a large leak by our operations team. The team tried 3 times to resolve the leak, and all 3 times we saw a large leak.
As for our current advisor,
and as was discussed previously, if you can thermally stabilize both sides of that quick disconnect, we have a ground side and a flight side, and that is where the fluid flow occurs through. If you can chill that down and ensure that there's no differential temperature across that interface, sometimes the leaks can seal themselves or heal themselves. So the team attempted that. They attempted to essentially reseat the leak by increasing the pressure in there. And that was not successful. So initially the team declared the scrub at 11:17 Eastern Time. Went into vehicle safing and drained the cryo. The liquid oxygen is currently off the vehicle, and the liquid hydrogen, at least when we were in the mission management, was still on board the vehicle, and they were in the process of draining it. It should be off by now, or very close to it. The team will get into what they call the inerting, which is they put gaseous nitrogen in there so as not to condense water vapor in the tank area, and then they'll swap over to air. What that does is it allows us to get the tanks back up to ambient conditions, and then for us to gain access. In the scrub meeting that we had at 2:30 Eastern,
We're about to get
we talked about 3 options. The first option was to simply remate the umbilical at the pad, hoping that the soft goods would seal the leak up, but our confidence level, given the size of the leak that we saw today, was fairly low that would solve the problem. The team leaned towards a removal and replacement of the soft goods in the quick disconnect, and the options were basically to do it at the pad or do it back in the vehicle assembly building, and either of those options do not preserve our ability to fly before the end of this launch period, which expires on the 6th. So the team is developing a series of schedule options, and we're going to hear about those early next week. The schedule options include removal and replacement of the soft goods on the quick disconnect at the pad, followed by a cryo test. That is the only place we can get a full cryo test to ensure that we do not have a further issue with respect to leaks at the temperatures that we need to fill the vehicle on day of launch. The other option is to roll back and remove and replace the quick disconnect soft goods in the vehicle assembly building. There's a risk versus risk trade. Doing it at the pad, you're exposed to the environmental conditions, and we need to build an environmental enclosure to do that. We do it in the vehicle assembly building. The vehicle assembly building is the environmental enclosure. However, we cannot test this quick disconnect in the VAB at cryogenic temperatures. We can only do it at ambient temperatures. So we're working through those options. The team, it's too early to say, but they're working through a fault tree analysis as to why we did not see a leak of this magnitude on Monday, but we're seeing it of this magnitude at today's attempt. And they're also looking at the chill down procedure to look at additional controls such that we don't have a reoccurrence of the inadvertent overpressure that we had earlier today. So all that said, we've talked about it before. This is an incredibly hard business. This is an initial test flight of this vehicle. As was said by Administrator Nelson, we're going to fly when we're ready. And as part of this initial test flight, we're learning the vehicle. We're learning how to operate the vehicle, and we are learning all of the things required to get us ready to fly. And we've demonstrated a large number of those things, not only through wet dress and some of the other ground tests that we've had, but we are still learning as we go, again, to get this vehicle off safely. So our focus is on understanding the problem, developing solutions in terms of schedule, but also risk versus risk impacts, and we'll follow up next week when we have those options fleshed out further. So with that, I'll pass it back to Jackie.
Thanks, Mike. So now we'll open it up for questions in the room and also on the phones. On the phones, as a reminder, press *1 to get into the queue. And in the room, if you could leave your hand high for the mic folks to come get you after you ask your question. First up, Joey Roulette with Reuters.
Question for Mike. If you decide to roll back, and I know it's uncertain right now, what's the quickest you could roll SLS back out to the pad? What would that look like, and what other things would you have to do in the VAB while it's there?
We're looking at several weeks to do that, depending on the required work at the pad or whether we do it in the vehicle assembly building. That'll determine the exact schedule, but it's several weeks of work. It's really too early to say exactly how many days.
Thanks. And up next on the phones, we have Marcia Dunn with the AP.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes. I was wonding, so are you saying if you do the repairs at the pad and it seems to go well, you could choose to still maybe get off in September by the end of the month before the SpaceX launch coming up at the beginning of October? Is that a possibility? And the way things stand right now, which way do you think you're leaning for? Thanks.
And we're looking forward to the first part of that. I think we still have our constraint on the range, with the range to test our flight termination system, which is right now we have 25 days. I think we're going to talk with the range about what the possibilities are but we, in order to test our batteries, change out the batteries, we have to roll back for that. And I'll let you handle the options.
Yeah, and Marcia, with respect to whether or not September, the latter part of September is still in the trade space, I think it's too early to tell. It really comes down to what does the fault tree analysis tell us, and what are the necessary changes and mitigations required in order to have confidence that we've resolved this large leak at the 8-inch quick disconnect. So I think we'll have a much better answer early next week, and right now it's just too early to tell.
What some of the potential threats are for all across the state
Thank
of Florida.
you. Next we have Tom Costello with NBC.
So we can give you the best advice and latest updates so you know how to be prepared for the storm coming your way.
Hi, good afternoon. Could I just clarify, you said that the line had been overpressurized up to 60 psi. Do you believe that overpressurization potentially caused the leak?
They've got up to 100 and something during that, and we were all in here, and it's very noisy. My daughter points out the window because there's a huge mooring light that's about 2/3 of a mile that way, and it has a 12,000-pound dumbbell weight at the end of a huge chain, and it's the marker for the very end of the shoals. Well, the waves were so big; they're about 30 feet tall. They don't even look like waves; they just look like hills. That it was picking it up and slogging it along. And she says, "Dad, is the buoy supposed to be traveling?" So it marched off towards Wilmington, and then as the hurricane spun around, we got to the backside of it, and the winds were blowing from the other side. We had just finished dinner, and it blew in one of the back windows, just shattered it, and wind is going everywhere, and the rain's pouring in, and we're back there trying to hold a piece of metal against it and get it all put back together. And my daughter's a little upset about this. And I said, "It's okay. We were fine." She goes, "I'm not worried about the tower, Dad. It made my cake in the oven fall." Unbelievable. So, we've been out, and I've since found that hurricanes can be really pleasant to watch when there's nothing in the air to hit you but rain. When you're on shore, you have to worry about all kinds of things. You have to worry about trees falling on your houses and that sort of thing. Out here, it's just rain. You wear safety goggles so that it doesn't sting your face too bad. And anything under 100 miles an hour, it's not going to blow you off the top. Over 120 miles an hour, it gets a little dicey. We had some gust to that during a couple of them. And the water kind of comes in everywhere. So it gets a good rinsing, but that's all right.
Does the tower sway at all? Do you get a little bit of that rocking factor?
I'll show you. During the worst hurricane, this is it. That's it. Just enough to make the water wiggle around in the Culligan jug. That's it. Puts you to sleep really good. And they are really loud. They are quite noisy. But, you asked the question really that I should answer more directly is about the weather and how and what do we watch and how do we know when we can go out here. It's only 30 miles out, but the weather here is very different than the weather on shore. On shore, we can have 30-degree days, and out here, because they have this enormous mass of water underneath us, we could be in, t-shirt and shorts, or like today, we had a 25-degree temperature drop out here. I mean, it was beautiful. It was 75, and then it went down to 55 for a while. And I'm wearing a jacket because it's cool. So you kind of have to be aware that the ocean is what they would call an ever-changing, never-changing environment. So it's always going to be a little different, and you can only tell about 3 or 4 days in advance as to the true conditions in this one location. Being on top of a hill at the end of the shoals creates a Venturi effect. So the water goes much faster underneath us than it would maybe just a half a mile away. It's quite an interesting place to try and go scuba diving, that's for sure.
I would imagine the waves,
Yeah.
We see storm surge on the coast with landfall and hurricanes. And, we see these models that are predicting 20, 30-foot waves out in the ocean, but the normal everyday person doesn't get to see that. But you do. I mean, you were just talking about the experience with Arthur. I mean, I'm sure the first time you saw it was like, oh my gosh, but have you kind of got used to the fact of seeing these huge waves now after being out there so long?
It's funny, the smaller waves, just the 12-footers or so, those actually impact harder than the big ones. We have these legs that are 42 inches in diameter, so relatively speaking, they're very narrow. But if you catch completely square to the cross pipes at the 12-foot level, a 12-foot wave, you know the weight of water, it's quite a bit per cubic yard. You feel it, just a shudder like that. That was a good one. That hit well. The huge waves, they look strange because they really do look like hills rolling past. And then occasionally one of them will break over like you would see on a small wave on the surf. But then you look across it and you realize that it's breaking over hundreds of feet wide and 7 or 8 feet, the top of it's cresting over. And you're just thinking to yourself, if I had a jet ski, I bet I could ride that all the way to shore. But I don't know.
From what you've told us, it sounds like there's not many things that would cause such a concern that you'd have to evacuate. But I am curious what your emergency procedures are like. What things might it take to get you to have to bug out of the tower? And if so, what's the process?
That's great one. We have about 4 different forms of communication. We have, and that's for knowing what's going on. Of course, we benefit other people out here by having that available for them too. So we shoot our signal around here. So we kind of know what's going to happen weather-wise to some degree. It's really about a decision of, do I need to get back to shore because there's people on shore I might need to help? So when Matthew
soft
came
goods,
through, we left a day
seal that
after it
surrounds
happened,
it.
just simply so we could get back to shore and help reestablish power for several houses that were out, elderly people. But it's funny. I guess it's kind of the reverse. We got plenty of food, plenty of water. If you have a string and a hook, you can't starve. It's really more a matter of we stay away from things like COVID virus and monitor the people that come out, that sort of thing out here. People have said that this is probably the best place to survive a end of times or in a zombie apocalypse. I don't know. As long as we have our connection to shore with the Marine Band radio, with the internet that we have here, with emergency locator beacons, things like that, probably could sit out here and ignore the world for about a year if you had to.
Nice.
Not that I want to. I got family on shore.
Speaking of that and COVID, I know one big thing is folks coming out there and helping you. What was there downtime? I'm assuming there was downtime where you didn't have folks out on the tower. Yeah. What was it like when the world was going crazy and you're already out on this island? I'm sure for you personally it wasn't much of a change, but what was it like?
A few years ago, I had finished a job of 11 years and I needed a break. So I came out here and was just here for 6 months straight. Went to shore one time. And I noticed that you don't know what day of the week it is anymore. You don't really know what month it is after a period of time. And you start just living, I'm in this season. Oh, gee, I'm getting into fall now. Okay. But during the time that everyone was really locking down on COVID, I was here for a few weeks by myself and isolating. And it was odd because, I turn on the TV, I get it over the air, I get it over the net, I can see everything that's going on. So, you do always have the ability to communicate, same as we all do while we're still locked down. But I think it just made me really appreciate the fact that out here, I have a mask. I've got one in my pocket right now. And anybody that comes out here is going through a questionnaire. Have you been around anyone? Do you have the temperature taking? All that good stuff. They could still be carrying it, but we're trying our best to be just safe about it. So.
Right. Well, speaking of that, we talked about the weather aspect. One thing I also want to mention is I was looking through some of the Twitter mentions for Frying Pan Tower. Water spouts also, I'm sure you get to see your fair share of water spouts out there.
Oh, that's amazing, yeah.
But any other memorable moments? I know you were talking about the meteors a little bit earlier. I mean, you are out in the middle of nowhere, dark skies, so I'm sure you can see all the meteor showers and International Space Station travel across any other memorable moments out there? Any sunsets, sunrises?
We did a time lapse of the Neowise comet that was off, and we could see it pretty clearly. And what we didn't realize in our time lapse was that the ISS, International Space Station, came cruising right past. So it's all on the time lapse with there's the comet, there goes the space station, and there's the meteor. It's just, you don't know what you don't know if you're not in a dark enough area to see it. On the same type of thing, you might look down at the water. And I didn't know this, but there's a a shrimp variety that when they snap their tail, they make a blue flash. And I'd never heard about that, but I was looking down in the water one evening and all these little blue dots of light of all these shrimp just pop, 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 pop. And it was like incredible. How would you have known? So, the wildlife that you don't see when you just look across the ocean is all abundant underneath there. And it's just increased my desire to help educate people. So we have the above camera, the water level camera, and then the shark camera down on the very bottom that we do for explore.org. And that's in classrooms all around the world with kids watching it. Just kind of fun. So hopefully they'll learn about the ocean and, keep the straws out of the turtles' noses and understand the power that is in our oceans. I mean, the weather is by virtue of this enormous body of water that gets heated up and moves around. I mean, the things that our world does, I just think there's so much for us still to learn. And I really applaud what you guys are doing on sharing and discussing what's going on with the weather, because, it's not a matter of do I have on a jacket so I can go from my apartment to the car. It's what's happening in the world and why are there, storms and fires in different places. And that's all about weather and what's happening, right?
Yes, that's true.
The one thing I'd like to learn, those spiny lobsters, how do they compare to Maine lobster? What do they really taste like?
Oh, I had thought they would be, because they're so large, that they would be tough, right? Nah. They have no claws, but they can have very long legs, almost like, what is it, a snow crab, those giant ones. And their tails are usually about that big around, about that long, and they're deliciously fresh and soft. We have divers that come out here and they'll grab them. We have a lot of rock ledges. So if you grab the one or two out of there, next day another one will move in because they're always looking. So they're migrating at night, running around. And they brought up 4 enormous ones. We filled up a stainless steel bowl that was about this big, full of lobster meat. We all ate, there was 6 of us, and we ate so much lobster we couldn't stand it anymore. So the next day when we wanted to go fishing, we were fishing with lobster meat, which is just ridiculous. So it's really, really good.
For those folks who are listening tonight and they may feel like, this is a worthy cause that I want to give to, I know looking at your website, I mean, you've got a shop with apparel that you can do. You have a list on Amazon that folks can purchase and send to you, all sorts of ways to help out the cause. So tell us about that. And I even see a signature coffee blend. So tell us about all the different ways that we can help you guys out there doing the research you're doing.
It's really funny. A few times I would have a conversation and talk, people that would be watching about, having this cup of coffee or that cup of coffee. And I finally came across one. And mind you, if you're stuck out here, I'm not going to go and grab a Starbucks or a Pete's or a Dunkin' Donuts. And so I found a blend that was incredible. And the company that makes it, Black Powder, said, well, I'll tell you what, we'll make you that particular variety and we'll give you a percentage of the proceeds for the nonprofit. I thought, oh, win-win. And then they gave me free samples. So I'm going to drink that coffee because it's really, really good. The whole goal is, it's not just a YouTube clip that makes you a few pennies, or an Instagram or whatever, or a few shirts that you make $1 or $2 off of. It's whether or not we can get enough people to pay attention to this, to restore this. And that really is my goal, is how do we restore something? So it's restore, obviously, protect, which is not only the sea life down there, but also the mariners around here. We've been really lucky. We've actually helped save 3 different divers' lives out here and over the last few years. And then preserve. Now, how do we get it so it's self-maintaining? And I think the only way to do that is basically what we're doing right now. Sharing the message, educating people, and helping them understand that it's not me. Again, I joke, it's like I'm the chief custodian and janitor. But I'm also the one that really wants to get the world to understand that this is a rare thing that was done back a long time ago. And we typically don't do things like this anymore. We don't build big steel structures because we simply don't need to. And it's really worthwhile to save it. That's all we're trying to do.
Interesting that you say that. I was looking, you're on the wish list, you have like an AED, and I never would have put that together with, folks who may be out there and, 30 some miles off the coast and they need immediate medical attention. That's a a great
scuba
thing.
diver had a heart attack when you had to, get him out of here. We had the helicopter flew out here and grabbed him. So a big Coast Guard helicopter snatched him off, and he was okay. Next day, he was fine.
Wow, amazing story. Well, Richard, I personally want to thank you for what you're doing, and you were talking about Dan about getting some storm chasers out there. We may have to.
I'd love it.
May have to pitch in on a helicopter ride and come out and at least have a meal with you or something.
I'd love to get you guys out for a weekend, and you know what? If you give us enough notice, we'll find a volunteer with the boat and just have you guys come out on that. How's that?
Hey, I am down for that. we are up for that. And again, Richard, how can we follow you? I told about your the Facebook page, but do you have Twitter or anything else that they can follow the work you're doing?
Yeah, we've got we're either Frying Pan Tower. I forget what his original or something. So we have an Instagram. It's easy to find us. You search for Frying Pan Tower. Clearly, there is also a in the middle of the woods, a frying pan light tower, not a light tower, but a tree tower for observing for other things. You'll know it when it's us because we have water around us. So we have Twitter, we have YouTube, we have Instagram, we have Facebook, and I don't know what else.
Well, you're talking about
and our website, of course.
Yeah, at the explore.com, which we got permission to air some of the footage during hurricanes.
Oh, good. It's explore.org. They're good.
Yeah,
folks.
explore.org. Yes. Yeah.
They're doing good things.
I definitely check that out.
That's awesome. Yeah. Good deal.
Well, Richard, we thank you for your time. And for those who are watching here on the Carolina Weather Group, we hope you have a great rest of your week. And we'll see you next time here on the show.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
I'm James Brierton, and welcome to the Carolina Weather Net, powered by the best of the Carolina Weather Group for you, the Carolina Weather fan. I wanted to personally welcome you in and give you a tour. The best of our weekly show, the Carolina Weather Group, will be featured right here in this main window, featuring newsmaker interviews from the fields of science, weather, technology, and more for the Carolinas and beyond. And you can always find episode information in the blue bar down below. But even if this isn't a taped replay, you will get continuously updated weather information across the Carolinas on the left side of your screen. Sky cams, radar, current conditions, forecast, and more will appear there. And also at 25 and 55 minutes past every hour when we take an extended look at the detailed forecast across both North and South Carolina. And if there's ever a severe weather bulletin from the National Weather Service, it will appear at the bottom of the screen in red. And of course, if the weather warrants, we will interrupt the loop to bring you live severe weather information right here on the Carolina Weather Net. This is built for you to hang out as long as you would like. Watch it for free any place you watch YouTube, from your smartphone to your smart TV. We are so glad you are here, and we hope that you will like, subscribe, and hit that bell to become a Carolina weather fan. Enjoy.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. Happy to have you this evening as we are closing out the 2021 season. It's hard to believe we're in December. And guess what that means? We have our buddy Jim Cantori from the Weather Channel back joining us for our yearly visit with Jim. And we're going to kind of wrap up the year in weather. And, you know, we always talk about other things. So I hope you'll enjoy our conversation tonight. Jim, thank you so much for joining us tonight. And we'll cut really right to the chase here. 2021, as all years past, has really given us some weather topics to talk about. So just the first opening question, anything really just like stick out in your mind this year that really will be remembered, 2021 will be really remembered by?
Ooh, okay. So every birthday I try to plan this ski trip with my buddies that I went to Linden State with. And this past year, there was this little freeze thing in Texas that occurred. So that got abruptly canceled. That absolutely stands out. And, you know, I don't mean to make light of it because it was horrible. People lost so much in that. They lost lives, you know, first of all and foremost, but property. Just Texas was totally unprepared for that. And then the debacle with the energy and the you know, the roundabout power outages. I mean, it was just crazy. But I can't really single that out because certainly you've got that massive heat wave in the Pacific Northwest. And, you know, a lot of times we talk about just United States disasters, but what that did in Southwest Canada and British Columbia and Southwest, I mean, the loss of lives up there, just incredible. And then you turn that right around to this fall where they had that massive flood in some of these same towns that had like their hottest temperature ever recorded. Crazy. Ida is the storm that stands out to me in terms of hurricane season, not because I was down in it, but because of what it did afterward. And I think what caught people off guard. I mean, I'll open this by saying it is time to give the high risk of flooding the same credibility, if not more, than what the SPC high risk outlook days get. That's where I'm at.
Speaking of that, I'm glad you just mentioned that. Let's talk about the record-breaking summer that Philly and New York City experienced this year. Multiple flash flooding events, flash flood emergencies, and then tornado outbreaks on top of that throughout New Jersey and Pennsylvania. So your years as a meteorologist, Have you ever seen anything catastrophic like this in the Mid-Atlantic and Northeast? And do you think this is going to be a trend from now on?
Yeah, I mean, the seasons are broadening, right? In every which way. I mean, look at didn't we just have like tornadoes in Connecticut and Rhode Island for the first time ever in November? I mean, it's absolutely not just a few weeks ago. So it's crazy. I've never seen anything like it. But I mean, expect the unexpected is all I can say. I mean, don't just count on what your parents went through or what your grandparents went through, because in a lot of ways it's just not that way anymore with weather. And honestly, I can just say, look, it's our job to predict it. If we're talking about it and it's coming regardless of what time of the year it is, you got to pay attention to it because something's tipping us off to it, right?
2021, we had an above average season. NOAA pretty much nailed it. I think they were right there at the mark at 20, where it went to 21 total, but they nailed it on the hurricanes, the majors. We saw a lot of activity this year, but not as impactful as 2020. So, Ida, of course, sticks out, but what other storms stick out the most to you?
I mean, we didn't have a 2020 year. I didn't think anybody thought that we would, even though it was a little scary because we ran up the numbers just like we did in 2020. And then all of a sudden, like mid-September, not only did the Atlantic Basin shut off, but the whole doggone globe did. Gosh, what other storms stick out to me? I mean, I did Henri in Narragansett, and it was kind of crazy because when I'm out in the field, I'm hearing about all the programming that we're doing back at the Weather Channel, and I wasn't on at the time, but I heard us take the governor of New York discussing how this was going to be like Sandy. And I was like, oh my God, I absolutely have to come back out and correct him and say that's not the case. I mean, Henri is not going to be in any way, shape, or form like Sandy. So it just kind of occurred to me that, I mean, we got to do something about this. There's National Weather Service offices where when these governors give these news briefings, either they have to be buttoned up, or doggone it, have a National Weather Service meteorologist with you to give a 30-second, here's what's going on, and then you get into all the rationale of what you're going to do with first responders, fire and police, et cetera, shelters. But these kind of briefings and scare tactics is just absolutely unacceptable. I mean, that makes our job so much harder. I mean, think about that.
Yeah.
We work so hard
right.
on message, which we're still working on. And oh my God, I mean, I've got Governor Cuomo coming on and say this is going to be like Sandy. I'm like, dude, wow. So I mean, I had to correct him on the air. You had to do it.
One interesting thing I thought about Henri was as it went up the coastline and met with an upper low, and it's a very similar pattern to what happened over New Jersey is what the 2015 flooding situation in South Carolina did. So you almost saw a similar pattern.
I know.
With an upper low and a hurricane out in the Atlantic, and it set up, and there was a lot of rainfall from that system overall in that area. I mean, it really came down.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't turn out to be a big wind deal, but the rain was big, and of course then Ida just stands out in so many ways.
I was like, oh boy, I hope we don't have another Gulf situation where we get multiple storms at RI into land. And luckily we didn't have that this year, but Ida was pretty bad. It did some damage over that area.
It's going to be an interesting post, I think, with Ida when that comes out. And you know what the other one I think is going to be interesting is Wanda. I mean, if that wasn't a tropical something when it came across the Cape, it wasn't Wanda yet, but I was kind of surprised. So we'll see. I mean, we'll see if they make it a Wanda earlier than it actually was.
You mentioned, we kind of touched on earlier, the 2021 season had a quick start. Everything got a little bit exciting and woke up, and we were running through names pretty quickly. And then somewhere in September, towards the end, we reached the peak and then just boom, dropped straight off, and everything was quiet and dead for the rest of the season. Luckily for the United States, since we had been so traumatized with Ida. But What are your thoughts about that quiet into the hurricane season? A little bit unusual by the standards of the way it started off.
You know, what's really funny is I really haven't heard much talk about that. Was it, MJO just shutting down for us and not cycling around? I think that probably has a little something to do with it, but I'm really not sure. But yeah, like you said, I'm pretty happy that it did shut down, because we didn't need another, huge September and October and early November after what we had. That's for sure.
You mentioned earlier, Jim, that's about time we start assigning some more significance to flooding high risks, just like we do with SPC high risks.
Yes.
With all this flooding and craziness going on, I think another topic that maybe gets underplayed sometimes or not assigned enough significance is these heat waves. The Pacific Northwest heat wave back in June. I won't steal your thunder. Give me your thoughts on it. 121 in Lighton and then Lighton burned down. Was that an unprecedented event in your career?
Absolutely. Never seen anything like that. As long as it lasted and as far north as it went. Like I said at the top, a lot of times we talk about USA disasters, but that was a North American disaster because it went well into Canada, setting all-time record highs. And then this year, coupling that with that insane flooding that we just had in the Pacific Northwest about a month ago. So just, yeah, the yin and the yang, man. All in 1 year. It's just crazy.
Do you think we're experiencing any pushback from folks that are just tired of these extreme events? They're weary and they're starting to not pay as much attention, or they're getting a little less careful in their preparations because they're so tired of caring about everything. I think there's red flags going up all over the place.
I mean, I think if there's pushback, it's because there's just so much information coming at them. It's like, look, I got COVID, I got the kids, I got a meeting with my boss about my job. I don't have time for this weather situation. So that's probably playing a role in it, just social aspects of people's lives. I mean, there's warnings everywhere. You got apps, you got TV, it's coming at you from all angles. And I think sometimes the easiest thing to do is just to go hide from it and ignore it versus face the reality, right? I mean, if somebody tells you, if you're a prolific drinker, that you got a drinking problem, I mean, the first thing that you want to do is ignore that, right? Until you kind of accept it for yourself. If that is in fact a problem, then you don't. You kind of ignore it until it hits rock bottom. And in this case, it would be hitting rock bottom with a storm hitting you right in the face, or a heat wave, or a cold wave, an unprecedented cold wave, or snow, or a hurricane, or a flash flood. So, I think there's some social issues attached to that, information just coming at you from all angles, plus just life interfering with that too.
It was an interesting year in that the GFS seemed to start outperforming King Euro a few times. Any thoughts on those advancements and just overall, just how much better we're getting at this? I
mean, I don't think it's any surprise that higher resolution leads to better modeling. But really, because if you think about it, I mean, the European still has higher resolution, but they had you remember last year that west bias that they had with everything, and this year they didn't do that great as well. So something in those physics went wrong. But the new package, the FP3 pack, I just think has gone really well for the GFS. Now that said, they've also been producing a pretty big snowstorm for Wednesday and Thursday in the Northeast till the other day. So and the Europeans been kind of just not doing much with it. Let's see what happens next year. Let's see what happens. But I do think, to your point, that the GFS is absolutely something to watch now. It's absolutely truly to be considered, potentially even in a lot more. And maybe what's even more interesting is going out 10 days. There's this GFS feature. It's not on the European. It starts showing up on the European like day 7. And then they both kind of bring it in or bring it nearby as you kind of close in from day 7. So maybe the takeaway is the GFS is something to watch now, and it's got a little believability as we go out to that 7 to 10 day forecast. And it's no strange. And NHC's been talking about a 7-day forecast, which I think is a blessing and a curse, right? Because if all of a sudden we've got something aimed at Houston 7 days out, I mean, you're talking about a huge city that is going to absolutely freak out. And then coming within 5 days, all the models are starting to shift toward the right. All right. And putting Lake Charles, and you guys know what I'm talking about, right? All right. So we have to deal with that. We have to deal with that. I mean, how many days out are really perfect to get people out of harm's way? And the other thing too is, on the other side of that, holy smoke, if something develops in the Caribbean as a depression and then moves north, and all of a sudden we got a Cat 4 or 5 hurricane slamming the Gulf Coast in 3 days, how do we prepare people for that? How do we prepare people for that? So you can't warn too early and you can't warn too late. So where that happy time is and how we case that and that message, I still think we got a lot of work to do on that.
Note to snow weenies, this is not licensed to post 10-day snow maps.
No, God, no. Please don't do that.
I want to talk about winter weather for a second, but I do have a quick follow-up to Jared there. We talk about all these advancements and the models and everything, and there's so much information out there. And now it's so accessible to anybody, anywhere. Anybody can get a weather model. Anybody can look at that stuff and start putting out forecasts on the internet and on social media. And of course, we've seen it happen. So in your opinion, how do we as meteorologists, how do we battle that and kind of cut through all the garbage that's out there, for people who just want to post models and are, modelologists really instead of meteorologists?
The great news about Twitter is it's so good at self-correcting, right? I mean, it has for me. And I'll just use myself as if I post a picture that somebody sends me that I trust, that's an older picture that they either didn't look at or research or whatever, and I just post it because I trust them, people will get back to me, hey Jim, that's an older picture, or that's an old picture. But I think Twitter really, at the end of the day, wants the good to be out there, and it will self-correct very quickly. The week that we're taping this, there was a snow situation in the Northeast. It actually looked like we would get some widespread snow. The GFS was all over it. I thought the European may come around a little bit. It never did. As a matter of fact, the GFS went more toward the European and really made it a non-event for Wednesday and Thursday. But it's easy to kind of go out and just, hey, maybe this is our first widespread snow event. It looks like it may kind of come together. And there's still a little speculation on our behalf. So it's really how you cage it. How do you, could this happen? This is something we're watching instead of just firm, hey, this is what's going on. So really until you're locked in and you have just tremendous confidence in the forecast, I still think it's important that we put the message out there with hey, you know what, we're still, there could be some big tweaks to this. But it's something we're watching.
Let's talk about winter weather real quick. Of course, because it is December and it's on everybody's minds. And I'm getting messages all the time. When's it going to snow? When's it going to snow? Ooh. And we've done our winter weather outlook here, and we talk about being in a double dip La Nina year. And what we did a couple of weeks ago was kind of break that down. And there's always exceptions to the rule. For instance, in Greensboro, we've had our coldest temperature ever recorded in Greensboro. It was -8 in January of '85, and that was a double dip La Nina year too. But typically, they lend themselves for us being typically warmer, typically a little bit drier. So just talk about your winter weather outlook for the East Coast for this winter.
Well, I mean, look at where we started. I mean, it's dried out in the Southeast, right? Until, just a day ago when we got the rain, and we're certainly going to get more rain coming up with these California systems that are going to go west to east. But, last year it was Texas with the cold. And I'm wondering if we're going to get one of those big cold snaps in mid to late winter that sets up over the East Coast. I think that's an absolute possibility. That's certainly not going to be the case in mid-December. It looks like we're going to be in full-scale ridging, but there's a lot of amplitude out there. And if it locks up somewhere, somebody's going to either freeze or heat up, and it depends on where that all lands. I think I think Southern California is in trouble. This is that. Regardless of a double dip La Nina, I still don't think the true super wet weather sets up down there. Could they get more rain than last year? Probably. It certainly looks like that they're going to do well in mid-December. But I like to say with La Nina and El Nino, it's not like when you're playing the California Angels, you're only playing Mike Trout. I mean, sometimes Ohtani shows up, and he shows up for days at a time and outperforms Trout. Sometimes other players come through, and that's kind of the way it is with La Nina. There's other features out there that can set up. And that's what we'll have to watch as we get into the meat of this winter.
We've talked about some memorable events this 2021 season and the tropics, hurricanes. Let's talk about some memorable severe weather events. I was down here in March. It was a fairly active spring for a stretch. I was down here in March for the March 17th severe weather outbreak and the March 25th severe weather outbreak, those two high risks in Northeast Mississippi and parts of Northwest Alabama. Me and the other 23,000 students in Mississippi State, we had all eyes to the sky those days, and they were some big events, memorable events coming up. That was the first time I'd been in a high risk by the SPC ever in my life, and we had two in almost a week time span, separate from each other. So what are some memorable severe weather events, not depending on how they verified, that you remember covering this season?
Frankly, we don't get sent out as much as we used to. And I think it has a lot to do with COVID and things like that, at least for us as a network right now. But just for me, just kind of stopping for a second and closing my eyes, I'm thinking all the stuff that we had in the Northeast. Rob Macedo is a great friend of mine. He's a Skywarn spotter up there for the National Weather Service in Taunton. And I mean, we were literally texting every other day with severe weather, with hail, with damaging wind into New England. It just seems like it never stopped once it got started. So and we were talking about that a little bit earlier before we came on. So I think that sector has just been hot. We had a lot of these really super strong tornadoes, EF 5s. We haven't had one since Moore, Oklahoma, right? It's been a long time. But some of the ones that we did have been, over the winter. We had the situation in Nashville. We had the situation in southeastern North Carolina. So these were off-season, big severe weather events, and that's what I would be looking for again as we go through this winter. Is more of these. And that's why I was saying earlier on, don't just think of, okay, well, this is winter, we don't get severe weather in winter. You can't think like that anymore, because we just get a multitude of different severe weather parameters all year round now. I mean, the fire season goes all year. They dried out in Colorado. They dried out in Western North Carolina a couple of weeks ago after what has been a wet period of over a year and a half. And all of a sudden we've got fires, rolling up the hillside. Just this rapid changing weather that we're just going to have to adjust to, and people are going to have to pay attention to.
I want to kind of piggyback off that, because there's been a lot of research lately. We know typical tornado alley is the Midwest, but we're starting to see like the Dixie Alley or the Southeast really pick up with tornadoes, even on the East Coast, where it's been relatively quiet along the Midwest. It seems like that might be a shift that's continuing.
It's absolutely a trend. Like we're seeing in other things like heavy rain and warmer sea surface temperatures in regions. So that is absolutely something we have to watch. And that unfortunately brings a lot of adverse weather into populated areas where, as you know, it's hilly. There's a lot of trees. They're hard to see, and people want verification when there's a tornado warning. So, I think we've done a good job as an enterprise to build people's trust, and we just have to keep doing that.
We're seeing more and more wildfires, and kind of going off of what you're just talking about with the enterprise. Like you mentioned, Western North Carolina, and I hate to say a flash drought, but that's kind of what it is a flash drought setup. So we see all the attention on the West Coast, rightfully so, Colorado, here in the Southeast. What do we need to do as an enterprise to better prepare people for these droughts and these wildfires that really just seem to be getting larger and larger as we go throughout the years? I mean, those are big news stories, big weather stories you guys cover on the Weather Channel and on national news. I mean, what do we need to do as this enterprise to get the attention of folks that this is a real thing that we're going to continue dealing with?
Well, I mean, it's interesting preceding that Western North Carolina flash drought, as you talked about. And actually even a lot of North Carolina and South Carolina, I shouldn't just say the western part of the state, that's where the fire was. There were some critical fire days. Okay. And I think, making a big deal of that and maybe finding a way to show that, to say, look, it's been a wet period. And you're probably finding it hard to believe that we're talking about critical fire danger after the wet spring that we had, after the wet summer that we had. But you know what it is? It is really dried out here. And so you just kind of drive home that message. So if something does happen, like was the case in Western North Carolina, people are like, oh yeah, I remember hearing about that from my weather folks. They were talking about that very thing.
It's great that you bring that up because the SPC, obviously they issue the thunderstorm outlooks every day, but they also issue these fire outlooks.
Exactly.
I'll be the first to say I'm guilty as charged. I don't talk about that as much as I do a severe outlook. So that's a great refresher that we do need to keep these outlooks that they issue. We need to keep those as talking points.
And sometimes, especially with fire danger and in the West, I mean, it's just every day they just come out. And especially last year, and sometimes for the Southern Plains or even the Southeast, if it dries out, it just seems like it's there every day, but nothing happens. I think people, when you say this is there, it's almost like I expect something to happen. And if it doesn't happen, I'm not really listening to you because, well, you said that last week and nothing happened. So I think that's the hardest message to get across.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
I'm James Brierton, and welcome to the Carolina WeatherNet, powered by the best of the Carolina Weather Group for you, the Carolina weather fan. I wanted to personally welcome you in and give you a tour. The best of our weekly show, the Carolina Weather Group, will be featured right here in this main window, featuring newsmaker interviews from the fields of science, weather, technology, and more for the Carolinas and beyond. And you can always find episode information in the blue bar down below. But even if this isn't a taped replay, you will get continuously updated weather information across the Carolinas on the left side of your screen. Skycams, radar, current conditions, forecast, and more will appear there. And also at 25 and 55 minutes past every hour when we take an extended look at the detailed forecast across both North and South Carolina. And if there's ever a severe weather bulletin from the National Weather Service, it will appear at the bottom of the screen in red. And of course, if the weather warrants, we will interrupt the loop to bring you live severe weather information right here on the Carolina WeatherNet. This is built for you to hang out as long as you would like. Watch it for free any place you watch YouTube, from your smartphone to your smart TV. We are so glad you are here, and we hope that you will like, subscribe, and hit that bell to become a Carolina weather fan. Enjoy.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
Remaining dry, there's no chance of rain. And what may make it a bigger fire danger day is this. So the way that you case that, I think is a really big deal.
Jim, the questions that we have slated to follow, get to know you a little bit more, explore your career. But before we make that turn, anything else this year that stands out that you wanted to make sure you get in as you look back?
You know, this question, we were talking about this a little bit the other day, and I'm almost wondering if people are getting a little sick of us standing out in the weather. It's something I've always done. And, you know, I've made a career out of being in studio and also going out in the field. But it just seems like from some of the harshness from some of the Twitter responses this year that I just think people are kind of getting sick of it, you know, but they don't know if it's real or if, you know, just comments of why are they standing out there if it's that bad. If it's that bad and you're evacuating, you know, so I think that's kind of coming around for some reason. And I mean, I've always done it. It's been my job. I mean, one of the things I tell everybody is, look, if I'm going to ask you to evacuate, I want you to go to a safe place, and let me go out there and I'll take you through it. I'll show you what happened. Okay. And that's my job. But I mean, you see people that are on, you know, money channels and news channels. And I mean, people that don't really have weather experience that might not know about storm surge and how quick it's going to come up, might not know that you're about to get into the hurricane band and winds are going to increase 2 to 3 times of what they've been. Not to mention the energy that's associated with them. I think there's kind of maybe a perception from the public that it's like, you know, I've kind of had enough of this. Or is that something that's coupled with what's going on with COVID? Look, my life's rough enough. I'm dealing with COVID. I haven't been into the office for 10 months. I don't really feel like watching you guys in a hurricane. I don't know. Just something kind of hit me this year about that. And whether it sticks or not, we'll see.
That's really interesting, and I feel like there's a lot to unpack there. Do you feel like it might have anything to do with the media landscape and distrust of information and the way people may be reacting to things?
That could be. That's as good as assessment as I could come up with, too. You know, you've got certain people that watch this, you got certain people that watch that and believe this way. So now is the weather enterprise getting to the point where, well, since we don't really like what you guys stand for, I mean, it's the weather. I mean, we don't really have to pick a side. Okay, the weather's the weather. It's always going to happen. Is it because more climate news is out there and we're sharing that with people? People are picking a side from that versus what we're actually covering in the field. That's a great way of looking. I mean, that's a great way of at least starting the dissection of what's going on here. But it's just something I've noticed, whether it's true or not, or really happening. I don't know, but I just feel like people they just kind of have had it with us being out there.
I always felt like weather was different than politics or sports, where people picked a side because, like you said, weather is weather. And now it seems like that's maybe not the case.
Yeah, but we have to bring climate into it. We have to talk about these things because in some cases it's driving some of the weather. So you can't really ignore that. So whether all of a sudden, if you bring that in, you're being blamed for bringing that in, or being labeled as choosing a side, I don't know. But I think that's an interesting way to look at it, for sure.
As a meteorologist that works in a newsroom every day, and we have these major weather events that come through, whether they're hurricanes or whether we have a huge tornado day, and we talk about are people getting sick of seeing the reporters out in the weather? I've always wondered, are we doing ourselves an injustice by sending reporters and news reporters into that when they don't, honestly, news reporters don't know a thing about weather. They're just out there to get the story and figure out how the people have prepared and done this and done that. So are we selling ourselves short by not sending a meteorologist out there with a reporter to really educate people and to really drive the weather portion of that home? Or are we just out there telling people how people have prepared and this store is boarded up and so on and so forth? I
certainly think so. I mean, if you asked me to talk about what I thought NVIDIA stock was going to do over the next 6 to 12 months, I'd be at a loss for words. I mean, that's not my expertise. I'd be like, I got to find Kramer. I got to get Kramer on here to tell me. But it's in that same genre. I mean, when you're out there just reporting on the weather, I mean, it's one thing, being in it, but when people see stuff flying around at you or coming at you, and especially if you don't really know what's about to happen as a reporter, I mean, I think that's kind of building a little bit of, gosh, what are they doing out there? What are they doing out there? Why are they out there?
If you were just starting your career today and you came through college recently, do you think you would land on the same career track you're on now, Jim Cantore of the Weather Channel, or do you think you'd end up being Jim Cantore, the YouTube star? When
I started at the Weather Channel at 22 years old, there was a lot for me to learn, and I'm still learning today. When I was surrounding myself with guys like John Hope and Mark Mancuso and Bill Keneally and Bruce Edwards and Bill Shue, I mean, the early folks at the Weather Channel, I mean, I was just like a sponge and absorbing that information. And that certainly, I think, helped me get to where I am without question. Having to learn from those guys, especially from a broadcast standpoint, because, we're broadcasting so much on the Weather Channel. Schwartz and I sat down one time and figured out when we did a 4-hour shift, we were on like 25 minutes of that hour. So, I mean, there's 100 minutes, if you will, of talking, and you have to fill that with something. So that's a lot, and that's going to get you built up to speed in a hurry. But I mean, I look at where we are, guys. We've got Fox Weather, we've got Weather Channel, we've got AccuWeather, we've got Weather Nation, and then why ever all those networks are out there, I'm not going to speculate on that. But we have all these, national television networks, because the people that are starting them up know that they can make money on them. Okay. There's weather, there's money in weather. And B, I just think there's a desire for more weather information out there and the delivery of it at all times in the day. So I think if I was just starting up, I would probably want to be part of that, be a part of a group to learn and certainly get up to speed on my broadcasting techniques and also my meteorology. I mean, when Michael Lowry came to the Weather Channel as our tropical expert, I mean, he was just a smart kid. I mean, I just loved listening to him and his theories on things and how he looked at tropical meteorology. So, I'm learning from the kids now. I'm learning from you guys now, which is just wonderful. I mean, that's the beauty of this science. You just never, ever stop learning. I don't care how old you are or how many years you've got in the business.
Here on the show this year, we've interviewed Eric Thomas and Paul Barrios, two longtime meteorologists, Paul in the Chattanooga area, Eric in Charlotte. They're retiring after 35 years in the business. And it seems like nationally, I've seen some SPC meteorologists have retired this year. So to me, it kind of seems like we may be seeing that change of the guard. So my question to you, Jim, being in this industry for so long, what would you tell folks who say, hey, that's my weather person, that's who I trust? What would you say to those folks who are now, trying to find their new meteorologist they like to follow? And B, what would you ask or what would you tell future meteorologists like Dylan and Evan who are coming in through college right now? What advice would you give to them?
Be true to yourself. I mean, why are you doing it? Ask yourself that question. Are you doing it to really be a good forecaster and save lives and be a service for people? If the answers to those questions are yes, that's why I'm doing it, then you're on the right path. Then it's never like a panacea going to TV. There's things certainly as we know that have happened at the Weather Channel that I really haven't appreciated or enjoyed. There's been times where it's been tough to be here, but I love what I do. I love, the opportunities this company has given me, and certainly I've given them. So it's just like a marriage. You go through some tough times, right? And you kind of stick with it. But again, you go back to those questions. Why am I doing this? Do I really want to help people? Do I want to learn and show people what I'm coming to look at when I come to this forecast for snow or a hurricane or a tornado outbreak? Do I want to, let them feel what I'm feeling? And if it's all yes to that, then just point them and go. Point them and go.
I had a separate question that I just want to jump in here. Charisma. You can know all the weather knowledge, from here to wherever, but you got to have that charisma, and people got to be able to see that, I believe.
Yeah, it's a performance, guys. It's all about eyeballs. You're absolutely right. I mean, you have to sell it. I think I don't know if I told you guys this before, but Al Roker says the worst thing you could ever do on television is be boring. That's the worst thing you could ever do for yourself and the people watching you, because all of a sudden, all that knowledge that you have is now gone. Right? It doesn't matter to people because you've lost them. You've lost your audience. So you can never be boring on television. So charisma is part of it. But I think, when you have a confidence in what you're talking about, when you have a confidence in the forecast situation and what's unfolding, that those two kind of go hand in hand, right? Because you're jacked about doing it. You're going to go out there and tell everybody about it, and you're going to be following it through, and they're going to be enjoying the ride with you. So, bringing people in to what you're doing, and showing them that you have that knowledge is charismatic in its own right.
Jim, we have a few viewer questions to go through, so no particular order here. First up, Chris Mulcahy asks, what is your first hurricane that you covered on TV?
That would have been Andrew in '92. It would have been the second landfall in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. I will never forget it as long as I live. The storm stalled over the bayou. We went to bed. I was in this old hotel with the air conditioners in the windows. And at about 4:00 in the morning, my window unit blew in. It literally blew in the middle of my floor. So I was just like, obviously, when I woke up, I went to the window. I'm looking out. It's like the 4th of July out there with all the transformers that are surging. So I just called my producer. I'm like, dude, we got to go live. We got to go live right now. It's coming in. It's coming in. And it was probably one of the earliest times we've ever been up and out on the Weather Channel. But I mean, that started it right there. And that's when I knew I loved being out in it.
Yeah, it sounds like a trial by fire there for that to be your first hurricane.
A little bit, man, a little bit. But it was fun and it was exciting, and I just like being out in it. But from that point on, it became more than just being out and getting the big pump from being in the storm. In 1996, a woman came up to me on Wrightsville Beach in North Carolina, and it was unbelievable. We had hundreds of people behind us, where my producer actually asked me to split them so we could see that there was an ocean behind us, the Atlantic Ocean. And when we did that, I don't know, as we were doing all that, this lady had come up to me and she goes, Jim, I know it's not going to be good here, but I just wanted you to know that I'm really happy that you're here to take us through it. And I will never forget that. You could just see her coming, and I just felt like she had something to say to me. And when she said that, I just was like, you know what, dude, this is not just about the pump of being out in the field anymore. You have a purpose out here. You have a purpose to inform, save a few lives if people choose to listen to you and heed your information and pass that information along. So
that's what it's all about,
that's really how it's grown. Yeah, it's exactly what it's all about.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Quick follow-up to that, since you brought it up. I know that you sometimes see, people spray paint on their plywood covering their windows. Can Tori go home and stuff like that? Do you ever have somebody actually get up in your face and rude to you about stuff like that? Some lunatic, maybe.
The folks in the Outer Banks don't usually like it when I show up, and they make that very well known, and that's fine. I get it. I'm certainly not there to close down anybody's businesses. But I will say for many, many years, not only are we telling you when to leave, but literally in the same broadcast, we are telling you when you can come back. And if the storm's going to pass by the time the weekend is done, and if they're asking you to evacuate, you got to evacuate. But you know what? You'll be able to come back in time for the weekend. And I think that's a responsible thing to do, whether people feel that way or not. But yeah, I've had a couple folks in my face about it. It's part of the job.
Another hurricane question. Seth Monteith has asked, what's the favorite hurricane that you've covered?
The ones that croak before they make their way to the coast, and the ones that I'm in sunglasses on and eating pizza. Okay, making light of it.
Amen to that.
You're right. I mean, those are the ones I like, guys. I'm going to be honest with you. Favorite. After going through Katrina, after going through I think 107 now assorted tropical systems, they're just not fun. There's nothing fun about people losing things and being displaced and being flooded or no. Fun is not it. Sure, there's a jack about it. There's a pump, but fun, no, never.
One more hurricane question here from Jim Williams. How much input do you have in placement for where you are when you are chasing a hurricane?
It's funny you say that. I think I saw that when we put the tweet out about the fact that I was going to be on with you guys. I was like, oh, that's a good question. Anyway, so I actually do have a little bit. They do say, Jim, what are you thinking? Where do you want to go? And so I do have a little bit of pull in that area. There is a propensity to kind of get me into the worst of it. It's where I want to be. It's where people expect me to be. So sometimes it's an easy choice. Sometimes there's a little of this going on, because it's not just me. It's when we're on, what times we're on, what people have already been sent out. Because sometimes I don't feel comfortable going out really early for a situation, because look at Sally. Remember Sally last year in 2020? Okay, here we go. Central Louisiana. Oh, New Orleans. Oh, Biloxi. All of a sudden it winds up, flooding Pensacola. And I was like, you know what? I don't think they wanted me to send me to New Orleans. And I said, I don't really think it's going that far west. Everything's trending east. But they're like, Jim, we need you in New Orleans. All right. So I went. And sure enough, we wound back up in Pensacola. But, I do have a say in it, and I do appreciate that.
And last from Lynn Mold, she wants to know what you are most proud of.
One of the things I'm most proud of is the fact that early on in my career, leaving home, and really, I come from two adopted parents that just loved me to death. For all four of us were adopted. That's another story. But I talk to my mom every day, and to have my parents be able to watch me on television and keep that connection. That's probably one of the things I'm most proud of.
I thought it was going to be when Anthony Soprano turned you on one of the episodes of Sopranos. I thought maybe that would make it proud.
Dude, that is a close second. I cannot lie. I was watching it myself. And all of a sudden my phone's just like blighting. I was just blowing up everywhere.
I'm a huge lover of high winds, so long as people aren't losing life and property. What's the strongest wind gust, can be guesstimate, that you've experienced in your career?
I'm going to say 90 to 100. With Isaac in New Orleans, when we were between on Canal Street, between those buildings. I mean, that's the same wind that pushed those dumpsters out into the street, which people thought we staged out there. Anyway, but I'm going to say 90 to 100. And it's enough to blow you right off your feet. No question.
We talked about you being out in the field earlier. If you could ever groin check that guy at the College of Charleston again, would you do it?
Yeah, but I wouldn't miss next time. If you guys know anything about the target, I missed the target because if you hit the target, nobody's getting up and moving. Right? Okay.
We just considered you a kung fu master after that. So
your followers know you spend a lot of time in Georgia, and specifically the Blue Ridge Mountains of Georgia.
Yeah.
Georgia. I've been there a few times myself. It's a great place to be. What's some of your favorite activities to do in that part of the state?
I always had like a place to go on the river where I detoxed from storms and things like that. And, that's what I brought my kids up doing. And, we always floated down the river and sat in the river and just enjoyed the weather in North Georgia. Because, I mean, guys, this is the same mountain chain I grew up in. It's just the southern part of it, right? It's Vermont to North Georgia. It's the same mountain chain. So I always wanted to be on the lake. And one of my very good friends, unfortunately, he's passed away, was always a big water lover and being on the water with watercraft and things like that. So I just kind of took a leap of faith and said, I want to get a boat. I want to get some jet skis and get out on the water. And I love just being out on the water, whether it's paddleboarding or being on the boat or being on the jet skis. I mean, I just love it. So anything out on the water.
What is a place that you really get excited when you're going to be covering a storm there? And what things do you do in that spot when you're there?
Favorite weather event to cover is snow, because typically if people do what they're supposed to do, nobody gets hurt, right? So Boston, I love going to Boston. I love going to Eastern New England. The North End, we'll get our coverage done. We'll hopefully get an evening meal at the North End in Boston and enjoy it. Sometimes I'll see Fisher or Mish Michaels, or I'll get to catch Harvey Leonard on television. I mean, that's where I grew up. A lot of friends up there, and it's definitely New England.
I had to ask that because we recently taped with Mark Sutta, the hurricane chaser, and I asked him that question. He said, "I just go to chain places because I never have time to get excited about going anywhere." I was wondering if it was like that for you too.
You know what? It used to be, because sometimes we would have to do double duties, but now they kind of want us to be married to our shift. So since I'm on in the mornings, they want me on in the mornings. Like Tevin's on in the evenings now, and Chris Warren and Jackie, if they're out in the field, they're going to want them on their show. So it's gone from just doing live shots every half hour to now anchoring our shows from the field. So, it's a lot different going on every half hour and splitting the shifts than doing 4 to 6 hours straight, actually anchoring a show in the morning. It's a little bit more exhausting. So they play it that way now, and that's fine. That's all good.
Jim, you've been very gracious with your time with us over the past several years, and I can't believe it has taken us this long to ask, what is the story with the cars and the footballs behind you?
Oh my gosh. Yeah. The footballs, there used to be this thing in Atlanta called the Super Show, which was everything to do with sports. Everything. And so a lot of my collectibles in sports have come from that. So Tony Dorsett. We got what's his name? Taylor from the Giants. His first name, Brett Favre, who I met a couple of times. He's awesome. They even made me sign one. The cars are actually, they've got Yankees on them. All right. You guys see that? These are all cars that have had, Yankees have sponsored at some point. I love dragsters. I love I just love dragsters, watching dragsters. So that's really it. I just thought diecast was cool. So that's pretty much the story.
I know Tim Buckley and Jack Kendrick was wanting to know about that. So a lot of people was curious about that. So I'm going to kind of piggyback off that, Jim, and ask you, do you play any sports? And you just kind of talked a little bit throughout the show about baseball and football and racing and stuff. So do you play any sports, and what's your favorite sports to watch and favorite teams?
When I can, I like to get into the golf. I still love to ski. Like I said, a lot of times on the watercraft these days. I loved softball. I used to play a lot of competitive softball, but this little thing called the rotator cuff doesn't work very well anymore. If there's something I can do to get back into that, I totally would. Is it an operation or what? I have to think about that. But I'd love to play again before I can't really play anymore. And plus, I just love being outside, walking, running, doing a little time in the gym. Not as much as I used to, but just got to stay in shape, man.
A huge Yankees fan. Who else?
Huge Yankees fan. Ridiculous. This lockout is not making me happy. All right. Hopefully by the time you guys show this show, it's over.
Where's the best barbecue you've ever had?
Oh my God, dude. That's a great question. All right. So every October, God bless Jack Daniels. God bless Jack Daniels. They asked me to come judge the Invitational. All right. So this is the best of the best. There are foreign countries represented in this. You have to have won some contest in the United States to be a participant in this. So the best barbecue, the best brisket, the best ribs, the best desserts I've ever had in my entire life.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
I'm James Brierton, and welcome to the Carolina WeatherNet, powered by the best of the Carolina Weather Group for you, the Carolina weather fan. I wanted to personally welcome you in and give you a tour. The best of our weekly show, the Carolina Weather Group, will be featured right here in this main window, featuring newsmaker interviews from the fields of science, weather, technology, and more for the Carolinas and beyond. And you can always find episode information in the blue bar down below. But even if this isn't a taped replay, you will get continuously updated weather information across the Carolinas on the left side of your screen. Skycams, radar, current conditions, forecast, and more will appear there. And also at 25 and 55 minutes past every hour when we take an extended look at the detailed forecast across both North and South Carolina. And if there's ever a severe weather bulletin from the National Weather Service, it will appear at the bottom of the screen in red. And of course, if the weather warrants, we will interrupt the loop to bring you live severe weather information right here on the Carolina WeatherNet. This is built for you to hang out as long as you would like. Watch it for free any place you watch YouTube, from your smartphone to your smart TV. We are so glad you are here, and we hope that you will like, subscribe, and hit that bell to become a Carolina weather fan. Enjoy.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
Which occurs every year up there in beautiful Lynchburg, Tennessee. And saying that I can't even eat other barbecue now. I can't. Wow. It's otherworldly.
Christian, I want to know: are you team vinegar or team tomato?
Oh gosh, it's got to be tomato based. I mean, it's got to be tomato.
My vinegar heart there kind of hurts.
Oh, did I hurt you there? I'm sorry.
We'll wait a little while.
When was the last time you hand analyzed a weather map?
You know what's fun? Every once in a while, you'll see a tweet where I've taken the GR Earth and I've kind of outlined so not hand analyzed. I know what you're talking about, with isobaric analysis, but basically the 80-degree temperature line or the 70-degree isodrosotherm, if that, you know what I mean, the line of dew point. So I mean, I'll do that a lot of times in the summer. Sometimes in the winter, like look at how far the cold air reaches into the south. All these temperatures are below 32. So yeah, I get a little bit of that action. But in terms of true sit down isobaric analysis, you know who the best is at that is Carbon. Greg Carbon. Mm-hmm. I mean, he's got the colored pencils. He's the best. He still does.
Jim, as of this recording, it's December 7th. So as I'm closing out here, it's been 1,093 days since you visited us in Boone, North Carolina with the big snowstorm. That was the last snow event that we've had, big snow event we've had in all of North Carolina, honestly. So we hope that we see you back here real soon. You said you like to come back and see snow. So we hope that you'll be in our neck of the woods real soon. So when you guys are hearing this podcast, it's probably going to be 1,093 plus a day since we've had that big snowfall, but we can't wait to have you back here in the Carolinas covering some snowfall.
Any reason to bring back the Boone stick, and I'm there. I'm there.
We're ready for it. We are ready to have you back. We're welcome. We're ready for open arms to have you back covering some snow. So, Jim, thank you so much for joining us. We can follow you on Twitter and Facebook and Instagram and be sure to check Jim out on the Weather Channel. From all of us here, Jim, Merry Christmas. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, Merry Christmas, guys. Happy New Year.
And thank you all for watching the Carolina Weather Group. We'll see you back next year, 2022, with an all-new episode.
When we found ourselves doing severe weather coverage for Brunswick, Columbus counties, along the coastal areas of North Carolina, just outside the Wilmington area, what we didn't know until after the fact was that we were tracking a EF3 tornado. This is a absolute monster of a tornado that impacted that area and unfortunately did result in some deaths, 2 or 3, if I'm not mistaken, as well as 10 injuries. We got some new video today when North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper visited the communities hardest hit, and I want to allow the panel some time to talk about this, because this in and of itself would be a very big news story for us here in the Carolinas and on this show. And it's just yet, unfortunately, another piece of a very busy weather week that has been playing out. But you can see here the communities still trying to clean up after this storm rolled on through. Let me pop up again for you if I can, and I'm going to ask our group to kind of weigh in on it well too. Is, we look at radar scope imagery from that night. You can see it there on the right hand side of your screen, the velocity, the measuring of the winds in the atmosphere circling here where the tornado crosses Highway 17, where some of this video was captured just outside Ocean Isle, and then continues for about 25 miles, going 45, 50 miles an hour, at times almost trying to outrun the polygon. The Weather Service working very hard to keep this very fast-moving supercell inside that tornado-warned polygon to try to give people as much lead time as possible. Brad, let me bring you back in. I know you had just finished the 11 o'clock news, but I saw you tweeting about this. What were you thinking at 11:45 at night when you were looking at this on radar?
So I had seen that storm offshore in the special marine warning because I was impressed with the signature, but wasn't thinking much about it. Went on to finishing up some emails, and I have all alerts turned on for North and South Carolina. So I heard the tornado warning pop up on my computer, and I looked down and I was like, holy cow. Right away, I was like, I could see the debris signature and I knew it was bad. And then immediately with some of my emergency manager contacts started getting messages about, some serious damage and, requests for search and rescue crews. So I knew it was pretty bad. And when I looked quickly at the map, I knew that area quite well. I actually played that golf course several times. Tiger's Eyes right there, Ocean Isle. It's a beautiful area. So I'm very familiar with that. And I knew, hearing the damage reports, those weren't small homes. Those were well-built, I wouldn't say mansions. Those are nice houses. So for those to be leveled and destroyed, I knew it was a significant hurricane tornado. I'm thinking of hurricane because that area was hurt by Isaias as well, almost the exact same location. But what was interesting is, that was EF3. That's the only second EF3 I could find in the database in the month of February in North Carolina's history. The other one was in 1971. So EF3 tornado in the month of February is incredibly rare for North Carolina, and in that area, period, any time of the year.
Brad,
I have to echo. I was going to say I was asleep when this happened. When I woke up in the morning, I saw your text in our internal chat. But along with Brad, I've played golf at this golf course that actually got hit, and vacation, there a lot. And like Brad said, it's a well-built community. I mean, these homes were well-built, and to see the video of just some of these just being completely demolished just shows you the sheer size and strength of this tornado. And, it was a nocturnal tornado again, at 11:45 on a February evening, something you just don't really anticipate. So the loss of life is never good. And just our thoughts and prayers go out to those folks. But just seeing some of the damage out there, you could tell it was a pretty massive tornado.
Yeah, I'm like you, Scotty. I slept through this too. And the very next morning, I woke up and saw that there had been a big tornado from browsing through Twitter. And so I went and downloaded the old the radar scans from the archive and went to look at what the radar looked like. And when I saw that debris signature, I thought, oh, my God, that had to have been a really bad tornado. Debris was lofted up to something like 22,000 feet. Is that right?
22, 25. It was up there. It got sucked right up into the updraft. It was pretty impressive.
Right. Yeah. When you see debris lofted that high, you know you're dealing with a pretty substantial tornado, and in this case, at EF3, and that's what it looked like. It could have been just looking at the radar.
Yeah, that's a tough warning scenario. The Weather Service, did the best job they could, but nocturnal, February, I think that these coastal communities have it tough because I was talking to another group about this today. The special marine warnings, we're talking about water spouts and rotation. But who on the coast is looking at special marine warnings off the coast? If that was a polygon for a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning to a county to your south and east, you're probably a little bit more aware. But when they're special marine warnings, you're probably not even thinking twice about it.
Right. And even if there is a water spout, you think, oh, well, it's going to last 100 yards inland at most. But this is a little different. This was, I think this was supercellular in nature. And when you get that kind of situation, you get a water spout from that. It's going to keep going inland and a long way sometimes.
I remember when we were streaming this, just looking at it going, this is textbook. You could see the hook echo. You could see it on velocity, 160 mile per hour winds. Christian Morgan, WFMY in Greensboro. I want to ask you for your advice for folks who hopefully never find themselves in this situation. But if you find yourself in any tornado polygon, what do you do, especially if it's midnight?
Yeah, guys, I was kind of watching this all unfold, kind of like Frank said. I just happened to log on to Twitter to just kind of see what folks were saying and kind of check out some different things about our upcoming storm this week. And I noticed all of these radar scans and started to notice and realize that we were dealing with something pretty serious down in the coastal region of North Carolina there. And what I was saying on Twitter, I wasn't an active meteorologist following along in those areas, but I was saying, if you have family and you have friends that in this area, who cares if you got to wake them up? Call them until they wake up and let them know what is going on, that they have to find somewhere safe to get. And really, in this situation, we say it all the time and it kind of gets drowned out and people kind of put it in the back of their minds. But really, you got to find that most inner room in your home. If you have a basement, that's the safest thing to do, away from doors and windows. And people say, well, I'm in the next room over. Is that okay? And I'm in the closet in the bedroom that, has windows in it. No, it's not okay. Because especially in a situation like this with such a dangerous tornado, I mean, we see picture after picture after picture of whether it's branches or whether it's beams from houses flying around. They can pierce right through walls and right through doors, and they can come into those rooms and into those areas. So the most inner room in your home, away from doors and windows. If you have a basement, that's the best. And one thing that we always try to say on the air in a tornado warning situation is take shoes with you, take a helmet with you. And people think that sounds crazy at first, but if something comes through the door or something comes through the wall, if you've got a helmet on, just like riding a bike, if you fall off and you have a helmet on, you're going to be that much more protected. And shoes, people say, well, I'm in the home. Well, if you have debris in the next room over and you come out to survey that once things are over, there's no telling what you could step on. So a helmet, glasses, safety goggles, shoes, if you have those things and take them with you, you're that much more prepared and that much more ready in a situation like that.
Hey, Christian, I think you guys did the story today. Wasn't there someone whose home was damaged by the ice storm and went down to their beach house because of the damage and then was impacted by the tornado?
Yeah, that is a series of really bad luck. They left here, their home was damaged on Saturday with the ice. And so they went to their beach house. I think they left earlier this week to kind of get away while crews were cleaning up their yard, and then found themselves in that situation the other night. And it's like, what do you do at that point? And I think, if I remember right, I didn't watch the story in full detail yet, but if I remember right, I still think some of the family was either en route or was going to be traveling down to the beach house later. And so they had a really hard time getting in contact with those folks. And that, of course, is scary in itself when you're in one place going somewhere to be safe and your other family and your other party there knows what's happening and they can't get a hold of you. It's really, really sad.
That is absolutely incredible. That story had
another thing worth mentioning.
Go ahead, Frank.
Yeah, another thing worth mentioning with all that Christian said earlier, do these things that you can do in advance. Decide where to go when the sky's blue. make the plans on that day, share them with your family, make sure everyone knows where to go, so that when the tornado warning is issued, you can just do that and not have to think about what to do. You just do what you've decided to do, and it saves you time. That way, if you don't get a lot of lead time, and sometimes you don't, then you know what to do and you can do it and get there faster, and having less lead time matters less.
Yeah, that lead time is so critical, and the Weather Service does as best of a job as they can, and it's frankly a really good job, and it's improving each and every year to give people more and more lead time. But, you know, an excellent amount of lead time is, what, guys, 7, 8, 9, 10 minutes, and in this case it might have been even less because of how fast this cell was moving.
Yeah. And another thing, I'm just reviewing the radar again right now, and I just noticed why this was kind of sneaky. I understand why it is. The radar near Charlotte, it looks like it has some obstructions to the radar beam to the southwest. And that was clouding what was going on with this storm. And it made it that much more difficult for the Weather Service to warn, because it was kind of in a dead spot for radar. And it just approached from the southwest, and the thing was over Sunset Beach before they realized what was going on, I think.
Yeah, I'll just do a shameless plug here. If you're interested in this, we're going to do a show with Gannon Medwick. He had a really good write-up today about the situation. So, yeah, a lot of weird things going on at that time. So sorry about that shameless plug, James. Back to you.
No, I'm glad you actually. That's more late breaking news, because I know you had reached out to him there at WECT to find out if he would come on and talk to us. So I think you know, those are all valid points. And Frank brought something up that I think in hindsight more people are learning about. I think the folks in that area may have already known about it. You know, so I think there is some hindsight review analysis going on. I will say one of the things that I think was a silver lining saving grace is that this supercell, this tornado, passed just to the side of the radar. If it had gone over the radar, we could have lost eyes on the whole cell for the rest of the night, which I think would have introduced a whole other level of an issue. Certainly.
Yeah, just under 3 miles. If it had been just under 3 miles farther east.
So we mentioned that Governor Roy Cooper went down to survey the damage today and to meet with folks who were impacted by this tornado firsthand. And amongst some of the video that was fed back, we have about 2 or 3 minutes here where the governor is talking to 2 homeowners who were inside of their home when this tornado approached. You're going to hear them talk about the amount of lead time they had, or what frankly was a very small amount of awareness and lead time for them by the time they realized something was wrong, and what position that left them in, and how they ultimately rode this storm out inside of their home. It's a miracle. It's miraculous. It's heartbreaking. It's inspirational. It's a whole palette of emotions. Now, because of the ongoing coronavirus pandemic, the microphones are a little bit further away than they would be ideally. And I'm letting you know that because the first rule of broadcast is always good audio. And you can hear them here, but especially if you're listening on our podcast, I want you to just stick this out with us and take a listen to the conversation the governor is having here with these homeowners. It's an incredible story.
They want to invade your space here, but I thought I'd just come over and just see things.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing okay. How are you guys doing?
We're alive.
The fact that we're alive is a big positive. I know that's something to be thankful for these days. Yep. So we're thinking about you and hope that everything can be put back together. So sorry about the loss of life here. It's tragic.
That's our greatest fortune. That was not us. Right. This is sticks and bricks. They can be replaced.
So is this your house?
Yes.
And so were you guys home?
Yes. Oh yeah. We were in this under the curtain.
So what happened? How did you guys? Where were you?
I was in bed and I heard the hail, and at that point I said it's time to get up. And by the time I turned my back, the doors came in and hit me in the back and knocked me down to the sofa, to the bed. And that's probably the only thing that helped me survive, being knocked down. So, oh yeah, well you heard the hail. The amount of time between the hail hitting and the noise of the wind was instantaneous. There was no
I couldn't tell you the sound. I was on the living room sofa, And as soon as the hail cracked the first piece of glass, I ducked and the whole back of the house flew in. And I went for a ride. Fortunately.
So how far were you carried? Where were you?
I was in the great room. The entire back of the house flew in. This wall here, I'm on the other side of it. Buried under everything else. And I'm sure the only thing that saved my life is our porch furniture is teak. And the one chair blew in on me like a TP tent. So everything falling and throwing landed on that and not directly on me. And I swear that's the only reason I'm here.
That is amazing. Were either of you injured?
Minor.
Minor scratches.
I had to get
a couple of stitches.
But considering, no is the answer. Bumps and bruises by comparison.
Well, you have an amazing attitude about all of this. It's got to be devastating to lose your home like this.
It's devastating, but you got to maintain a positive attitude. So
we're here. We have something to deal with. There are others across the street and across the golf course that don't have that good fortune.
Do you have a place to stay?
We do.
Yes. The neighbors here are families. The generous, phenomenal offers have been endless. So.
Yeah, we have a place to stay. There are several people that had empty homes because they're not full-time residents. They offered the homes to us. I've had offers from New Jersey to Florida to help. So we've been fortunate.
Absolutely an incredible story. Those folks, as they expressed, lucky to be alive. Again, 2 fatalities, 10 injuries, and as you can see, multiple homes damaged by this EF3 tornado there in Brunswick County, North Carolina. We will have more, as Scotty mentioned, on future shows here in the Carolina Weather Group, talking more about an event that is clearly going to be now marked on our calendars and our history books. 160 mile per hour winds. That is practically unheard of in this part of the country.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening. We are joined by ABC 3340 in Birmingham, Alabama, Chief Meteorologist James Spann.
When we watch a lot of your severe weather coverage online, I think a lot of us do that and other people who are fellow weather nerds do. One of the things that you're known for is referencing community locations, street corners, landmarks, businesses. And I'm hearing it in our conversation with you thus far, too. So here's my question for you. And humor me, because I can look up dates and figures, but I'd rather hear the story from you. How long have you lived in Birmingham, and what did you do to ingrain yourself so well in that community?
I'm just old as dirt. That's part of the deal. I mean, come on, so I came to Birmingham Television. This is embarrassing. In September of 1979, the week of Hurricane Frederick. So that's how long I've been in this market. Now, having said that, I was transferred to Dallas back in the mid 80s. I was called in the front office one day on a Friday. And you know what happens when they call you in the front office on a Friday? You're typically about to be fired.
It's never good.
No, but instead of firing me, they transferred me. They said, you're doing a great job, and we want you in the biggest station the company owns. It's the CBS affiliate in Dallas, and you start Monday. So I spent some time away in Dallas, but I'm from here. You know, my equity is here. I was born here. I'll die here. I'll be buried here. So I served them, and I did the best I can for them for several years, but I wanted to come back. My wife wanted to come back, and we had the opportunity to do that. So apart from being in Dallas for a while, I've been here since the late 1970s. And here's the trick. And I tell interns this all the time. You cannot be successful in communicating weather, especially during life-threatening weather, unless you understand the people, the culture, and the geography of the market. You can't. You can't just stay there for 6 months and be good at it. I sucked in Dallas because I didn't understand the market. I competed against the legendary Harold Taft, the world's greatest weatherman on the NBC channel. I competed against Troy Dungan on Channel 8, and people from Texas would know them that are older. But they had the equity. They understood the market. So, but here's the trick. Speaking in schools every day. Now, we're in this weird COVID deal where all my school programs are on Zoom calls, which is just really lame, but, you know, it beats nothing. But forget COVID. During normal times, I'm in a school every single day during the school year, sometimes 2 schools. And here's the trick. Drive the roads less traveled. All you see on the interstate is interstate. Get off the stinking interstate and drive the roads where people live. And if you do it consistently and do it over a series of years, you will have mental images of all these places that you visited and all of these roads and intersections and businesses. And you can use that. That is useless information except when there are tornadoes flying, because you start to use those landmarks, then people can understand that. Here's the Weather Service warning. We have a possible tornado 14 miles southwest of Clanton moving northeast. What does that mean? I don't even know what that means. And I've been here forever. But if you say on television, the circulation center is near Jim's Pit Barbecue, everybody in Billingsley, Alabama knows where Jim's Pit Barbecue is. And they can relate to that and they can understand that. Jim Bird's Farm in Forkland, Alabama. They know where Jim Bird's Farm is, but they don't know, 8 miles northeast of Demopolis. So that is a major part of communicating information during severe weather. And here's the other thing, guys. We've learned this through social sciences. People cannot find their house on a map. What do we show on TV? What do you guys show on your blogs and all your products you put out? Maps?
Maps, and more maps.
So for most people, it's Russian. They can't read that. They don't even know what it means. So it's like, you post this map, you work really hard on it. You think any third grader can understand this. What's the first 87 questions on FaceBag? What about my hometown? Because they can't understand that map. And so during life-threatening weather, that map that's on TV, if there's a radar map behind me, that's a bunch of gibberish. I've got to talk to them in terms of the language and the geography locations they can understand. I can't fix geography literacy. I can't do that. But we can sure get around it on television by using landmarks. So the trick is being in a school every day. I've heard some TV people, I visited 2 schools last month. What are you talking about? You ought to be in 2 schools every day. What's the matter with you? And then they'll say, well, I don't have time to do that. Yes, you do. You do. You make time for the things that are important to you. And you got time to do 2 schools a day? Come on, man. I'm doing it and I'm old as dirt. I mean, come on. So speaking
I'll give you credit. I bet you've taught more people geography than you might realize.
I try.
I just want to know what you do with all those cakes those schools give you.
Man, if I got into that stuff, I would... At my age, it's not good. So I will nibble on it and pass it. But we've not had a cake in this building in a year, which is unbelievably weird.
That's a newsroom without food.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, and of course, most of the people aren't even working here. I was.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. and South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
I'm James Brierton, and welcome to the Carolina WeatherNet, powered by the best of the Carolina Weather Group for you, the Carolina weather fan. I wanted to personally welcome you in and give you a tour. The best of our weekly show, the Carolina Weather Group, will be featured right here in this main window, featuring newsmaker interviews from the fields of science, weather, technology, and more for the Carolinas and beyond. And you can always find episode information in the blue bar down below. But even if this isn't a taped replay, you will get continuously updated weather information across the Carolinas on the left side of your screen. Skycams, radar, current conditions, forecast, and more will appear there. And also at 25 and 55 minutes past every hour when we take an extended look at the detailed forecast across both North and South Carolina. And if there's ever a severe weather bulletin from the National Weather Service, it will appear at the bottom of the screen in red. And of course, if the weather warrants, we will interrupt the loop to bring you live severe weather information right here on the Carolina WeatherNet. This is built for you to hang out as long as you would like. Watch it for free any place you watch YouTube, from your smartphone to your smart TV. We are so glad you are here, and we hope that you will like, subscribe, and hit that bell to become a Carolina weather fan. Enjoy.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
Tornado seasons here, but we're just living in weird times, guys. Weird times.
You speak of working from home, and the only other person I know who has a great setup is Brad Panovich. You and Brad have this great home studio. What has it been like this past year working in a COVID environment?
Well, you know, we had to figure out messaging last year. Let's go back a year. You know, March, the spring tornado season starts to peak. We had some pretty big tornado days last year. The Easter tornado outbreak was huge, and everybody was scared to death. Nobody knew what this COVID deal was. This is, you know, pandemics. You don't really have a book on how to deal with that. And people were afraid. And understand, guys, where I am, a lot of people away from municipalities, where do they live? Trailers. And again, I guarantee you some hater is going to say, oh, you shouldn't be saying that word trailer. You're a bigot. Somebody called me a bigot for saying that on the air the other day. Well, you go down to the Dollar General and ask people where they live. What do they talk about? Their trailer. I have to use language that people use. But most people live in mobile homes. And so people in mobile homes, where do they go during a tornado warning? A community shelter. You guys ever been in one of these things? You guys don't get out much, do you? I mean, you guys are a bunch of city slickers on here. I need to get you in a tornado shelter, a community tornado shelter in East Aboga, Alabama, all right? It's not a really pleasant place. It smells funky in there. People are close. People are in your space. You got dogs, you know, you got people with BO. I mean, it's just not a good situation here. And so, but people were afraid to get in these community shelters because you're not social distancing. And what am I going to be killed by this virus, or am I going to be killed by the tornado? Which way do I want to die? And that's what people were thinking last year. And so we work with the Alabama Department of Public Health. And again, it kind of goes back to this, you know, hospital position I have as a volunteer. We got to come up with a statement here, not from me, but from physicians, clinicians that can explain the situation and explain the prioritization here for people. And they did. You know, that was the first thing we had to overcome. And we had the same problem with the hurricane season. Goodness gracious. You know, it was nonstop with hurricanes down here. And again, the messaging was clear on what people need to do about COVID and sheltering and evacuating. And we figured that out. And then you had to figure out how to work from home. But I got a green wall. I mean, you guys don't have green walls at your house. I got a puke green wall in my office. It's awesome. You have to have a loving wife, because that does not fit into anybody's home decor, to have a chroma key wall in your office. But I'm already set up to do that because I do a segment on the morning show from my house every day. I've been doing that for years. So I was good to go on that. That was easy. But having to adjust to these online school programs, it's just weird. You give me third graders in a gym, I'll light them up like a Christmas tree. Those are my people. They think I'm funny. I mean, I would teach third grade science if I didn't do this. But on a Zoom call, you see them, they're eating their Fruit Loops and, picking their nose and sleeping. And it's just like, come on, man. You can't control the crowd like you can in a gymnasium, but you learn to live with it. We've adjusted and we've gotten through this thing okay. And we're going to be back in here again. I'm back, and hopefully everybody. The one thing I hate, though, guys, the intern program. It's shut down, and I hate that. These wonderful, brilliant college kids that are so much smarter than I am. I love to surround myself with smart people. And the intern program is shut down. So, until things normalize, I don't have that. And I hate that because there are a lot of really good kids that need a good intern slot right now. So
that's how I broke into broadcasting, was internship.
Yeah.
James, when we had Ryan Vaughn on the show after his tornado a year ago, one of the first in the pandemic era that he was trying to track this from home.
Yeah.
He credited.
I watched him on the air, by the way. He was great. It
was incredible. He credited your inspiration for weather cameras, making all the difference in their market and in the industry. So,
well, Ryan's a smart guy. He didn't. I mean, he was going to figure this out on his own. He didn't need me to help, but he's on it. If you gave me a $200,000, just a windfall to spend in weather, what type of equipment would you go buy? Would you go buy your own C-band radar? What would you do with it? I would spend every cent on cameras because that's what makes the difference during severe weather coverage. And again, down here, most tornadoes are rain wrapped. They happen at night, but I'm telling you, you got to have cameras everywhere. And, they're expensive to maintain. They go down. It's a pain in the rear end, but I would rather spend monies on cameras than radar. And we know that. And again, I see a lot of really good TV guys, but you know what they'll do? They'll spend 8 hours on radar, and they don't even stand on the chroma key wall. They'll stand over there in the equipment area, running the equipment, and all you see on the screen is just radar with no human interaction. And I'll say this, we have learned through social science studies, you've got to be on camera. And I'm not necessarily the kind of guy that needs to be on camera. I mean, I am not a looker here, okay? I'm not one of these guys in San Diego and Los Angeles, the blow-dried boob guys with the big hair and the pocket square and the white teeth and the $10,000 suits. That's not me. I'm just an old guy from Greenville. But at the same time, they read your body language. They read your eye contact. They read the way that you're dressed. They will just they see your countenance, and it's hard to describe. But if you're not on camera, all of that's gone, and you've lost a lot of your effective communication skill. So the first thing we have to do is be on camera. But while you're on camera, what do? You got those cameras. You get off that radar, and again, it's so easy to get so excited about it. Now you got dual polarization radar. Ooh, we can see tornado debris, and that's an amazing tool. We never thought that product would be that good. But people just don't see that. But if you can show them a live video of something on camera, they'll do something about it. So cameras are a big deal to me. And Ryan was brilliant that day. He was just incredible.
The question I have for you is that you've mentioned that you have some concerns about the risk levels in the SPC outlooks. And I'm with you on that. I don't think we're the only ones who'd like to see some improvements to help communicate the risk level a little better. So suppose you were a part of a committee that was assigned to improve that system. Which direction would you try to steer that discussion?
Number one, the word slight's gone. It's out of here. Gone. Because when people hear the word slight, they think nothing's going to happen. Where if you do a study, most of the tornadoes in my state occur on slight risk days. So that in itself is a big problem. So that word has just got to go. I would toss that. And I'm not so, again, this is more of a Kim Cloko-McLean question. This is a social science question. Obviously, high needs to stay. We all know what that means, high. Enhance needs to be right under high. I know that. High and enhance, that needs to be 5 and 4. Beyond that, we can all argue what the words need to be. Some people like the word extreme. That's okay. But I don't know the right answer to that. But again, I go back to the fact that we've got to be standardized. We have to be standardized. We've got to do this together. And I'll be honest with you guys, and I've got a problem because you've got my local National Weather Service office, and I love these guys. Kevin Laws, it is like the smartest guy I know, the brother I never had, the younger brother. He's brilliant. But by golly, their outlooks don't match SPC's outlooks. So here you got the Weather Service in Birmingham with this set of graphics and colors and boundaries, and this Storm Prediction Center has a different set of boundaries. And I'm thinking, how am I supposed to message this? This is NOAA. This is the Weather Service, and they can't even coordinate within the same organization. And again, Rich Thompson, John Hart, these are our Army Rangers, our Navy SEALs. They are brilliant men and women that work out there, like Kevin Laws here. But I've got to get them on the same page. I need to get us in a padded room where we're going to lock the door and throw away the keys, and we're all going to agree, friends, to use the same colors and words, and we're going to coordinate. Guess what? We can really use some communication here. And here's another. I'm going to chase a rabbit. The National Weather Service chat is a disaster, total disaster. Guess what the Weather Service in Birmingham used last Wednesday? I probably shouldn't be saying this because I might get them in trouble.
Uh-oh.
Slack. We were using Slack between the integrated warning team. Broadcast meteorologists, emergency managers, first responders, the Weather Service. It is an amazingly modern, stable, robust platform that is built for what we need to do. You can share images and video. It is an amazing platform. But I got a message from the MIC down here. Guess what he said we're going to be doing this week? Back to Weather Service chat. Because some, jamoke, got his pants in a wad. The Weather Service chat goes down all the time. It's not reliable. That is an urgent way of coordinating and communicating. And that I don't understand that. But, somebody got in trouble, I guess. So I'm probably getting somebody in trouble here. But goodness, we've got to fix that. But back to your question, it goes to coordination and communication. And I think we all ought to be on Slack, everybody in the weather enterprise or some platform like that that's modern and stable so we can communicate.
We love Slack. We've got warnings that come into Slack. We talk about the show during Slack. We do everything in Slack.
Yeah, and you guys know.
Amen to that. Every one of us that's in the weather enterprise should be able to access the conversation that's going on and be able to contribute as long as they're behaving.
Yeah, and so what happens, like let's say we got a big day Thursday. Everybody's going to get into this Birmingham room, BMX, because that's where the action is. You got a big moderate risk or a high risk or something. Everybody's in there. What does it do? It crashes. It just goes down. And, and they won't even let them use Slack as a backup, I think now. It's just like off the table. And I'm thinking, guys, we are here to mitigate loss of life. We're not here to make, some guy's feelings feel good up in NOAA headquarters. And I regret that. But part of this communication thing and getting our messaging coordinated, it's that. We have a collaboration chat. I don't know if anybody does this. We have a collaboration chat between the Weather Service, MIC, SU, and WCM, and the chief meteorologist in the CWA, and that's it. That's all that's on there. And before big events, guess what we do? We go on there and we talk. This is prior to a winter storm, prior to a hurricane, prior to a severe weather event, and we coordinate and we exchange ideas. We have input to the Weather Service and what they do, and we come up with a plan together. And so we're on the same page. We communicate it differently. We all do. There's some people that think I'm a jabroni. They're not going to watch me. They're going to watch the other guy. That's fine. But they're going to get the same message from the other guy. And so I wish everybody would do that. And that's where the Weather Service and Storm Prediction Center need to be, this collaboration kind of thing. We're all kind of working toward the same goal here.
The multi-level approach that we have toward the outlooks from SPC, do you think that would be something that would be valuable to add to the warning process as well? Like, for example, have multiple levels of severe thunderstorm warnings, like code yellow, orange, red, where one would be the ordinary severe thunderstorm warning that we have today. In orange, you see hurricane force winds, and then the highest level would be something really epic, like the derecho that hit Iowa back a year ago. What do you think about that kind of idea? It's a discussion that I've wanted to see happen.
It's a good discussion, and I think there might be a different answer in different markets. What works here might not work somewhere else. But in my opinion, if we start going to a multi-tiered warning system, people are really going to get confused. As it is now, and I question this, and I wonder about it. I think it's okay, but have we gone the wrong way with these tornado emergencies? Where now, if it's not a tornado emergency, it's not a big deal. It's just a tornado warning. And people don't do anything. And so I think we have a two-tiered system now with tornadoes and severe thunderstorms and flash floods. There's a flash flood emergency. You can issue a severe thunderstorm emergency, I think, if you've got a derecho or some big, really high-impact, widespread wind damage type event. So in a way, we have a two-tiered system, and I wouldn't want to go past that. But I do worry about that. I do hear from time to time. So in fact, somebody said to me the other day, last Wednesday, we had 25 tornadoes. We were on the air for a long time. They said, well, you never called a tornado emergency. So I didn't think much of it. And these guys were in the path of an EF2 tornado, and they didn't do anything because I didn't say tornado emergency, because we were showing debris being lofted. That technically is a confirmed tornado now. And so I just wonder if that is a can of worms that we've opened up that we need to address. I don't know. But in fact, I need to, with this next thing, I'm going to mention that on the air. When you're on TV for, 10 hours, when you get a little break, you can talk about stuff like that. But thank goodness the tornado lifted before it got to his house. But he really was not going to do anything because I did not say tornado emergency. So to me, we have a two-tiered system now.
So James, I actually started following you on Twitter a few weeks before April 27th. And the one thing that I noticed is that you were a big Mac nut. I am a big Mac nut. What got you into the apple orchard, so to speak? Why, because there's so many, I get so much grief from all of, from everybody that's like, why are you, why aren't you on Linux? Why aren't you, every GRs and Windows? So what got you into the Mac side of things?
I spoke at a conference one time with Mike Gibson. Y'all know Mike Gibson? You ought to have him on the show here. I love Mike, But I said, Mike, when are you going to port this stuff over to mobile and to Macs? He's never going to do it. But I lost, to make a long story short, I lost a project. It was a video project for a TV station I've been working on for 5 days, to the blue screen of death. Some of it was my fault because I didn't back it up right. But I was heartbroken. I mean, I was literally physically crushed. The pain is still there today. This was in the spring of 2006. And a friend of mine said, all right, let me help you. And he took me down and showed me his apple orchard, his gear. Mm-hmm. And I've always been kind of an outlier. And back in those days, you're kind of an outlier if you went with the Apple products. And because I was an OS, this is how old I am. I was an OS 2 guy. This is before you guys were born. OS 2 was the competing operating system with Windows, the GUI back in the 90s. But, it's kind of based on Linux and it's stable. And I said, all right, I'm all in. So in 06, and I got to be buddies with, Tim Cook. We were email buddies. He was under Jobs for a long time. And Tim is from Robertsdale, Alabama, down here in Baldwin County, and an Auburn guy. And, he said right after April 27th, they're going to step in and financially, help folks down here. And he's just been great. So, and again, it's mainly just the fact that it works. Guys, I am busy. I am the southeastern distributor of busy. I don't know about you guys. My struggle is time management. I'm sleeping 3 hours a night. That's not good. And every second counts. Time is precious. Everybody in the world has 24 hours in a day. How you spend it determines who you are. And I struggle with it. And if I spend an hour a day on computer problems, I ain't got time for that. I just needed to work. And the minute this Apple stuff doesn't work, I'm going to something else. Yeah. So it's not necessarily loyalty to Apple. It's loyalty to something that just works when you turn it on, which is where I've been since 2006. And they really haven't let me down yet. This stuff lasts for a long time. It just runs forever. And I'm a happy consumer. And This segment brought to you by Apple. Send them an invoice. Send Tim an invoice.
I should.
Yeah.
Or they can at least get me another M1 Mac. I mean, the more the merrier, right?
Yes.
So
I don't have one of those yet because I keep these things forever. I'll probably get my first M1 in like 5 years or something.
It'd be like the M6 or something like that.
Yeah, M12.
Yep, exactly. No, that's great.
And these guys have no idea what we're talking about, but it's okay.
Yeah, no, it's all good. One other follow-up question, and then we'll go to Scott.
And I do have to break in 4 minutes, guys.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So, Radar Scope TV, when they introduced the TV product on the iPad, was that because that you showed Radar Scope on the air and they didn't?
Yeah, well, look, if y'all had Mike Wolfenbarger on the show before, you need to get Mike on the show. Mike wrote that code. That's his program.
Mm-hmm.
And he was with WDT, and of course now it's DTN. He's a great guy, and he noticed that, and he thought, well, maybe we ought to get into the TV graphics business, and maybe the school of thought was to kind of expand that, and maybe look at expanding the offerings for TV stations. But after we talked about it, it was a case where, the best thing to do is just to let it go. It can promote Radar Scope. That's what it needs to be. So that's what it is now. Everybody with Radar Scope, you can airplay it to an Apple TV, run it back to the switcher, and put it on television. And I think that was the right decision. Yeah. I think television is in a major state of flux. Our business is dying. The business model is dying. I mean, nobody watches linear television anymore. You go home and watch Netflix, Hulu, Amazon Prime, YouTube, whatever. And we've got to reinvent our business model. And during this time, this is not a good time to get into the TV graphics business. Barron and Weather Company, they're the two players in it. And I don't think there's room for a third. So I think they made the right decision to kind of draw out of that business.
I just want to know, from the perspective of us being around for 6-7 years, WeatherBrains has been around way longer than that. And how have you guys been able to sustain that? I
don't know, man. That's scary. You think we run out of things to talk about. We started that in 2006. And I didn't care if anybody listened. I mean, I was not even the host. We had like a real broadcaster that was the host back then. But everybody needs a creative outlet. When you're on television or doing a blog post, you're structured. And I think every human needs to be creative in some way. And when you do weather, you need to talk about it. And we don't care if anybody listened to Weather Brains. We just wanted to gather together and talk. And so it's like therapy for me on Monday night. We go in there and we laugh and we cut up and we're friends and we can say things and we're not going to hurt anybody's feelings. And, we've had all these people on the show and I've met some amazing people and made some great connections. And I look forward to it. As weird as it is. Here's something else weird. I cannot wait to come to work every day. Is that weird or what? I mean, I've been doing this 43 years and I can't wait to come to work today. That's how much I love my job. And we love doing the show. It's just fun. It's like, you guys, come on, you do this. It's like, I don't know if it's like therapy for you, but it's like therapy for me. There are days where you get beat down by these haters and trolls and jabronis on social media. It's brutal. That is not a good place for mental health. It will eat you up. And knowing I can come into Weather Brains and say whatever I want to say, and my friends are there and they accept me just the way I am, it's very refreshing.
I think we all can echo that. All right, last question. And we're going to have you back because there's so much more we could talk about. I don't want this question to get you in trouble, so answer it lightly.
He's only got like 60 seconds.
You're an Alabama guy through and through. For those of us who have not spent a lot of time in Alabama, where's that one spot we should go visit?
Oh, man. Go to Jim's Pit Barbecue. I mentioned it before on US 82 in Billingsley, Alabama. Go to Jim's, and from Jim's, take my route down to the Gulf Coast and go to Gulf Shores, the most beautiful beaches in the world. So Jim's Pit Barbecue, go south and go to the beach.
How can we follow you on social media right quick?
Span on Twitter and Span WX on the Gram and the TikTok.
Yeah, I love your TikTok, by the way. See, we got to have you back.
Thanks, guys. Have a great day. Thanks. Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you, James. We appreciate your time tonight. Go follow James on social media. I'm sure you probably already are if you're watching our show. And just great to get around and hang out with James. And I promise you, we'll have him back. We've got a whole list of questions we didn't even get to tonight. So stick around. We'll make sure that James repays us another visit here real soon. So for the rest of everyone here on the panel, we hope you enjoyed the show, and we will see you back here next Wednesday night for another episode of the Carolina Weather Group. to the Carolina Weather Group. We continue looking back at some of the previous severe weather events that's not only affected the Carolinas but the Southeast. And this is the 10-year anniversary of the April 27, 2011 tornado outbreak, not only for the Southeast, including Mississippi and Alabama, but there's also some tornadoes in Georgia and South Carolina and North Carolina. So we want to focus our attention right now on the Alabama aspect of that. And we have with us Chief Meteorologist from ABC 3340, James Spann. James, appreciate you spending some time with us as we kind of look back at this. I think you categorize it as a generational tornado outbreak for the state of Alabama. A very well forecasted event leading into it. Take us behind the scenes as you there at the station are getting not only the viewers ready, but the reporters ready, the storm spotters ready. Take us back to what it was like a couple of days leading into the event.
Well, it was a well forecast event. And, one thing about it, I didn't know it was going to be that bad. I didn't know. I mean, could it be? Yes. But odds of an event like that are always not that high. So I didn't know we were going to have 62 tornadoes that day. I didn't know that the death toll would be so high. But having said that, it was a Wednesday event, and you could start to see it, about 5 days out. The Friday before the Wednesday, we started to mention it. And then after the weekend, we really hit it hard, Monday and Tuesday, with everything we had. And I think people were prepped, and I think people knew that it was coming. But despite that, the only number that matters to me, and I'm a numbers guy, is 252. That's the number of people that died that day. We had 251 names, and we had one infant that was delivered prematurely at 6 months. The infant did not have a name, and the infant didn't live. So 252. And that's just a reminder, guys, we got some work to do. I think what we learned that day is that what we do is not enough. We need some help. And we've been trying to get help for the last 10 years to make the process better.
It was an interesting time, too, I believe, because that's when social media started coming into effect. And looking back through some of the coverage, you had the storm chasers out in the field. You were getting some reports via social media.
I guess Twitter was about maybe, 5 years old, and Facebook had been around for a while. And it was still kind of primitive. The penetration of the public is not as high as it is now, but it was still very helpful. I think the most amazing thing to me looking back on that day was how we were able to get video back from the middle of nowhere. I mean, we had some pretty remarkable video of these big wedge tornadoes. Literally in the middle of nowhere. And cell service in 2011 is not as good as it is now in terms of coverage. But with social media, I pushed out stuff on Twitter and Facebook when I was on the wall over there. But it's still, like, even today, the most important thing I do is television. But